Hey listeners, how are you all doing today? Thank you so much for being such lovely members of our little Manhwa corner. There's so much more to come, so sit back, get comfy, put on your headphones, and let us dive into today's story. I became the maid of the Lout Prince. Let the story begin. Part 3. On the third day since Ethan and I arrived on the Island of Knowledge. We finished our preparations early in the morning and set out for the academy a bit early. That's because today was finally the day for Ethan to take the Swordsmanship Department entrance exam to enroll in Luminar Academy. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. How are you feeling, young master? Fine, I got enough sleep, and I'm fully prepared. That's good. I was worried you might be nervous about the entrance exam since you seemed to have trouble sleeping yesterday. That was because of you, Maid. Pardon, no, it's nothing. How silly. Well, it's fortunate that his condition seemed fine on the day of the exam. Yesterday, he looked tired all day, as if he hadn't slept well. He was the one who suggested we go sightseeing on the first day if we arrived without delays in our schedule, but what was he thinking, falling asleep until evening due to fatigue? As a result, we had to stay at the inn for most of the second day after arriving on the Island of Knowledge. We even had all 3 meals at the Tavern Cum restaurant on the first floor of the inn. Still, it's fortunate that his condition seems better for today's exam. He probably felt fatigued from the long and unfamiliar carriage journey. It was 1,000 times fortunate that we set out a day early. At least it's much better than being tired and complaining on the day of the exam. Of course, this year's entrance exam for nobles was expected to have an extremely low passing score for all departments except magic. At least the evaluation reflected in the entrance exam would be helpful in building connections during the first semester. Naturally, more people would flock to the department's top student rather than the one at the bottom. With Ethan's current skills, he could definitely aim for the top of the department. Even though it was a mock duel using wooden swords, he had the skills to win against a sword master occasionally. If he could display even half of his usual skills, he'd be able to achieve a score that would surpass most other students. The only variable would be how strong the protagonist is. Well, at least Ethan won't encounter him today. Today is the noble entrance exam for the Academy's swordsmanship department. If the protagonist character enters that department, he'll participate in tomorrow's commoner entrance exam. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. They might compete for the top spot, but their directly crossing swords would happen quite a while later. It's quite a distance from the inn to Luminar Academy. Should we call a coachman to drive us? I think it's better to walk. Many nobles will arrive at the exam site on the morning of the exam, so taking a carriage might actually make us later. I think so too, young master. If the exam finishes early, let's look around the island this afternoon to make up for what we couldn't do yesterday. That's a good idea, young master. Thanks to Ethan's wise decision, we fortunately avoided experiencing the traffic congestion from my previous life in this world. After walking for a while, we entered Luminar Academy, avoiding the long line of carriages that appeared. The Swordsmanship Department entrance exam at Luminar Academy takes place from morning to evening. Fortunately, not all applicants have to take the exam from morning to evening. The exam proceeds in order of arrival. First, students who arrive at the academy are grouped into 4s in order of arrival to take the entrance exam. These groups of 4 prospective students engage in one-on-one sword duels. The principle is to face each opponent once, so there will be a total of 6 duels. Each person will have 3 duels, 1 with each opponent. Including the time for 6 duels and the breaks in between, the dueling for each group usually finishes in about 1 or 2 hours. New students, who haven't even entered the academy yet, won't have dozens of sword exchanges, nor will they typically maintain a standoff for over 10 minutes while looking for an opening in their opponent. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. After finishing the duels that last 1 or 2 hours, the acceptance results are posted on the academy bulletin board the next morning or the morning after that. In Ethan's case, since he's taking the Noble Swordsmanship Department entrance exam, it will happen the morning after the Commoner Swordsmanship Department entrance exam ends. By the way, coming first in a group of 4 doesn't guarantee acceptance, nor does coming fourth guarantee failure. The 4-person group dueling method is just a way to save time and eliminate variables, not to evaluate the 4 prospective students relative to each other. How unfair would it be if the future 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranked students of the swordsmanship department were grouped together, and the 4th place student was rejected for coming 4th? What really affects the grades is the evaluation given by the supervisors who observe the sword duels. In that sense, it can be considered somewhat fair. Of course, since it's a subjective evaluation done by humans, it can't be considered perfect, but that's how all exams are. I'm not worried because, with Ethan's skill level, he won't go and lose shamefully in any battle. Besides, he's long past the age where I need to look after him for everything. Did you pack the 2 swords properly, young master? Yes, I packed them here properly. You didn't forget to hang the long sword on your right side, did you? Since your swordsmanship involves holding the short sword in your right hand, to draw quickly when unsheathing. I'm well aware. I have to manage the swords myself anyway, Maid. You don't need to take care of every little thing. I'll check once more if the belt to tie the swords is properly fastened. It could be dangerous if it loosens during combat. I've already checked, Maid. I'm not worried at all. Because I've seen Ethan's skills up close until now. Although I'm a bit concerned that today's duel will be with real swords instead of wooden ones, the Academy's dueling grounds are relatively safe, so there shouldn't be any danger. In the first place, the judges will intervene and stop the duel before it's completely decided in most cases, and even if someone receives a fatal wound, they won't die but will be transferred to the Aurelian Church within Luminar Academy. To prevent fatalities during duels between Academy students, the exam site is covered with death prevention magic. Galaxy TL axiomatic. In that sense, it was much safer than the mock dueling grounds where he sparred with Harold, in the sense that there was absolutely no possibility of death. If the death prevention magic were to activate and someone got revived in the church, it would surely be Ethan's opponent who was cut by Ethan's sword, not Ethan himself. That was certain. Since you'll be dueling with real swords, you must be even more careful in observing your opponent's movements. Although they say you won't lose your life, the momentary pain of being wounded will be etched in your memory. I appreciate the advice, but I've already heard about practical dueling from Father, so you don't need to worry, Lilith. There might be opponents who attack in completely unpredictable ways, unlike that of the Master. Not all swordsmen always attack accurately and efficiently. Rather than attempting attacks that endure injury, it's better to prioritize safety during combat. I said you don't need to worry, Maid. I'm not worried at all because I believe in Ethan. I'm really not worried at all about how he fights. After Ethan returned from registering his name at the Academy's Swordsmanship Department reception. With some time to spare, Ethan and I waited leisurely on a bench near the reception for his duel opponents to be determined. It's still early morning, but there are surprisingly quite a few people. If they miss the chance this year, they'll have to wait until next year. Even nobles would be diligent on a day like today. You're also a noble now, Maid. But I didn't come here as a noble, I came as your maid for today, young master. And if I had to say, I actually had almost no authority as a noble in reality. Thinking of it as just an empty title to safely graduate from the academy, it was much more comfortable to just think that I wasn't a noble. It was a useless title unless I was going to belong to the Blackwood family for life. Come to think of it, I wonder who Ethan's duel opponents will be today. Young Master Ethan, may I ask what your registration number is? It's 15. Then applicant numbers 13, 14, and 16 will be your duel opponents. That's right. By the way, nobles taking the exam at this early hour were more likely to be lower-ranking nobles rather than high-ranking ones. Most high-ranking noble applicants were probably stuck in traffic somewhere on the road in their backed-up carriages by now. It was typical of nobles to wait for hours on the road rather than walk directly on the road themselves, even if it took several hours. Of course, this tendency became more severe the higher ranking the noble was. In other words, the duel opponents encountered at this time were likely to be relatively weak opponents. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Generally, high-ranking nobles had larger mana capacities than lower-ranking nobles, and their swordsmanship itself was more developed, so it was a natural result. Well, no matter who the opponent was, Ethan would probably win easily. As I was thinking this and waiting for Ethan's turn to duel, someone who looked like a guide staff member started calling out the applicants for the next duel in front of the dueling ground. The following people should prepare for the next exam. Applicant number 13, Louis Finnegonis. Number 13 would be one of Ethan's duel opponents. Judging by the unfamiliar feeling of the name, he probably wasn't a major character. Given that I've never heard of the Agonis family name, they were probably a baron or quasi-baron family from the borderlands. As I was thinking this and waiting for the next name to be called, the name of applicant number 14 soon reached my ears. Applicant number 14, Benjamin Huckleberry Belvin. This was also a name I'd never heard before. both the name Benjamin and the surname Belvin. As expected, there were many applicants from borderland families in the morning time slot. Probably the only high-ranking noble taking the exam by walking directly at this time would be someone like Ethan. If these are the opponents, Ethan will probably win easily. Applicant number 15, Ethan Richard Blackwood. Let's go, young master. Okay, after confirming that Ethan's name as the 15th applicant was called, I was about to move towards the dueling ground with him. Galaxy TL axiomatic. However, at that moment, I couldn't help but doubt my ears at the name of the next applicant that came from the guide staff's mouth. Lastly, applicant number 16, Karaham Jamil August. Karaham, why is his name coming up here? About an hour before Ethan and Lilith arrived at Luminar Academy. Karaham Jamil August, the eldest son of Jamil Bruce August, Margrave of Alteration, and the hereditary successor of the August-style swordsmanship, was also heading towards the academy to take the entrance exam for the swordsmanship department. In a carriage adorned with the August family crest, he was shaking his legs with an anxious expression, unable to sit still. Tremble, 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 trem. Karaham, can you stop shaking your legs? With your sighs, your trembling is making the whole carriage shake. Sorry, sister. Karaham bowed his head at the shout of his only sister, Lizzie Lynn August. Thanks to her warning, he managed to compose himself and calm down for a moment. He somehow managed to stop his shaking leg and seemed to gather his thoughts for a moment. However, this temporary stability began to waver again like ripples on a calm water's surface in less than 5 minutes. Tremble, 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 trem. Karaham, so sorry, sister. I unconsciously due to anxiety. Sigh, really now. Seeing her younger brother shaking his leg in the August's carriage as if he was about to jump out at any moment, Lizzie let out a sigh. Wondering what had made her younger brother so anxious, she asked. What's wrong with you? It's just the academy entrance exam, isn't it? Where's your usual confident attitude, saying you'd never lose since father has passed down the August-style swordsmanship to you? And no, sister, I'm not feeling anxious about the sword duels in the entrance exam, it's for another reason. What other reason? I've been feeling anxious about this carriage line that hasn't been moving at all. We've been standing still without moving for an hour now, so of course, I can't help but feel anxious. Ah, Karaham, Lizzie had thought about cheering him up, thinking that even her brother might be nervous about the entrance exam, but seeing her brother scared for a much more ridiculous reason than she had thought, she couldn't help but feel exasperated. In the end, instead of encouragement, she started advising him to maintain his noble dignity, as she always had. What's there to be so anxious about just because the carriage has been stopped for about an hour? A noble should be able to wait patiently in a carriage for 5 hours or 10 hours. Of course I can wait patiently in a carriage when traveling long distances. But when we're standing still like this, we can't move forward. When on earth are we going to arrive at Luminar Academy? It's natural for carriages to be stuck on the day of the academy's exam. By now, the nobles of the carriages at the front should be finishing their exams and leaving one by one, so this line of stopped carriages should clear up in about 3 or 4 hours. 3 or 4 hours. What if the entrance exam ends by then? If I, the eldest son of the August family, can't take the exam and can't enter the academy, what a laughingstock it would be. The academy entrance exam is held from morning to evening, so you don't need to worry. Anyway, if you really are a noble, act like one and sit quietly and read a book. Here. Oh okay, sister. Lizzie handed her younger brother a book on the history of swordsmanship that she had prepared in case something like this happened, and Karaham received it in a daze. He forcibly opened the book he had received in an attempt to somehow calm his anxious mind, but in his anxious mental state, there was no way the contents of the book could properly enter his head. Above all, the history book, which was full of text with almost no pictures, only served to confuse Karaham's mind even more. If you really can't stand it, lean against the carriage wall and take a nap. I'll wake you up when we arrive at the academy. I can't do this after all, sister. I'll leave for the academy first. It seems it would be much faster for me to run there myself than to wait here for the carriage to move. With those words, Karaham grabbed his sword that was leaning against the carriage wall and jumped out of the carriage. Lizzie urgently called out to her younger brother, who was suddenly showing some strange behavior, but Karaham's footsteps were already quickly running toward Luminar Academy. Hey, Karaham, hey, take your time coming, sister. I'm not even taking the exam today. And you're going to leave me alone in the carriage while you go ahead. Come back right now. I'll come back after taking the entrance exam. Hey, he. Karaham had already started moving towards the academy, disregarding his sister's calls. Only Lizzie was left alone in the August carriage, which had lost its purpose. Og, and I came along because I was worried. Only the screams of the young lady of the Augusts, left in the still turtle-paced carriage line, quietly echoed around. Lastly, applicant number 16, Karaham Jamil August. Karaham Jamil August. At the sudden appearance of this named character, I, too, began to feel a strange tension for a moment. To the extent that I thought for a moment that I might have misheard. Of course, I immediately realized that I hadn't misheard when I heard the boisterous and stupid voice that followed. Yes, the eldest son of Jamil Bruce August. The successor of the August-style swordsmanship, Karaham Jamil August. At the loud voice and ridiculous self-introduction, not only mine and Ethan's gazes but also those of the guide staff and other applicants were momentarily drawn. However, the eldest son of the Augusts, just as oblivious as in the original game, simply walked shamelessly towards the guide staff. Is the exam room this way inside? Ah, yes, please go inside and have a pre-evaluation duel with the other applicants. Haha, I understand, thank you for your hard work. Then Karaham entered the exam room with his loud voice, following me and Ethan. I had a hunch that it would be a waste of time if we encountered him, so I hurriedly urged Ethan to move deeper into the exam room. Let's go in quickly, young master. If the young master of the Augusts happens to recognize you, it might lead to some troublesome situations. You're right, Maid, I'm not very used to that type of person either. Oh, isn't that young master Ethan over there? It's been a long time. As expected of a sturdy youth of the Empire, Karaham immediately recognized Ethan just by the back of his head in this dimly lit dueling hall corridor. Why does he have to act like he knows us in a place like this? It seems he had made acquaintance when he visited the capital once during a gathering of the Imperial Guard members, excluding me, although it seemed Ethan didn't particularly want to become close to him. Anyway, it would be impolite to ignore and pass by when another noble young master has spoken to you first, so Ethan had no choice but to respond to Karaham's question. It's been a while, young Master Karaham. The last time we met was when we were commended by His Majesty the Emperor. It brings back memories to see you here again. I see, I didn't expect to encounter you here again, either. Young Master Ethan, I had no idea that you would also be taking the entrance exam for the Academy's swordsmanship department this year. I thought you would be much too young to take the Academy's entrance exam yet. Thanks for the compliment. Ethan's expression momentarily scrunched up strongly at Karaham's tactless greeting. It was already well known among most nobles that Ethan didn't age for 5 years due to a curse, but to think he would brazenly mention that part so nonchalantly. Really, just like at the masquerade ball, he was still as tactless as ever. By the way, it seems your sister didn't come with you, Karaham. I thought a man like you with muscles for brains would need your sister to stick to you like glue. Ah, my sister is in the carriage right now. She said she was worried about me and came to see me off. She says she's worried but doesn't attend the exam itself. It seems her affection for you isn't that deep after all. Haha, you jest well, young Master Ethan. It would take at least an hour for my sister to walk from the August carriage to the Academy. I couldn't trouble her with such effort. Question mark. Karaham's words, which made absolutely no sense, were confusing. Even though Ethan, whose Achilles heel had been stimulated, openly referred to him and his sister as muscle brains and clingy, Karaham didn't understand the insults with his stupid head and let it slide. There was no way Ethan could win in a simple conversation with this blockhead. Karaham probably didn't even think he was in a verbal sparring match to begin with. As the two were facing off, another guide staff from inside the exam room called for Ethan and Karaham. The footsteps of the two, which had momentarily stopped due to the unexpected encounter, moved into the exam room. Applicants, you need to enter now. Let's continue the rest of our conversation with swords. Haha, I look forward to it, young Master Ethan. The two prospective freshmen moved to the exam room in a strange tension. I simply followed them into the exam room, standing next to Ethan without a word. I quietly prayed inside that the exam would end safely without any major injuries. Come to think of it, I feel like I've seen the person next to you somewhere. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Karaham. Is that so? I apologize for my mistake. He may be tactless, but his unnecessarily sharp eye for faces is just like in the game. From the very first duel of Luminar Academy's swordsmanship department entrance exam, Ethan was facing his opponent across from him in a rather tense state. It was because he was about to face Karaham Jamul August, the eldest son of the August Margrave family, as his first duel opponent. I look forward to our match, young Master Ethan. Likewise, young Master Karaham. Although they had never crossed swords directly, they had already encountered each other a couple of times before. In their first meeting, Karaham, along with his sister, had been rude to both Ethan and Lilith. Their second encounter was when they met again while receiving rewards for defending against the monster invasion of the Imperial Palace. He had heard that during the invasion, Karaham had defended against the magical beasts attacking the horses and carriages near the stables at the southern gate. Considering the number and strength of the magical beasts that had swarmed him then, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be an easy opponent to defeat. Of course, Ethan had also trained much more compared to that time. He was even winning around here and there in mock duels against his father, who was a sword master, but still. For some reason, Ethan's intuition was telling him something. He felt a strong warning that he should absolutely not underestimate the opponent before him. Less than young master, you must never block Karaham's sword with just one sword. Greater than. Less than what are you saying all of a sudden, Maid? Greater than. Less than the August style of swordsmanship is too heavy to deflect with just one sword, like when you duel with the master. Fortunately, as he wields a greatsword, his speed isn't that fast, so prioritize evasion as much as possible. And if there comes a moment when you absolutely must block, use both of your swords desperately to do so. Greater than. Less than I understand, Maid. I'll keep that in mind. Greater than. Perhaps because he had received advice from his maid before the match, he couldn't help but feel more tense. Even when he blocked and deflected his father's sword in mock duels, he often felt considerable fatigue in one arm, and now he had heard that his opponent wielded an even heavier sword. Of course, he wondered how a mere maid knew about the strengths and weaknesses of the August-style swordsmanship, but he didn't bother to ask about that. Ethan, who had already benefited from her advice several times, had reached the point where he no longer doubted Lilith's words. As Ethan prepared to cross swords with the opponent before him and took his stance, the young master of the August family across from him began to speak calmly before the test. To face you, young Master Ethan, from the start, I'm quite lucky. What do you mean? I've wanted to compete with you before, young Master Ethan. I, too, though not as much as you, wielded a sword and contributed during the attack on the Imperial Palace. But, young Master Ethan, I heard that you achieved even greater merits than I did, so I was curious about what level of swordsmanship skills you might possess. What does that have to do with you being lucky to face me as your first opponent? Isn't it obvious? As Karaham reached for the huge greatsword on his back, preparing to draw it at any moment, a remark that sounded almost casual reached Ethan's ears. If we face each other in the first duel, young Master Ethan, at least you won't be able to make excuses about losing due to accumulated fatigue. Ethan bit his lower lip hard at Karaham's provocation once again. It became another reason for Ethan's desire not to lose in the duel that Lilith was watching for him to grow even stronger. On the other hand, Karaham, not even realizing that his words were a provocation, was likewise finishing his preparations to draw and swing his sword. In an atmosphere filled with intense tension, the entrance exam judge announced the preparation for the duel. Ready, begin. As soon as the entrance exam judge declared the start, both of them sprang forward. The two faced each other at the center of the training ground, slightly closer to Karaham's side, and exchanged blows right there. Karaham attempted a vertical slash as he drew the greatsword from his back with his first step. His sword traced a vertical semicircle in the air, aiming to strike down on Ethan's body, standing directly in front. As Lilith had advised, instead of blocking the sword head-on, Ethan avoided the first strike with quick movements. Crack! Exclamation mark! Ethan couldn't help but be surprised by the power that shattered the stone floor where Karaham's sword had struck after he dodged. If he had tried to block it with one hand, his arm would have been crushed along with it. Recalling Lilith's advice in his mind once again, Ethan rushed at Karaham while he was raising his sword again. Karaham, as if he had predicted Ethan's reaction, ducked to avoid one attack and then rammed his left shoulder into Ethan's chest. Bam! Ah! Ethan's body was thrown back by the body that was as stupid and hard as the sword he wielded. As soon as Ethan's posture crumbled, Karaham, who had regained his grip on his sword, was now the one rushing at Ethan. As expected of a member of the August family, his entire body is a weapon. The thought suddenly crossed Ethan's mind that it wasn't for nothing that the August family had been defending the western border for generations. True to the Augusts, who had been strengthening their bodies using mana since childhood, even that brief collision was enough for Ethan to feel the solid muscles throughout Karaham's body. With such a robust physique, it must be possible for him to fight with that slow and heavy greatsword. However, Ethan was also the heir of the Blackwood family, who had learned the family's mana swordsmanship from his father. When it came to the technique of strengthening the body with mana to wield a sword, he was not lacking, either. It might be impossible to fully defend against that greatsword with his own sword and strength, but at least it seemed possible to guide it to strike elsewhere. In the second exchange, as soon as Ethan avoided Karaham's sword, he thrust both swords in his hands simultaneously towards Karaham's neck. Exclamation mark! Karaham, who was about to swing his sword down to the floor again, hurriedly changed its trajectory when he saw the sudden attack aiming for his vital point. Fortunately, his greatsword, which changed direction just in time, succeeded in deflecting Ethan's swords before receiving a fatal wound. The twin swords in the Blackwood young master's hands were inevitably blocked in the contest of strength. Clang! With the small shockwave of mana that burst as the three swords collided simultaneously, the two were forced to create distance between them. Separated by about 5 steps, Ethan and Karaham both breathed heavily. Even though they had barely exchanged 2 blows, sweat was pouring from their bodies as if by the bucketful. Ha! Hoo! You're quite skilled, young Master Ethan. Hoo! You too. As soon as they finished their brief rest and conversation, the two men's figures rushed towards each other again. After that, Ethan and Karaham's duel continued for 20 more exchanges. Karaham stubbornly swung his slow but unstoppable greatsword at Ethan, one attack after another. Ethan avoided Karaham's sword with quick movements and the agility of his 2 swords, attempting attacks, or when he couldn't avoid, he blocked with both swords and created space. Unlike the previous applicants, duels that were decided in just 3 minutes, their duel was still not over even after nearly 15 minutes had passed. For both Ethan and Karaham, fatigue from consuming mana while wildly swinging their swords was gradually overtaking their bodies. The next exchange will probably be the last. Ethan could intuitively sense that if the duel dragged on any longer, he would undoubtedly be the first to collapse from exhaustion. He wasn't sure about the level of Karaham's stamina, but it would be arrogant to hope that that stubborn-looking man would collapse before him. So, he had to make his move to decide the match. In the final showdown, he would create an opening and thrust in a decisive blow. Whoosh! Here it comes. Once again, a slow and heavy blow came flying towards him. Ethan, who had accelerated his body by squeezing out the last of his mana, avoided Karaham's sword one more time. The swords in both of his hands aimed for Karaham's nape once again. Exclamation mark! Karaham, remembering Ethan's attempt at the same attack as in the second exchange, tried to block Ethan's swords by twisting his descending sword just as he had done then. However, the last thing Karaham saw before his sword clashed was that Ethan had only one sword, held in his left hand. Clang! Exclamation mark! Moreover, as if Ethan hadn't even really intended to compete properly, he let go of the sword in his left hand far too easily. Startled by this nonchalant reaction, Karaham desperately searched for Ethan's other hand. But by the time the other sword entered Karaham's vision, he could only realize that he was already too late. The sword in Ethan's right hand was already at the moment just before plunging into Karaham's heart. Stop, that's enough. UCK. Ha! Karaham tensed up, thinking a sword was about to pierce his chest, while Ethan barely managed to stop his sword just before thrusting upon hearing the judge's declaration. With only the tip of the sharp sword bearing the Blackwood crest lightly cutting the center of Karaham's upper garment, the judge's announcement of the result of the duel followed. Winner, Ethan Richard Blackwood. Ha! Thud. As soon as the judge's announcement ended, Karaham dropped the sword he was holding and slumped to the floor. Ethan silently watched Karaham's figure as he sheathed the sword in his hand. Well done, young Master Karaham. I learned a lot. After exchanging brief greetings, Ethan retrieved the other sword that had been sent flying by Karaham's sword and sheathed it in the opposite scabbard. As much as he wanted to sit down on the floor like that and rest, Ethan had a reason why he couldn't do so. Well done, young Master Ethan. It was truly an excellent duel. Thank you. Thanks for watching the duel, Maid. After all, the desire to show off a little more in front of the woman one likes is a common desire of men all over the world. After Ethan and Karaham's duel ended, the remaining 4 duels passed by so quickly that they could be considered almost instantaneous. It was so fast that it took less than a minute for them to win each match. Given the overwhelming difference in skill between the two of them and the rest of the applicants, this was only natural. There was probably some reason why the other applicants felt pressured even before starting their duels after seeing Ethan and Karaham's match. As a result, because the other duels ended as quickly as the duel between the two had been prolonged, the overall exam time wasn't significantly delayed. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Actually, if he hadn't faced Karaham here, it probably would have ended much faster. I don't understand how this guy, who's supposed to be from a Margrave family, is coming to take the entrance exam at such an early hour instead of leisurely riding a carriage. Well, I suppose I'm in no position to talk, serving a young master from a ducal family who walked from the lodgings to the academy. After the swordsmanship department entrance exam, consisting of 6 duels, ended, Karaham and Ethan began to have a rather serious conversation outside the dueling arena. Ahahaha, I really thought I was going to die. Your skill with 2 swords is truly formidable, young Master Ethan. Your sword was quite difficult to parry as well. I'm amazed at how you can swing such a heavy sword at that speed. Ha ha ha, as you said, young Master Ethan, it's because I'm full of muscle even in my head that I can swing it like that. I apologize for what I said earlier. It seems we'll be seeing each other often at the academy from now on. Huh, young Master Ethan, did you say something that warranted an apology to me? I don't remember, but I accept the apology, ha ha ha. Ethan was surprised and bewildered by Karaham's incomprehensible character. Then, as if seeking agreement, he sent me a look and carefully evaluated him. I've just realized this, Maid, but do you also think that young Master Karaham? He seems to lack the ability to read people's hearts, and his refinement seems a bit lacking for the son of a Margrave, but he doesn't seem to be a bad person. I suppose he said you looked young simply because he didn't know the circumstances. I see, so that's how it is. Thanks to that, he probably didn't take your insult as an insult either. Karaham, in the original game, was somewhat more serious than he is now, unlike the current Karaham, who seems to have no worries about the world at all. If things had gone as originally planned, his personality should have changed a bit after Lizzie's death, but it seems to have continued unchanged. The title of Tactless Karaham will probably soon change to Extremely Tactless Karaham in the near future. It seemed like you two were talking earlier without me, young Master Ethan. You must have a good relationship with your exclusive maid. Well, that's right, come to think of it, Karaham, are you not the type to have an exclusive maid? I'm not sure why, but for some reason, my exclusive maids change frequently. It's tiring to introduce myself to a new maid every time, so I've stopped having maids altogether since about 2 years ago. But it's fine, when I need to go out like today, my sister always takes care of things for me. Ethan, with an expression that suggested he understood why Karaham's exclusive maids changed frequently, responded with silence. Galaxy TL axiomatic. I, too, privately mourned for Lizzie, who had been struggling outside the game's story. Meanwhile, Karaham, who had been laughing with a shameless voice, shifted his gaze towards me, slightly furrowed his brow, and leaned his head towards me. But, you know, I really feel like I've seen this maid somewhere before. I couldn't recognize her immediately in the dark corridor earlier, but... Is that so? When I met young Master Ethan at the Imperial Palace last time, I don't remember seeing a maid like this. If it was a maid with such a striking appearance, I wouldn't have forgotten. Perhaps you're mistaking me for someone else. Is that so? But seeing how you're sticking close to young Master Ethan's side, I feel like I might remember something. Come to think of it, Karaham, didn't you say earlier that your sister was following in a carriage? Ah, that's right, I told my sister I'd return after taking the exam, I almost forgot. Then you should hurry back. Thanks to Ethan's quick thinking, Karaham, who had almost remembered me from the masquerade ball, seemed to come to his senses and sheathed his sword. With the huge sword as big as himself slung on his back, he bid farewell to Ethan. It was truly enjoyable to match swordsmanship with you today, young Master Ethan. I look forward to seeing you at the academy in the future. Yes, you too, my sister is waiting, so I'll take my leave now. Stomp, 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 stomp. The young master of the August family, who had shown nothing but rudeness and shamelessness to Ethan until the very end, disappeared like the wind. All that remained was Ethan's right hand, lonely in the air, having lost the person to shake hands with. Well, I guess I'll have to hold it instead. Clasp. Well done, young master. Maid. Even from my perspective, it was truly impressive swordsmanship. I'm not sure if I should say this, but you looked even more impressive exchanging swords with young Master Karaham than when you duel with the master. Really? Yes. Of course, there's a difference between training with wooden swords and dueling with real swords, but at least from the perspective of a mere maid, that's how it felt. Actually seeing it made me feel like I had really entered the world of Luminar Academy. Is the combat level of Ethan and Karaham for real? It's truly awe-inspiring. At this level, he could genuinely compete on equal terms with the protagonist. Of course, that's assuming the protagonist's skill is at a normal player's level. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Since there's still very little information about the protagonist, an investigation into the protagonist's tendencies would only be possible after part 2 of the main story begins. I just hope that clichés like a world without a protagonist wouldn't happen. Then, Maid. Yes, if you really thought the duel I just had looked impressive, could you grant me one request? A request? Yes, like when I win duels against Father at the mansion. Like when you duel with the Master at the mansion. When Ethan mentioned that part specifically and said he wanted to make a request, I naturally recalled what had happened the night before last. Feeling a sense of crisis, I hurriedly hugged my chest and took a step back. No, unless it's on the condition of winning against the Master in a duel, I can't offer my chest for this duel. I won't deny that young Master Karaham was a formidable opponent, but… That's not it, Maid. I wasn't trying to make any strange requests. Is that so? If you listen and think it's strange, you can refuse on the spot. I promise I won't make weird requests like asking to touch those at the inn. I briefly thought that if he had defeated someone like Karaham, maybe he deserved to touch my chest, but I quickly shook off the dangerous thought that had momentarily crossed my mind. If I carelessly lowered my guard in this area and allowed things one by one, there was a possibility that the line of demands would gradually become more severe later on. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Offering my chest as a reward every time he defeated an opponent like this was essentially the same as declaring that he could touch my chest regularly throughout his time at the academy. There was no need to create a new pretext when the regular duels with Harold were coming to an end. Still, since Ethan had said with his own mouth that it wasn't that kind of request, it was worth listening to. He also said I could refuse after hearing if it was a strange request. Since you say it's not a strange request, I'll listen and decide after, young Master Ethan. Do you remember when I said we could walk around the island together in the afternoon if the entrance exam ended early today? Yes, I remember. We're a bit late because we met young Master Karaham, but it's still before lunch. I think we have enough time to look around the island, what do you think? Yes, I think we should have a few hours to spare as well. Then, it was a moment when even I felt a bit tense, seeing Ethan's expression full of tension and even stumbling over his words as he made his request. But when I heard what his request actually was, I felt a bit let down. Can we hold hands while we walk around the island together today? Hold hands. You and me, young Master Ethan. Yes. Are you perhaps using an idiomatic expression? Please understand it literally. What kind of request is it to suddenly ask to hold hands while sightseeing? Still, I suppose it's much better than asking to touch my chest, right? Although the proposal to walk around holding hands wasn't particularly welcome, there wasn't really any reason to refuse either. All right, young master, if that's the extent of your request, I'd be happy to oblige. Really, Maid? Yes, if your request is merely to walk around holding hands with me, I can certainly accommodate that much. Even if he hadn't defeated Karaham, I probably wouldn't have refused anyway. It's not like I'm a celebrity or something, what's the big deal about walking around holding hands? It would be strange to be overly sensitive about holding hands when I've already offered my chest. To begin with, asking for permission to merely hold hands with me, his exclusive maid, was excessively polite. That level of request was something he could easily order using his authority over his exclusive maid. Galaxy TL axiomatic. If it were really two men holding hands and walking around, it would honestly be a bit embarrassing, but I was Lilith on the outside, anyway. It meant that as long as I acted confidently, there was no reason for it to look strange, so I simply took Ethan's hand without hesitation and started walking. Grasp. Then, shall we go, young master? Why yes. Is there anywhere you'd like to go, Maid? I've heard there are many good restaurants for lunch in the western part of the Island of Knowledge. Since your entrance exam is over, how about we satisfy your hunger first? Why yes, that sounds good. Except for times when we had to let go of our hands for meals and such, we toured around the island of knowledge holding hands until evening. Despite it still being winter, my face felt strangely hot. 2 days after Ethan and Karaham took the Noble Swordsmanship Department entrance exam. Once again, Ethan and I prepared to depart for Luminar Academy to take one of the other academy entrance exams. Of course, we didn't depart for Ethan's Swordsmanship Department exam, which had already ended, but for my Magic Department entrance exam. By the way, it rained all day yesterday, so we couldn't go outside the inn. That meant I had to spend most of the day in the same space with Ethan. Resting and talking together in the same room, or going down to the first floor of the inn together for meals. Come to think of it, even if it hadn't rained, the day probably wouldn't have been much different. We've already been living like this for the past 3 days, it's almost like we're living together. We've even reached the point where we eat meals together these days. He says there's no need to be overly formal, even when we're outside. It might not be bad to get used to this kind of daily life. Since Ethan's admission to the Swordsmanship Department was almost certain, my entry into Luminar Academy was also practically confirmed. The only difference would be whether I enter as a student of the same academy as Ethan, or enter as just an exclusive maid if I fail the exam. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Either way, I had already made a prior agreement with Harold to maintain my role as his exclusive maid, so living together during our time at the academy was already confirmed. Of course, since there are separate rooms for exclusive maids in the academy's noble dormitory, we won't have to share the same bed as we do now. The difference between whether I enter the academy or not would probably be whether Isabel follows us to Luminar Academy or not. If I happen to fail the Magic Department entrance exam, there would naturally be no need to call Isabel, who was supposed to share my exclusive maid duties, to the academy. I think Isabel also seemed to want to come to the academy when I saw her before, so I should try to pass somehow to avoid being resented later. Today is the Magic Department exam, right, Maid? Yes, young master. I'll be rooting for you to pass. No, since it's you, Maid, you'll definitely be able to pass, so you might as well aim for the top spot. Thank you for your support, young master. I think it's better if we walk today too. I saw earlier that there's a line of carriages in front of our inn as well. It would be a waste of time to wait in a carriage for too long. I think so too, young master. So, with Ethan's encouragement, we left the inn and walked to Luminar Academy, avoiding the line of carriages that stretched to the front of our inn. Regardless of Ethan's encouragement to aim for the top spot, I didn't really expect to be able to take first place in the Magic Department entrance exam. This was because there was a good chance that at least one, maybe even 2 characters with a higher magical aptitude than me would be entering as new students in the Magic Department this year. One of them was Hellfire Agnes, whom I had met before. The other was, of course, the protagonist character *1, although it wasn't confirmed yet whether they would enter the Magic Department. Anyway, neither of them were characters that Lilith could beat in terms of magical aptitude. In other words, no matter how well I did in the entrance exam, reaching second place after Agnes would be my limit. Galaxy TL axiomatic. By the way, the protagonist character had such cheat-like basic aptitudes that they could enter 7 out of the 8 departments that exist in the academy. Of course, they inevitably grew into a character specialized in one ability depending on which department they entered. In this respect, Luminar Academy really brought out its unique charm as an academy-themed game. Except for the theology department, which trains prospective priests of the Aurelia Church, it meant that the protagonist character could essentially enter all departments of the academy. Of course, among those 7 departments, there were departments that were helpful for gameplay or good for pursuing specific heroines, so in the end, the departments that were frequently entered became standardized. If it were me in my previous life, I probably would have proceeded with the Swordsmanship Department route. In fact, the Swordsmanship Department route was the route I played the most when playing Luminar Academy in my previous world. There were 2 main reasons for this. One was that by entering the same department as Swift Sword Natalie, my favorite character, it became much easier to pursue her. The other reason was that when proceeding with the Swordsmanship Department route, it was possible to get involved with Lilith a little faster. Although I'm lucky enough to be preparing for the Magic Department entrance exam now, Lilith wasn't originally a student at Luminar Academy in the game. She was just a character who entered as the disgusting guy's sexual no, as an exclusive maid. Moreover, she was a character whose treatment in the game was so consistently and extremely negative that it seemed intentionally cruel. The later the first encounter with Lilith occurred, the more irreversibly intense the disgusting guy's training of Lilith became. So, my past self, who didn't want that, chose the route that met Lilith as early as possible most often. Even if she had already been defiled by one disgusting guy, which was unavoidable as it had already happened, I couldn't bear to see her being violated by the disgusting guy's underlings or even dogs. It was important to me, who had made all sorts of efforts to find Lilith's virgin route. Of course, for me now, I desperately hoped that the protagonist would not choose the swordsmanship department. I absolutely refused to get involved with the protagonist now and get tangled up in the main story, and above all, if Ethan got involved with the protagonist, there was a possibility that things wouldn't turn out so well. If the protagonist and Ethan happen to meet in the swordsmanship department and the story flows into something ominous like in the original game. If Ethan were the disgusting guy like in the original game, it would be a different story, but current Ethan, who is my master, is a necessary existence for me. In that sense, I didn't want them to confront each other at all. For now, the current Ethan is the heir of the Blackwood main family who can maintain my noble status. Galaxy TL axiomatic. He also played the role of protecting me, who had to enter with the awkward status of a quasi-viscount daughter. Moreover, personally, I didn't want to see Ethan, who hadn't done anything wrong in this world, and the Blackwood family meet a tragic demise, so if the protagonist were to face Ethan in a life-or-death battle in the swordsmanship department, there would be no worse situation for me now. As I was thinking about this while walking towards the academy to take the magic department entrance exam, Ethan turned to me with a slightly worried expression and asked, "Are you worried about something, Maid? Pardon, you look serious. Are you perhaps worried about the entrance exam?" "A little bit, yes. To be precise, it wasn't my entrance exam I was worried about, but the protagonist." "It's okay, Maid. I'm sure you'll pass. Thank you, young master. And if you do well in the entrance exam, I'll grant you one wish." "Pardon, you granted one of my wishes the day before yesterday. This makes it fair, right? I don't think there's a need to be this conscientious. Of course, refusing kindness that's being offered would also be against etiquette, so I gladly accepted Ethan's offer." "I understand, young master. Then I will gladly accept your kindness. Yes, good luck with the entrance exam. You don't need to worry. You already know my magic skills well, don't you, young master?" "That's true, but I'm still worried that you might suddenly cause trouble again." "Pardon, no, it's nothing." Ignoring Ethan's out-of-context remark for now, I first completed the registration process for taking the magic department entrance exam. Well, the entrance exam should be a piece of cake for Lilith. Unlike the swordsmanship department's entrance exam, where you have mock duels with each of the other 3 people in your group, the magic department's entrance exam was conducted quite simply. You just needed to hit targets placed at a certain distance using magic, and the pass-fail grade cut was determined by how many points you scored within the given chances. Of course, it wasn't an absolute evaluation but a relative one, and since Luminar Academy's magic department had a fixed quota, it was important to hit as many as possible. Galaxy TL axiomatic. If you tried to control your power and pretended to be ordinary, you would end up failing. Especially in the case of the magic department, due to its nature, it was a department where all sorts of nobles gathered. It could be said that the average skill level of the department was superior compared to other departments. You need to destroy as many of the 10 scarecrows you see in front as possible. You can cast magic a maximum of 5 times, and if you destroy all targets within those 5 chances, you can receive a higher score the fewer attempts you use. After hearing explanations of other rules, such as targets further away are worth more points than closer ones, and moving targets and sturdy targets are worth more points than other targets. Looking at the 10 targets visible in front of me, I tried to get a rough idea of how to approach them. There are 10 targets but I only had 5 chances. It was clearly a means to distinguish between applicants who could use multicasting or AoE magic and those who couldn't. Seeing that the farthest target is 300 meters away, it seems that they're also evaluating our maximum range. Moving targets and such are probably for evaluating how quickly you can use offensive magic or how well you can use it at the timing you want. Sturdy targets would be the standard for evaluating the power of one's magic itself. Although it was a simple test of destroying just 10 targets, it had sufficient discriminatory power as an evaluation. If I used triple casting well, I should be able to hit them all somehow. 3 at a time, The one furthest away needs to be shot with concentration, so that one will have to be dealt with separately. After roughly planning in my head, I briefly chanted the spell for magic arrow with triple casting above my right hand. The exam supervisor looked with quite an interested gaze at the 3 magic arrows created above my hand with a single chant. Galaxy TL axiomatic. It was a natural reaction. While double casting might be understandable, there would probably be almost no applicants who could do triple casting. It was time for the magic skills I learned while peeling potatoes in the kitchen at dawn to shine. Pierce, arrows of magic. Whoosh. As soon as I finished chanting the spell while swinging my right hand forward, 3 magic arrows flew forward. At first, I aimed at the 3 closest targets to warm up. If I just repeat this 2 more times, I should be able to easily destroy up to 9 targets. Thud, thud, thud. However, unlike the scene I had imagined in my head, the 3 magic arrows that flew from my hand all traced strange trajectories and fell to the ground. For a moment, unable to grasp the situation, one of Lilith's ability stats flashed through my confused mind. Open hollow corner bracket luck, 2. Ah, right, this cursed accuracy stat. As soon as all 3 magic arrows from my triple cast in my first attempt plunged into the ground, a strange sense of crisis began to swirl in my mind. Wait, did I just fail? Even excluding Mana Blast, I had 2 offensive spells I could use, plus I could utilize triple casting, and on top of that, I could use Clean as a support spell, so I hadn't been particularly nervous. But as soon as I started the target destruction test, a sense of crisis began to creep up, sensing that I had failed. Lilith's current luck stat is only 2. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Converted to the hit rate formula of Luminar Academy, it was a measly figure of only about 4-5%. The number of spells I could use simultaneously was limited to triple casting at best, so even if I used all 5 chances with triple casting, I could only use magic a total of 15 times. No, I've already messed up once, so I only have 12 chances left. This is even more desperate, damn it. If I'm not careful, there's a possibility of a disaster where I keep using triple casting and fail without destroying even a single target. This wasn't the time to be spouting nonsense about it being a piece of cake. It wasn't the time to be complacent, thinking I'd pass for sure. It was a moment when my possibility of crashing to the ground in the entrance exam, just like the magic arrows that had just flown, was looming. It was a moment when Lilith's innate limitation of her terribly low luck stat was truly holding her back. Instead of regretting this desperate stat that couldn't escape single digits even at level 9, I should be thinking about how to overcome this situation right now. The problem I was facing was an entrance exam that wouldn't be strange to fail right away. Don't be nervous, take it slowly. Yes, it's not because of nervousness that I can't hit. It's just that this character itself wasn't created for offensive magic. However, having already started the magic department's entrance exam, there was no way to back out now. It was now impossible to enter the academy through another department if things went wrong. Once I had taken the exam for the magic department, applying to other departments would be considered cheating by Luminar Academy. I guess I have no choice but to rely on luck somehow. Although relying on luck with Lilith, who had no luck, was insane in itself, I had no other choice at the moment. Galaxy TL axiomatic. First, Shockwave was a short-range spell with a slight hit rate correction, so it wasn't a means I could use now. Also, Mana Blast consumed all magic power the moment it was used, so it was truly a spell with no backup, and strictly speaking, its range wasn't wide enough to guarantee passing. With really good luck, it could hit about 3 targets at once, otherwise, the limit was about 2. Moreover, even if I used the 9 skill points I had accumulated, I wasn't in a position to learn useful offensive magic right now. AoE magic would be the only thing I could try with a low hit rate, but it would take more than 9 skill points to learn area of effect magic now. Magic, dwell in my hand. In the end, I made my decision and created 3 magic arrows through triple casting just like before. This time too, I aimed at the 3 closest scarecrows and cast them as if throwing them, just like before. Pierce, arrows of magic, thud, thud, thud. Watching the magic arrows fly off course and crash into the ground after barely grazing the targets, I let out all kinds of screams in my mind. It's gotten to the point where the exam supervisor, unable to bear watching, carefully offered advice. It's good to try triple casting, but wouldn't it be better to focus on hitting with 1 or 2 shots? If you pass the entrance exam, you'll be able to learn how to properly triple cast at the academy. Thank you for the advice. I understand why they would say that. From the academy staff's perspective, missing out on a talent who can do triple casting before even entering would be quite painful. While double casting might be achievable through individual effort, triple casting was magic that couldn't be used unless one had exceptional magical aptitude. So, I understand tearfully well the intention behind such advice, thinking to pass me first and then nurture me at the academy. To begin with, the problem wasn't the scattered concentration due to triple casting. It was just that Lilith's terrible hit rate limited my attack magic. Pierce, arrows of magic, crash, oh, huh, on the third attempt, miraculously, 1 out of 3 shots hit and destroyed a target. Although it was the second target from the front, the fact that it was destroyed was what mattered. It meant that I had somehow broken through the slim 5% probability and witnessed a small miracle. Now, if I can just hit 4 out of the remaining 6 shots. If I could destroy just 5 out of 10, I might barely make it into the passing cutoff line. That level would mean I'd be considered an average noble apprentice mage. Unable to use AoE magic or multicasting, but skilled enough to hit targets steadily without mistakes during the 5 chances. Galaxy TL axiomatic. To be precise, I just need to hit 1 shot on the 4th attempt. If I can do that, I should be able to destroy up to 3 targets with Mana Blast on the last attempt. Thinking that, I tried to shoot 3 magic arrows in a similar way to the 3rd attempt on the 4th try, but the result for Lilith, with a single-digit hit rate and luck, was disastrous. Thud, thud, thud. Ah, as soon as I saw the magic arrows crashing to the ground, I heard the entrance exam supervisor's sigh-filled voice. I started to feel ashamed of myself for not being able to hit even stationary scarecrows. Applicant, why don't you try using it after calming down a bit? From what I can see, you seem to have enough talent. Really, if I could just hit 1 more shot, it seemed like I could somehow make it. Now, the only means left to me was to throw all my remaining magic power into 1 Mana Blast. Even if I was lucky enough to hit 3 targets, it was already a moment far from the passing range. If I had just hit 1 more from the triple castings I've used so far, I could have had some hope. Wait, come to think of it, I don't necessarily have to use triple casting only for magic arrows, right? Yes, the premise was wrong from the start. The premise that Magic Arrow was the most suitable spell for using triple casting was wrong. I hadn't thought of it until now because I was obsessed with the idea that Mana Blast was a last resort, but thinking about it, Mana Blast was actually the most effective spell to use with triple casting. Since it's a spell that consumes all remaining magic power, the power of the 3 magic spheres should be similarly enhanced. Even if the power is dispersed and the range is somewhat reduced, Mana Blast itself was already a considerable area of effect spell. If I could hit special targets with 3 Mana Blasts, or hit 2 or more at once. Applicant, with your last attempt, please do your best. Magic, ? The moment that thought occurred to me, I started chanting the spell for the final sure hit technique, imbuing both hands with the sensation of using Mana Blast. By chanting Mana Blast, along with triple casting, 3 spheres immediately began to form above my hands. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The time for being at ease and saying things like I didn't want to stand out, if possible, had already passed. After all, the most important thing right now is to pass without failing. Wait a moment, applicant. The exam supervisor called out to me in confusion upon seeing the 3 growing magic spheres, but it was magic that couldn't be stopped once started. Whatever I might hear later, for now, I had no choice but to just throw them. As I was putting about 500 mana into each shot, the power was already certain, and I didn't need to aim for a specific area with a 5-meter wide magic sphere like the Mana Blast I used last time. I only needed to hit 3 important targets. The farthest target, the moving target, and the sturdy target. If I could definitely destroy these 3 highest scoring targets, I should be able to put my name on the passing cutoff line, barring any extreme circumstances. If I'm lucky enough to destroy other targets along with them, that would be a bonus. Explode. Bombs of magic. With that thought, I threw the 3 magic spheres I had raised above my head forward with all my might. Soon after, 3 explosion sounds rang out at the magic department entrance exam site. After somehow finishing the Mana Blast bombardment, the magic department entrance exam. As soon as I hurriedly left the magic department exam site, where about 3 large crater-like holes had formed, and returned to the central plaza of the academy, I encountered Ethan waiting at the place we agreed on. Maid, did the exam go well? Should I say that it went well? Well, since it seemed I had at least avoided failing, I answered moderately to avoid unnecessary worry. Yes, well, it seems I did reasonably well. Reasonably. Was the exam difficult for you, Lilith? No, well, it wasn't that difficult. I just jumped in as Lilith without any preparation and almost failed completely. Still, it was fortunate, if you could call it that I somehow managed to pull through, thanks to the mana blasts on my final attempt. In the end, the targets I destroyed totaled 6. I hit one of the sturdiest targets and one next to it. One moving target and one next to it. And one of the farthest targets, plus one that I hit by chance while firing magic arrows. I destroyed more than half, including the 3 highest scoring targets, for a total of 6, so my strategy was successful. To be honest, it's rather ridiculous that I only destroyed 6 targets after firing magic of that scale. But, well, who cares? As long as I reach a passing score, that's all that matters. As for how to increase my hit rate, that is, how to increase my luck, I'd have to figure that out after entering the academy. There were a few subjects that increased luck during academy classes, after all. Galaxy TL axiomatic. If you're curious about whether I passed, you don't need to worry. It looks like I'll be able to pass sufficiently. Really, yes. However, since the exam subject wasn't my strong area, I probably won't get a high score. That can't be helped. Everyone has things they're good at and things they're not. I know you're an excellent mage, so it's okay. Thank you for saying that. Ah, come to think of it, I think I heard a familiar explosion sound from the exam site earlier. Was that caused by you? Isn't today the day your swordsmanship department exam results come out, young master? Did you check while I was taking the exam? No, not yet. I wanted to check together with you. That works out well. We still have time before lunch, so how about checking now, young master? Sure, let's do that. So, we moved together to the bulletin board in front of the academy headquarters to check whether Ethan was accepted into the swordsmanship department. In fact, what I was really curious about wasn't Ethan's results but whether another character had entered the swordsmanship department. It was time to confirm whether the protagonist had entered the swordsmanship department as expected or had chosen another department. It wasn't too difficult to find Ethan's name on the bulletin board in front of the academy headquarters. Generally, when the academy posts multiple student names on a bulletin board, they don't distinguish between nobles and commoners. Of course, they don't distinguish between noble ranks either. The method of Luminar Academy was to sort names in ascending order, regardless of whether noble and commoner names were mixed. It's probably the most fair way to present the results and it's less likely to be nitpicked. Galaxy TL axiomatic. As I've mentioned many times, Luminar Academy was a domestic game, so sorting names in ascending order meant sorting them in alphabetical order. Looking around the list near E, I was soon able to find Ethan's name. Ark Rilkania, Ethan Richard Blackwood 1, Emma Lightsword. Maid, did you find it? Yes, you've passed splendidly, young master. SP splendidly, congratulations. At least you won't have to hear the master scolding. Yeah, thanks. It's all thanks to you, Maid. It's just the reward for your efforts, young master. Well, I'll admit that I didn't do absolutely nothing. If I hadn't stimulated Ethan, he probably wouldn't have built up this level of swordsmanship skill, and he might not have been able to guarantee victory in the duel with Karaham. Still, the most important thing was that Ethan achieved this result because he worked hard. I just provided a bit of motivation. By the way, I also roughly checked whether other major characters were accepted. I only looked for those who affected the main plot of the game, like Natalie or Karaham. I briefly wondered if Karaham's defeat in the duel with Ethan might affect his acceptance, but looking at the results, it seemed the story so far wasn't deviating much from the original. Of course, what was important wasn't Ethan or Karaham, but whether the protagonist character had entered the swordsmanship department. How do I find the protagonist's name among all these names? Even if I had sunk 2,000 hours into Luminar Academy in my previous life, it was obviously impossible to memorize the names of all the students of the academy. What kind of crazy person could memorize the names of all the extras and minor characters? Still, it didn't matter. Even if I didn't know the protagonist character's name, there was a way to find them. It was by using the fact that in Luminar Academy, the protagonist character has a fixed surname. Galaxy TL axiomatic. It might seem strange that they let you freely choose the first name but fix the surname, but for the game's story, this last name had to be fixed. In this list of students, I just needed to find the surname, Volt, and that would lead to the full name of the protagonist. Volt, where's Volt? Volt. Maid. Yes. What are you staring at so intently? Are you looking for someone? No, I just thought I'd memorize some names as they might be in the same classes as you in the future, young master. You're so diligent, Maid. In fact, I was looking at the list on the bulletin board because there really was someone I was looking for. I decided to just check the first few lines on the front, as it seemed like Ethan might become suspicious if I kept looking for too long. The thought crossed my mind that I might be wasting time unnecessarily in a situation where I couldn't even be sure if the protagonist character had taken the swordsmanship department entrance exam. As I was about to turn back after roughly scanning the names near the G section, I was able to find a name that anyone would say could only belong to a player. As soon as I confirmed that name, whose meaning I could roughly guess, I couldn't help but fall into deep despair. What's wrong, Maid? And nothing, it's nothing, young master. For nothing, your expression is quite serious. That can't be. I'm completely fine, why young master? Let's go back to the inn and rest for now. You seem tired from the entrance exam today, Maid. Why yes. My mind was filled with all sorts of complex emotions just from confirming the protagonist's name. At the same time, it was a moment when I began to seriously worry about whether this world itself could be safe. No matter how I thought about it, the hero of this world who chose that kind of name didn't seem at all likely to try to catch the Demon King. About an hour after Ethan and Lilith left the bulletin board, a man and a woman, with appearances and attire sufficient to attract many people's attention, walked directly to the bulletin board of the academy. Galaxy TL axiomatic. A tall man with white hair with a two-handed sword at his waist. And a woman with pink hair wrapped in a pure white priest's robe. The large and small wounds on various parts of the man's body and armor indirectly indicated his experience in many battles. The star and curve patterns on the pure white priest's robe proved that she was a saint of the Aurelian Church. How did it go, hero? The hero of the Aurelian Church looked for his name by scanning the list of those who passed on the bulletin board from top to bottom with a serious expression. His gaze quietly stopped at one side of the bulletin board. After confirming his name written there, he let out a slightly troubled sigh and answered the woman. Fortunately, it seems of passed, saint. As expected of you, hero. I knew you would pass. The fate I felt about you said so, too. Yes. Thank you for believing in me, Saint Sarista. The pink-haired girl called Sarista gave a smile to the hero. However, he, paying little attention to such a bright smile, just quietly scanned the academy bulletin board once more. Natalie, Caraham, Ethan is the original story flowing properly for now. Then who was that woman I saw in Silverwood? No matter how I looked at it, she looked exactly like Ariana. I'm pretty sure the prostitute in Silverwood was supposed to be a petite woman with pink hair. Hero, was it set randomly without much meaning from the start? But other parts are still the same. Hero, how long are you going to keep standing in front of the bulletin board? I'm sorry, Saint Sarista. The hero, who had been lost in thought and muttering to himself for a moment, quietly stepped back at Sarista's words. The empty space he left was quickly filled by other applicants trying to check their acceptance. Again, with the incomprehensible talk about original story and random, what's the matter this time? I'm sorry, it's something I can't explain to you, Saint Sarista. I understand. If it's something you can't talk about, hero, there must be a reason. Thank you for understanding. Since you've been accepted to the academy, let's go to the church today to report your achievements. I also need to prepare to enter the academy from next year by talking to the high priest. Understood, Saint. Although he was still a man whose thoughts were impossible to understand, Sarista enjoyed walking together with him while watching his expression. Having already gone through several hardships with the hero, he already occupied quite a large part of Sarista's heart. Galaxy L axiomatic. The fact that she could live as a student at the academy with him for the next 4 years was a fact that made her happy. From next year, both you and I will be students of Luminar Academy. Yes, that's right, as it has been until now. I look forward to working with you in the future. Hero Gyungwajogigigwat. Gyungwajogigigwat Volt's expression stiffened for a moment as soon as he heard his name from Sarista's mouth. As soon as she saw that expression, realizing her mistake, she hurriedly bowed her head to gauge his mood. I'm sorry, hero. I was so happy that I accidentally. It's alright, but next time, I'd appreciate it if you could call me by my surname instead of my first name. As I've said before, I don't really like my first name. I'll keep that in mind. The two headed towards the Aurelian church at the academy, each carrying different complicated emotions in their hearts. Youngwajogigigwat Volt, the hero of Luminar Academy, and Sarista, the fake saint of the Aurelian church. Although there were various events during the entrance exam, Ethan and I successfully entered the swordsmanship department and magic department of the academy, respectively. We also confirmed that the key characters of the swordsmanship and magic departments had passed their respective entrance exams. We couldn't wait for all of the remaining entrance exams that would continue for over a week, so we could only confirm the characters in these two departments that Ethan and I had applied for. Among the characters I confirmed that passed, the one that troubled my mind the most was, of course, the protagonist's name. Youngwajogigigwat Volt. It was a shocking name that felt like it would chip away at my mind just by imagining it in my head. Probably anyone who sees this name, that looks like it was created by randomly smashing a keyboard, would think the same. Of course, no matter how strange a name the hero has that's hard to even pronounce, it doesn't actually affect what happens in Luminar Academy. It's just a difference between whether the player can play with more immersion from the player's perspective or just play casually, thinking that a game is just a game. And Youngwa anyway, that guy's name was clearly closer to the latter for anyone who saw it. Of course, if it was really about controlling the protagonist as if playing a game, it wouldn't matter. Who cares what name you give your character? However, believe it or not, this world is now the undeniable reality where I live and breathe, and in reality, I simply couldn't trust a hero who named himself like that. Well, whether I can trust the hero or not, the world will go on as it is, and the inhabitants of this world will treat the protagonist with that strange name just like a normal hero. I, too, had to respond as normally as possible when I encountered that hero. I could be certain in my heart that if I got involved with this person as a fellow transmigrator, it would undoubtedly lead to unfavorable entanglements. Youngwajogigigwat Volt, Youngwajogigigwat Volt, Youngwahoge, Youngwajogigigwat Volt. If I mispronounced it at all, it would surely raise suspicion. No matter how strangely the protagonist's name was created, it was treated as a normal name in Luminar Academy, so stammering while pronouncing it would also be dangerous. As we were to depart for the academy again from today, I needed to memorize it thoroughly. Youngwajogigigwat Volt. Good. With this, the plan to not get involved with the protagonist was somewhat complete. I should respond normally while pretending to be simple-minded Maid Lilith, as much as possible, even if we meet. If he tries to get involved with Ethan in a strange way. I'll just block that part. I had clothes and daily necessities needed for staying at the academy for about 4 months, study materials, and other things needed for emergency funds or maid duties. I packed all the things I needed securely, so it was now time to board the carriage heading to Luminar Academy. In doing so, we'd enter part 2 of the story, the start of the main story of the original game, Luminar Academy, Age of Sword and Magic. As I've mentioned once before, the main story of Luminar Academy is divided into 5 parts. Excluding parts 1 and 5, which can be seen as the prologue and epilogue, the actual main story of the game could be said to start from part 2, when you enter the academy. In other words, for Ethan and me, today's departure to the Island of Knowledge could be said to be the beginning of the main story of Luminar Academy. It might seem a bit unfair that we have to return to the academy again less than a week after taking the entrance exam on the Island of Knowledge, but it can't be ignored that the Blackwood estate was in an advantageous location. Nobles whose territories were located at the northern or eastern ends, or commoners who couldn't easily get carriages, had to wait for dormitory admission on the Island of Knowledge after taking the entrance exam until they could enter the academy. The proximity of the Blackwood estate to the Island of Knowledge was an advantage at times like this. Are you ready, Maid? Yes, young master. However, there might be items missing from the luggage I prepared for you, so I recommend checking once more before departing. I checked last night. Anyway, the only important things we need are the academy uniform and my swords, so if needed, we'll buy and live with what we get there. Understood, young master. Isabel has already gone down to the mansion entrance to load the luggage, so we just need you to be ready. Alright, then, let's depart. If we depart late, we might have to camp overnight in the middle of the journey. I don't really like camping events because the probability of encountering bandits is high. As Ethan said, it would be better to depart as soon as possible. If we really encounter something troublesome, like bandits, it would be unpleasant in many ways. So, Ethan, having packed his luggage for staying at the academy for 4 months, ran down the grand staircase of the mansion to its entrance. There, we met the servants of the Blackwood family gathered to see me, Ethan, and Isabel off. Have a safe trip, young Master Ethan. Yes, I'll leave the mansion in your care for a while, Didmire. Don't worry, we'll manage thoroughly so that we can welcome you and the Master whenever you return home. Lilith Rosewood, Isabel Grace. Both of you, don't forget your responsibilities as maids, as your duty is to assist young Master Ethan. Yes, head maid, especially you, Lilith Rosewood. Although you've become a noble of a branch family of the Blackwoods, as you remain young Master Ethan's exclusive maid, I hope you'll do your best in your role as an exclusive maid. I still think of you as a maid of the Blackwoods before being a noble lady. You don't need to worry, head maid. You shouldn't make me worry in order for me not to worry. Well, I owe head maid Melissa in many ways. She was one of the few people who still treated me casually, like before, even after I became a noble lady. To be honest, it didn't feel good to be called young lady by other servants while wearing the same maid uniform as them, so I was rather more grateful for the consistent attitude of the head maid and Didmire. The same goes for Isabel and Catherine, who still think of me as a friend and colleague. Take care on your trip, Miss Lilith. Yes, Senior Catherine. And Isabel too, go and serve young Master Ethan and Miss Lilith well. Yes, Senior Catherine. Catherine approached me and Isabel to give her farewell greetings as soon as the head maid's send-off ended. Today, the face of this pitiful crybaby maid seemed even more pitiful. Thank you for staying with a scatterbrain maid like me for years. If it weren't for Miss Lilith and Isabel, I probably would have lived being bullied by Ariana and Alicia forever. You're not a scatterbrain maid, Senior Catherine. Neither Lilith nor I think of you as scatterbrained. No, more than that, it's not like we're parting forever. We'll return to the mansion for our summer vacation after the first semester, so why are you crying like this is the last time you'll be seeing us? But still until now, I've worked hard because you two were here. If both of you suddenly leave for the academy like this, wah. Sigh, don't cry, Senior, please stop. Catherine is unable to let go of me and Isabel easily, probably because we have a history of working together as a team of junior maids in the past. Unlike when she sent me off alone about 10 days ago, it seems her emotions finally overflowed when she had to send Isabel off as well. In 2 to 3 years, Catherine will also enter the ranks of the senior maids, but I wonder if it's okay to promote such a delicate person to a senior maid of a duke's family. Her working speed and skills were still the fastest and most reliable among the three of us, though. Thanks to Isabel's personality fitting soothing and comforting, Catherine was able to somehow stop crying and see us off with a smiling face. After finishing our goodbyes, the three of us, me, Ethan, and Isabel, finally boarded the carriage heading to the academy. Are the farewells over? Yes. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, young master. It's okay. We'll be apart for 3 months, so you should have enough time to talk. That's true, but we should still leave before it gets too late. Right, Maid, and Isabel, get in the carriage too. Yes, young Master Ethan. Isabel entered the carriage, following Ethan and me with a particularly joyful expression. It seemed she was quite happy to visit the academy with the position of my exclusive maid. Well, it's not incomprehensible that she's so happy, given that as an ordinary commoner, she would rarely have the chance to visit the academy, even as an exclusive maid. By the way, the reason Harold didn't come out to see his son off was simple. While Ethan and I were away taking the academy entrance exam, Harold had left to go somewhere and hadn't returned yet. As a result, Ethan's last duel with Harold somehow fizzled out, and of course, there was no instance of me letting Ethan touch my chest when he won against Harold. In the end, Harold didn't return to the mansion until today, the day we departed for the academy again, so it's safe to say that Ethan won't have a chance to touch my chest for at least 3 to 4 months. Even if Ethan tries to make other conditions to touch my chest again or proposes other conditions, I plan to refuse him thoroughly. The days of moaning in front of this guy every 2 weeks are now over, at least, during the semester. As I was thinking about this after boarding the carriage bearing the Blackwood family crest started moving with the sound of horse driving. The carriage carrying the three of us, one new student of the swordsmanship department of Luminar Academy, one exclusive maid to assist the lady entering the academy, and me with the peculiar status of being both a new student of the magic department and the young master's exclusive maid, moved along the southwest road. We moved towards Luminar Academy, where both expected and unexpected encounters were waiting. The carriage carrying one coachman and 3 passengers moved towards the academy, maintaining a rather cheerful atmosphere. The scenery seemed somewhat familiar, probably because we had traveled this road once just a week ago. Perhaps the road itself had become familiar quite a while ago. After all, it was a path I often traveled when returning to the academy while playing Luminar Academy. Even though those memories from several years ago are starting to become a bit hazy. Well, it wasn't so bad since I had become accustomed to the atmosphere of this world to that extent. After all, the world I would have to live in for longer was not Korea, from my past, but rather the Argentian Empire. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The carriage moved forward, brushing past scenery that exuded the fresh atmosphere of early spring. Isabel, unlike her usual self, couldn't hide her slightly excited emotions and spoke to me as if thrilled. Lilith, this is the first time I've come this far by carriage. Really? Yes. I've often gone back and forth to the villages in the Blackwood estate for work, but this is the first time I've come this far by carriage. Well, Isabel, whose living area had been within the Blackwood estate, had reason to be excited. I deliberately didn't ask questions about her hometown or her parents whom she used to live with. That was also the general courtesy among maids. In this world, most live-in maids in noble houses had, for one reason or another, been cut off from their original hometown or family. There's no need to dig into facts that are likely to be uncomfortable if heard. Isabel probably wouldn't want to hear about how my father sold me as a debt maid due to gambling debts, either. Instead, it was a much better choice in many ways to liven up the mood with the pleasant conversation right in front of us. You'll probably be even more surprised when we arrive at Luminar Academy. The Island of Knowledge, where the academy is located, is a piece of land in the middle of a large lake connected by an incredibly long bridge. An island in the middle of a lake, it sounds so beautiful. It is beautiful. On clear days, the sky is reflected in the lake, making it look like an island floating in the sky. Wow! Isabel's eyes sparkled with curiosity as soon as I briefly explained the place we were heading to. Although there were initially some twists and turns in her accompanying me to the academy as my exclusive maid, thinking about it now, I believe it was a good thing that we're going together. Anyway, with Isabel around, it seemed unlikely that there would be any boring or depressing times while attending the academy. Certainly, Isabel's positive energy had a strange charm that spread to those around her. The usually expressionless maid smiles well when she's with her friend. Were we noisy, young Master Ethan? No, I just like seeing you looking happy, maid. You don't usually show such a happily smiling face. Is that so? Yes, that's all. Still, I think I've smiled often lately because there's been a lot of good news. Come to think of it, most of the times I've smiled in this world were when talking with Isabel or Catherine. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Other than that, it was just me grinning alone in my room on special days like when I leveled up or when I gained the status of a quasi-viscount noble. I thought it might have been the first time I'd shown a smiling expression in front of Ethan, except for the fake smile at our first meeting. Also, I seem to have shown embarrassed expressions more often. Would you prefer if I smiled more often? Huh, didn't you say you liked seeing me looking happy? If you need it, I'll try to work while smiling as much as possible from now on. There's no need for that. You're fine just as you are now, maid. Is that so? Yes. So you don't need to forcibly manage your expressions because of me. I want to make you smile myself. Pardon. No, it's nothing. How silly. Should I be grateful that he at least didn't demand that I should control my expressions in front of me? Come to think of it, in Luminar Academy, this disgusting guy always forcibly demanded that Lilith, his exclusive maid, maintain a smiling expression. He did so to hide his abuse of her by making Lilith appear normal on the outside. It was a moment when I could distinguish the clear difference between the disgusting guy and the current Ethan, even in such casual everyday conversations. Well, attending the same academy with this Ethan for 4 years might not be so bad. No, thinking about it seriously, it might even be a bit enjoyable. Isabel, yes, why are you suddenly looking at us with such a strange smile? When did I? You're doing it right now. It's nothing, hee. Why is Isabel suddenly looking back and forth between me and Ethan with such a strange feeling? Come to think of it, Isabel has also changed a bit compared to Isabel in the game. To give the most obvious example, Isabel in the game always had a worried expression, as if she had a lot on her mind. Sometimes, in cutscenes, when Ethan and Lilith passed by her, she would look at their backs with a really cold gaze. Galaxy TL axiomatic. She wasn't looking with this strangely content smile like she is now. Well, no matter how much Isabel's personality has changed, it can't be as drastic as Ethan's. While I was thinking that and continuing the conversation about the academy that we couldn't finish earlier with her, I heard Ethan calling me quietly from across again. Maid. Yes. No, I was calling the maid. I'm sorry. It's okay, it can happen. Just don't get confused next time. Ethan briefly apologized to Isabel, who had answered almost simultaneously with me. As you can probably infer from our conversations so far, when he uses the title maid, it's mostly when calling me, his exclusive maid. When calling other maids like Isabel or Catherine, he usually calls them by their name or surname. It wasn't particularly uncomfortable. Anyway, I was the only one Ethan called maid. Most of the maids working in the mansion knew that fact. I thought for a moment that Isabel might have made a mistake because she was too excited about going to the academy. But for some reason, today's Isabel added something while apologizing to Ethan. But, young master, do you intend to keep using maid to call Lilith even after entering the academy? I'm sorry, but I intend to keep using it. But isn't the academy an educational facility where many nobles gather, not just young master Ethan and Lilith? I think there will probably be many noble children and exclusive maids at the academy besides young master Ethan and Lilith. What are you trying to say? I'm just offering my personal opinion that it might cause fewer problems if you called her Lilith instead of maid, at least within the academy. Ethan fell silent for a moment at Isabel's rather bold, direct statement. He seemed to be contemplating quite seriously as if this was something he hadn't thought about at all until now. Galaxy TL axiomatic. After hearing Isabel's words, I also realized it certainly was an important topic. Once we enter the academy, there will be countless exclusive maids of other nobles or maids employed by the academy itself walking around. If he continued to call me maid there, it would inevitably lead to misunderstandings several times a day. Inside the mansion, I was the only person Ethan called maid, so except for new maids, there was no one who got confused. Obviously, however, the academy is outside the mansion. It seemed necessary to sort out the titles before we entered the academy. Certainly, I think Isabel's opinion has merit. Maid. It seems necessary for you to call me by my name from now on, young master Ethan, if only to avoid confusion when needed. Young master. Ethan awkwardly avoided my gaze, strangely uncomfortable with the suggestion to call me by name. Why is he reacting like this only when it comes to calling my name when he easily calls other maids by their names? His incomprehensible and ridiculous attitude made me feel slightly unpleasant for some reason. I deliberately leaned my head slightly towards Ethan's averted gaze and asked him again. Young master Ethan. Why yes, maid. Not maid, but Lilith. Young master Ethan. Alright, Lilith. I don't understand why he's reacting so awkwardly just to call me by name. Men always seem to get strangely shy about the oddest things. Now that I'm conscious of it, I feel a bit awkward too. Come to think of it, I don't think Ethan has called me directly by name very often. That was practically the first time, except for when I pretended to be his fiancé during the monster invasion at the Imperial Palace about a year ago. Galaxy TL axiomatic. His exaggerated reaction made me feel self-conscious and embarrassed, too, as if by illusion. I deliberately avoided eye contact with Ethan sitting across from me and quietly turned my gaze out the window. What's wrong, Isabel? Nothing. It's nothing, he. No, really, what is it? What's with that look? The carriage carrying the three of us arrived at the Island of Knowledge late at night when the sky had completely darkened. Just like on the day we took our entrance exams, Ethan and I had to face a long line of carriages, as the procession of noble carriages entering to enroll in the academy extended far into the Island of Knowledge. In the end, we were finally able to enter the academy at the late hour of almost 11 p.m. You should stay at a nearby inn tonight and return to the Blackwood estate tomorrow. Thank you for driving us such a long way. Yes, young master, I wish you a safe and successful life in the academy. Thank you for your hard work. Take care, Mr. Coachman. After sending back the coachman and carriage that had brought the young master of the household and 2 maids to the academy, we also entered the academy dormitory, dragging our bodies that were tired from the long journey. All 3 of us had our hands full of luggage packed for 4 months of living. Before we enter the dormitory, let me briefly explain that the dormitories of Luminar Academy are divided into buildings 1 through 4. The capacity for each department in the academy is around 50 students, and since there are 4 years of students, there were roughly 200 students per department. It wasn't possible to house and manage about 1,500 to 1,600 students from all 8 departments in one building. The plan of the dormitory was to accommodate students by dividing the buildings into 2 departments each. Building 1 was for the swordsmanship and spearmanship departments, Building 2 for the archery and martial arts departments, and Building 3 for the technical and pharmacy departments. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. Building 4 was the dormitory for the magic department, which I'm in, and the theology department. So, Ethan and I, who entered the swordsmanship and magic departments, respectively, would go to buildings 1 and 4. No, wait, come to think of it, since I'm Ethan's exclusive maid, shouldn't I be living in the swordsmanship department dormitory with Ethan? There were cases of students like me who were both students and those who performed exclusive maid or butler duties. It was natural that there would be servants with exceptional talents or physical abilities. Just look at Princess Seraphine, who had enrolled Luke in the technical department and was using him as her personal knight. Unless you were entering a special dormitory for royalty like Seraphine, usually, servant students in different departments from their masters naturally had to stay in the servants' room attached to their master's dormitory room. Then, as Ethan's exclusive maid, I should naturally go to Building 1, the swordsmanship department dormitory. But then, what about Isabel? Come to think of it, Isabel came to the academy as my exclusive maid, right? But if I, Isabel's actual master, end up in the swordsmanship department dormitory, would Isabel be left stranded in the magic department dormitory room? Even if that happened, the academy wouldn't allow it. Above all, the moment that happens, the meaning of bringing Isabel to the academy becomes diluted. The reason she came to the academy with Ethan and me was to assist me in serving Ethan, but if we ended up in different buildings, it would naturally become troublesome for her to serve Ethan. On the contrary, if I stayed in the magic department dorm, there would be no one to serve Ethan. What should we do, Lilith? Yes, young Master Ethan. What's wrong? You've had a serious expression as soon as we entered the dormitory building. Actually, I was just thinking about the problem that arises with the dormitory assignments for Isabel and me. A problem arises. Problem. Ethan tilted his head towards me in response to my mention of a possible problem while Isabel looked at me with anxious eyes. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. I explained the issue that had just occurred to me to both of them. After hearing my explanation, Ethan smiled once and then answered as if wondering why I was worried about such a thing. Come to think of it, I haven't explained it to you yet, Lilith. Pardon, you don't need to worry about cases like you and I being separated or you and Isabel being separated. I have a method I've thought of in advance. Is that so? Yes. However, there's one document that needs to be filled out before we enter the dormitory. I think we should stop by the dormitory management office first. Understood, young Master Ethan. Come to think of it, this guy has been quite sharp-witted since he started to mature. Thinking that Ethan would have surely come up with a solution, I followed him into the office without much suspicion. As soon as I checked the document Ethan handed me there, I couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Open hollow corner bracket Luminar Academy married, engaged couple dormitory room usage application close hollow corner bracket. The dormitory room usage application he handed me was what was commonly known among Luminar Academy players as the couple dormitory application. Ethan's intention in writing his name in one column and handing this to me felt somewhat strange. What does this mean? Even though I closed my eyes and opened them again, wondering if I had misread it, the phrase, married, engaged couple, written at the top of the document didn't change at all. The name, Ethan Richard Blackwood, written in the male column also remained unchanged. Naturally, my gaze had to shift to Ethan, who had handed me the document. Young Master Ethan, I didn't give it to you with any strange meaning, so don't worry. It seems you're aware that it could be interpreted in a strange way. I'm sorry, Lilith, but this was the only way for male and female students to use the same dormitory room. More precisely, it's the only way for the 3 of us, including Isabel, to use one room. Pardon, That's because each person can only bring one exclusive maid to the dormitory room. If we want to bring Isabel to the room, you and I would have to use separate rooms, but then it would be troublesome for both of you to serve me. That's true, but, even so, using a married, engaged couple dormitory room was an unexpected solution. It's all well and good to call it a married, engaged couple dormitory room. In the original game, it was just a means to extract CGs of the protagonist living together with heroines. Of course, such special event CGs also included erotic CGs. Of course, I had no intention of taking such CG-like scenes with Ethan. Objectively speaking, there wasn't anything particularly problematic about it. Even if I'm just a daughter of a branch family of the Blackwoods, I'm still a noble, so whether I got engaged or married to Ethan wouldn't go against imperial law. For me, Ethan, and Isabel to use one room, this method was the most problem-free and was the most effective solution. Galaxy TL axiomatic. But still, sharing a couple room with Ethan feels a bit awkward. Ethan probably wouldn't do anything strange, so maybe I don't need to worry too much. In the first place, I wasn't going to marry a man anyway, so I didn't care whether rumors spread about me getting engaged with or breaking up with Ethan. Rather, there was a possibility that annoying rumors might spread about Ethan more than me, but it was a proposal he made to me first. There's no need to interpret it in a distorted way, thinking there must be some deep meaning. There's no need to go the hard route when the easiest path is right in front of us. You really didn't give this to me with any strange meaning, right? Yes, I didn't give it with any strange meaning, so you can relax. I understand. Since you say so, young Master Ethan, I don't see any reason to refuse. Really, yes, as you said, this method would be the most efficient for Isabel to enter the dormitory with us as well. Thank you for understanding, Maid. Having reached my own conclusion, I filled in the part where my name should go on the application form I received from Ethan. I didn't want to wander around the academy unable to enter the dormitory until late at night. Open hollow corner bracket engaged couple. Male Ethan Richard Blackwood, female Lilith Blackwood Rosewood close hollow corner bracket. It felt a bit strange to see Ethan's name and mine written side by side as an engaged couple, but it's not like we're actually engaged. It's just a simple document for sharing a dormitory room, nothing else. I didn't have any other thoughts about it. Seriously, I didn't have any other thoughts at all. After filling out and submitting the couple dormitory the married engaged couple dormitory room usage application with Ethan. Only after about 30 minutes of document processing were we finally able to be assigned a double room in dormitory building 1. It was a spacious room with one large double bed, befitting a married engaged couple dormitory room. It was a fairly simple space consisting of one door leading to a private bathroom and toilet and another door leading to the servants' room. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Perhaps because it's a dormitory room used by many nobles, the facilities themselves were much more usable compared to the island outskirt inn we had stayed at before. This time I've confirmed for sure that there's no separate changing room, so I should be careful not to make any strange mistakes like last time. Everyone must be tired from the long journey today, so let's just change and go to bed. Yes, young master. Understood, young Master Ethan. As Ethan said, we had accumulated quite a lot of fatigue during the long carriage journey today, so it seemed better to go to bed quickly and prepare for tomorrow. With the Luminar Academy entrance ceremony just 3 days away, we had many tasks to do, such as conditioning and preparing our uniforms. Galaxy TL axiomatic. With that thought, I was about to move to the servants' room next door with Isabel, carrying our luggage, but suddenly, Ethan appeared and blocked me and Isabel from entering the servants' room. As Isabel and I, who couldn't understand what was happening, turned our gaze towards him, Ethan brazenly made a strange declaration. I'll use this room. Instead, you two use the spacious room here. Pardon, what do you mean? Young Master Ethan. This larger room is a double room, and the servants' room is a single room. Wouldn't it be much more comfortable for you if I, as a man, use the single room alone? What? Ethan suddenly presented some absurd logic and tried to enter the servants' room with his luggage. In place of Isabel, who was bewildered and didn't know what to do next to me at his bombshell declaration, I hurriedly grabbed Ethan's arm as he tried to enter the single room. At his statement that I simply couldn't let slide, my mouth uttered a direct rebuke to Ethan. Are you in your right mind, young Master Ethan? Are you in your right mind, young Master Ethan? As soon as I heard Ethan's statement about barging into the narrow servant's single room instead of using the perfectly fine double bed, words of frank advice towards him automatically spilled from my mouth. Isabel, rather than Ethan, was the first to react, surprised at my words. Lilith, even though I'm using the dormitory in a marital engagement relationship with you, young Master Ethan, it doesn't change the fact that you, young Master, are the highest-ranking person in here. For you, young Master, to say you'll crawl into the narrow room used by servants, leaving the best sleeping quarters, it doesn't seem like you're speaking with a sound mind at all. Lilith, you shouldn't speak to young Master Ethan like that. No, it's all right, I'll talk with Lilith myself, so Isabel, give us some space for a moment. Why yes. With Ethan's words to interfere, Isabel carefully slipped out from between me and Ethan. In a situation where we were left facing each other, Ethan continued his response to my frank advice. I understand why you would say that, Lilith. It would seem strange to you, my exclusive maid, for me to use the servant's room as my bedroom. It's not just a matter of seeming strange, it's a completely nonsensical idea. How could someone like you, young Master Ethan, who should know better, engage in such an eccentric act? Galaxy TL axiomatic. But before being nobles and servants, you and I are men and women. Naturally, living spaces between the sexes should be separated. The issue can be resolved by having Isabel and I use the servant's room and you, young Master Ethan, use the large room alone. Lilith, you just said it yourself. The narrow room used by servants. Do you think two people can live together in a narrow room with only a single bed? Ethan was giving logical arguments of his own, so I stuttered for a moment, unable to organize a response. Taking advantage of that opportunity, nonsense about how he should use the servant's room spilled from Ethan's mouth as if it were only natural. Think about it simply, Lilith. All we're dealing with is just a single room and a double room. And I'm saying that I, being a man, will use the single room alone. No, it's more appropriate for Isabel and I to use the single room, even if it's a bit cramped. I'm sure Isabel said she'd come to the academy following me, fully prepared for that much. Right, Isabel. Me. I've shared a small room with Lilith before when I was a junior maid, so I don't mind sharing a narrow room with Lilith, but... You heard that, right, young Master Ethan. Isabel also agrees with my opinion. But still, since the young master is the highest-ranking person here, I think we can only reach a conclusion if the young master ultimately agrees. I understand, Lilith, Ethan said. Sorry, Lilith. The situation was flowing towards a 2v1 due to Isabel's unexpected betrayal. No, strictly speaking, Isabel, being a servant of the Blackwoods, was in a position where she had no choice but to quietly follow whatever decision Ethan made. Anyway, it seemed Ethan himself wouldn't back down from this argument unless I could persuade him, and in the end, if I didn't persuade him, Ethan might really go into the servants' waiting room. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Pushing the young master I serve into the servants' waiting room while two maids live comfortably in the spacious room. What nonsense is that? Although I moved according to things that benefited my own survival and benefit, I still had a minimum level of conscience. No matter how much Ethan himself said he would crawl into the servant's room, I wasn't rotten enough to accept that at face value. Although Isabel said she would follow your decision, my opinion hasn't changed, young Master Ethan. Lilith, it's only right for you, young Master, the heir to the Blackwood family, to use the larger room. As someone who agreed to be young Master Ethan's exclusive maid for the 4 years of attending the academy, this is something I absolutely cannot concede. Then what about the two people using the single room? Won't one of them have to sleep on the floor? If necessary, I'll sleep on the floor. No, I can't allow you to sleep on the floor, Lilith. I won't accept that either. In the midst of a sharp confrontation with no sign of either of us backing down, Ethan and I continued our conversation while glaring at each other. Isabel, who had been watching our conversation, carefully interjected with a suggestion. I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation between the young master and Lilith, but may I make one suggestion? A suggestion. First, young master, you can't accept the possibility of Lilith having to sleep on the floor, right? That's right. And Lilith, you can't concede to the young master living in the narrow room, correct? Yes. Then, couldn't the young master and Lilith use the larger room together? Wait, come to think of it, isn't that the appropriate solution? Anyway, what I couldn't concede was Ethan living in a worse environment than me, his exclusive maid, so I wouldn't have any complaints as long as Ethan came out to live in the larger room. Also, Ethan was so stubborn because he was worried about Isabel and me living together in a narrow room, taking turns sleeping on the floor. In the end, the problem would be solved if Isabel used the single room and Ethan and I used the double room. As expected of clever Isabel, she's really good at thinking of a win-win. From the beginning, this dormitory room was approved for use as a marital engagement relationship dormitory for the young master and Lilith. If we follow the principles, I think it's right for the young master and Lilith to use the large room together. No, wait, Galaxy TL axiomatic. Isabel has a point, young master. I can't concede to you using the servant's room, and you can't accept Isabel and me entering the single room, so this solves the problem. Wait, Lilith, are you really okay with that? Pardon. I'm asking if it's really okay with you that you and I will use the same room. Question mark. Why is he suddenly making such a fuss about just sharing a room? It's not even the first time we've stayed in the same room. Just 10 days ago, we shared a single in-room for 4 days. Since he said there was no other meaning when submitting the dormitory application earlier, he probably wasn't conscious of anything just from sharing a room with me. Other than that, if there was another purpose Ethan might be aiming for, perhaps. Young Master Ethan, don't tell me. No, Lilith. What I'm worried about is just. Don't tell me you planned everything from the beginning with the intention of sharing a room with Isabel instead of me. No, that's not it, Lilith. I don't think that's it either, Lilith. I see. Well, if that had been the goal from the beginning, he wouldn't have brought me along as his exclusive maid in the first place. Fortunately, thanks to the cool-headed reactions of the two, there was no deepening of strange misunderstandings like last time, and Ethan continued the conversation with me, who had quieted down. What I'm worried about, Lilith, is that you might feel uncomfortable with my gaze as a man. What do you mean by that? Galaxy TL axiomatic. Even though we have experience living in the same space before, it was only for a short period of 3 to 4 days. An academy semester lasts at least 3 to 4 months, so can you guarantee that no accidents will happen while you and I live in the same room during that time? What kind of accidents? You know, the kind of accidents that can occur when men and women live in the same room. I'm sorry, I don't understand, young Master Ethan. For example, imagine if you were changing clothes and I saw you while we were sharing the same room. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for you, Lilith? Of course, we could reduce the frequency of such incidents if we're both careful, but we can't completely eliminate the possibility. What I'm saying is that it would be better to block the possibility of such things happening from the beginning. Ethan himself did have a point. No, apart from whether he had a point or not, they were strangely persuasive words. Especially from the perspective of a player who had played Luminar Academy for 2,000 hours in my previous life. Usually, when using a couple dormitory, the first event CG you obtain is the one Ethan just mentioned, changing clothes. In the first place, as long as you're living in the same room, it's natural for situations where you see each other's bare skin to occur, and there was no better scene than this to button up the first of such situations. Of course, unlike the couple dormitories used by the protagonist with heroines for the purpose of doing naughty things from the beginning, Ethan and I were in a situation where we would use the same room due to our mutual interests, but anyway, as he said, witnessing each other changing clothes was a situation that could commonly occur. Ethan claimed that he would use the servant's single room in order to block the possibility of such embarrassing situations occurring. If it's for that reason, his reaction is reasonable. It was the moment I could understand why Ethan was insisting on entering the single room instead of the double room. Considering Ethan's current personality, he would undoubtedly feel sorry even if he accidentally witnessed a scene of me changing clothes. Of course, I didn't particularly want Ethan to accidentally witness Isabel changing clothes, or vice versa, but still, up to the point of me being witnessed instead of Isabel, it was barely within the acceptable range. It doesn't matter, young Master Ethan. What, Lilith? I don't particularly mind if you happen to witness me changing clothes, young Master Ethan. There's no need for me to make a fuss over a simple accident without any intentions, is there? Are you being serious, Lilith? I am always serious, young Master Ethan. It was also funny that I, who was a man in my previous life, would be afraid to change clothes because of the gaze of just one man. Galaxy TL axiomatic. In the first place, I didn't particularly feel uncomfortable if it was Ethan. I had already shown him my chest several times in the past, so there was no reason to be shy about showing him me in my underwear now. The time to feel shame over such things had long passed. Although it wasn't by my own will that it turned out that way. Above all, just by showing this attitude of not minding, the problem of separating the three people's living spaces would be smoothly resolved. That's why I was deliberately showing a brazen attitude of not minding while answering. I didn't know that you, young Master Ethan, who has already seen my chest, would be concerned about something like this. This and that are different issues. When you showed me your chest, it was with permission, but this means you might show it without your will. Yes, I won't mind even if it's not shown by my will. If you find it hard to believe, I can show you right here and now. Zip. Wait, Lilith, what are you trying to do now? Lilith. Regardless of whether Ethan and Isabel were surprised, I was just unzipping the back of my maid uniform to take off the clothes I was wearing. The maid uniform, which had been covering my body until just now, flowed down to the floor in an instant. Kya, Lilith, how is it, young Master Ethan? This is a body you've seen many times in your room until now, isn't it? Even if you, young Master Ethan, witness me like this, I'm not bothered at all. Oh okay, I get it, just put your clothes back on quickly, Lilith. If you don't answer that you'll use the double room with me, young master, I have no choice but to prove it like this. If you can't believe my state of mind, I have no choice but to prove that I wouldn't mind showing myself in my underwear right here. Okay, I get it, Lilith. I believe you. I'll live in the same room with you, Lilith, so hurry up and put your clothes back on. Ethan, struggling between instinct and reason, desperately avoided my gaze and ordered me to put my clothes back on. Having achieved my goal somehow, I had no reason to walk around the room in my underwear like a shameless woman. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Anyway, since I was going to change clothes before bed, I just took out clothes to use as nightwear from the luggage I had brought and changed into them. You're too bold, Lilith ha. I could understand Ethan, but why was Isabel, another woman, being shy? Anyway, the issue of who would live in which room was somehow resolved, thanks to my bold decision. Ethan and I would live together in the larger room, sharing the same bed, and Isabel would use the servants' room alone. It was fortunate that my persuasion worked before I had to take off my underwear. Even for me, it would have been a bit shameful to brazenly take that off. 3 days had passed since I started living together with Ethan and Isabel in the dormitory of Luminar Academy. Unlike yesterday morning, today I woke up a bit earlier than usual and started preparing to go out. That's because today was the day of the entrance ceremony for new students at the academy. By the way, due to Ethan and Isabel's earnest requests, it was agreed that I would change clothes in Isabel's servant's room. They said that since the sleeping arrangements are all that matters, there's no need for Ethan to see me changing clothes. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Thinking about it, it seemed like a reasonable argument, so I accepted it without much opposition. It's not like Isabel's living space would become cramped just from me changing clothes there. Also, Ethan would be more comfortable changing clothes without having to be conscious of my presence in the same room. Today's your first day of school, right, Lilith? Yeah. It feels like just yesterday we were working together as junior maids at the Blackwood Mansion. I never imagined you would end up enrolling in the academy, Lilith. I can hardly believe it myself. Even I hadn't expected that I, as Lilith, would enroll in Luminar Academy, let alone in the magic department that only nobles could enter. Right after possessing this body, I had struggled just to avoid bad endings, but now, wearing the academy uniform gave me new emotions. Hey, Lilith, yeah, that thing you're wearing, is that the academy uniform? Why, is there something strange about it? Well, it's not so much strange as this doesn't really look like the academy uniform, but something a bit different. Isabel expressed her subtle impressions while looking at my clothes. Well, I had tried it on once and made some adjustments. I didn't alter it by cutting and shortening it like Korean middle or high school students would, but I modified it in a slightly different way by adding some elements. I added a bit of white fabric to give it a maid-like feel to the original academy uniform and wrapped a white sash around the waist. If I don't wear something like this, others might not recognize that I'm young Master Ethan's exclusive maid. So you wanted to make it known that you're the young master's maid? I guess anyone who sees your outfit would think you're a maid. That's fine then. The academy doesn't really enforce anything as long as you don't damage the original uniform, so this much should be okay. I wonder if you really need to emphasize that you're a maid to that extent, but it's your choice, Lilith. Ignoring Isabel's last words tinged with concern, I finally put on the white headdress that I always wear. If I stick close to Ethan in this outfit, anyone would probably notice that I'm Ethan's exclusive maid, so at least there wouldn't be any middling nobles who might pick a fight just because I'm a viscount's daughter. It felt like I had done my best in all preparations. Well then, I'm off to the entrance ceremony with young Master Ethan. We might come back a bit early today since that's all we need to attend. Oh, okay, don't worry about me, take your time and enjoy yourself with the young master. Enjoy ourselves. Well, an academy's entrance ceremony is a good time, I suppose. Brushing off Isabel's somewhat questionable words, I left the servant's room and returned to the spacious bedroom. There, Ethan was already waiting for me, dressed in his academy uniform. A white dress shirt TN, a long-sleeved polo, for those in other countries, with a red tie and a navy uniform matched above and below. The black cape of the Blackwood family draped over his shoulders clearly symbolized Ethan's status. Perhaps because he originally had black hair and black eyes, the dark-colored clothes certainly suited him well. It seemed like there were some traces of fatigue under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept well last night. Are you ready, young Master Ethan? Yes, Lilith. It's later than I thought. What's wrong, young Master Ethan? Did you MKE that outfit yourself, Lilith? Yes, I added a few elements to the original uniform to emphasize my identity. Are you planning to wear that headdress and those lace straps too? Without these, others might not recognize that I'm young Master Ethan's exclusive maid, right? Ethan looked up at me from his chair, seeming to have a lot to say. However, he didn't particularly caution me about it and just got up to prepare for going out. If he has something to say, he should just say it. Why does he start to speak and then stop, making me feel uneasy? Well, if that's what you want, Lilith. The entrance ceremony will be held in the first auditorium, young Master Ethan. Yeah, I heard about that yesterday. Take care, young Master Ethan. You too, Lilith. Leaving Isabel behind in the dormitory to see us off, we moved together to the first auditorium to attend the entrance ceremony. This time, I'll be able to confirm it properly. I can confirm just how much the story of Luminar Academy is flowing according to the original game. The Academy's entrance ceremony wasn't particularly special or grand. The entrance ceremony event was almost entirely about letting you know who enrolled in which department, allowing you to roughly predict the subsequent story of the game. After seeing the ending of Luminar Academy about 5 times in my previous life, I usually skip the cutscenes by holding down the X button. But today, unlike before, I needed to focus intently on this entrance ceremony. After all, since I couldn't directly intervene in other characters' pre-game storylines as a player, I had to clearly confirm where and how the others' stories had become tangled. If the person who possessed the protagonist had intervened in other characters' pre-stories, it's possible that some of the names for the first and second place in each department changed at the entrance ceremony. For example, Thomas, the Wind Spear, who was supposed to be the top student in the spearmanship department, could enroll a year late due to the protagonist's intervention before the main story. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Or having Selena, the divine archer, who originally would never have left the World Tree Forest, enroll as the top student in the archery department. If one wanted, one could make their desired characters enroll by altering their storylines before the main story and proceeding with the subsequent story comfortably. Conversely, it was entirely possible to retire all the characters essential to the story progression before enrollment and turn the difficulty into hell mode. I just earnestly hoped that the person who chose the crazy pseudonym Youngwajogigigwat hadn't just been trolling. From now on, I will call the names of the students who were the first and second place in each department. Would the attending students please come up to the platform once called? With those words echoing throughout the auditorium, the names of the new students were called one by the host of the entrance ceremony. The first student to be called was, as in the game, the top student of the swordsmanship department. Top student of the swordsmanship department, Youngwajogigigwat Volt. Well, I expected this much. If you enroll in the swordsmanship department as the protagonist, it's normal to be at the top. Anyway, it meant that the protagonist had basic combat prowess, so it wasn't bad news. Although it's a bit disappointing that Ethan didn't take the top spot. Second place, Ethan Richard Blackwood. Congratulations, young Master Ethan. I'll be right back. Ethan walked out confidently with a strangely relieved expression when his name was called for second place. It seems he was a bit worried that he might not even get second place. Well, I had already confirmed that Natalie and Karaham had enrolled in the swordsmanship department before, so Ethan taking second place didn't cause any problems for my plans. These three, including Ethan, were the only characters likely to play important roles in the story from the swordsmanship department. Top student of the spearmanship department, Thomas Jameson. Well, it seems he didn't troll at least. By the way, according to the game, Thomas was the childhood friend of Natalie, my favorite character, so if not for other characters, I had quite a few sins committed against Thomas in my previous life. The key to Natalie's route was deliberately preventing her from enrolling in the same year as Thomas through some actions before the main story and then filling the empty seat next to her, who became lonely without her friend for that year. It was in my previous life, and moreover, it was in the game, so there's no need to feel guilty about it. Top student of the archery department, Selena Izolda. Wait, Selena. The fact that Selena enrolled this year means that this Youngwajogigigwat guy visited the World Tree Forest in the prologue story. I was just surprised in many ways that this Youngwa whatever guy had been moving around so diligently. Is he seriously trying to complete the entire game? Or maybe Selena is just his favorite character and he brought her along. Selena was the only elf heroine in Luminar Academy, so she was overwhelmingly popular among elf enthusiasts. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Although I still had many questions, the fact that Selena had enrolled was a very positive sign. With her presence, we should be able to get through the hunting festival arc in the middle of part 2 with minimal damage. Of course, the protagonist's abilities would play a role there too. After that, the host on the auditorium stage began to announce the list of the new students at first and second place for each department one by one. Among them, I could find the familiar names of characters from Luminar Academy. Moonlight Shadow Princess Seraphine, enrolled as the top student in the martial arts department and as the top student overall. Hellfire Agnes, enrolled as the top student in the magic department. Seraphine's bodyguard, Shadow Luke, was second in the technical department, and I also recognized Witch Lara, who was the top student in the pharmacy department. Just as I was starting to relax, thinking that not only had nothing deviated from the original story, but things had only improved so far. Suddenly, the name called for second place in the pharmacy department jolted my relaxed mind awake. Second place, Lizzie Lynn August. What? No, why are you appearing here? Second place, Lizzie Lynn August. The familiar name suddenly heard in my ears jolted my relaxed mind awake. Lizzie Lynn August. Although I couldn't remember her since our first meeting, she was now a woman that I had a memorable relationship with and was someone that I could clearly recall. She was the eldest daughter of the August family and the older sister of Karaham, the mini-boss of Part 3. No, wait, how did she get in? As far as I knew, Lizzie was definitely a woman with an ambiguous talent for magic. It explains why she applied for the magic department last year, but I believe she failed without achieving proper grades. That's why I thought there was virtually no chance of meeting her again at the academy, and even if I did meet her, I never thought it would be at the academy. I couldn't help but feel momentarily flustered seeing her properly enrolled in the academy, whatever her intentions might be, even more so seeing her enrolled in the pharmacy department rather than the magic department. Should I consider this good news? This meant she was a woman of at least some ability to rank second in the pharmacy department, so I guess it's fair to say the academy's overall strength had increased. Of course, since the pharmacy department was a non-combat department, I didn't think it would make much of a difference unless she had skills like Lara, who was the top student. It was such an unbelievable reality that I couldn't help but think it might be an incredibly unlikely case of someone with the AIM name, but soon, a voice I heard completely denied that last possibility. Sister. As expected of you, sister. You've raised the honor of the August family in my stead. Stop making such an embarrassing fuss and wait quietly. Hearing the clear voices of the August siblings even from a distance, I had to finally acknowledge it for certain. In the end, my actions during the attack on the Imperial Palace caused a change in the Luminar Academy student pool. For now, in Ethan's case, things had definitely changed for the better, so it might be better to think of Lizzie's case similarly. Thinking that, I was blankly staring at the stage when a young lady with sky blue hair started to ascend. As I was absently following Lizzie's path with my eyes, for a moment, I had a strange feeling that our eyes met. Wink? ? Did she just wink at me? No way, she must have just been greeting someone else she knew nearby. In the first place, I was dressed differently from that day, and on the day I met Lizzie, I was even wearing a mask covering my eyes. No matter how much we were acquainted and even talked, it would be nearly impossible for Lizzie to recognize me at a glance. Anyway, I was just looking elsewhere when, suddenly, familiar names were called for the first and second place in the remaining theology department. Only after seeing false Saint Sarista, the top student in the theology department, go up did I become certain that the story was flowing properly, at least, in the remaining parts. Fortunately, it seems they're properly trying to make Sarista the saint. One of the most important elements in determining the difficulty of the game from the prologue alone was whether to make this Sarista the saint or not. If you trusted her as the real saint, the difficulty became easier, but if you exposed her as a false saint and excommunicated her, the difficulty became harder. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The principle of making the difficulty easier was simple. Sarista, feeling favorable towards the protagonist who saved her from the crisis of excommunication, becomes the protagonist's pocket sage No, the protagonist healer 1, and follows them along on all journeys. Moreover, after this event, Sarista becomes almost like a bonus character for the protagonist, not even counting towards the maximum party member limit. When a healer capable of AoE healing and buffs is added to the existing difficulty, the game's difficulty naturally drops significantly. Seeing that they saved Sarista, it really seems like they're trying to conquer the game seriously. I might need to revise my evaluation of Youngwoo ever a bit. Even if bringing Selena could be a coincidence, not trusting Sarista and excommunicating her was one of the common mistakes first-time players make. Unlike the expectations of players who think an event to find the real saint will appear if they excommunicate the false saint, excommunicating Sarista forces you to play a lonely game without even a healer, let alone the real saint. By the time the talk of whether to excommunicate Sarista or not comes up, the real saint, Lilith, would have already lost her qualifications as a saint after being thoroughly trained by Ethan. Since Lilith couldn't be taken as the saint anyway, it was unconditionally beneficial to take Sarista instead. There were hardly any healer characters with better stats than her until later in the game, and even the awakened Sarista was, objectively, quite a good character in terms of performance. If the protagonist really is a possessed person trying to complete this game seriously, I might need to have a proper conversation with him at least once. Thinking that, I was blankly looking up at the stage when Princess Seraphine, the overall top freshman, began her speech. I quietly waited for the rest of the entrance ceremony to pass while listening to her speech from my seat. I wondered how I could talk with that guy named Youngwoo Volt alone. Youngwoo Volt, the possessed hero of Luminar Academy. He looked around at the faces of the first place and second place students participating in the entrance ceremony, roughly confirming the lineup of enrolled students. Although I've been getting to know the enrolled students while living near the academy for a few days, there are certainly differences from the story in the original game. It was about 3 years ago that he possessed the protagonist of Luminar Academy. His backstory was that he possessed someone when trying to delete a character created by his younger cousin who had come to visit his house during a holiday to play Luminar Academy. Thus, he entered the world of Luminar Academy with a strange, unwanted name that his cousin had created. However, since he was possessed anyway, Youngwoo was diligently approaching the game in his own way. As someone who had played Luminar Academy several times in his previous life to the point of being a maniac, he had already grasped the general storyline. He was also sufficiently familiar with the overall strategy for the game, having thoroughly read Lilgirl's Guide on Lua Gal. Trusting Sarista instead of excommunicating her, meeting Selena in the World Tree Forest and making her enroll in the academy, dealing with enemies that are easy to defeat in the prologue, and not interfering with rival characters' enrollment just to enter the route of some of the heroines, he had done it all. Although he bore the strange name Youngwoo, his goal was only one: safe clear. To return to his original world, he had to clear the game and see the true ending. That was the condition set by whoever made him possess the protagonist in this world. The problem was that this world he was possessed in was flowing a bit differently from the original story of Luminar Academy. No matter how I compare, many things are definitely different. The fact that the spearwoman at Silverwood, which he briefly visited for monster subjugation, had changed from a pink-haired woman to a woman with dull, brown hair resembling Ariana. The fact that the name of a woman presumed to be Saint Lilith was somehow on the list of successful applicants for the magic department while finding Agnes's name. And even the fact that Lizzie, who should have died in the monster invasion of the Imperial Palace, had unexpectedly enrolled as second place in the pharmacy department. Each of them was enough to make the hero, Youngwoo, flustered, but among them, what surprised him the most was the unbelievable transformation of Ethan, the Lout Prince. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Who would call him a loud prince after seeing that appearance? At first, he thought someone else had come up on stage instead of Ethan. The appearance and atmosphere emanating from him were at a level that made no sense to recognize him as Ethan, and he could barely find any commonalities with the Ethan he knew from the previous world. Even now, looking at Ethan standing next to himself as second place in the sword department, young Wajogigigwat couldn't help but stare intently at him as if he still couldn't believe it. No matter how I look at it, it seems to be Ethan himself, he really isn't someone else. With the twin swords at both sides of his waist and the black double-headed eagle crest of the Blackwood family engraved on various parts of his sword and cape, even someone who had never met Ethan before would inevitably think of the Blackwood family upon seeing him. Moreover, the black hair and eyes unique to the Blackwood family were decisive evidence that he was Ethan Richard Blackwood. Faced with this unbelievable reality, the hero couldn't help but experience confused emotions for a moment. After thinking to himself for a while, he came to the most plausible conclusion in his mind. For now, this Ethan guy definitely seems to be someone special. Whether he came from the same world as himself or not, at least the Ethan before his eyes was a different person from the Lout Prince Ethan he knew. And the fact that all the changes so far were related to Ethan increased its credibility. Sending Ariana, who stole his mother's heirloom, to exile in Silverwood, recognizing Lilith's talent for magic, and using means to make her enroll in the academy, these were all probably his doing. Moreover, there were even rumors about his considerable achievements during the monster invasion of the Imperial Palace, so he likely intervened to prevent Lizzie's death as well. I'm not exactly sure what this guy wants, but our general goals seem to be the same. Seeing him act as if he knows the future, he might be possessed like himself from another world, or he might be living a new life after returning from a different future of this world. Of course, since he was basically a villain, he couldn't rashly reveal the fact that he possessed the hero, but at least he needed to confirm Ethan's identity once. Even as he listened to Seraphine's speech, young Wajogigigwat was just waiting for the entrance ceremony to end as soon as possible. He waited for a chance to talk with Ethan Richard Blackwood, who stood beside him, alone. An entrance ceremony isn't an event that takes much time to begin with, and the atmosphere wasn't particularly different just because it was the Academy's entrance ceremony. Above all, from a gameplay perspective, there's no need to put much effort into making an entrance ceremony that most players skip. The ceremony progressed relatively quickly, with Princess Seraphine's short speech as the overall top student and the awarding of scholarships and prizes to the top and second place students of each department taking up most of the event. Expecting some chaos around the stage, I deliberately left the auditorium a bit early and waited outside for Ethan to come out. Galaxy TL axiomatic. I thought it might feel stuffy if I stayed inside the crowded auditorium to wait, and I figured Ethan would notice and follow me outside. While I was standing there waiting for the awarding of the top and second place students to end, suddenly, a male student who looked like a freshman approached me and asked me something. A bit flustered by the strange man approaching me, I answered with a cautious question. Excuse me, are you talking to me? Yes, I'm a new student so I'm not familiar with the Academy's geography. Could you tell me where the building for the pharmacy department is from here? The pharmacy department building is past the martial arts department building in front of the auditorium, then on the right. After turning right, the first building you'll see is for the technical department, and the one after that is the pharmacy department building. Ah, I see, thank you, I was cautious for nothing. It was just a question asking for directions. I suppose I couldn't help but be tense, considering the somewhat unsettling atmosphere of Luminar Academy. As a place where powerful people from all over the Empire gathered, this academy was a place where you could occasionally encounter people who had lost their sense of decency and manners. Thinking that, I was blankly staring at the auditorium entrance again when, this time, a woman in white priest robes, who looked like she was from the theology department, approached and asked me a question. Excuse me, could I ask where the theology department building is, sister? The theology department building also serves as the academy branch of the Aurelian Church. If you follow the main road in front of the auditorium, you'll see the magic department building. If you go around half of that building to the back, the theology department building is right behind it. Thank you, sister. May the goddess's blessings always be with you. Excuse me, where is the academy's central park? The central park is to the left of the central main building. If you follow the main road here, you'll see a building with a bulletin board, that's the main building. Ah, I see. How do I get to dormitory building 3? What's going on? Somehow, it feels like I'm getting a lot of questions asking for directions today. I felt quite flustered by this situation where new students were flocking to me even though I was just waiting for Ethan to come out in front of the auditorium after the entrance ceremony ended. As soon as my eyes caught the clothes of the academy maids guiding people at the auditorium entrance, I could roughly understand why people were asking me for directions. Come to think of it, I'm wearing a modified academy uniform right now. Looking at this outfit that seems half mixed between a maid uniform and the academy uniform, it's not so strange that people might mistake me for an academy-employed maid. From the beginning, I made this outfit to give a clear impression of being a servant, and it would be difficult for the eyes of new students entering the academy today to distinguish it from the attire of the academy staff. Well, it seemed Ethan would need a bit more time to come out of the auditorium anyway, so I continued giving directions as a kind of volunteer work in the meantime. Having seen the ending 24 times, I already had a rough map of Luminar Academy in my head, and giving directions to send people inside quickly to other places would also help somewhat in quelling this chaos. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Even in a fantasy world, new students are still new students. It was kind of fun, feeling like I was guiding underclassmen from my school in my previous life. While thinking about that and explaining the academy's geography to other new students for a while. This time, a noble-looking male student with a somewhat sly appearance approached me to ask for directions. "Excuse me, I'd like to ask for directions." "Ah, yes. I was supposed to meet an acquaintance at the student cafeteria after the entrance ceremony, but it's too complicated, and I've forgotten the location that I was told. If it's all right, could you guide me there? Judging by your attire, you're a student from the swordsmanship department, right?" "Ah, yes, that's right. The student cafeteria is behind the main library building if you go up from the swordsmanship department building towards the library." He stood there blankly as if he had something more to say, but I deliberately avoided making eye contact with him and ignored him. I naturally shifted my gaze to another approaching new student, pretending to give them directions. I was planning to ignore this annoying noble youth and guide other new students while waiting for Ethan. Unfortunately, the sly-looking guy didn't seem to understand the intention behind my words and actions at once. "A senior from our department told us to come to the back gate after the entrance ceremony. Is there such a thing as a back gate at the academy?" "The back gate is along the large road between the archery and pharmacy department buildings." Grab. Ah, I suddenly felt pressure gripping my arm from where that noble had been standing until just now. I could roughly guess what he was thinking by grabbing my arm, and curses towards him naturally came to mind. It would be nice if he could just take the hint and leave. "The cafeteria is behind the way from the swordsmanship department building towards the library." "I'm sorry, but it's hard to understand with your explanation. Couldn't you guide me directly? I feel like I might get lost if I go alone." What bullshit, utter bullshit. I made eye contact once with the noble youth, trying to make a move on me with such an obvious ploy. Exercising my last bit of self-control, I answered as politely as I could. "I'm sorry, I don't have the leisure to do that much for new students." "Are you, a mere academy servant, defying the words of me, a scion of the Raidenheart family?" "You little shit, if I deliberately show disinterest and give a sign to leave, you should just leave, you really have no tact at all." Galaxy TL axiomatic. Not only do you have terrible manners, grabbing someone's hand out of nowhere, but now, you're arrogantly recite on your family name. Seemingly unaware that I was looking at him with eyes full of contempt, the man, who introduced himself as a scion of the Raidenheart family, started tugging on my arm again, urging me to walk. Reaching the limit of my patience, I shook off his arm and cursed at him. "I'll forgive you just this once, seeing your pretty face. Guide me to the academy cafeteria quickly. You're talking shit, you fucking bastard." Slap. Not caring about the gazes around us, I struck the palm of my hand against the forearm of the Raidenheart scion, who was trying to drag me away, and pulled my wrist out of his hand that had momentarily lost strength. To the stupid guy looking down at me with an incredulous gaze, I poured out the thoughts in my heart. "What are you doing? I should be the one asking what you're doing, you fucking bastard. Don't you have a mirror in your dorm room? What kind of confidence do you have that makes you think I'd naturally follow you? Huh? What, are your ears as fucked up as your face? Why would I guide someone I just met, like you, to the student cafeteria? What's so pretty about you? This is really fucking ridiculous. Seriously." Unable to anticipate this reaction from me, Raidenheart trembled, unable to hide his bewilderment. Shing. Then, as if thinking his pride had been hurt, he suddenly drew the sword at his waist and pointed it at me. I thought he was just an ordinarily stupid noble youth, but he turned out to be completely insane. Kane, kneel down and apologize right now. How dare a mere academy servant show such disrespect to me, a scion of a count's family? Go fuck yourself, you bastard. I thought only your ears were decorative, but are your eyes too? Don't you see the emblem of the academy on this uniform? Why would I be your servant? Huh, Galaxy TL axiomatic. What did you say? And stop bragging about being a scion of a count's family or whatever, you idiot. This isn't your territory, it's the academy. This is where all the elite noble scions from across the empire gather. Do you think your Count's Scion title is some amazingly special title that no one can match? The Raidenheart brat looked around bewilderedly, seemingly at a loss for words at my logical argument. Perhaps because of his suddenly drawing of his sword, other people's attention was drawn, and various figures started to surround and watch me and Raidenheart in a circle. What's going on? Is there a fight? Didn't that man try to drag that woman away earlier, and she refused? Aren't they fighting because of that? I was planning to let him go if he put away his sword and left even now, but it seemed he couldn't easily put his sword away due to the sudden gazes gathering around. In the end, if he didn't put away his sword, I would have to draw my own sword to defend myself. Shing? ? Raidenheart frowned, seemingly a bit dumbfounded at the silver dagger I pulled out from inside my uniform. To the guy who still couldn't come to his senses and wouldn't put away his sword, I held out the blade of my silver dagger and said, "This silver dagger alone can handle a sword wielded by a bratty new student like you, so come at me if you dare." What did you say? You told me to kneel down and apologize earlier, right? Well then, try to win. If you do, I'll do whatever you want, whether it's an apology or me begging for my life. You insolent bitch of unknown origin. But the moment you get beaten, the honor of the Raidenheart family that you're so proud of will fall to the ground. It's all thanks to the Raidenheart brat who attacked with a longsword and was pathetically defeated by a woman who isn't even in the swordsmanship department. He seemed to have listened to my words to the end, even in this situation, as Raidenheart rolled his eyes, glaring at me as if contemplating whether to attack or not. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Since I was showing such a confident attitude, he seemed hesitant to attack. After all, the academy is a place where all kinds of strong people from the empire gather, so he couldn't rule out the possibility that the woman in front of him might actually be skilled. But at this point, the chance to resolve this peacefully had already passed, and I had also become interested in dueling him. To make the arrogant noble scion's resolve firm, I deliberately spoke once more to provoke him into attacking me. All to stimulate the inferiority complex that the guy who introduced himself as a scion of the Raidenheart family would likely have in his mind. Ah, no, come to think of it, you don't need to worry about the honor of the Raidenhearts. What do you mean? It's obvious, isn't it? Whatever stupid things a disposable son below the third son with ambiguous successor qualifications does outside has nothing to do with the Raidenheart's honor, right? You beach. As if I had finally struck a nerve, the enraged Raidenheart rushed at me with his sword. I gripped the silver dagger tightly in my right hand and focused my gaze on the incoming sword until the end. Clang! The blades of my dagger and his sword clashed, ringing out once across the open space in front of the auditorium. Raidenheart's expression showed clear bewilderment at his sword flying away due to my shockwave. I, too, quietly confirmed the direction of this duel after crossing swords once. This looks like an event where I can earn some XP after so long. After the Academy's entrance ceremony, which felt both short and long, ended, Ethan, who had been recognized on stage as the second-place student of the swordsmanship department, hurriedly looked around inside the auditorium. He tried to find Lilith, his exclusive maid, in the chaotic auditorium where nearly 400 new students PF the Academy had gathered. Galaxy TL axiomatic. They had definitely been in the front row of the auditorium together at first. He hadn't seen her move seats during the event, so if she was waiting inside the auditorium, she should still be in that spot. But the place where he had been with her until he went up on stage was already crowded with new students trying to leave after the entrance ceremony ended. Did she go outside first? Given how chaotic the situation was, she might have thought it would be easier to find each other outside rather than staying in the auditorium. Still, he should be able to recognize Lilith easily, even outside, so it shouldn't be a problem. Her beautiful appearance, her distinctive figure, and her strange outfit that looked like a mix between a maid's uniform and the academy uniform would be hard not to recognize. I hope she's not causing any trouble. Although Lilith usually made wise decisions, she also had a tendency to become emotional at times. At the very least, he hoped that if such a thing happened, it would be within his sight. That way, even if she caused trouble, he could somewhat handle the situation if it was under circumstances he could manage. Lately, however, Lilith had become more well-behaved without causing any particular trouble. In fact, looking back on most of the incidents she had caused so far, they were mostly things she had to step in for. Even Lilith wouldn't cause a commotion on the day of the entrance ceremony for no reason. Somehow feeling a bit uneasy, Ethan hurriedly prepared to leave the auditorium. Perhaps thanks to living with Lilith for many years, Ethan's indescribable intuition was telling him he needed to find her quickly. Just as Ethan, after briefly exchanging words with Princess Seraphine, was about to move his steps outside the auditorium with other students, he suddenly felt someone grab his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. "Can we talk for a moment?" Ethan paused at the voice of the white-haired young man who suddenly called out to him. Although they hadn't even exchanged words yet, he already knew who he was. He was the man who had enrolled as the top student in the swordsmanship department at the entrance ceremony just now and stood next to him. His name was Gyungwajogigigwa Volt, wasn't it? And he seemed to be accompanied by women who looked like the top students from the theology and archery departments. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Although he approached in a manner that breached etiquette, Ethan accepted it, thinking it was because the other party was a commoner. "What business do you have?" "Ah, well," Gyungwajogigigwa Volt rolled his eyes, hesitating a bit at Ethan's words. It couldn't be helped. He, too, had just hastily grabbed Ethan, who was trying to rush out of the auditorium. Thinking any conversation starter would be awkward, he decided to speak straightforwardly instead. "I was just wondering if you might have something to say to me." "Something to say? You know, like a commonality between you and me. Anyway, it's like a secret that's hard to tell other people." "I don't understand what you're saying. Even if I had a secret that's hard to tell others, why would I discuss it with you, whom I've just met? Especially in this situation where your women are listening too." What? I'm not the hero's woman. Wait, don't make strange misunderstandings. I'm not this guy's woman or anything, I'm just accompanying him because our interests align. Wait, Selena, don't interrupt the conversation, it's getting unnecessarily complicated. We're in the middle of an important discussion right now. HMPH. He approached with a serious expression as if he had something to say, but all he's showing is bickering with his women. Ethan's interest rapidly cooled at Gyungwajogigigwat's deflating attitude, enough to turn his hurried steps back. "It seems there's no particular business between us. My companions are waiting, so I'll be going ahead." Wait, Ethan, I'm not sure when we became close enough to call each other by name. Mind your manners. Just a moment. Gyungwajogigigwat Volt is a hero who received a revelation from the goddess. Does the Aurelian Church teach that heroes don't need to mind their manners? I don't think such arrogant teachings should come from the mouth of a saint. That's. Gyungwajogigigwat and Sarista quietly shrank back, at a loss for words against Ethan's logical argument. In the conversation that wasn't flowing in a particularly good atmosphere, the hero quietly thought. As expected, he seems to have already experienced at least either regression or possession. The Ethan he knew from the game wasn't such a noble young man with dignity, nor was he a character capable of silencing others with logical conversation. At least, it seemed certain that he had gone through something that changed him completely as a person. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Since he himself was already a possessor who had flowed in from a world outside the game, he couldn't be certain that the Ethan before his eyes wasn't in a similar case to himself. If he had realized his mistakes in the future, regressed, and then changed the past, it would be fully understandable for him to show such a cautious attitude towards himself. If Ethan was possessed by someone, like himself, Ethan would naturally be wary of him since he knows the game's story. Anyway, it seemed clear that his somewhat bold approach had offended him, so Gyungwajogigigwat quietly apologized to him. "Sorry, Blackwood, thinking about it, my sudden impolite approach might have been unpleasant from your position. But I was sincere about wanting to talk with you, Blackwood. I didn't ask with any strange intentions, it should be a conversation that's not bad for you either. I'm already quite displeased, I didn't mean to upset you. I just wanted to get close as fellow excellent students in the swordsmanship department. Since we're first and second in grades, we should have a lot to talk about between just the two of us, right?" Ethan's guard naturally lowered a bit at the attitude that was somewhat different from the rude one just now. Youngwajogyagigwat was about to continue with a bit more persuasion, finding that gap. However, their conversation was forcibly interrupted by a commotion heard from outside the auditorium. Clang, 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 what's that sound? What could it be? Could someone be having a duel or something outside the auditorium? The attention of Ethan and the hero was also drawn outside by the words of the elf archer and the saint who first noticed the commotion. The words that followed were enough to make the young master of the Blackwoods react. Wow, the maid is winning. No way, how can someone wielding such a sword lose to someone just wielding a dagger? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. As soon as he heard the words coming from the mouths of students watching the fight, he had no choice but to abandon the conversation and rush out of the auditorium. The moment he heard about a maid fighting with a dagger, only one person came to Ethan's mind. Lilith. How strange, she seemed a bit more well-behaved recently. The duel between me and Raidenheart ended much more easily than I had expected. I had anticipated it to some extent from the moment we first crossed swords. His movements were so pathetic that they could hardly be called swordsmanship, and even his strikes lacked weight. Galaxy TL axiomatic. They were just pitiful movements that implied that he could only think about cutting down the target in front of him. Perhaps because I had watched Ethan and Harold's duels twice a week, the Academy freshman's sword seemed to move in such a simple trajectory that my body reacted before my eyes could. It wasn't particularly difficult to parry his sword with just the silver dagger in my hand. No special technique was needed to parry such a crude sword. Clang. Just by using shockwave at the moment the blades collided, it wasn't too difficult to handle a longsword with a dagger. In less than a few minutes after the duel started, the duel went completely in my favor. A fight between a dagger and a longsword is generally disadvantageous for the wielder of the dagger. You have to expose more of your body to danger due to the shorter range, and each strike is inevitably weaker due to the lighter weight of the weapon. However, these were meaningless penalties in the current situation when dueling with this guy. There was no particular reason for my body to be in danger just from dodging that simple trajectory of his sword, and I could compensate for the lack of power by using shockwave when the blades collided. With those two weaknesses reinforced, it was now time for the dagger's advantages to shine. The only advantage of a dagger was its attack speed. It was several times faster than swinging a longsword. Clang, 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 goo, arg. Although he was struggling desperately to land a strike on me, Raidenheart's sword couldn't even properly touch my uniform, let alone my body. The match between us was finally decided when I allowed myself one strike in the gradually widening gaps. Stab. AAA arg. With Raidenheart letting out a painful scream as his left wrist was stabbed by my silver dagger, the longsword in his hand fell to the ground. With the sound of the blade hitting the floor, the duel ended. Clang. It's not as pleasant as I thought. Even though he picked the fight first, it still felt quite uncomfortable fighting person to person. Even in a world where you can reattach an arm or leg at the church if it's cut off. Do you understand the difference in skill now? Why you damned bitch. Raidenheart glared at me with murderous intent while clutching his wounded area with his right hand. You'd think he'd calm down a bit after this, but it seems his pride was quite severely hurt. Damn it, you damn, admit your defeat, if you want to keep what little honor you have left, that is. I'll kill you, you low-born bitch of unknown origin. I'll kill your entire family in the name of the Raidenhearts, and I'll cut off your limbs and tongue and make you a sex slave for the soldiers. What did you just say? A familiar figure appeared in front of the guy who was cursing me with lines from a third-rate villain. Ethan, who appeared with the Blackwood family crest embroidered on his cape, drew the sword at his left waist before I could explain anything. His sword swung through the air once at a speed that eyes couldn't follow. Slash. Blood splattered. A painful scream rang out. Both of Raidenheart's wrists flew up into the sky. Say those exact words one more time. Then this blade will come out the back of your head. Ethan held out another sword blade towards the guy who had fallen to the ground, screaming. His eyes were sharpened with an icy gaze that even I had never seen before. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The first thing that greeted Youngwajogyagigwa, the hero, who had followed behind Ethan, was the sight of two hands flying up into the air. Slash. When he hurriedly chased after Ethan, who suddenly rushed outside in the middle of their conversation, Ethan had already drawn the sword at his waist and swung it once. On the other hand, the unknown noble, whose wrists had been sliced off, was letting out painful screams. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Having witnessed this scene first, he momentarily began to speculate whether Ethan had acted on his original nature from the game. Seeing that Ethan's actions are still in his nature, is this regression rather than possession? Perhaps he hadn't been able to abandon his original nature even in his second life. Was it just his own delusion that Ethan might have a similar purpose to himself? With these thoughts as he observed the situation, Ethan's voice, filled with killing intent, soon reached his ears. This served as a way for Gyeonggwajogigwa to make his next judgment. Say those exact words one more time. Then this blade will come out the back of your head. His words were so full of killing intent that it was hard to believe it was the same person who had been calmly conversing with him just moments ago. Although it wasn't clearly evident due to being hidden by the overwhelming killing intent, the hero could tell that the current Ethan was filled with intense emotions. He reached his own conclusion that it would be better to observe the situation for now. Eek. We must treat him quickly. Sarista, wait a moment. Hero, let's not interfere for now and just observe the situation. Pardon, it's necessary. Oh okay. Gyeonggwajogigwa stopped Sarista, who was trying to step in to resolve the situation, and quietly continued to observe Ethan's next actions. He thought that he could somewhat grasp how much Ethan had changed from Ethan in the game if he watched this situation to the end. My hands. My hands. The man from the Raidenheart family, whose hands had been completely cut off, let out endless screams mixed with pain and fear. The expressions of the other new students who had been watching my duel with him also gradually hardened in the chilling atmosphere. Even I hadn't expected Ethan to suddenly intervene in my duel with Raidenheart and cut his hands off, so it was all unexpected. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Ethan's sword was pointed at the neck of the guy who had fallen to the ground, looking at his two severed wrists. Raidenheart's body stiffened in place at the chilling killing intent surrounding his neck. What did you just say to Lilith? Eek. Choose your words carefully, unless you want your parents to receive your head and wail tomorrow morning. Ku. Seemingly having noticed the crisis of death that had approached him just now, he bowed his head while prostrated on the ground. He began to stammer out words of apology that he seemed like he would never utter until just a moment ago. I was wrong. What did you do wrong? I thoughtlessly committed an unforgivable rudeness to young Master Blackwood's woman. Please, forgive me. If you understand that well, shouldn't you also know that I'm not the one you should be apologizing to? I'm sorry, Miss P. Please forgive the rudeness I just committed. Ethan quietly looked at me without withdrawing his sword, even after Raidenheart's apology ended. Wondering what exactly he was looking for, I quietly looked back at him, and Ethan slowly opened his mouth. What do you want him to do? Pardon, do you think that insult you received could be compensated with just this shallow apology? And no, I'm sincerely apologizing. Please have mercy. That's enough, young Master Ethan. I think this is sufficient. It wasn't that I particularly felt sorry for that Raidenheart guy. I just felt that if Ethan committed murder on top of bloodying his sword on the first day of school, his life in the academy would become complicated in many ways afterward. There was no need for him to become a delinquent young master for such a trivial reason after growing up properly. I also didn't particularly want to be known as the exclusive maid of a young master who killed a count's son on the first day of school. It was too much of a waste of all his efforts so far for Ethan's reputation to be tarnished because of the blood of such a worthless piece of trash. Especially since I had watched the process of his training to the bone for those years. Really, is just this much okay? There's no need for you to see more blood because of such trash, young Master Ethan. Please put away your sword. Galaxy TL axiomatic. No, I can't. Thinking of what this guy just said to you, Lilith, we should at least cut off his limbs and tongue just like he said. Young Master Ethan, please, stop there. Although Ethan's eyes wavered with much conflict at my ultimatum, in the end, he nodded quietly, listening to my words. Turning his gaze towards Raidenheart, Ethan asked him in a cold voice. State your name and family. Ca Cassius Theodora Ra Raidenheart. I'm the third son of the Raidenheart Count family, and I have 2 older brothers and 1 older sister. Cassius Theodora Raidenheart. Why yes, I'll remember that. Pardon, make sure I don't have to recall this incident again. With those words, Ethan withdrew the sword he had pointed at Raidenheart's neck. He wiped the guy's blood that had stained the blade when cutting his wrists with a handkerchief before returning it to its scabbard. The Aurelian Church is behind the Magic Department building. Why yes, I'm telling you to take your severed hands and get out of my sight right now. Thank you. He tried to pick up his hands on the ground with his two arms, whose hands had been cut off by Ethan's sword, in order to recover the wounds. Although it was a pitiful sight to the point of being pathetic, I didn't particularly feel like helping him. Sniff. Hoo. The guy who had been sobbing on the ground because he couldn't grip his hands properly due to the pain finally got up, holding his two hands in his mouth. He started running desperately towards the church to get away from Ethan, leaving even his longsword, which he had dropped during the fight, on the ground. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Although the sword itself wasn't a big deal, the scene with bloodstains everywhere was unsettling to look at, so I cleaned up the chaotic scene with a single clean. My spell cleaned Ethan's uniform, which had been splattered with Raidenheart's blood, as well as the ground, also stained with his blood. Thank you, Lilith. Were you really planning to kill him, young Master Ethan? If that's what you wanted, Lilith, I think it would be better to leave it at threats next time. If you really commit an irreversible act, it could endanger you severely, young Master Ethan. Right, I'll be careful from now on. Ethan slightly bowed his head with a somewhat dejected voice at my warning. Seeing Ethan look bitter after standing up for me made me feel a strange ache in my chest, but I still needed to caution him on this point. It was undeniable that I had received some vicious threats from that guy, but trying to kill him outright for that much was almost crossing the line. If he kept drawing his sword for such trivial reasons, Ethan would really be hastening his own death. Especially because of that hero, who had mixed into the crowd at some point and was looking at Ethan with eyes that hinted an ulterior motive. The protagonist had been focusing his gaze on me and Ethan for a while now with a strange expression. As someone who wanted to let that guy know that Ethan wasn't a villain, I couldn't entirely welcome this current situation. Although the killing intent he just showed in that situation couldn't be easily glossed over, I needed to appeal to the hero as much as possible that Ethan had grown up to be a good person from now on. Thinking about the future, it seemed beneficial to leave this place for now. How about having a meal first, young Master Ethan? Aren't you tired after being in the spotlight on stage for 2 hours? Yes, Lilith. Also, if any guys bother you like that again, let me know whenever. No matter who it is, I'm fine, young Master Ethan, so there's no need for you to worry about it. I understand, Lilith. There's no need to look so deflated just because I said there's no need to worry. It's not that I'm not grateful for what just happened. I clearly understand that it would be troublesome afterward if I incurred the enmity of the Raidenheart family with my status as a Viscount's daughter. Galaxy TL axiomatic. But if I straightforwardly expressed my gratitude here, Ethan might get carried away, and that hero would see Ethan as a bloodthirsty psychopath. Although Ethan's appearance had changed as if it was a complete rebirth and was beyond a simple improvement, that didn't guarantee the story wouldn't flow similarly to the game. A crazy hero who named his character Gyungwajogigigwat might try to kill Ethan and take me into his party at some point. So, I deliberately moved my steps to a place where the hero and his companions couldn't see us, a bit farther from the scene. After confirming that I couldn't sense the presence of the hero or others nearby, I quietly whispered words of thanks to him. Thank you for earlier, young Master Ethan. Lilith. I know it's wrong to say this is young Master Ethan's exclusive maid, but you were kinda cool back there. Wait, what's the last thing you said? I couldn't hear because you spoke too quietly. I just said thank you, that's all. No, it was definitely something else. I don't know why, but it's embarrassing to say such a thing twice. Also, a man can find another man a bit cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But no matter what, I didn't have the confidence to say the same thing again, so I feigned ignorance and calmly answered regardless of Ethan persistently asking me. Ethan's obsession with somehow wanting to hear the compliment I had said again continued until that evening. Next time, I should be more careful about the words I used to compliment him. Exactly 1 week had passed since I attended the academy entrance ceremony with Ethan. A week since Ethan and I caused a bit of an incident on the first day, after the entrance ceremony. It was enough time for the news to spread among the new students about Raidenheart, who picked a fight first, getting stabbed in the back of his hand and losing in a duel with me. Along with it was the incident where Ethan intervened and cut Raidenheart's hands off when he insulted me. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Luminar Academy was somewhat isolated from the outside as it is situated on an island, and while rumors didn't spread outside, conversely, stories spread within the academy pretty quickly. It would be strange to expect an exciting spectacle of clashing blades and splattered blood not to spread. So, I was somewhat prepared for stories about Ethan and me to circulate after the incident, and it would have been fortunate if only the undistorted facts had spread as they were. But tales passed from mouth to mouth naturally went through a process of expansion and reproduction. For example, is that her? The girl who stabbed the Raidenheart Count's son's hand with a dagger because he hit on her. I heard she didn't just stab him but cut off his hands completely. No, from what I heard, she was about to kill him, but her fiancé barely stopped her. Other new students from the magic department looked at me with strange eyes as they talked. Listening to their conversation silently, a feeling of unfairness naturally welled up from deep in my chest. Okay, I admit that I stabbed Raidenheart's hand. Even if it was a wound from a duel, it would probably feel a bit brutal among new students. But it was certainly unfair that Ethan's actions had naturally become my accomplishments. In fact, I was the one who stopped him from trying to kill that guy. Of course, no matter how wrong the rumors were, I couldn't intervene in every conversation of other students I wasn't even close to in order to correct the rumors, so all I could do now was to quietly attend my classes at the academy. I was just earnestly hoping for another incident to happen at the academy as soon as possible so that the rumors about me would be forgotten. After all, this was the game world of Luminar Academy, so an incident big enough to bury the rumors about me and Ethan was bound to happen at any time. I remember her because I was next to her during the entrance exam. Seeing how she completely devastated the exam room with mana blasts when things weren't going well during the exam. Hey, she made eye contact. Run away, quickly. They spread unfounded rumors that gnawed at people's hearts in front of others, and now, they run away without looking back as soon as I make eye contact. I had enrolled with the status of Ethan's exclusive maid in preparation for other nobles bothering me at the academy, but I hadn't expected my classmates to avoid me at all. What exactly did I maintain the position of Ethan's exclusive maid for? Strictly speaking, that incident at the entrance ceremony also occurred because I was walking around together with Ethan as his exclusive maid. Probably, if I hadn't been Ethan's exclusive maid, he wouldn't have gotten so worked up and yelled like that. Galaxy TL axiomatic. It was likely because I was in a position related to the Blackwood family that he actively intervened in my duel with Raidenheart. Thinking that, I put the notebook with my notes from my morning class into my bag and went out when Ethan, who seemed to have been waiting for me next to the classroom door, was heard. Lilith, is your class over? Young Master Ethan, didn't I tell you it isn't good to wait for me like this? My lecture ended an hour earlier, so I just came to pick you up. Please wait at the swordsmanship department building or the cafeteria, and I will come to attend to you. If you keep coming to pick me up like this, what will others think of me? Lilith, were you the type to care about others' gazes? What exactly is my image in this guy's head? To Ethan, who asked me as if in disbelief, I naturally gave the standard answer. Of course I care, young Master Ethan. We've just entered the academy, how would it look if others evaluated me as a maid who makes her master come pick her up? I've been thinking this from the beginning, Lilith, but is there really a need for you to show that you're a maid? You just need to be faithful to your role as my exclusive maid while walking around with me, right? But if I don't wear the symbols of a maid, others might not recognize the master-servant relationship between us, young master. It doesn't really matter if they don't recognize it. Pardon. Never mind. Let's go eat quickly. We have afternoon classes today, too. Yes, I understand. Well, at least this is better than Ethan not caring about me at all and wandering around the academy alone as he pleases. If we walk around the academy together like this, anyone who sees us will undoubtedly view us as a young master and exclusive maid. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Thinking that there was no need to view it negatively. Probably, the other students looking at us from over there will undoubtedly recognize me and Ethan as having a clear master-servant relationship. Young Master Blackwood is with his fiancée again today. For rumors of it being a fake engagement, they seem to get along quite well. Rather, isn't the fake engagement part the part that's fake? That's why Cassius almost died. I saw it then. If someone had spoken like that to my fiancé, I don't think I could have held back either. Shuffle. Lilith, why are you suddenly stepping back after walking side by side? Please go ahead, young Master Ethan. I will follow behind you, young Master. Why are you acting like this? It's just that interesting rumors spread quickly because the academy is isolated from the outside. I believe they will die down someday, surely. _ Even during my meal with Ethan, I could occasionally hear the voices of other students directed at him and me. I suppose it's unavoidable to hear other students' voices in the academy cafeteria, and it's true there aren't many decent places to eat other than the student cafeteria. About 80% of the voices were about unfounded speculations regarding the relationship between me and Ethan, so it was impossible not to be bothered. He rejected the hero's offer to eat together earlier, but he's with his fiancée again today. Just how close is he with his fiancée? They're almost always together except during class time. If they're even using a couple's dormitory, they're practically a married couple already. We're not engaged. We're just a young master and an exclusive maid. The reason we're together at all times except during class time is that I'm his exclusive maid. It's not a couple's dormitory, and we're not a married couple. Who exactly do you think I am? Lilith, have you lost your appetite? No, I was just thinking about something else for a moment. You have a class in the swordsmanship department this afternoon, too, right, Lilith? I'm glad we can take at least one class together. Yes, I think it's fortunate too. Well, come to think of it, I'm probably not the only one suffering because of rumors. Just as there are strange rumors circulating around me, there are probably equally annoying rumors swirling around Ethan. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Although it wasn't my intention, I felt sorry for Ethan as the one who caused it. I didn't know that the Raidenheart would continue to make trouble even after getting beaten like that. Moreover, the XP gained from causing that commotion was only 200, not even enough to lead to the next level up. It was a duel where I only suffered losses. While continuing to eat with these thoughts, this time, a group of young ladies who spotted Ethan began to whisper, mentioning his name. "Oh, look over there. It's young Master Ethan. Young Master Ethan, isn't he the one who cruelly pointed his sword at the Raidenheart family's son the other day? Is the person next to him his exclusive maid? No, his fiancée." As expected, I thought it would be like this. No matter if he was the young master of the Blackwood family, it seems unavoidable to become a topic of gossip among other students at the academy. In the end, it seems Ethan, like me, didn't make a very good first impression on other students. Seeing Ethan suffering because of me made me feel somewhat sorry. As soon as he heard his fiancée was insulted, he drew his sword without hesitation, right? Not even caring about which family the opponent was from. Moreover, he even got a proper apology towards his fiancée to protect her honor. He's truly an exemplar of knighthood. I wish my fiancée would follow even half of young Master Ethan's example. That person wouldn't care even if I was insulted somewhere. As expected of a son from a noble duke's family, even his chivalry is lofty. Unlike me, receiving unfair misunderstandings from my classmates in the magic department due to distorted rumors and hearing strange rumors flowing about Ethan among the young ladies somehow made my head start to heat up. I've already become a ruffian who draws a knife and tries to kill someone just for making eye contact among my department mates, so why is Ethan? Lilith, are you really okay? Yes, there's nothing wrong with me, so you don't need to worry. It doesn't seem like there's nothing wrong. It wasn't particularly because I felt wronged. It was good for me, too, if Ethan's evaluation improved among the young ladies. Galaxy TL axiomatic. I normally should have been happy about those young ladies' evaluation of Ethan, but I'm not sure why my head keeps heating up for some reason. After finishing our meals at the cafeteria, Ethan and I headed to the swordsmanship department building for our scheduled afternoon class. Today's afternoon lecture class, entitled Basics of Magic Swordsmanship, was one of the few common subjects that students from both the swordsmanship department and magic department could take together, and both Ethan and I had registered for this class. As an exclusive maid, I thought it would be advantageous to be ready whenever Ethan needed my help as much as possible, so I planned to take as many of these common subjects as I could in the future. Of course, if Ethan wasn't interested in this class, the premise of taking the same class would have been impossible, but as a scion of the Blackwood family, Ethan was in a position where he needed to learn magic swordsmanship more than anyone else. You could say our interests aligned to some extent, as I needed to create as many points of contact with Ethan as possible. Since it's our first time taking a class together, I feel a bit nervous. Is that so? Aren't you nervous, Lilith? As young Master Ethan's exclusive maid, I've already observed your swordsmanship lessons several times, so I didn't exactly think this was our first time taking a class together. Well, come to think of it, I suppose you could see it that way. No matter how much of a son-loving fool he was, in the end, Harold was fundamentally a sword master and a user of magic swordsmanship. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Even for someone like me, with a shallow knowledge of swordsmanship, listening to Harold's lectures alongside Ethan naturally led to some of the things they were talking about sticking in my mind. Thinking about the past, this class wasn't exactly our first class together. If I had to give it meaning, it would be the first class we're actually taking together, but... With these thoughts, as we moved our steps to the indoor dueling arena in the swordsmanship department building, several students were already gathered there and waited for the professor of the basics of magic swordsmanship subject. As soon as Ethan, who had some recognition as the second-place student in the sword department, appeared, people started greeting him one by one. "Hello, young Master Blackwood." "Yes, thank you for the greeting." "Are you taking this class too, young Master Blackwood?" The Blackwood family has used magic swordsmanship, a combination of swordsmanship and magic, for generations, so it's only natural. Somehow, I'm suddenly getting angry again. I'm already being treated as a person of concern in the magic department and can't make proper friends, so why does Ethan have a never-ending crowd of followers wherever he goes? Moreover, the high ratio of women among those approaching him was strangely unpleasant. "Your fiancé is participating with you today." "Fiancé? Why yes. You said your fiancé was from the magic department, right? Then did your fiancé learn swordsmanship separately from you, perhaps, young Master Blackwood?" "I didn't teach her. Lilith was good with daggers from the beginning." "Whether I was originally good with daggers or not isn't important right now. Those stupid girls are misunderstanding me as your fiancé, so why are you vaguely evading instead of denying it?" I wanted to jump into the conversation right away and shout that I'm not his fiancé or anything like that, but interrupting him would only make the atmosphere weird. Above all, arbitrarily intervening and speaking up while my master was conversing wasn't befitting of an exclusive maid, so I refrained. If it were 2 to 3 years ago when I was forcibly taking on the role of his exclusive maid, it might have been different, but now I had volunteered to become Ethan's exclusive maid of my own accord, so I felt it was my duty to do it properly to the end since I had decided to do it. I was just waiting for the professor to appear while listening to the conversation between Ethan and the other students. But suddenly, the appearance of a nuclear bomb-level figure momentarily stopped my thoughts. "Hey, Blackwood, we meet again, HMPH. My thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of G*1, the protagonist of Luminar Academy and someone who is currently presumed to be a fellow transmigrator. "As expected, you're taking this class too, Blackwood." Then again, the Blackwood family would naturally have expertise in magic swordsmanship. "Aren't you approaching me too familiarly? I don't remember becoming this close with you. We've met at the entrance ceremony. And we're also the first and second place students in the sword department. Isn't that enough to be acquaintances, at least? If that's enough to call someone an acquaintance, then you must be acquainted with Princess Seraphine, too. The only difference between you two is the difference between the overall top student and a top student of a department. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Well, someday no, don't be so stiff like that." The hero approaches Ethan pretending to be friendly, and Ethan openly feels antipathy towards that attitude and isn't letting his guard down. That subtle combination that seemed like it wouldn't match at all, yet somehow did, made my head instantly confused. Why is the protagonist suddenly pretending to be friendly with Ethan? In the original game, the protagonist was far from being friendly with Ethan to the point of the latter being marked as openly hostile from the start. In Luminar Academy, Ethan was a piece of trash who openly showed other students how he abused his exclusive maid, Lilith, from the beginning and strutted around with his gang, bullying commoner students. Of course, the current Ethan has become a completely different person from that piece of trash and is far from abusing me, his exclusive maid. He tends to be considerate of my convenience, almost to the point of being overly accommodating. If the protagonist of this world wasn't simply a dummy character created by the game system, this kind of reaction would be a bit more natural. Still, knowing the ending of these two people whom I've dealt with in the original game, it was an extremely uneasy meeting for me. If you're thinking of building a friendship with me just because of my background as a member of the Blackwood family, I'd like to tell you to give up in advance. I have no desire to become close to you, and even if we did become close, I have no intention of lending you the power of the Blackwood family. I wasn't hoping for anything like that when I say I want to be friends. I just want to be friends as fellow top students in the sword department. Why are you so on guard? You're quite talkative for someone who showed up with women on both sides from our first meeting. I'm sorry, but I don't want to build a friendship with someone who lacks self-control like you. The hero, G, seemed momentarily at a loss for words, as if he had no rebuttal to Ethan's logical argument. The women Ethan mentioned appearing with on both sides were probably Sarista and Selena. Sarista would stick to the protagonist like gum until the ending except for 1 or 2 episodes in the middle, and Selena would also have considerable affection for the protagonist at this point. Both characters probably have their own circumstances for sticking with that guy now, but objectively speaking, a guy walking around with women on both shoulders doesn't look very trustworthy. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Certainly, even I would feel cautious if I saw the protagonist appear with Selena and Sarista on both sides without any background knowledge. Those girls and I don't have the kind of relationship you're thinking. We just became a bit close, and it happened that both of them were women. For that, both women seem to have considerable interest in you. You're also popular with women, aren't you, Ethan? But I don't lack self-control and walk around with women on both sides like you. At least if you choose one of the two in front of me, I might be able to believe your sincerity. What? I'm saying I can't trust an indecisive guy who walks around with women on both hands. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Then it's also impossible for me to become friends with you. With those words, Ethan turned his head with a resolute expression, ignoring the protagonist's gaze. On the contrary, the protagonist seemed unwilling to give up on conversing with Ethan and tried to speak to him again. But for some reason, Ethan's attitude remained firm from beginning to end. Don't be like that, you must have seen me cut off the hands of that piece of trash from the Raidenheart family. Yes, I saw it directly that day. You're no exception, G. What do you mean? It means that even if you're a hero who received divine revelation, I won't let it slide if you carelessly approach my Lilith. Does he still think I'm his possession? I've long since left the status of an indebted maid. What's with this, my Lilith, stuff? Of course, considering my current position, it was true that I couldn't easily separate from him as I had to continue my life as Ethan's exclusive maid for a while. Alright, I'll keep that in mind regarding that matter. That's fine then, but it's true that I want to know more about you, regardless of Lilith, so if you ever feel like talking, let me know anytime. If it makes you uncomfortable, I won't bring Sarista and Selena along. Well then, I'll be going. With those words, the protagonist moved to a spot a bit further away. I wondered where he was going, but this time, he immediately approached Natalie and started a conversation. He really is quite busy running around. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Well, Natalie is worth building a relationship with since she's convenient to have in both the early and late games. Since he didn't interfere with Thomas's enrollment and left him alone, fully clearing the game is probably impossible, but if his goal is just a safe clear with a proper strategy, it's not a problematic play. Seeing this aspect, I couldn't help but think that perhaps this young Wajogigigwat was seriously trying to complete the game. As I quietly followed him with my gaze, I started to feel a somewhat sharp gaze from the seat next to me. Do you have something you want to say, young Master Ethan? Does that man bother you, Lilith? I was just trying to remember him since he seems to be someone you don't like very much, young Master Ethan. I see. Remember him well, and if he ever tries to talk to you, don't even bother responding. Yes. In truth, it was a difficult order to accept easily as someone who also possessed a character like him, but I just nodded for now. As Ethan had expressed hostile feelings towards G, I, as his exclusive maid, had to respect that choice. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Thinking that there would probably be opportunities to exchange opinions with a fellow possessed person in other ways, I withdrew my gaze, and at that moment, the bell signaling the start of the afternoon academy lecture rang. About 1 minute after the bell rang, a man walked into the dueling arena. A new professor entered that neither I nor Ethan had expected at all. Huh, no way, that man is the legendary sword master. At the appearance of this unexpected famous person, the dueling arena instantly began to stir. Even I and Ethan, who knew the identity of the person who appeared better than anyone, were overwhelmed with bewilderment as soon as we saw him. Lilith. Yes, young master. Did you ever hear about this separately from father? No, I'm learning about this for the first time, too. I never thought we'd meet again in this way. I had been relieved thinking we wouldn't meet for a while since the stage had moved to the academy. This sun-loving fool following Ethan all the way here. This was a situation I had never seen, even in the game. Greetings, everyone. My name is Harold Richard Blackwood. Some of you may already know this. From today, I will be in charge of the basics of magic swordsmanship, lecture class, so I look forward to working with all of you. Oh, really? Why is he following us all the way here? The rumor that Harold had been newly appointed as a professor spread quickly throughout the entire swordsmanship department. After all, he was quite famous. He was also a war hero. He was a legendary sword master that anyone in the Empire who knew how to handle a sword would know about, so the rumor spread quickly, not just in the swordsmanship department but to other departments as well. No wonder Harold seemed to be absent from the mansion on the day we left. I never imagined he was preparing to be a temporary professor at the academy during that time. When I first encountered Harold, who had followed us to Luminar Academy, I almost let out a scream. It's fortunate I was too surprised to even let it out. Galaxy TL axiomatic. I had a rough idea of how he came to take on the role of an academy professor. To begin with, the Argentian Empire wasn't the type to leave a war hero like Harold to leisurely manage his territory. Although he had already retired from his position as one of the King's Three Swords, he was still a person whose combat ability was among the top 10 in the Empire. He must have been receiving love calls from various imperial institutions. He probably refused most of them but took on the position of a temporary professor at the academy just for this semester. Although I'm not sure if it really is a temporary position, given that he can extend it as much as he wants if he desires. I never imagined Father would come all the way to the academy. I guess he must have felt lonely staying alone in the mansion, haha. Yes, I suppose he might have, thinking about how you, young Master Ethan, who was always there, would be gone. Ethan was talking so carefree in the midst of this, so I just responded appropriately to match him. In truth, Ethan probably didn't have much to regret. With his father being a professor in the swordsmanship department, getting good grades would become much easier. Compared to other professors in the department, there were hardly any who could match Harold's status and achievements, so most would naturally give good evaluations to curry favor with him. Of course, Ethan would probably get good grades in most subjects even without using such underhanded methods. If there was a problem, it was probably on my side. Now that Harold was at the academy, swordsmanship lessons between Ethan and Harold could happen at any time. They could happen not only during the weekly basics of magic swordsmanship class, but there was also a possibility they might have regular duels for training every week, just like at the mansion. Even in their last duel, Ethan was winning about one match every 2 weeks, and if the current Ethan, who had grown a bit more since then, engaged in duels at the same frequency as before, he might even win one match against Harold every week. This was troublesome, really troublesome. That's because the dormitory room Ethan and I are using now isn't a space used by just the two of us. Galaxy TL axiomatic. With Isabel living in a space separated by just a not very thick door, giving chest rewards like before was dangerous to say the least. If I accidentally let out a moan, we'd probably be 100% caught. But suddenly stopping what we've always been doing until now was something my pride couldn't accept. A man can't disgracefully go back on his word once he's said it. Even though this body is Lilith's. Well, I probably don't need to worry about it just yet. It was only a problem worth worrying about if Harold and Ethan's duels actually happened and Ethan managed to beat Harold in those duels. Since Harold had just been appointed as a temporary professor, he'd probably have a busy schedule for a while, and he couldn't duel with every student during class. Just 10 days after starting at the academy, the conditions weren't very good for the two of them to start dueling right away. Maybe their schedules would conflict, and the duel itself might never happen. Thinking that way, worrying about it now would be foolish. Thinking like this does make me feel reassured. Besides, Harold doesn't seem to teach any classes other than basics of magic swordsmanship, and even if Ethan has a sword duel with Harold in other classes, it would be hard to prove that I saw it. I just need to avoid it well once a week, just once. While I was trying to reassure myself with such thoughts, the duel between Ethan and Harold came much faster than I had expected. On the day marking exactly 2 weeks since I started attending Luminar Academy with Ethan. Today was the day of the common class 1 take with Ethan once a week. That's right, the lecture given by Harold. Unfortunately, as soon as my morning classes ended, I quickly packed my things and hurried out of the classroom, leaving the magic department building. If I dawdled, Ethan would come to my building to fetch me again this time. Ethan coming to pick me up at my building 2 weeks in a row was careless of me as an exclusive maid, no matter how I thought about it. Ah, Lilith, looks like your class ended a bit early today. Young Master Ethan. Ah, just in case, I should mention that I wasn't specifically waiting for you. I thought it would be a waste of time to just stay in the swordsmanship department building, so I was thinking of taking a walk around the academy. What a coincidence. You just happened to pass by the magic department building right when my class ended while taking a walk. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Right, it's a really strange coincidence, isn't it? Ethan is getting more shameless by the day. Anyone could see he came all the way to the magic department building to pick me up, yet he's trying to play innocent. Seeing him act like this right after I cautioned him that it looks bad for an employee, I had reasonable suspicion that he might be doing this to deliberately put me in a difficult position. Isn't the cafeteria much closer to the swordsmanship department building than the magic department building? Why do you always take such an inefficient route? I'm hungry, so let's go quickly, Lilith. We have father's class this evening, so we can't be late, right? Of course, that's true, but if it really bothers you that much, why don't you take off those lace cuffs in your headdress? You wouldn't need to fulfill the formalities of an exclusive maid then. That's not allowed. If you don't like it, Lilith, then there's nothing I can do. It's the only means to prove that I belong to the Blackwood family, so I need to wear it and be clearly identified. Moreover, I've already been attending the academy like this for 2 weeks, so if I suddenly stop wearing it, rumors might spread that I've been fired by Ethan. I wanted to avoid troublesome things in many ways. To do that, I had to do my best in the role of Ethan's exclusive maid until our graduation from the academy. That was the way to survive at the academy as Lilith. It's the second week of the basics of magic swordsmanship class, taught by Harold. As soon as the time for the afternoon class came, Harold appeared in the indoor dueling arena and announced today's lesson to the gathered students. To roughly assess everyone's individual skills, from today we'll have time for dueling in pairs. While first day's class felt like an orientation and passed vaguely, it seemed they were definitely entering into full-fledged classes from the second week. Before pairing up for duels, the 4 people I will call should come forward separately. Thinking they might be called, several students from the swordsmanship department looked around curiously. As soon as I heard the first syllable of the names coming from Harold's mouth, I could immediately grasp what criteria Harold had used to select the 4. Youngwajogigigwat Volt, Ethan Richard Blackwood, Natalie Sharp, Karaham Jamiel August. Right, this is how it would usually be. From the moment he called Youngwajogigigwat's name first, I could immediately grasp that this was a group of honor students, inhuman-level individuals. No one among the freshmen in the swordsmanship department at Luminar Academy now could beat those 4 there. Galaxy TL axiomatic. If he had paired them up to duel with other students mixed in, it would just end up with their opponents getting thoroughly beaten for nothing. You 4 are strictly forbidden from dueling with other students except for dueling with each other here. Yes, sir. I believe you know best why I've separated you out. Right. Yes, sir, we understand. As expected of kids whose specialty is handling swords, their answers were overflowing with confidence. Especially Natalie, answering with a confident expression among the 3 men, looked particularly cute. Enrolling in Luminar Academy is a good idea in this aspect. Seeing Natalie, who was my favorite character in my previous life, in person right before my eyes probably means I've achieved about half of my goals for entering the academy. I think anyone would fall for her charm if they knew it. Of course, she's pretty, but more charming than that is her bold personality. Like how she answers confidently despite being the only commoner without any powers among nobles and heroes who can use magic. Seeing her not shrinking back despite being the only woman among men made me smile fondly, feeling like I was still seeing Natalie from the game in my previous life. If it were my previous life, I would have pressed the PRTSCRN key almost every time her expression changed, not to mention collecting separate CGs. It was just regrettable that I couldn't save the image of her orange ponytail fluttering in the gentle breeze. Still, somehow, it doesn't make my heart race like before. I suppose it might be because the years I've spent as Lilith in the world of Luminar Academy have become too long. Well, with this body, I can't be with Natalie anyway, and she originally had Thomas, her childhood friend, as a partner. Galaxy TL axiomatic. I had no right from the beginning to interfere with the love between those 2 that even the protagonist, Youngwajogigigwat, is trying not to disturb. Just being able to watch my favorite character from my previous life move alive like this from afar was satisfying enough. While I was relieved in one sense that I no longer felt romantic emotions towards the character I had loved. Still, feeling depressed that I could no longer feel the emotions I once had was an unavoidable force majeure. Harold's Basics of Magic Swordsmanship class was decent enough. Of course, all we actually did was just duel with swords against students from the swordsmanship and magical departments. With the top 1 to 4 from the swordsmanship department excluded, the remaining students were fairly evenly matched. However, that was partly because their opponents were just lower-ranked students of the swordsmanship department. Even though it was a common lecture class for the two departments since it dealt with the basics of swordsmanship, enrollment from the magic department wasn't very high. As one of only about 10 magic department students out of 60 total, I didn't end up crossing swords with any top-ranked sword department students from the first day. With this win rate, I might be able to face off against some higher-ranked students in the next class. To be honest, I'd like to try facing off against Ethan or Natalie. Of course, it would obviously be a match I'd lose, but so what? As a man, don't you want to challenge yourself even in matches you're clearly going to lose? It wasn't so strange to think about the mindset the characters who faced Natalie's swordsmanship head-on had until now, or wanting to directly experience Ethan's swordsmanship after his dramatic growth in skill due to my intervention in the story. Of course, I probably won't get the chance to duel against those inhuman-level kids, even among the sword department, being just someone from the magic department who can use a sword a bit. Besides that, Harold's class was useful enough to be quite helpful even for me. You might think the legendary sword master would naturally have a rigid teaching style, but Harold was teaching the kids with a much more flexible mindset than I expected. One unexpected thing I learned about Harold today was that he didn't care at all about the types of swords the students used. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Rather, he tried his best to impart his knowledge even to students who didn't use conventional sword types. If you're going to swing that heavy greatsword, think several times more than your opponent. And from now on, try to build up your abdominal muscles as much as possible rather than your arms. Yes, Professor, if you're going to use an estoc *1, focus on thrusting rather than slashing in your training. With that light sword, concentrating on piercing one point will be much more effective for inflicting fatal wounds than slashing a wide area. Understood. This was the advice Harold gave to Karaham and Natalie after observing their duel once. The sword Harold usually uses is a typical two-handed sword seen in fantasy worlds, and even in the game, he never used any sword other than the short sword he usually carries at his waist. But unlike his seemingly old-fashioned appearance, his knowledge of swords seemed to be quite extensive. As long as the weapon the user wielded maintained the form of a sword, he imparted his knowledge without prejudice. Galaxy TL axiomatic. He didn't hold back advice on Karaham's huge greatsword, Natalie's estoc, or the various types of swords used by other regular students. Naturally, he also gave advice to me, wielding a dagger. Out of all these students, only you use a dagger, Lilith Rosewood, even though you're not the only magic department student taking this class. That's right. Is there a reason you insist on using a dagger? Because there's an awesome option that gives +1/5 attack when wielding a dagger. I couldn't tell him that directly, so I deliberately presented a plausible excuse packaged in convincing words. The biggest reason is to induce carelessness in the opponent. What do you mean? It's true that I'm learning magic swordsmanship based on a dagger in this class, but after all, my most powerful ability is magic. The most important thing for a mage to be mindful of when using swordsmanship is not creating situations where they have to use swordsmanship in the first place. I think the professor knows this part as well. Go on. But even if one doesn't want to, there might be times in life when you have to face an enemy in close quarters combat. In such a situation, if you, Professor, assume that you are that enemy facing a mage up close, what would you think if there was a long sword hanging at the mage's waist? I'd think there's someone who can handle both magic and swordsmanship well, so I wouldn't let my guard down until the very end. Then, what about a mage with nothing at their waist but a dagger hidden in their breast? I'd still be on guard, but it would take a bit longer to realize their trump card is a hidden dagger. That's exactly the part I'm aiming for. Harold stroked his chin and looked at me with quite a serious gaze at my answer. Having come this far, I couldn't vaguely gloss over it, so I somehow completed the excuse I made up on the spot. For a mage, auxiliary armament is just a supplementary means, after all. The moment close-range combat is allowed, the tide of battle has already completely turned. In such a situation, there's no way to properly respond by swinging around a longsword. But this dagger can be effective for stabbing the heart of a careless enemy after keeping it hidden until the last moment. At the very least, the attacker won't notice what auxiliary armament I have until they get close enough to see the blade of this dagger. A fairly plausible theory. Harold looked at me with a strange smile, seemingly not displeased with my answer. Then, he took the silver dagger I had pulled out during my explanation and held it in his right hand. There are two ways to handle a dagger, the forward grip and the reverse grip. The forward grip allows you to freely wield the dagger as you wish by holding it comfortably, but it's also easier for the opponent to predict the trajectory. The reverse grip has the opposite advantages and disadvantages. Yes, so if you're going to handle a dagger, it's good to at least learn how to switch between normal and reverse grips with one hand. Like this. With those words, Harold demonstrated how to roll the silver dagger in his hand, changing the direction of the blade. Galaxy TL axiomatic. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at how easily he changed grips even while holding the blade. You've finished your duels for today, so practice changing your grip on this dagger until the end of class. Feel free to ask if you're unsure about anything. Yes, thank you, and please continue to take good care of Ethan in the future. Yes. Harold left those words with a strangely different implied meaning and moved to check on another student's swordsmanship. Watching his back as he left, I practiced handling the dagger grip as he advised. By the end of class, I had become somewhat accustomed to holding the blade in reverse, if only a little. The slightly depressed feelings I had tried to shake off by concentrating on the class didn't disappear at all, even until the lesson ended. After the basics of magic swordsmanship class, the common subject Ethan and Lilith take once a week, ended. Lilith, who returned to the dormitory room after finishing her classes for the day, had been exuding a gloomy aura with her whole body since she returned. Sigh. Lilith sat half-perched on the bed, resting her chin on her hand and sighing. Watching this, Ethan and Isabel could immediately grasp that she wasn't in a good mood. Ethan and Isabel poured out considerable worry towards her, who had seemed to be in a bad mood since returning to the dormitory room. Did something happen to Lilith at the academy today, young master? Well, I don't think there's anything in particular that comes to mind. One thing that was certain was that she had been in this state continuously since after listening to his father's basics of magic swordsmanship class. At least until lunchtime today, there was nothing particularly strange or depressing to be found in Lilith, so if there was something making her mind complicated, it must have happened during or after that class. Galaxy TL axiomatic. However, Ethan couldn't imagine any reason for her to show such a reaction. Especially since, even during the duels in the class, Lilith had won 3 times in a row. After the class ended, they had dinner at the dormitory cafeteria and went straight back to the dormitory room, so there was no reason for anything to happen that would upset her mood. Sigh. However, seeing Lilith groaning weakly while precariously perched on the bed, she had clearly experienced something unpleasant. Even if he couldn't figure out the cause, Ethan's thought was that he wanted to at least cheer up her mood. The problem was that he had no idea how he could cheer up Lilith's mood. Lilith, are you feeling sick somewhere? Not really. Is it because sleeping with young Master Ethan is tiring? Do you want to sleep in my room's bed just for tonight? No, it's okay, just let me think alone for now. If you have any worries, don't suffer alone, and make sure to tell us, okay? Yeah, thanks. Ethan's worry increased as her symptoms didn't seem likely to improve, even with the comfort of Isabel, her closest friend. He was pondering in his own way how he could cheer her up. What does Lilith like again? Come to think of it, despite loving Lilith so much, he didn't actually know much about what she liked. He knew that she enjoyed spending time with her fellow maids like Isabel and Catherine, or that she felt joy in using magic. But Lilith hardly ever showed signs of liking specific foods or things, so Ethan's worries deepened about what he could do for her to cheer her up. Ethan closed his eyes and tried to recall when she had last shown her happiness recently. If it was the last memory of her showing an unreserved happy expression in front of him, it was probably that moment. Less than why, young master? That place, ha? Greater than. No. What are you thinking, recalling that memory now? To think that what came to mind when trying to recall Lilith's happiness was her moaning while he touched her chest. Because of that, the manly desires that had been dormant in Ethan's heart for a while strangely awakened. Fortunately, the current Ethan did not act irrationally and was not consumed by momentary instincts. Galaxy TL axiomatic. He had already become a man who could suppress his own desires through the past year of training. Less than greater than. However, separate from his calm self-control, Lilith's flushed face kept flickering in Ethan's mind. From the brief imagination that suddenly came to his mind, Ethan was able to find a small hint. He quietly began to come up with one way that might be able to cheer up Lilith's mood. Ethan quietly thought of a way to improve Lilith's mood. Before taking any serious action, the first thing he did was to send Isabel, who shared the room, to the servants' quarters. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Even though Isabel was currently serving as the exclusive maid for both him and Lilith, he didn't want her to witness their evening activities. Isabel. Yes, young master. I'll comfort Lilith, so why don't you go to bed early tonight? Pardon. If possible, I'd appreciate it if you didn't come out of the servants' quarters until late at night. Ah. Thanks to her experience as a maid, Isabel was quick to read between the lines, and she knew Ethan and Lilith's relationship better than anyone. Having vaguely understood the meaning of Ethan's words, she simply bowed and entered the servants' quarters. Yes, young master. Then I'll sleep soundly in my room from now until my wake-up time tomorrow morning. Very well, Isabel. Please, enjoy your time with Lilith. Click. The vanilla-haired maid quietly entered the servants' quarters first with a good-night greeting. Ethan felt embarrassed as if his future actions had been discovered, but apart from that, he felt quite grateful to the perceptive Isabel. He carefully approached Lilith, who was still sitting on the bed, unable to shake off her depression. He wasn't yet sure if this method would work well to comfort her in her depressed state. At least, in that moment when he saw her, Lilith had an expression of happiness that he rarely saw. If that could improve her mood, he was willing to endure being seen as the foolish young master of the Blackwood family. The only worry was whether this action would make Lilith judge him as she had before. That's why Ethan started by asking for Lilith's permission in a way that wouldn't make her despise him. If she developed negative feelings towards him because of his actions, which were motivated by not wanting to see her depressed face, it would only worsen the situation instead of improving her mood. Lilith. Ah, young Master Ethan. Are you planning to sleep now? No, I think I need to talk to you about something more important than sleep first. Pardon. Ethan steeled his nerves as Lilith tilted her head, seemingly not understanding what he was about to say. He then lowered his body and bowed deeply towards Lilith, who was sitting on the bed. Why, young Master Ethan? Lilith, I have a request. Wait a moment, young Master Ethan. For the young master of the Blackwood family to show such a posture to an exclusive maid Galaxy TL axiomatic. I'm begging you, Lilith. Please let me touch you for just 1 minute tonight. Get up right now what? Lilith reacted and questioned him after hearing the request to touch her chest while trying to make him stand up. And it didn't even take a few seconds for her reaction to turn into contempt. Really, just 1 minute is enough. Just this once today. Are you in your right mind, young Master Ethan? Well, I'm truly disappointed. I'm sure I clearly told you that I would let you touch my chest when you won a match against Master Harold. Did you lose your self-control just 2 weeks after coming to the academy? I couldn't even imagine that you, young Master Ethan, would be such a low-level beast. As expected, Lilith's cold contempt returned. Although he had somewhat anticipated this reaction, he couldn't take back the words he had already spoken. Ethan tried to use his own logic to not offend her feelings and still be able to touch her chest. I'll win 2 matches. Pardon, in the next duel with father, I'll win a total of 2 matches. 2 matches. The condition for you to let me touch your chest is that I win 1 match against father each time. And as I take the basics of magic swordsmanship lecture, I'll soon have chances to duel with father, so I'll have at least 10 opportunities to cross swords during 1 semester. Well, go on, please continue speaking. I haven't had a chance to duel with father yet, so I haven't won any matches, but starting next week, there will be dates set for weekly duels with him. So, I'll win 2 matches in total during the upcoming period. Please let me touch you just once now, Lilith. After his desperate persuasion, Ethan bowed his head again on the floor, waiting for Lilith's answer. He was already aware that his request was unreasonable even to himself, but his goal was to touch Lilith's chest without offending her. Ethan quietly bowed his head as if he was guilty, waiting for Lilith's next words. On the other hand, Lilith was stroking her chin on the bed, making her own calculations. Changing from letting him touch once per match to once per 2 matches, it doesn't seem like I'm losing anything given Ethan's skill, he should naturally be able to win 2 matches during the semester. As soon as she heard Ethan's proposal, Lilith started calculating the pros and cons of letting him touch now versus refusing. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The displeasure she felt towards Ethan for suddenly asking to touch her chest had already taken a backseat, and she was now coldly calculating her own benefits as an exclusive maid. She asked Ethan a question, who was lying face down on the floor, considering whether to withdraw his request, saying he had thought wrong. "Are you certain you can win 2 matches against the master?" "Why yes. Of course. Then why are you asking to touch my chest now, incurring a debt equivalent to 2 matches, instead of asking after you've won the matches?" Well, that's. He couldn't say that it was because Lilith seemed so depressed today, and he wanted to touch her to cheer her up. If he said that, he would surely incur Lilith's antipathy, and she probably wouldn't have given permission in the first place. If she allowed it for that reason, it would be tantamount to confessing that being touched made her feel better, and Lilith, being a woman, would naturally want to conceal her desires. It goes without saying that this would make her despise him even more. To protect her honor and pride, Ethan chose a slightly different approach. He made it appear as if he was requesting it simply because he wanted to touch it, regardless of Lilith's feelings. I really can't hold back anymore. Pardon, if we were still using different rooms in the mansion, it might be different, but and now, Lilith, you sleep and wake up in the same bed with me every day. Moreover, you sometimes cling to my body in your sleep due to your sleeping habits. Living like that every day, I just can't hold back anymore. So I couldn't wait until I win the next match, that's why I'm begging like this." A lie. Ethan created an excuse through a lie mixed with a bit of truth. Although Ethan had blurted out what came to mind at the moment, he immediately regretted it after saying those words. Once he actually said it out loud, it seemed to shamelessly reveal the desires of a young man in his prime. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Ethan had tried to maintain a gentlemanly attitude in front of Lilith in other aspects, but even he thought that what he had just done was quite vulgar. It was only after his head cooled down a bit that Ethan finally realized that what he had just done was somehow wrong. Well, I guess it's not possible after all, right? Then let's just forget about it. With his mind in turmoil, the desire not to be hated by Lilith grew stronger again, and Ethan tried to salvage his unsightly behavior, albeit belatedly. However, Lilith, who understood the sexual desires of a man in his early 20s well in many ways, gave an answer that was closer to affirmation rather than disgust. "You must definitely win 2 matches. Didn't you just say it with your own mouth, young Master Ethan? That you'll win 2 more matches against Master Harold in the future, so you're asking to touch my chest now?" That's right, but if you feel uncomfortable, Lilith, you can refuse. Just this once. Ethan responded with a foolish expression to Lilith's unexpected permission. Lilith simply repeated what she had just said to Ethan. "I said just this once, young Master Ethan. If you mention wanting to touch again in the future because you can't control your urges, I will firmly refuse." Then today, after hearing your words, I thought there was certainly some reason to them. I understand that you, young Master Ethan, are also a man in his prime, so I can comprehend why you might get excited by the fact that I sleep next to you every night. So, I'll give you one chance as an exception. I'll grant your sudden request just this once, but from now on, you'll have to learn how to control your urges properly. Thank you, Lilith. Although they had taken a roundabout way to hide their true feelings from each other, Lilith had finally given permission for him to touch her chest. While the result was a bit sudden, that's how their evening activities began. That relationship had been formed while hiding their true feelings from each other and misunderstanding the other's true intentions. Due to the evening mood, caused by a different reason than usual, a strange atmosphere formed between Ethan and me. Originally, Ethan was supposed to win a reward that he could only get by winning a match against Harold, but we're now in this strange situation where he wanted to touch my chest without leaving me any mental preparation. I thought it wouldn't matter since we had already shared a room at the inn once, but it seemed that even just sleeping next to me made him quite nervous. I couldn't agree with the claim that I was sticking to him while sleeping. In any case, if I could just satisfy the urges that had arisen now, he probably won't be asking for my help in satisfying them later on. Then, I could fully accept the outcome if Ethan wins against Harold twice in the future. As I quietly tried to push my chest towards him, I realized that I was wearing my still unwashed and unchanged Luminar Academy uniform. Oh, what's wrong, Lilith? No, I realized that I hadn't changed my clothes since returning from the academy. I'll go get ready now, so please wait a moment, young Master Ethan. It's okay, Lilith. It's fine even if you're wearing the uniform. For some reason, Ethan blushed quietly as he awkwardly said that. From his reaction, I could roughly understand why he told me not to wash up. Whether I wore the Luminar Academy uniform is quite a significant matter. Since I used to be a man, I could understand that to some extent. Since he had only touched my chest in a maid uniform all this time, he probably wanted to enjoy touching me in different outfits. If I hadn't understood as a fellow man, I wouldn't have made an exception like today. With that in mind, I awkwardly complied with Ethan's discreet request. Since I heard that he was confident he could win 2 rounds, just this once, I thought it would be okay to indulge his request a little. Since you're tired of my maid uniform, you want to touch my chest while I wear my academy uniform. I understand, young master. Oh, no, it doesn't mean I'm tired of you in your maid uniform, Lilith. It's okay, young master Ethan. Isn't it one of the situations that any man dreams of having is doing something lewd with a female student in an academy uniform? I understand. Ethan, who could no longer refute, blushed quietly and looked away. For some reason, Ethan's actions today seemed strangely cute. Perhaps it was because his psychological position was completely opposite to the usual situation of touching and being touched. Usually, I only allowed Ethan to touch my chest every time he confidently won a match against Harold as a reward, but in this case, Ethan asked me for a favor, and I allowed it. Anyway, in this relationship, I was in a slightly superior position, even if it was just for a moment. You can start anytime, young master. I won't include the time it takes for me undress in the time you're allowed to touch. Okay. Ethan looked a little flustered at the several layers of my academy uniform in front of him. It must have been confusing because it was a different outfit than when he usually touched my chest. But in the end, it was his desire that led rather than emotions, and he reached out with both hands to bring my layered uniform closer. With his cautious hands, the buttons of my uniform began to be unbuttoned one by one from the top. Click, 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 sigh. This is, somehow, a little embarrassing. I thought I had become somewhat accustomed to showing my chest, but when it actually happened again, it was impossible to endure the embarrassment. The sensation of Ethan's desire could be felt in his hands as he unbuttoned the buttons of my uniform one by one. I slightly reacted to Ethan's touch as he briefly brushed against me to undress me, but I didn't feel particularly uncomfortable yet. Pop, pop, ha. Ethan unbuttoned my jacket and started unbuttoning my shirt. Perhaps he thought that once he unbuttoned one layer, my bare skin and my underwear would be exposed since his touch seemed quite excited and showed he was impatient. I could sense Ethan's emotions subtly through the fabric as he unbuttoned 6 buttons, including the second to the last one just above my skirt, without daring to touch the one inside, revealing my bra and the skin above my navel. You don't usually wear a bra. That's harassment, young master Ethan. Why bring that up now? In the past, I had deliberately undressed and prepared myself, but today, I was only wearing it because of Ethan's spontaneous request, which caught me off guard. If he had asked me to undress and touch me like he usually did during our sparring with Harold, I would have taken my bra off in advance. Quietly waiting for Ethan to unbutton the last layer covering my chest, I felt his fingers on my chest, gently lifting the black bra that covered it. Slip. Ah, ha. As the bra was removed and my nipple brushed against him, a moan escaped my lips. If it had been me when Ethan first touched my chest, I would have felt embarrassed to let out such a moan, but I had shown more embarrassing reactions before, so brushing over this would have been a waste of time. Regardless, exposing my chest to Ethan in this situation was absolutely embarrassing. Squish. Ha. As I briefly thought about that in my head, Ethan's hands were roughly pressed against my exposed chest. I quietly started counting in my head to endure the stimulation to my chest as much as possible. Squish, squish. Your chest is beautiful today, Lilith. Thank you. Squish, squish. And your chest is always so soft, Lilith. Your chest always brings peace to my heart. Oh, thank you. Ethan spouted nonsense as he caressed my chest again today. In the past, I would have thought that responding to such nonsense was being taken advantage of and deliberately ignored it, but my thoughts on this had changed a bit lately. I casually answered while deliberately ignoring the nonsense as my chest was being touched. I felt that the least embarrassing way to spend this time was to accept that this was a natural situation. There was no need to avoid Ethan's answers, change the subject, or hide the fact that I was feeling something in my chest. Isn't it more embarrassing to hide the natural physiological response to being touched on the chest? It was more embarrassing to hide a bodily function than to just accept it naturally. With those thoughts in mind, even as Ethan casually touched my chest with a relaxed expression as usual, I purposely responded nonchalantly. Is this your weak spot, Lilith? When I pull on your nipples like this to draw out your breasts? Pull. How does it feel? Does it feel good? Pull. A little why yes. It's just a natural physiological phenomenon. It feels good because of young Master Ethan's touch. Thinking that there was no need to forcibly hide the emotions I was feeling, I quietly nodded my head, not denying my current feelings. If I reacted this way, it was possible that Ethan might not display his usual arrogant attitude but instead become annoyed at my honesty. Young Master Ethan, what are you doing? You're really tempting, Lilith. What do you mean Suddenly, a strange sensation was felt on my right breast where Ethan had placed his face, tormenting my nipple. It didn't take long for me to realize that it was Ethan's lips that had started sucking on my breast. Suck. Why, young master? Suck. Using your mouth. I haven't given you permission yet. Like a newborn baby sucking on a mother's breast, Ethan actively sucked on one of my breasts. With the pressure of his lips causing a slight pull on my breast, his tongue was rolling over my nipple vigorously. The unfamiliar yet stimulating sensation quickly started feeling really pleasurable. At the same time, his right hand, which was massaging my left breast, continued to stimulate my hardened nipple. From the stimulation of his fingers to the sensation of his lips and tongue, pleasure began to surge through both breasts in an instant. I felt like I could climax with just a little more of that strange yet familiar sensation. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, a rough moan that I couldn't control burst from my lips as I climaxed, overwhelmed by intense pleasure coursing through my entire body. Squirt. Ha. The moment my body trembled after I came, Ethan gripped and twisted my left breast forcefully with his right hand. Twist. Simultaneously, the lips that had been sucking on my right breast lightly nibbled on the tip of my breast with his front teeth, teasing it with the tip of his tongue. Ha. In the end, the 1-minute rule that was supposed to be followed without fail was broken again. Even excluding the time it took to undress, I had been at his mercy for almost 5 minutes. Since we'd been going over the time several times, and in a way, this only lasted half the time of the usual session, it seemed okay to overlook his impromptu actions of sucking on my nipple. The time has passed, young Master Ethan. Sorry, I actually knew that since earlier. It's okay, anyway, the time was, it was my fault. Are you going to wash up? Yes, I need to wash off the saliva that has stained my chest, courtesy of a certain naive gentleman. Consciously mentioning Ethan, I grabbed some fresh underwear and pajamas from my drawer and headed to the bathroom. I gathered my clothes to be changed into and my clothes to be washed separately in one corner of the bathroom, then immediately showered my whole body with warm water spouting from a magical device. Sigh. Feeling the clean stream of water flowing down my body and hearing the refreshing sound of water, it somehow felt like something that had been tangled in my chest was being washed away along with my body. It felt like I was much fresher than usual after the day ended. The uncomfortable feeling that had been bothering me since the afternoon seemed to have been relieved. Along with that emotion, my gloomy mood that had accompanied it seemed to have suddenly disappeared without a trace. About a month had passed since the day Ethan suddenly asked if he could touch my chest. Nothing particularly special happened during that month. Ethan didn't seem to be demanding anything more after touching my chest once. Rather, it seemed like he had built up some mental fortitude from that request, as he had already managed to win 2 matches against Harold during the following month of classes. The top 4 students have a chance to duel with Harold once a week during class. This means he won 2 out of 4 duels. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Of course, Harold isn't in his best condition as he's dueling not just Ethan but other students as well, but the same goes for Ethan, who's crossing swords with other top students. I decided to acknowledge Ethan's 2 wins without nitpicking. There was no point in creating complicated exceptions that would only tire us both out. The problem was that the next time Ethan won another match, his sword-wielding hands would once again grasp my chest. Well, by now, I didn't find it particularly shameful for Ethan to touch my body. Since I had decided not to hide my reactions to a man's touch, there was no need to feel embarrassed either. Other than that, the only notable events were the commotion caused by Harold's temporary appointment as a professor, and the protagonist uncovering the corruption of one of the professors in the technical department, saving one of the heroines, changing the hot topic of the academy at least twice. Thanks to these high-profile rumors, the incident of Ethan and I getting involved in a duel in front of the auditorium on the first day of school had more or less died down. While I couldn't say we were close, I had somewhat become acquainted with the freshmen of the magic department. At most, we were just grouping together for joint classes. Goodbye, Lilith. See you tomorrow, Lilith. Yes, please be careful on your way home, everyone. Well, since it was the magic department, the connections I made there meant they were all noble young ladies. All of my fellow students in the department had a peculiarly ladylike way of speaking. Of course, there weren't many high-ranking noble ladies like duchesses or margraves even in this academy, so most of the students I associated with were daughters of viscounts or barons. Dealing with real noble ladies was tiring in many ways, so it was better for me to associate with people of this level. After all, the higher the rank of nobility, the higher their pride and vanity tend to be. And recently, one such real noble lady had been consistently sticking to me. Moreover, it was a character who shouldn't have even appeared in the main story, let alone enrolled in the academy in the original work. Ah, Lilith, over here, over here. The young lady of the August family drew attention by calling my name loudly at the central plaza. Naturally, my face heated up as she called my name so loudly in a place already crowded with people. Drawing attention with her voice in crowded places, she's just like her younger brother. I couldn't understand with my meager intellect why the eldest daughter of a Margrave family had taken an interest in me and started sticking around. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Of course, just because she called me by a familiar name didn't actually change the hierarchy of our social status, so I still maintained proper etiquette when dealing with Lizzie. You don't need to call out to me so loudly, Lady August. I can hear you. I told you, you can call me Lizzie, Lilith. No, as a mere honorary viscount's daughter, I can't address the young lady of the August Margrave family by her first name. I don't mind, though. I do mind. This perceptive woman probably knew I was deliberately using honorifics to keep my distance and was likely trying to get me to use informal terms to find some weakness. Considering how she had tried to pick a fight with me, thinking I was a low-ranking noble lady, only to end up prostrating herself when Ethan appeared, she was undoubtedly a woman with incredibly sharp instincts. Even now, she was probably pretending to be friendly with me while secretly trying to create a connection with Ethan. If I actually brought her in front of Ethan, the atmosphere would probably turn quite sour. After all, they had openly caused trouble for each other in an official setting, so there was no way they would view each other favorably. At least Caraham, who was also in the swordsmanship department, seemed to be building a friendship with Ethan through them crossing swords with similar skills. But his sister, Lizzie, was in the pharmacy department, so there was no way for Lizzie to interact with Ethan at all. Our relationship consisted only of meeting and talking for an hour or two when I had free time like this. To say we met was putting it nicely, it was more like Lizzie summoning me. What did you call me for today, Lady August? Well, do you happen to have any other plans from now, Lilith? I was originally planning to read in the swordsmanship department's lounge with the book you gifted me last time, Lady August. So you're saying you don't have any other plans, right? I just said I was planning to read. From the perspective of a noble lady like Lizzie, reading might just be a hobby to pass the time, but for me, it was a stat-raising event that I had to go through for various reasons. At least, until the midterms, I needed to finish reading this book to somehow get through the first semester safely with good grades. Of course, it was quite difficult to throw away an appointment called by the young lady of the August family just because I wanted to read, and I already owed Lizzie something since she handed me this book. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Recently, meeting her once or twice a week and spending some time together had become part of my routine. Today, we're going to a dessert cafe operated by the August family. Do you like sweet foods, Lilith? I don't dislike them. That's perfect. There's still about 2 hours until Caraham and young Master Ethan's swordsmanship class ends, so shall we enjoy some light refreshments at the family's cafe in the meantime? As long as you allow me to continue my reading while enjoying the refreshments, I don't mind. Of course, I won't disturb you. This is really burdensome. I formally began interacting with Lizzie about 3 weeks ago. Of course, it wasn't because I wanted to approach her first, and initially, it was just a chance encounter. At that time, Lizzie Lynn August, a Margrave's daughter, helped me when I was in a difficult situation for another reason. It all started when we ran into each other while I was browsing the underground general store in the Central Plaza during Ethan's free period. Understanding Mana Flow. Understanding Mana Flow. As I mentioned before, once you enter Luminar Academy, it's possible to improve Lilith's cursed luck stat in one way or another. You could do so either by taking lecture classes that focus on improving hit rate and accuracy, or by using books or special equipment that can be obtained from various places in the academy. The book, entitled Understanding Mana Flow, which could only be obtained from the underground general store on campus, was also a major item that could increase my luck. So, I visited the bookstore to acquire it once my academy life had somewhat settled into a routine. Found it. Fortunately, since I already knew the book's design well, it wasn't too difficult to find. In a medieval fantasy bookstore shelf filled mostly with dark and dull-colored books, a cover that shone green was impossible to miss. I managed to get my hands on the book I wanted from the dusty shelves filled with various kinds of ancient books. Just reading this one book can increase my luck by 2. You might say, what good is an increase of 2? Probably, when playing as the protagonist, I would have skipped over these trivial items from about the 3rd playthrough. There was no need to bother visiting the Academy's underground general store, searching through bookshelves, and spending an additional 2 gold coins just to raise my luck by 2. However, for the current Lilith, even this +2 was something she desperately needed. After all, once I finish reading this, Lilith's current luck of 2 would double. My current hit rate of 4 to 5% would also jump to 9 to 10%, more than doubling the original. Of course, it was still pathetic that even after increasing, it would barely reach double digits. If I can just endure this semester somehow, it should be manageable from the next semester. After taking all the luck-related courses I'm enrolled in this semester, I should be able to raise it to about 10, and by then, I could somehow increase the hit rate of my offensive magic to 25%. If I incorporated triple casting, it would be possible to disguise it as a 50% hit rate, at least on the surface. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. It was painful to spend 2 gold coins, which was more than half of my monthly salary, on one book, but in my current situation, I would be fortunate if I could buy +1 luck for 1 gold coin. It's actually cheaper to raise it now. If I try to buy it after leveling up more, it won't be as cost-effective then. With that thought, I confidently walked towards the counter of the underground general store, but the words that came out of the shopkeeper's mouth after looking over my face and body once made me feel dizzy for a moment. 10 gold coins. Pardon, did you mishear? I said 10 gold coins. No, damn it, there's a limit to ripping people off. I came knowing full well it was worth 2 gold coins, and you inflate it 5 times. I was on the verge of spitting out the same words, but fortunately, my reason barely suppressed the curse that was about to burst out. Anyway, I was the one who needed this book, so I had to try to negotiate with the shopkeeper who had proposed 10 gold coins. Is this book really that expensive? It doesn't look that expensive from the outside. If you think so, you don't have to buy it. There are plenty of people who buy from our store besides you anyway. Could you lower the price a little? I don't have much money on hand. 20. Pardon, you're not even a man, where do you get off acting cute? I won't sell it to you for less than 20, so if you have complaints, don't buy it and leave. No, damn it, fuck this crazy woman, really. Just as I was conflicted over what to do with the shopkeeper who seemed ready to punch me in the face just for speaking a few words, suddenly, a familiar-looking pair entered the underground general store. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. As soon as I heard their voices and the content of their conversation, I could immediately identify who the pair was. Sister, why are we coming to this underground general store? Isn't there a general store for academy students on the 1st floor of the student center? Obviously, we're here to get something we can't find there, right? Use your brain a little, Karaham. Then why did you bring me along? It's easier to negotiate prices when you're here. Now stop talking and just follow me, huh? The siblings of the August family came down the stairs from the ground floor to the underground. Running into these 2 familiar faces by chance was the starting point of how I came to associate with Lizzie. After haggling with the female shopkeeper of the underground general store over whether to buy the book in my hand or not, I ended up leaving empty-handed. Unable to acquire the book entitled Understanding Mana Flow, I sat on a bench in the central plaza near the underground store, feeling dejected and expressing my gloomy mood. Damn it, yeah, that's just my life. Whenever I try to put effort into something, this single-digit luck keeps tripping me up. It was inevitable for me to feel frustrated. I was frustrated at Lilith Rosewood, a character with a luck stat of 1 or 2, whose basic stats couldn't be overcome by my efforts alone. Originally, she was a character who typically only used support magic to assist the protagonist or Ethan, so there was no need for her luck stat, which symbolizes hit rate, to be particularly high. However, as I somehow needed to learn offensive magic, I had to seek out every opportunity to raise my luck. Among those opportunities, I had just lost the chance to use the most unconditional one of them all, the hidden book from the underground general store, so I really had no idea what to do now. What am I supposed to do with just 2 luck? At this rate, I would fail all the midterm evaluations for the various subjects on offensive magic I was taking, as well as subjects where accuracy was important. Galaxy TL axiomatic. If I couldn't improve my luck stat by the end of the semester, I wouldn't be able to avoid failing or being at the bottom of the class in the remaining subjects, including the battle during the final evaluation. If I wasn't careful, there was a possibility that my entire academy life could go awry. It was a desperate situation for me, who had planned a learning curriculum focused on improving hit rate and luck from the first semester of the first year to the second semester of the fourth year in order to develop Lilith into a character specializing in offensive magic. It was natural for my head to be filled with complex thoughts while thinking about the future that would go downhill from now on. Should I ask Ethan to lend me money? No matter how I think about it, he probably won't lend me 10 gold coins easily, or should I secretly meet with the protagonist and ask him to buy it for me? But if I approach him out of the blue, I'll definitely just arouse suspicion. Besides, Ethan told me never to interact with him. As a member of a branch family of the Blackwoods and an exclusive maid, I couldn't freely use money or act as I pleased. Of course, complaining wouldn't improve my miserable life. So, as I was about to get up from the bench after somewhat collecting myself, suddenly, a young lady with long sky blue hair approached the seat next to me and greeted me as if we were acquainted. It's been a while, Lady Lizzie Lynn August. I almost habitually blurted out the familiar name I only used in my head but hastily added her full name and title. Lizzie, who sat down on the bench next to me, spoke to me with her hand to her mouth and an arrogant expression, like that of a noble lady with high self-esteem. We met briefly at the underground general store earlier, didn't we, Miss Lilith? How do you know my name? Are you thinking of playing dumb? Although it's been over half a year, we did meet once at the Princess's Masquerade Ball, didn't we? You look like you're wondering how I knew. Miss Lilith, you probably wanted to hide your identity because you felt uncomfortable meeting me, but unfortunately, I never forget the characteristics of someone I've met once. Even if you were wearing a mask, I could easily recognize you by your other features. I even greeted you at the entrance ceremony, did you not see me? No, I saw you. I just didn't respond because I didn't realize the greeting was for me. In many ways, this Lizzie character was quite unpredictable to me. Galaxy TL axiomatic. After all, Lizzie should have normally died in a monster wave incident at this point. No matter how many times I had cleared Luminar Academy, 24 times to be exact, I couldn't know the characteristics and personality of a character who didn't appear in the main story. I apologize, Lady Lizzie Lynn August. Well, I understand. It might be somewhat burdensome for you to meet me now, Miss Lilith. After all, you received an apology from me as an honorary daughter of a Viscount, so you might have been afraid that I would seek revenge if we met again, right? Of course, I don't hold any ill feelings towards you, Miss Lilith. I have a personality that clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If she really had a personality that clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges, she should have been desperate to tear me apart. Not only was she humiliated at such a precious social event as Princess Seraphine's birthday, but later that day, she was also forced to give up her silver dagger to me. As I was bewildered by Lizzie's incomprehensible logic, she continued speaking to me. It seemed like you had a bit of an argument with the shopkeeper earlier, is that right? I showed an embarrassing side of myself. You wanted to buy something but didn't have enough money, right? Even I thought 20 gold coins was a bit excessive. Well, with my wealth as the young lady of the August family, I could manage it somehow. Of course, it would have been a burdensome amount for you, Miss Lilith, an honorary Viscount's daughter and young Master Blackwood's exclusive maid. I wondered what her purpose was for suddenly appearing, but was it just to mock me as I had feared? Well, it made sense that Lizzie wouldn't have good feelings towards me. It was only natural, considering what had happened that day. Thinking that listening further would only hurt me more, I was about to get up, mentioning Ethan's name, when a book with a green cover was quietly pushed in front of me. I'll excuse myself first to attend to my duties as young Master Ethan's exclusive maid. Take this, Miss Lilith. This is. You seemed to need this book earlier, right? Oh, perhaps it wasn't something you needed. No, I do need it, but. The book entitled Understanding Mana Flow unexpectedly came into my possession in an unforeseen situation. Normally, my confused thoughts should have been sorted out after somehow obtaining this book that I was about to miss out on. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. Rather, my mind became more confused by this woman's sudden kindness, and as if anticipating my reaction, Lizzie looked into my eyes and said, "Please think of it as compensation for the rudeness I showed you last time." Pardon, I'm talking about when I accidentally spilled my drink on you at the masquerade ball. And then, concerned about saving face in front of others, I got angry and lashed out at you instead. Even now I feel so embarrassed thinking about it. So I'd like you to accept this as an apology for that time. Of course, it's probably too late an apology for you. What's with her? Did she eat something wrong? Is this really the same Lizzie who threw a fit at me at the masquerade ball? I almost accepted her surprising kindness without question due to the natural flow of the conversation, but sensing something ominous in Lizzie's attitude, my body refused to accept her kindness at face value and rejected it once. No, I can't accept such kindness without giving anything in return. Your hands are trembling, Miss Lilith. The debt from that day was settled when I received your silver dagger that could save my life, right? Look, I'm still using it well even now. Yes, it seems you're still using it well. You used that blade in your duel with that foolish fourth son of the Raidenhearts, didn't you? I understand your suspicion, but I'd like you to accept it simply as a gesture of goodwill. After all, it's just a book worth 5 gold coins. No, I can't accept such an expensive item. Wait, what did you just say? Just now, it seemed like something I couldn't just ignore had slipped past my ears. I understand that you're suspicious of me, but this is just a gesture of goodwill I have for you. No, not that part, the part about this book being worth 5 gold coins. Oh, that's just because the female shopkeeper of that underground general store is an old maid who gives discounts to handsome men. Pardon, it's a bit awkward to say this about my own family, but my younger brother Karaham is quite decent if he just keeps his mouth shut. He's tall, from a good family, and has many qualities that are good for charming women. That's why I bothered to bring him to the underground general store. After all, I don't have a fiancé like you do. If you had come with your fiancé, you probably wouldn't have been overcharged. Was there a reason you had to keep this a secret from young Master Blackwood? How am I supposed to know such unnecessary details attached to an NPC? The fact that the underground general store's female shopkeeper is a sucker for handsome men was something I heard for the first time in my life. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. Originally, I only visited as the protagonist character during gameplay, so there was no basis for comparison. No wonder the price seemed to skyrocket unreasonably. 5 gold coins shouldn't be too burdensome an amount for you as an honorary viscount's daughter, right? Or do you think that I, the young lady of the August family, am in such dire straits that I can't even afford to give a gift worth 5 gold coins? No, since you put it that way, I'll gratefully accept it. Feeling that refusing any further would definitely be impolite, I silently accepted the book Lizzie handed to me. She looked at me with a slight smile and extended her right hand as if to shake hands. Let's get along from now on, Miss Lilith. Although we're in different departments, we'll probably run into each other, by chance, quite often in the academy, right? The magic department building and the pharmacy department building aren't that far apart either. Understood, Lady Lizzie Lynn August. You can call me Lizzie. I'll call you Lilith in return. I'll call you Lady August. Well, whatever makes you comfortable. And that's how my connection with Lizzie began 3 weeks ago. Now, 3 weeks later. For some reason, I couldn't understand why I was spending time sharing the same space with her in a dessert cafe. What's even more ridiculous is that this has been going on for almost 3 weeks. At first, we would talk for 10 to 20 minutes after accidentally meeting on campus, but at some point, it changed to properly sitting down and talking for an hour or two. Recently, it had become so natural to meet regularly that we would meet in the Central Plaza during our free periods in the academy. It was inevitable to feel a bit dumbfounded every time I objectively thought about my current situation. How on earth did we end up like this? Anyway, for now, I had no good reason to distance myself from Lizzie, and I had some sense of debt regarding this book I was currently reading, so I was going along with it. Also, the coffee at this dessert cafe that we occasionally visited was quite decent. Although coffee in this world wasn't so rare and expensive that commoners couldn't afford it, it was still too expensive to drink daily, like water, as in my previous life. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Originally, it would have been strangely out of place for me to brew coffee in the dormitory room I shared with Ethan, so the caffeine I drank on these occasions was helpful in many ways. Although this body belonged to Leith, my soul was still imprinted with the spirit of a modern South Korean. Lilith, you really like coffee, don't you? Yes, I've become quite addicted to it since I first tasted it, thanks to Lady August's kindness recently. Our company steadily imports and processes coffee beans from the southern regions. That's why we can operate stores that serve drinks using these beans. I see. If you're interested, Lilith. While I was maintaining a conversation with Lizzie, occasionally making eye contact, and mentally continuing to read the book to increase my luck stat. Thanks to the reactions of other people, I could sense by the atmosphere that some unusual guest had entered the cafe. Along with that subtle commotion, an unexpected guest approached our table in the cafe without hesitation. Oh my, what a coincidence to meet you here, Miss Lilith. And the person in front of you is Miss Lizzie, the second-ranked student in the pharmacy department, right? Princess Seraphine, Luminar Academy's first-year representative, Seraphine. It was the moment when the Moonlight Shadow Princess appeared in front of Lizzie and me. But where did she suddenly pop up from? Princess Seraphine's appearance was enough to instantly capture the attention of others in many ways. Recently, Princess Seraphine had been interacting with various students as a martial arts department student for a month, and in many ways, she had become a somewhat familiar celebrity within the academy. However, she was still the third princess of the Argentian Empire, so her status was second only to the fourth prince in the spearmanship department among the students currently enrolled at the academy. Therefore, Lizzie and I automatically rose from our seats and showed proper etiquette towards royalty when we faced her. Greetings, Princess Seraphine. I'm truly honored that you remember my name. It would be more difficult not to know the name of the capable Lizzie, who is second in the pharmacy department. Is this the first time we've met since the entrance ceremony? It's been a while, Princess Seraphine. It's been a while, Lilith Blackwood Rosewood. I'm indebted to you from the masquerade ball. I'm the one who's indebted to you, Princess Seraphine. Strictly speaking, our last meeting was when she met Ethan and me in the Blackwood estate, but that was an unofficial meeting for my identity change. As it wasn't something to discuss in front of Lizzie, I also nodded and responded to her words. But why did she suddenly appear here? She wouldn't have come to see me, who didn't stand out much in the magic department entrance exam, and she probably appeared because she had personal business with Lizzie, who was second in the pharmacy department. Galaxy TL axiomatic. To be honest, that was the only plausible reason I could think of. If something happened that would make someone of Seraphine's caliber act differently from the original game, it would only be when a character who didn't appear at this point in the original game appeared. Princess Seraphine, did you perhaps visit to enjoy our store's refreshments as well? No, rather, I just came in because I saw Lilith sitting outside as I was passing by. Me, yes, you, Lilith. I, who was suddenly singled out by the princess, pointed at myself and asked again, but Seraphine nodded without denial and answered. Suddenly left with only questions about why Seraphine had approached me, I quietly tilted my head and asked. What business do you have with me? Well, first, if it's not rude to you too, may I join you at the table? I don't mind, but we should also get Lady August's permission. I'm fine with it too, Princess Seraphine. Then, including a share for your bodyguard behind you, shall I order 2 more teacups? Luke. Yes, my lady. I'm planning to have a conversation just among us 1-foot noble young ladies for a while, so would you mind taking a walk nearby for about 30 minutes? Understood. Luke looked at me with slightly resentful eyes and hesitated for a moment but soon nodded and left the cafe. I turned my head away from Luke's gaze, feeling like a guilty person for no reason. Luke knew me even when I wasn't yet an honorary viscount's daughter, so he might feel wronged by Seraphine's statement about talking among noble young ladies. Still, it was fortunate that he was a person who could keep secrets. 1 more teacup should be enough. Yes, I think so. Actually, there wasn't really a need to dismiss Luke, the guard. As I just said, Luke was a character who could keep secrets, so he wouldn't have disclosed anything he overheard here to outsiders. Yet, the fact that she deliberately dismissed her guard could be interpreted as Princess Seraphine showing her trust in Lizzie and me. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Whether the intended audience for this display was Lizzie and me or the other students witnessing this situation, dismissing a guard was tantamount to showing trust in the people in front of you. Coldly speaking, she can do this because even if Lizzie and I attacked her simultaneously, we wouldn't be a match for her. The Moonlight Shadow Princess wasn't only strong on nights with a full moon. Of course, she tended to get stronger when there was a full moon, but her basic skills were enough to easily take the top spot in the Academy's martial arts department. Still, just by temporarily separating from her shadow, Luke, she had definitely conveyed a certain message to Lizzie and me. Princess Seraphine, who sat down at the table between Lizzie and me, made eye contact with me once and then opened the conversation. "How is your academy life these days, Lilith?" "I'm doing quite well thanks to your concern, Your Highness." "Is that so? Are there no people bullying you within the same department, or perhaps male students bothering you?" "No, it seems that due to the incident I caused on the first day, male students are rather reluctant to approach me." Indeed, that incident was quite a commotion. I didn't expect young Master Ethan to draw his sword without hesitation in that situation either. Ha, ha ha ha. Well, Seraphine's future vision couldn't always be used. It was natural that she couldn't predict the entrance ceremony incident between Ethan and me if she didn't see it in her once-a-month future vision. Even if she had seen it, she probably saw one of the protagonist's recent main stories. The main narrative of Luminar Academy and the protagonist would have been more important than Ethan's and my academy life. "Lilith, I couldn't imagine that you would enter the academy as young Master Ethan's exclusive maid." I see. Yes, actually, I had left my exclusive maid position open to hire you, Lilith. Even for royalty, there's only one position for an exclusive maid that can be hired at Luminar Academy, so I needed to leave it open just in case. But, Lilith is already young Master Ethan's exclusive maid, so it would be difficult for you to accept my offer, right? Yes, is it really impossible, no matter what? What is this subtle pressure I'm feeling from Seraphine? While her words seemed to resignedly accept that I would naturally keep my position as Ethan's exclusive maid, her atmosphere subtly urges me to waver. Galaxy TL axiomatic. I should have been suspicious from the moment she approached me instead of Lizzie, who has a higher status and better grades than me. I was about to give an answer to Princess Seraphine's proposal first, but it was Lizzie who spoke up before me. Just a moment, Princess Seraphine. What is it, Lizzie? I'm sorry, but isn't this a bit sudden? I was talking to Lilith first, you know. Yes, I'm aware of that. Then, why? That's why I waited for 3 weeks out of courtesy. I gave you plenty of opportunity to speak first to keep faith with the August family, but isn't it you, Lizzie, who didn't say anything for 3 whole weeks? How long are you going to monopolize the negotiation with Lilith, Lizzie? Wait, what on earth are you two talking about? I felt momentarily dumbfounded watching Seraphine and Lizzie suddenly start talking among themselves, ignoring me, who was right in front of them. Regardless, the two were engaged in a somewhat unsettling conversation. I was going to talk about it today, actually. Is that so, Lizzie? But haven't I already started speaking to Lilith first? Yes, I know that, but that doesn't mean you have the right to stop me from saying what I was going to say to Lilith, does it, Your Highness? Well, that's true. They turned their heads away from each other, looking as if they had just had some kind of emotional battle without my knowledge. And before I could finish giving my answer to Princess Seraphine, this time, Lizzie made a rather direct proposal to me. I'll speak clearly without beating around the bush like Princess Seraphine. Pardon, what are you going to say? Lilith, would you consider working with me as my secretary at the August Company? Pardon, I know you're volunteering as young Master Blackwood's exclusive maid, but since you're engaged, that title of an exclusive maid is just a formality, right? The August Company seriously needs talent like you, Lilith. No, to begin with, I'm not in an engaged relationship with young Master Ethan or anything. I'll add 1 gold coin per month to the amount the August Company says they'll give you, Lilith. Pardon, that's if you'll take the position of my exclusive maid that's currently vacant. Of course, if you do that, it would be difficult to maintain your position as young Master Ethan's exclusive maid. Wait a moment, Your Highness. How much do you think I'm offering Lilith that you confidently say you'll add 1 gold coin? I can at least predict the cost of hiring a personal secretary for you, Lizzie. I can easily manage a budget that adds 1 more gold coin to that. I'll add 2 more gold coins to the amount Princess Seraphine is offering, Lilith. Aren't you overextending yourself? I don't think you can manage that kind of budget from your position, Lizzie. Don't worry about it, Your Highness. No, why are you two suddenly acting like this? I was momentarily dumbfounded watching Lizzie and Seraphine, who had suddenly entered into competition with each other before I had even gotten a word in. Galaxy TL axiomatic. They continued their strange female power struggle and started urging me to answer. So, Lilith, have you made up your mind? What, which offer do you prefer, mine or Princess Seraphine's, Lilith? You want me to choose now? Yes, choose, Lilith. Is it me, or is it Her Highness, Lilith? If you think about the future, it would be better to come with me rather than Lizzie, Lilith. In a situation where it felt like choices would pop up if I were playing Luminar Academy, I hesitated for a moment. But soon, after composing my surprised emotions, I conveyed my thoughts to the two of them. When I thought about it rationally, the answer I could give to these two in the current situation was actually predetermined from the start. Luminar Academy, Swordsmanship Department Building, second outdoor training ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ethan Richard Blackwood is the only son of the Blackwood ducal family. The sound of Ethan, who is currently taking his second afternoon class, Basics of Mental Concentration, swinging his sword in proper form, echoed throughout the training ground along with the breeze. Unlike his usual dual-wielding combat style, Ethan was swinging only a two-handed sword straight ahead. Even so, he didn't particularly dislike this class. For a swordsman, mental concentration was always an element that needed to be cultivated, and whether one swung a greatsword or dual-wielded wasn't that important in the process. Only Natalie, ranked 3rd in the swordsmanship department and usually wielding an estoc, was struggling a bit with this period of swinging and mental concentration that lasted longer than 2 hours. Galaxy TL axiomatic. After all, dual-wielding meant that there was considerable pressure on both arms, so for Ethan, this was a good opportunity to concentrate with a sword that evenly distributed the weight. Especially these days, when thoughts of Lilith were disturbing his mind, this simple mental concentration training was absolutely necessary. Less than a little, why yes. Greater than. A month ago, during their evening activities, Lilith made a shy self-confession. Although it was a short statement uttered in a quiet voice, he had clearly heard and remembered. That Lilith had said she felt good from his touch. Less than it feels good because of young Master Ethan's touch, greater than. Exclamation mark. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Was that Lilith's way of shyly confessing to him? Or was she just honestly talking about a physiological reaction? One thing for sure was that Lilith's reaction was the most positive response he had seen from her during their evening activities so far. Because of this, Ethan had been noticeably thinking about Lilith more frequently over the past month. From Ethan's perspective, until now, Lilith had only tried to hide or conceal what she felt when his hands touched her chest, and she had never shown any direct signs of favor towards Ethan regarding it. The fact that she didn't get angry even when he went overboard by using his mouth might mean that she was hoping for more from him. If they were to progress beyond just touching her chest, then maybe next time. Thwack. Ethan, your energy is scattered. Concentrate. Yes, I'm sorry. Struck on the back of his head by the professor's bamboo sword, Ethan hastily shook off the image of Lilith that had appeared in his mind and once again focused only on the sword in his hand and his energy as he continued swinging. At that time, Ethan had no idea what was happening to Lilith. He wouldn't have known that there were already quite a few other people targeting Lilith and that they were approaching her while avoiding him entirely. A cafe in Luminar Academy's Central Plaza. At a table where one person had left from what was originally a group of 3, the remaining 2 female students sat quietly facing each other and talked. We were rejected. Actually, I somewhat expected this. I just asked to be sure, but I didn't expect her to say it was to keep her loyalty to young Master Ethan. I had even left my exclusive maid position open, hoping to keep her by my side if possible, but in the end, I only got a clear answer. It's a bit troublesome that things didn't go according to plan for once in a while. The blonde princess sipped from the teacup in front of her with a self-deprecating smile. The sky blue-haired Margrave's daughter sitting across from her simply maintained her silence and listened to her words. Galaxy TL axiomatic. While waiting for her guard knight, who had been sent away briefly for the conversation, to return, Seraphine shared her thoughts on the tea in her cup. Is this Nilgiri-based, mixed with Darjeeling and Assam one? It's quite a good blend for something sold at the Academy cafeteria. It's because of you, Your Highness. Pardon, if I had just had more time, I could have made her come to my side. If only you hadn't interfered. Is that so? Didn't you just say you were going to talk to her today? And I don't think the result would have been much different even if I hadn't intervened. The only difference might have been whether the hesitant Lizzie would have been rejected a few weeks later or not. Lizzie couldn't refute Seraphine's cold assessment any further. She just quietly rinsed her mouth with the blended tea to soothe her bitter feelings. It wasn't my only chance, anyway. I thought it would be difficult to bring her as an exclusive maid when she already served someone, although it would have been best if it had worked out that way. Is that so? I don't think you've given up either, Lizzie. Well, I wonder. You don't need to hide it. I can predict well enough what kind of plan you'll use to approach Lilith next anyway. Seraphine smiled calmly, trying to hide her regretful emotions by deliberately putting in a composed expression and taking the upper hand in the conversation with Lizzie, who was in the same situation as her. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Lizzie, unable to completely hide the emotions on her face, avoided the princess's gaze. In the cafe where only 2 women rejected by 1 woman remained, only the bitter scent of coffee she had left behind lingered. Luke, Seraphine's knight who had returned late from his walk, approached his master, tilting his head at the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Did something happen, Your Highness? No, nothing special. I see. I thought the atmosphere seemed a bit gloomy, so I wondered if Your Highness. It's just that I was hoping for that, nothing special, to happen, which is disappointing. Well, meeting her today was just a probe at an opportunity that suddenly arose. It seems difficult to recruit her this semester, so I'll have to aim for the student council president election next semester. I understand. Luke tried to match Seraphine's mood after confirming that things didn't go well and was about to leave the cafe with her. However, Seraphine was already thinking of something else as she looked at Luke, her guard knight. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Luke also started to feel an ominous emotion quietly in his heart as soon as he noticed her strange gaze. The most difficult problem I have is that I now need to fill the completely vacant position of my exclusive maid soon. Is that so, Your Highness? The issue is that bringing in an exclusive maid from outside requires prior approval from the Academy. I could bring someone in from next semester, but I didn't register for someone to fill in the exclusive maid position this semester. There's still half of this semester left. What should I do, Luke? I'm not sure. No, actually, Luke knew. He had already expected the order that followed. Luke, yes, Your Highness. Today, we need to go into town briefly to have a Luminar Academy uniform tailored. I'll need a female uniform that fits your build perfectly. Understood. Should we add maid frills to the sleeves like Lilith's clothes? And a headdress and lace cuffs, too? As you wish. Luke's title had suddenly changed from guard knight to exclusive maid due to the incident Lilith unintentionally caused. Without Lilith knowing, Luke only grew his hostility towards her once more in his heart. Swordsmanship Department Building, Men's Locker Room. Among the male students soaked in sweat after finishing their second afternoon class, Ethan, who had changed from his training uniform to his school uniform, left the locker room a bit quicker than the other students. I'll be going ahead. See you all tomorrow. Ah, good work today, young Master Blackwood. Haha, take care on your way home, young Master Ethan. After exchanging words with the other swordsmanship department students, he walked out of the training ground with slightly quicker steps. Thinking of her, who would be waiting for him at the end of today's classes as well, his footsteps were light as a feather even after the grueling class. Galaxy TL axiomatic. As soon as he stepped out of the men's locker room into the main building of the swordsmanship department, he could see Lilith, his exclusive maid. Lilith, have you finished your classes, young Master Ethan? Yes, I've just finished them. As I mentioned yesterday, today is the regular holiday for the dormitory cafeteria. We'll need to buy dinner from a nearby store in return. Isabel will probably be waiting for us, too. Right, we should head back quickly then. Yes. ? Unlike usual, Lilith's response seemed a beat late today for some reason. Having been by Lilith's side for a long time, Ethan immediately noticed that her attitude was slightly different from how she usually treated him. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Ethan carefully asked his exclusive maid. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. Do you have something on your mind? You seem to have a bit of worry mixed in your expression today. No, that's not the case. If it's not a worry, perhaps is there something you want to tell me? Lilith, if there's something I want to tell you, young Master Ethan, there is a little. The young master of the Blackwood family started to feel a frightening emotion as if his heart was collapsing at Lilith's answer. Although Ethan was a bit scared by the unusual aura he felt from her, he didn't want to avoid hearing what Lilith wanted to tell him. Ethan asked Lilith again, who seemed to be hesitating about something. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. What is it that you wanted to tell me? Could it be that she suddenly wanted to quit being his exclusive maid? Or was she going to say that her current dormitory life was uncomfortable and she wanted to move to the magic department dormitory? Either way, it didn't seem like it would be a pleasant scenario, so Ethan was hesitating about how to react if such a response came back. However, what came out of Lilith's mouth was an answer that rather reassured him again. Young Master Ethan, yes, please continue to take care of me as your exclusive maid in the future. That's all I wanted to tell you. Oh, yes, sure, I'll be in your care too, Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. It wasn't the answer he had expected, but with that, the young Blackwood master was rather relieved. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Quietly confirming his reaction, Lilith steeled her heart once more. Indeed, it seemed that this position by his side was the most comfortable place for her, more than being by anyone else's. Not long after I rejected Seraphine and Lizzie's offers, 2 events, one major and one minor, caused a stir in the academy. The first was the protagonist rescuing Selena, who was being threatened by delinquent students from the swordsmanship department, which further strengthened the relationship between the two. This event wasn't much different from the original story, so I just took note of it and moved on. As expected, the protagonist's heroic actions were the talk of the female students. To me, who had cleared Luminar Academy 24 times, it seemed like an event that had to be completed once Selena was brought in. For a proper Selena route, you must rescue her. If you don't do this after bringing her in, you're practically abandoning her. Not only does the protagonist's favorability with Selena increase greatly when he saves her, but if he doesn't, Selena will have an injury penalty until the end due to wounds sustained in this incident. From this perspective, the protagonist's actions seem to be moving properly towards clearing the game, and I also slightly revised my evaluation of him in my mind. Of course, I still hadn't directly met or talked to him even once. At least, seeing that he was maintaining a lukewarm relationship with Ethan without unnecessary conflicts, it seemed that, fortunately, he didn't think of Ethan as the villain from the original work. Galaxy TL axiomatic. He probably couldn't think that the story would flow the same way when Ethan's body had completely changed to the point of being unrecognizable. While the love story between the protagonist and Selena was what it was, the part that surprised me a bit more was the second incident that occurred. Although it was certainly less talked about compared to the protagonist's main story, for me, it was a rather unexpected event that happened sooner than I had anticipated. The incident where Luke, Seraphine's guard, shed his male disguise and changed his position to be Seraphine's exclusive maid felt even more unexpected to me. As you might have guessed from my mention of him shedding his male disguise, Luke was the only cross-dressing female heroine in this game. Originally, in these types of games, having one cross-dressing female heroine who gets into various situations with the protagonist was part of its unique charm. Of course, being a sub-heroine of the game, she was also available for conquering. The easiest way to get her was to enroll in the technical department and use a 2-person dormitory room with her. By sharing the same dormitory, no matter how careful Luke was, situations would inevitably arise where the protagonist would discover that she was a woman, and from there, the protagonist would keep Luke's secret while building friendship and affection with her. Therefore, usually, only the protagonist and Seraphine knew that she was a woman throughout the game, and in some routes, her being a woman wasn't revealed even until the ending. This time, Luke revealing herself as a woman and starting to attend the academy in a female uniform with maid frills was a sight I had never seen before, even after 24 clears. Moreover, she didn't stop there but added laces to her uniform, wore a headdress, and clearly presented herself as an exclusive maid. Seeing her attend school in an outfit strangely similar to mine, I wondered if I might have been the cause. Maybe Seraphine left that position open trying to make me her exclusive maid, but when I refused, she ended up filling that position with Luke. Anyway, to manage Seraphine's long hair and take care of her body, an exclusive maid was essential, and that role couldn't be done by Luke while she was cross-dressing and attending the academy. It would be untrustworthy to hastily make another student her exclusive maid, and bringing in a maid from outside was only possible from the next semester. From Seraphine's perspective, moving Luke to be her exclusive maid in this way was probably the best choice. Wait, then the reason the exclusive maid position was vacant in the first place was to bring me into that position from the start. To be honest, this was the most likely possibility. This was the first time Seraphine had entered the academy without her exclusive maid, and she had a personality that tried to keep people she thought were capable close to her. Originally, she would have brought one of her exclusive maids from the Imperial Palace to enroll in the academy together, but the fact that she left that position empty and enrolled without one suggested that she had likely acted with the intention of putting me in that position from the start. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Of course, even if I hadn't been Ethan's exclusive maid, I probably would have refused Seraphine's offer anyway. I mean, how could I, who was a man in my previous life, take on the duties of an exclusive maid for Seraphine, a woman? I didn't mind ironing uniforms and combing hair, but changing clothes and bathing her were actions that felt too burdensome for me to do, no matter how I thought about it. It's not a matter of feeling sexual desire or not, it's just that I don't think I could handle it because it would make me feel uncomfortable. Even now, I felt incredibly guilty whenever I entered the bathroom with Isabel. And Lizzie's offer to be her personal secretary that day, I rejected it mainly because I still found it difficult to trust her. I had a feeling that if I hastily accepted the position of Lizzie's personal secretary, she would take every opportunity to work me to the bone without rest. No matter how I thought about it, I couldn't be sure that the current Lizzie didn't harbor any ill feelings towards me, and above all, her offer to hire me as a personal secretary itself was suspicious. She was already skilled enough at gathering and managing people to create her own independent group among the pharmacy department freshmen, so why would she need to hire someone like me? And to compete with the princess for it? There was definitely some ulterior motive, 100%. It's obviously not something you should accept, being such a suspicious offer. Fortunately, the excuse of wanting to keep my loyalty to Ethan, with whom I had worked for a long time, was more effective on both of them than I had expected. I was able to reject both offers smoothly without disgracing either Seraphine or Lizzie. As a result, my rejection of Seraphine's offer led to Luke dropping his male disguise and becoming Seraphine's exclusive maid, but that's not really my fault. I was just keeping my loyalty to Ethan, and there's no reason for a servant to be criticized for being loyal to one master, right? If you have any complaints, take them to your master, Luke. Though, of course, you can't. And so, amid various major and minor incidents, the rest of the first semester at Luminar Academy began to pass by in a blur. Before we knew it, we were left with only the final evaluation event of the first semester, the evaluation duel. Open hollow corner bracket Lilith has reached level 10. Open hollow corner bracket Lilith can now use Mana Imbue. As Luminar Academy's first semester classes were coming to an end one by one, the time to wrap up the first semester was also approaching. As with any academy game, the most important thing at the end of a semester was the final evaluation event. Actually, for students directly attending the academy, the midterm evaluation exam was just as important as the final evaluation event, but the midterm exam wasn't an interesting enough event to be given significant weight in the game. Who would find it fun to watch and play through everyone gathering in an exam hall, feeling like they've gone back to their primary, secondary school days, solving test problems or hitting targets in an outdoor training ground with magic? Anyway, to finish the semester on a strong note, it was necessary to perform well in this final evaluation event, and fortunately, my preparations were going fairly well. The biggest change was that my level had increased from 9 to 10. As I gained experience by dueling with swordsmanship department students 3 times a day in Harold's class, my level had naturally risen to level 10 during the duels. Thanks to this, I also acquired the Mana Imbue skill that is automatically learned at level 10. It was support magic that strengthened weapons by imbuing them with mana, so it increased the stability of my dagger attacks to some extent. Galaxy TL axiomatic. You might ask, what does the stability of dagger attacks have to do with being a mage? Whether I used magic or melee attacks wasn't particularly important in gaining an advantage in the final evaluation duel. Using all means at your disposal to somehow defeat your opponent and secure victory, that was the evaluation battle event that accounted for the largest proportion of the magic department's first semester final evaluation. Incidentally, this wasn't just limited to the magic department. All departments that taught combat-related subjects conducted this kind of evaluation battle duel to wrap up the first semester. The swordsmanship department, including Ethan, as well as the spearmanship department, the archery department, and the martial arts department, all concluded the classes of their first semester with this type of final. Of course, since the completion rate of the courses was also important, the evaluation battle alone didn't determine the entire semester's grades, but it was inevitable that it would account for the largest proportion. Originally, an academy was a place to nurture talented individuals with combat abilities, and evaluating students based on how strong they were in actual combat was perhaps the most obvious and fair method of assessment. At least, ranking combat power is the most definitive evaluation method compared to test score evaluations that many people might not understand. Anyway, as a result of focusing on increasing my luck stat through various hardships over the past semester for this end of semester evaluation battle event, I was able to somehow raise my luck stat, which was barely 2 when I entered, to a usable level. The increase in luck gained through reading the book I got from Lizzie, Understanding Mana Flow, was 2. The increase in luck after completing the accuracy-focused lectures was 2. I took 2 of these, so that's 4. Lastly, my luck increased along with my level, rising by 1. Seeing my luck stat that had increased more than 4-fold from 2 to 9, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It was truly miraculous to have raised Lilith's luck to this point. Fortunately, a luck of about 9 corresponded to an actual hit rate of about 20%. With this, I could roughly raise it to close to 50% through triple casting. This level should be enough to secure a win comfortably, even if I couldn't gain an overwhelming advantage over my opponent. It really was a lot of hard work. But once I somehow get through this semester, from the next semester on, it should become somewhat manageable. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. As long as I wasn't matched with an opponent stronger than me in the end of semester duel, I should be able to win comfortably and wrap up the first semester. Considering that the evaluation battle duels are only matched within the same department and that Luminar Academy's matching system allows top performers during the semester to choose their opponents for the final evaluation battle, there should absolutely be no chance of me facing a stronger opponent. At that time, I hadn't anticipated it. I never expected that there would be a crazy woman who performed better than me and would designate me as her opponent for the evaluation battle duel, marking the end of the first semester and ignoring easier opponents. Luke Cruella, second ranked in the technical department of Luminar Academy. She was originally the guard of Princess Seraphine, one of only 2 royals currently attending the academy, but now, she served as her exclusive maid due to various circumstances. Having entered the academy at the same time as her mistress, Princess Seraphine, Luke was also nearing the end of her first semester like the other students. With only the final exam, the end of semester evaluation, remaining, Luke was quietly nurturing a sense of hostility towards one particular person. Lilith, that damned woman. Why did she have to give up her role as a guard and take on the role of the princess's exclusive maid? Knowing better than anyone the person who caused this process, Luke quietly nurtured her anger towards Lilith. Of course, even if she harbored this hostility, there was no way for her to take direct revenge. As Seraphine's exclusive maid, she was in no position to act recklessly on personal matters. Above all, however, the consequences of touching Lilith would be the same for anyone, not just her. It would take great courage to lay hands on the fiancé of a Blackwood. It's because she has such backing that she dared to refuse even Princess Seraphine's offer to be her exclusive maid. Although she hadn't directly witnessed Lilith's refusal because she had momentarily left her post for a walk, Luke was sure that Lilith had arrogantly and shamelessly refused, trusting in her fiancé. From their first meeting, she hadn't made a good impression on Luke. She had seen Princess Seraphine, who she had served as a guard for 5 years, showing consideration for Lilith in various ways despite knowing her for less than a month. Moreover, when she first met Lilith, she was clearly just a maid of the Blackwood family, but suddenly, at some point, she appeared at the academy with the honorary status of a viscount's daughter. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. When Luke learned that this status was created by Seraphine's behind-the-scenes work to get her into the magic department, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of defeat. Clearly, she had served Seraphine for a much longer time, and her loyalty to her was surely more intense than anyone else's. That's why she was even accepting this shameful exclusive maid duty without refusal, following Princess Seraphine's words. Luke found it hard to understand why her mistress was showing more interest in another woman rather than herself. Above all, she couldn't accept Lilith, who shamelessly refused her mistress's offer even after Lilith received her status. If she had been in Lilith's position, she would have accepted without a word, even if the offered position had been that of an errand runner or cleaner rather than an exclusive maid. Moreover, even this exclusive maid duty she was now undertaking was, strictly speaking, a role she had taken on because it had been left vacant by Lilith's refusal, which only fueled her resentment. If only, just if only Princess Seraphine had entered the academy with an exclusive maid from the start, this wouldn't have happened, but due to some incident, the exclusive maid originally planned to serve became unable to perform her duties. If she had received Seraphine's order to be her exclusive maid in such a situation, she would have gladly accepted it. That would have meant that Seraphine considered Luke the most trustworthy person to take care of her needs within the academy. For Luke, whose loyalty to Seraphine was unparalleled, such an order would have been unparalleled. However, the title of her position as an exclusive maid didn't feel like such an honorable position, at least to her. Galaxy TL axiomatic. It was a position that had been left vacant with the intention of placing Lilith in it from the start. In other words, Luke felt like a substitute for that woman, and it was natural that she felt more dissatisfied with her duties compared to when she was performing her guard duties. Even more so because she had to perform maid duties in a ridiculous uniform that strangely resembled that woman's. Of course, it was her mistress, Seraphine, who had made her wear this outfit and perform exclusive maid duties, so Luke focused on her maid duties without showing any complaints, but Luke, yes, Princess Seraphine, you've worked hard as my exclusive maid for a semester despite the sudden change. You must not have been used to the exclusive maid duties, but you performed much better than I expected. Your hair brushing skills have improved greatly, too. Thank you, Your Highness. Would you consider continuing as my exclusive maid next semester as well? I think it might be surprisingly good if you continue to serve as my exclusive maid, Luke. I appreciate your words, but I think being Your Highness's guard suits me better. I thought you might answer like that, Luke. The princess accepted Luke's statement without much emotion that she would quit being an exclusive maid and return to being a guard, as if she already knew what Luke would say. Would she have shown the same reaction if that woman, Lilith, had taken on this exclusive maid duty instead of her and said she would quit after the next semester? Probably not. Princess Seraphine had made a lot of preparations to make Lilith her exclusive maid. She had even left the maid who should have come with her in the Imperial Palace, waiting for the time when Lilith, who had entered the magic department without backing, would become isolated within the department and make an excuse to hire her as an exclusive maid. That's how much effort her mistress had put into trying to recruit Lilith. However, it seemed she hadn't anticipated Lilith's refusal. If Lilith had accepted the position once and then tried to refuse again, the princess would probably have tried to keep her by any means necessary. Why had that woman caught her mistress's eye? Why had she suddenly become a substitute for that woman? Even up to this point, Luke could somehow yield. Perhaps that woman had abilities unknown to her that overwhelmed her own. But, even if that were the case, if her mistress wanted to keep Lilith by her side this much, it should be natural to respond to that call. Luke couldn't forgive Lilith, who, despite being indebted to Princess Seraphine, didn't show the same loyalty as herself. As Luke was thinking these thoughts while brushing Seraphine's hair, the princess quietly offered her a piece of advice. Luke, yes, Your Highness, did you know that the full moon rose last night? Yes, I know. Did you perhaps see something in your future vision? In last night's future vision, I saw your face after a long time, Luke. Me, yes, you, Luke. For the first time since that incident in your home 5 years ago. Her face had appeared in the princess's future vision. Luke, who had worked as her guard for 5 years, instinctively understood that someone's face appearing in the future vision she saw once a month was not a good sign. At the princess's words that her face had appeared, Luke waited for her mistress's next words with a slightly tense expression. Galaxy TL axiomatic. It's okay, the future I saw last night wasn't a particularly dangerous one. Is that so? However, I learned one fact that I didn't know before, which is interesting. Please answer honestly, Luke. Are you planning to duel with Lilith for the final evaluation? Yes, Princess Seraphine. The final evaluation battle was the last event of the first semester of the academy year. There, Luke was planning to designate Lilith as her opponent for the duel. Of course, for Luke, who belonged to the technical department and not one of the 5 combat departments, the end of semester evaluation battle wasn't originally applicable to her. The technical department, pharmacy department, and theology department typically completed final comprehensive exams or comprehensive projects, unlike the other 5 combat departments. However, while this wasn't applicable in general, it didn't mean that students from the technical department or the pharmacy department didn't have the right to participate in the evaluation battle at all. The top 5 students in each department, that is, the high performers, could apply for evaluation battles with students from other departments even if they weren't from combat departments, and they could even directly designate their opponents. Of course, this designation of opponents only applied to the top 1 to 5 students in other departments, which is why it was generally known that the technical department and pharmacy department didn't have final evaluation battles. After all, it was virtually impossible for even top students from non-combat departments to compete with top students from combat departments. However, Luke, Seraphine's guard, was planning to challenge Lilith to an evaluation battle regardless of combat or non-combat departments, driven by her overflowing hatred. Also, given that she had been selected as Seraphine's guard, she had confidence in her ability to win. Contrarily, Seraphine, Luke's mistress, wasn't at all confident in her victory. "Are you going to oppose it, Princess Seraphine? Why do you think that?" "Well, don't you care for that woman, Your Highness?" Galaxy TL axiomatic. "Yes, I do care for her. She's someone I want to keep by my side someday. So, wouldn't you not want to see her get hurt and try to stop my duel with her?" Was even this last plan to punish Lilith once from her position going to be stopped by her mistress? As such anxious thoughts invaded Luke's mind, Seraphine's response was something Luke hadn't expected at all. I think you're misunderstanding something, Luke. Pardon. Of course, I don't particularly recommend the final evaluation battle between you and Lilith, but that's not because I'm worried about Lilith getting hurt." "What? Then why?" "The reason I'm against it is because I'm worried about you, Luke." Me, Luke, who had been planning to designate Lilith as her opponent for the final evaluation battle, hadn't thought at all that she might lose. Her pride was instantly hurt by Seraphine's words. Whether aware of Luke's feelings or not, Seraphine continued her explanation, comparing the two people she had observed until now. "I have a personality that keeps people I care about close to me." "Yes, I know. That's why I'm advising you, Luke. You are the person I care about the most, so I don't want to see you get hurt by participating in the final evaluation battle." "Are you saying that you think that woman will win in the evaluation battle?" "What I saw in my future vision was just the scene of you and Lilith facing each other in the arena. The battle scene ended before I could see it, but I think she might be a difficult opponent for you." "Do you think so?" Luke's mood soured at the statement that seemed to trust that woman instead of her again. Seraphine, sensing her mood, conceded her statement a step. "If you really want to settle things with Lilith despite my advice, I won't stop you. I wanted to see Lilith's true abilities for myself, too, so if you're her opponent, it would probably be a good standard for evaluation." "What will you do, Luke? Will you participate in the evaluation battle? Or will you substitute it with a comprehensive project like other technical department students?" Luke wanted to prove something. She wanted to prove to her mistress, Princess Seraphine, that she was a much stronger person than that woman. Luke wanted to punish someone. Galaxy TL axiomatic. She wanted to punish that woman, Lilith, who shamelessly refused her mistress's request despite receiving the latter's favor. "I will participate in the final evaluation duel." "All right, then, do as you wish. Your words, Princess Seraphine, are always right, but I will definitely prove that your words are wrong for this evaluation battle. Since you say it so strongly, I'll look forward to it too, Luke." Luke Cruella, 2nd ranked in the technical department. Lilith Blackwood Rosewood, 4th ranked in the magic department. It was the moment the final evaluation duel between these two students was decided. Although Lilith herself was completely unaware that such a duel had been arranged. Open corner bracket July 2nd. Magic Department 1st year. Final evaluation battle matchups. 9 a.m. Magic Department top student Agnes Elizabeth Blaze, Magic Department 2nd rank Isabel Ravenna Arcana. 9:20 a.m. Magic Department 3rd rank Karen Iris Stormweaver, Magic Department 7th rank Sis Tries Lillian. 9:40 a.m. Magic Department 4th rank Lilith Blackwood Rosewood, Technical Department 2nd rank Luke Cruella. Close corner bracket. On a day in late June, when the evaluation battle pairings for the end of the first semester were announced. As soon as I confirmed my name on the Magic Department matchup list posted on the main bulletin board, I felt a momentary surge of disbelief. Luke Cruella, I almost blurted out bitch next to Ethan at the sudden move of the technical department's second-ranked Luke, who had designated me as her opponent. Fortunately, I didn't say it out loud. Lilith, yes, young Master Ethan. Luke Cruella, the technical department's second-ranked, is that the person I know? Yes, it's that Luke, Princess Seraphine's guard. Why did she suddenly become your opponent for the duel? Did you discuss this in advance? No, I'm not sure either. I said so because I truly didn't know what was going on. Even in the game, there had never been a single instance of Luke participating in an evaluation battle against top students from other departments. Originally, Luke wasn't the type of character who liked to stand out, fitting her nickname, Shadow Luke. Galaxy TL axiomatic. That's why, despite being qualified to be Seraphine's exclusive maid, she had requested the relatively inconspicuous position of her guard. Instead of entering the martial arts department with Seraphine or entering another combat department, she deliberately chose the technical department. I honestly couldn't understand this situation where Luke had given up on not standing out and designated me as her opponent for the duel. I had a bad feeling when the professor said I already had an opponent assigned for the duel. The top 5 students in the combat departments are given the authority to directly designate their opponents for the final evaluation battle. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Of course, just because they can designate their opponent doesn't mean students often say they want to face the lowest ranked. Most high-performing students in Luminar Academy are quite prideful. Therefore, it was a general rule to choose the strongest opponent they could perfectly defeat. Just like how Agnes, who was unmatched among the magic department freshmen, HD openly targeted Isabel, who was second-ranked. According to the original plan, I should have had the authority to designate my opponent, so I was planning to face a student around the 10th rank in the evaluation battle duel. I really hadn't imagined that Luke, Seraphine's guard, would designate my name first. I never thought I'd be on the receiving end of what I did as a player in my previous life. When playing as the protagonist character, if you entered the technical or pharmacy department, the events there were for gaining fame and experience, so it was essential to fill that gap by defeating the top students from other departments in the final evaluation battle like this. But now that I was on the receiving end, thanks to Luke, I was truly dumbfounded. Why is this happening only to me? Should I be grateful that it's not Agnes, at least? The one hopeful aspect was that my opponent wasn't Hellfire Agnes, who deliberately seeks out only strong opponents. In fact, when I first heard that my dual opponent had been decided, Agnes was the first one I suspected. Of course, even though I avoided an evaluation battle with Agnes, Luke was certainly not an easy opponent either. As she had already secured the position of Seraphine's guard, her skills were sufficiently guaranteed, and as I mentioned before, she was also one of the heroines of Luminar Academy. Given that being a heroine in Luminar Academy meant being qualified to be taken as a companion to defeat the Demon King, I couldn't underestimate her just because she was from the technical department, a non-combat department. Although I still had no idea why Luke had applied for a duel against me. To be honest, I hadn't done anything to directly provoke Luke's resentment even once until now. Whether it was Seraphine sending Luke out but keeping me, a fellow servant, during the meeting in the reception room at the Blackwood Mansion. Or Seraphine granting me the position of an honorary Viscount's daughter instead of Luke, who had served loyally by her side for a long time. Or Luke becoming Seraphine's exclusive maid because I refused her offer to be her exclusive maid. Even her outfit, which strangely resembled mine in its maid uniform style, there seemed to be no reason for her to hold a grudge against me. Really, I don't understand the reason. Could it be a protest from Princess Seraphine? Maybe she felt a bit hurt because I refused her offer to be her exclusive maid recently. I don't remember Princess Seraphine being that kind of person. Wait, Lilith. Is what you just said true? Huh, what do you mean? You just said it yourself. That you received an offer to be Princess Seraphine's exclusive maid. Ah, yes, I received one before. Of course, I refused since I have the position of young Master Ethan's exclusive maid already. What? What did you just say? Anyway, it's troublesome. I didn't think Princess Seraphine would be angry at me for refusing that one offer. I should meet her in person as soon as possible to apologize again. There's no need to trouble yourself with an apology for that misunderstanding, Miss Lilith. The princess's voice, which seemed to have been unheard for quite some time, interrupted the conversation between Ethan and me, which had taken on a slightly serious tone. Ethan and I naturally turned our heads towards the direction of Seraphine's voice. It's been a while, young Master Ethan and Miss Lilith. Princess Seraphine and her guard, Luke, appeared behind Ethan and me as if they had been waiting. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Other Academy students who noticed the third princess's arrival also started to stir a beat later. The attention of the students, who until just now were only interested in who their own dual opponents were, was naturally drawn to us, centered around Princess Seraphine. "Oh, it's been a while, Princess Seraphine. Have you been well, Your Highness?" "Yes, I've been doing well, thanks to everyone." Seraphine, who had instantly drawn the attention of those around her, exchanged greetings with Ethan and me with a calm expression as if used to such crowds. Luke, standing behind her, had been glaring at me with a strangely prickly gaze since earlier. "By the way, Miss Lilith." "Yes, Princess Seraphine. I just heard something about me being angry because you rejected my offer, Miss Lilith, is that what I heard?" "Ah, no, please consider that just the foolish ramblings of a silly honorary viscount's daughter." "It's all right, Miss Lilith. You don't need to apologize. It's natural for you to misunderstand my true intentions, and the reason I came here is to clear up any misunderstandings you might have about me." "Why yes, misunderstanding. First of all, the idea that I'm angry with you, Miss Lilith, is a groundless misunderstanding. Why would I dislike someone as capable as you, Miss Lilith?" "Right. Well, I'm not really qualified to be considered capable by Your Highness. During the monster invasion of the Imperial Palace, we saved many lives thanks to your help, Miss Lilith. Also, you're maintaining the rank of top 4 in the magic department, which shows you're a capable mage. I think I just received an overly generous evaluation by chance, not my actual ability. You know that too much modesty is not a virtue, right? Even if you really think that way about yourself, my evaluation of you won't change." "Yes, I'm sorry. Anyway, while I'm disappointed that my plan to keep you by my side as my exclusive maid didn't work out, I'm not angry about it. I still want to maintain a good relationship with you, Miss Lilith." I'm sorry, Princess Seraphine. I misjudged Your Highness's character. I told you not to apologize, Miss Lilith. I know that, too. But what can I do when my body automatically blurts out apologies? Even though I know that Seraphine isn't the kind of petty person who would harbor anger over something like this, the instinctive pressure of the status difference made my body move on its own. Unless you're as familiar with her as Ethan is from spending a long time together, this is an unavoidable phenomenon. Although not today, I, who was a hardcore player of Luminar Academy in my previous life, knew better than anyone that Seraphine could sometimes become authoritarian for the sake of the greater good. It was best to avoid creating situations that could give her reasons to pick on me or make me indebted to her from the start. Anyway, I came to tell you that this duel with Luke is entirely of her will, not mine. This is also to prevent you from hiding your full abilities in the evaluation battle due to any misunderstandings about me. Is that so? Yes. The evaluation battle duel with Miss Lilith was chosen solely by my will and should be seen as my personal decision, unrelated to Her Highness's. I understand. Since Princess Seraphine and Miss No, Lady Luke, have come to tell me this, I'll believe it. Of course, the option of not believing didn't exist from the start. Even if I didn't believe it, it was impossible to show any signs of disbelief in front of Seraphine. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Moreover, the fact that Seraphine came personally to tell me to give my all in the match means that she wants me to approach the match with that attitude. In that case, I would simply give my all in the match. Of course, even if it had really been a case of Seraphine sending Luke to face me out of anger, it wouldn't have changed my approach to the duel. I had no intention of missing out on this explosive XP event from the start. Is that all you wanted to tell us, Princess Seraphine? Yes, that's right, young Master Ethan. Well then, I'm busy, so I'll be. Before you leave, there's one thing I must say, Princess Seraphine. What might that be, young Master Ethan? Ethan called out to Seraphine once more as she was about to leave with Luke, having said what she came to tell me. I wondered what he was going to say and listened carefully to the words coming from Ethan's mouth, but for some reason, his words sounded a bit cold. I just heard, Your Highness, that you made an offer to Lilith for her to become your exclusive maid. Is that really true, Princess Seraphine? For some reason that I didn't understand, Ethan was creating a somewhat ominous atmosphere and giving Seraphine a hostile look. Seraphine, seeming to sense his somewhat unsettling gaze, carefully nodded while trying to maintain her composure. Yes, that's right, young Master Ethan. Miss Lilith is undoubtedly an excellent person by my standards, and I have a personality that tries to keep excellent people as close as possible. Lilith is my exclusive maid, Princess Seraphine. Even though she received the honorary status of a Viscount's daughter with your help. I see, young Master Ethan. I hope you won't forget that fact. I'll keep it in mind. Thank you, Princess Seraphine. Princess Seraphine nodded once at Ethan's last words and moved away. I couldn't understand why the atmosphere suddenly became so serious when Ethan just stated the obvious fact that I was his exclusive maid. The conversation between royalty and high nobility's children was beyond my ability to follow. Amidst all this, the day of the evaluation battle duel between Luke and me was rapidly approaching. Winner, Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. Woohoo, Blaze. Blaze won. Hellfire, Hellfire. As expected of the future Archmage of the Crimson Tower. The result announcement from the arena and the cheers of the spectating students reached the waiting room. As that burdensome voice echoed inside, the tension I had tried to suppress began to rise again. Undoubtedly, Agnes, the top freshman in the magic department, must have thoroughly defeated Isabel, who was second-ranked. It was obvious without even watching. This was one of the basic events that would occur even if you only played Luminar Academy once or twice, so I wasn't particularly surprised. Unless the protagonist character entered the magic department, technical department, or pharmacy department and targeted Agnes, this event would occur with 100% probability. In fact, it wasn't even really an event. In actual gameplay, it would only appear in the form of a summary in 1 or 2 sentences and had little significance to the game's actual story progression. It was just pitiful for Isabel, who kept getting beaten up every time just because she was second-ranked. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Thinking about this, after about 10 minutes passed as the arena was being prepared, the battle between Karen and Sis, ranked 3rd and 7th respectively, also began. The result of that match also ended anticlimactic in less than 5 minutes, just like Agnes's evaluation battle. Winner, Karen Iris Stormweaver. Woohoo, Karen, Karen. The victory declaration and students' cheers were heard again, not even 10 minutes after Agnes's duel had ended. It was to be expected. Students with the right to choose their opponents tended to pick opponents they could easily defeat. If you only looked at the skills of the 3rd and 7th ranked, it shouldn't have been a match that ended this quickly, but Karen had a huge advantage over Sis in their specialties. Karen's specialty was wind magic, while Sis's specialty was nature magic. Originally, I was supposed to win comfortably against opponents using summoning magic or dark magic and wrap up the semester. I still couldn't understand how it had turned out like this. This academy just wouldn't let me relax even until the end of the semester. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. Ethan, who had been waiting with me in the same waiting room out of concern, approached me. Surely, he wasn't going to tell me to forfeit because he was worried, right? Even if he said such a thing, I had no intention of missing out on this major XP event from the start. I would have to politely refuse somehow. You must win, Lilith. Pardon, I believe you can win, Lilith. What's with him suddenly? Well, it was still much better than telling me not to do it because it was dangerous. Rather, receiving encouragement helped me focus my mind a little more. Galaxy TL axiomatic. I slightly bowed my head and answered Ethan, who was speaking to me with a serious look. Of course, that's what I intend to do. Good, I'll be waiting. If I say this so shamelessly and then come back defeated, I won't be able to show my face for a while out of embarrassment. It seemed I had no choice but to win this duel and return victorious. Next duel. Magic Department, 4th rank, Lilith Blackwood Rosewood. Technical Department, 2nd rank, Luke Cruella. As I walked out to the arena when the duel announcer called my name, the quite spacious Magic Department evaluation battle arena greeted me. At the same time, I felt the strange sensation of other students' gazes reaching me. It can't be helped. The evaluation battle event is quite a spectacle even within the academy. As an academy created on an isolated place called the Island of Knowledge, these sword fights and magic duels between top students were one of the few spectacles for the students. They say the most interesting things in the world are watching fires and fights, right? Thinking this, as I approached the center of the training ground, I could also see Luke walking toward the center of the arena from the opposite side. She seemed to have steeled herself with quite a solemn resolve to face me in this duel. She's really harboring some serious grudge. Just by looking at the 2 daggers, her signature weapons, held in both hands, I could clearly see that she wasn't approaching me with a light heart. She had literally sharpened her knives in preparation for this duel with me. If I let my guard down for a moment, it wouldn't be strange if a dagger was suddenly thrust into my side and I was forced to retire. Incidentally, this evaluation battle arena is equipped with death prevention magic to prevent accidents during intense duels. After all, this is a facility that gathers famous talents from all over the country to learn knowledge and nurture talent, so of course, they would have to prevent fatal accidents during evaluation battles. The moment a fatal wound is inflicted on the body, the said magic stops the progression of that wound, and the student who has received such damage is transported to the Academy Church through spatial transfer magic. Of course, this doesn't completely erase the damage received, it just prevents death itself, so the injured might have to lie in the church for days or even weeks. Anyway, the important thing was that lives, which should be protected as the highest priority, could be preserved somehow, and in this world, most injuries could be treated except for those in the mental. Galaxy TL axiomatic. In other words, there was no problem with rushing at your opponent with killing intent in this arena, because the death prevention magic was protecting lives. It also means I can use Mana Blast without worrying. If I could land just one hit, it would be my victory. Conversely, if I failed to hit or failed to cast, it would be my defeat. It was a simple formula for victory. I just thought the process of getting there might be a bit difficult. As I made eye contact with Luke walking towards me from the opposite side, I immediately felt complex emotions directed at me from her gaze. We took our positions at a slightly reduced distance, ready for battle, without any further conversation. Ready. Luke and I took our stances in our positions at the announcer's words. I gripped the silver dagger in my uniform's inner pocket, ready to chant a spell as soon as the battle started, while Luke held daggers in both hands, looking like she might pounce at any moment. In this strangely tense atmosphere, the announcer's declaration to start the battle fell. Begin. Thud 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 thud. Luke's body rushed towards me with quick steps, her dagger swinging towards both sides of my body. Her twin daggers, which closed the distance of about 15 meters in an instant, swung quickly as if to finish me off in one blow. Blades that would be difficult for an ordinary person to even perceive approached, aiming at my body from left and right. It was a firm resolve to stab me no matter which way I dodged, but the sound that followed was not of blades cutting and piercing flesh, but a single sound caused by friction. Sheeing. Huh. The silver dagger from my chest collided with Luke's left dagger, causing some sparks to fly in the air from the impact. At the same time, murmurs of surprise at my reaction could be heard from the spectators' seats. A sword? Isn't that a dagger? Wasn't Lilith from the magic department? Hey, isn't she the woman who cut Raidenheart's wrist with a silver dagger at the entrance ceremony? Most students in the magic and swordsmanship departments already knew that I could fight with a silver dagger due to the incident I caused at the entrance ceremony, but the spectators' seats weren't just filled with students from these two departments. It wasn't that strange for them to show such surprised reactions. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The same seemed to be true for Luke, who had rushed at me with daggers. How? My ass. You shouldn't be surprised by something like this when you're the one who picked this fight in the first place. To be fair, it wasn't purely a battle of sword against sword. She was swinging her daggers purely with the grip strength of her hands, while I had deflected her sword once using Mana Imbue and a shockwave. I dodged one of the blades coming from both sides by turning my body and deflected the other to create an opening. Of course, this wasn't particularly important. What mattered was that I had the means to deal with Luke's movements and techniques. Weren't you a mage? No, I am. Then how can you use a dagger? Well, what can I say? If you don't like it, use magic yourself. You're from the technical department, but you're making a fuss. Don't make this troublesome. Obviously, there was no rule saying that a mage couldn't use a sword in the final evaluation battle. In the first place, magic itself wasn't exclusive to the magic department, and there were quite a few close combat warriors among the nobles who used magic as a supplementary means even if they weren't in the magic department. It wasn't against the rules for someone from the magic department to fight with a sword or a spear. After all, what the academy wanted was academy students with combat abilities, and they weren't a stupid group that would prohibit magicians from equipping secondary weapons to develop those combat abilities. On the other hand, Luke, whose first attack had been blocked by me, showed somewhat confused emotions in her eyes. Galaxy TL axiomatic. For someone with strong pride as the princess's guard, the situation of having her blade blocked by a female student from the magic department must have been hard to understand. However, that moment of hesitation on her part became an opportunity for me. For a close combat fighter to give distance and time to a magic department student meant giving them time to respond. Thanking Luke's momentarily foolish judgment, I used the next spell I had secretly memorized. *SHIIIINE. Blurred Light, a spell I had learned separately from the auxiliary magic tree for this battle. It was a magic used to momentarily blur vision by flashing a strong light in front of the eyes, allowing other party members to attack in the meantime. Of course, there were no other party members with me, so I had to do both the support and the attack myself. Luke showed an opening as he momentarily squinted at the flash of light thrust before her eyes. That opening was exactly the moment I was aiming for, and this time, I cast 3 magic arrows, created by triple casting flew toward Luke. There wasn't enough time to use Mana Blast, so the plan was to inflict small wounds little by little for now. Whoosh, AAA ARG. With only a 20% hit rate, there was a possibility that all 3 shots would miss, but fortunately, it seemed the god of fate hadn't abandoned me. One of the 3 magic arrows pierced Luke's left forearm, and her painful scream reached my ears. Well, that's 1 hit. For a duel between a close combat fighter and a mage, it wasn't a bad start. Whether I could end it this decently until the end remained to be seen. Ha! Luke glared at me intensely, having taken a magic arrow to her left forearm. I could tell from her gaze that her mindset in approaching the duel with me had changed a bit. Not only had she failed in her attempt to stab me in one go from the start, but she had also allowed me to land the first hit. Galaxy TL axiomatic. From now on, she probably wouldn't treat me as just a magic-only novice mage. I wished she would maintain that complacency until the end of the evaluation battle, but Luke was a character skilled at assessing situations on the spot. Probably from now on, instead of recklessly rushing in with daggers, she was more likely to make more efficient attacks. I quietly waited for her next attack as the situation changed. Thud thud thud. First, she moved her feet, circling around me as if to surround me, probably to avoid the sight-blurring magic from earlier. If this were a battle between an ordinary rogue and an ordinary mage, Luke's decision wouldn't have been a wise one. When facing a mage or an archer, creating distance in combat is essentially the same as volunteering to be a living target. However, I wasn't an ordinary mage in the sense that I could engage in close combat, and Luke wasn't an ordinary rogue fighting with just 2 daggers, either. Sharp, needle-like objects began flying towards me from her hands, 5 or 6 at a time, as she circled around me. FWIP. As expected, she immediately switched to this tactic as soon as she gave up on close combat. It was quite a tricky attack that was weaker compared to wielding daggers directly but with the advantage of being able to attack from a distance. The fact that she could send needles flying from various directions while moving at high speeds made it even more difficult. Of course, it was impossible to dodge them all with my body, and it was also impossible to deflect them all with my dagger. Galaxy TL axiomatic. For an ordinary mage, this would be a situation where they'd have to think about which direction would hurt less and escape while taking a few needles to the body. Fortunately, I wasn't an ordinary mage, nor was I just any mage. Ping, plink, ping, clink, clang, arcane barrier. It is the last basic skill in the auxiliary magic tree. This was also a spell I had learned in preparation for my duel with Luke, just like Blurred Light. I thought she would definitely try a ranged attack at least once. Of course, Arcane Barrier was the lowest level among barrier-type spells, a spell that would be destroyed after blocking just 1 or 2 incoming needles, but for me now, even that much was enough. I used triple casting to protect 3 out of 4 sides of my body simultaneously and deflected the needles flowing into the remaining open space with my dagger. If the Arcane Barrier broke due to its weak durability, I could just keep replenishing it. After all, I now possessed an insane amount of mana with a maximum capacity exceeding 2000. Whoosh, die, a slightly heavier sound mixed with the sound of thin needles flying. This was also a sound I had often heard while playing Luminar Academy, so I quickly turned my body towards the direction of Luke's voice. I used my dagger to deflect Luke's left dagger, flying among the thin needles, which she had thrown while aiming for my heart, upwards into the sky. Clang, the sharp dagger, its trajectory twisted upon colliding with my silver dagger, flew up into the air. Judging by the sparks flying just from deflecting the flying blade, I could tell how strong her determination was to finish me off. Shit, I really thought I was going to die there. Unlike the thin needles, the dagger that flew from her hand was clearly different in weight. If I hadn't used shockwave to match the moment the blades collided, it would have undoubtedly pierced my heart or at least wounded some part of my body if I hadn't completely altered its trajectory. Galaxy TL axiomatic. If I had relied solely on arcane barrier and been complacent, I probably would have been pierced right through. After all, throwing her dagger was Luke's most powerful technique at this stage, so she probably intended to end it with this one move. She must have judged that it was impossible to wield properly with her injured left hand and used her finishing move at what seemed like the most vulnerable moment. Fortunately, with the failure of her finishing attack just now, the tide of this duel had almost turned in my favor. Luke, with only one dagger left, had her combat effectiveness reduced by about 30–40% by my estimates, so in terms of overall combat capability, I had naturally taken the lead. Moreover, she looked anxious, having seemingly exhausted most of the needles she had been throwing while circling around me. Of course, even if she had a few left, they would still be blocked by my arcane barrier. The problem was that I still wasn't in a particularly good position to finish Luke off either. To win the duel, I needed to use Mana Blast in a situation where I could hit her decisively, but the biggest issue was that such a situation hadn't arisen yet. To use the spell, which has a long casting time and leaves me defenseless while using it, I needed to subdue her more definitively than I currently have. Originally, it wasn't even an efficient spell to use in person-to-person combat, it was a spell used as a final blow in party hunts. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Wounding one arm, blocking all ranged throwing weapons, and even taking away the left dagger she was holding wasn't enough to say I had definitively subdued her. The best thing to do would be to approach that girl somehow and bind her body with mana chains. Just as Mana Blast was the first enhanced skill of offensive magic, Mana Chain was the first enhanced skill of auxiliary magic. It's a skill that binds the opponent for 10 seconds without fail if they are of a similar or lower level than oneself. The problem was that to use this skill, I had to approach her close enough to almost touch daggers, and since the opponent was a person, not a monster, there was a high possibility she would sense something off about my approach and try to run away. There's no choice, I'll have to call Luke over to me here. I wasn't very confident in provoking people, but having conquered Luke in my previous life, I knew well enough what she liked and what angered her. I quietly opened my mouth and turned Luke's gaze, who was standing still and watching me, towards me. Is that all you can do? No, really, then why are you just standing there? None of your business. I thought the second ranked in the technical department would have something more, confidently requesting an evaluation battle with me, but you're more pathetic than I expected. Huh. Luke fixed her gaze on me, filled with anger, biting her lower lip at my words. I pretended not to even notice her gaze and nonchalantly picked up the dagger that had fallen in front of me. I gripped Luke's left dagger, which seemed to be a gift from Seraphine, in my right hand, turning it this way and that. In my mind, I was slowly reciting the chant for Mana Chain that I could activate at any time. Isn't this what you were holding in your left hand just now? Don't touch it. Why, seeing how you threw it away like trash, didn't you just discard it like it was nothing? Don't call it trash. This is certainly effective. Is it because it's related to Seraphine? Well, I, as a player of Luminar Academy, knew best that this dagger was a good item. Seraphine wouldn't have given Luke useless equipment as a gift in the first place. To lure her towards me, I needed to use strong expressions to provoke Luke. Just in case there's any misunderstanding, I wasn't showing this arrogant attitude because I particularly wanted to. It was just a necessary provocation to lure her towards me. Galaxy TL axiomatic. I had to thoroughly convey emotions different from my true intentions to prevent Luke, who was quick-witted, from realizing that I was trying to guide her movements. Without doing so, it would have been practically impossible to completely deceive her. Well, it's too good to call trash. Looking closely, it's quite a nice dagger. Can I keep this? What? Thanks for the gift. I'll use it well, Luke. Gee, give that back. As I pretended to actually keep it by trying to put the dagger into my uniform's inner pocket, Luke, who had been standing still, started to move. Realizing that my provocation had definitely worked on her, I watched Luke's movements with only the last sentence of the chant for Mana Chain I had been reciting in my head left. I just need to focus until the end and not misrecite the spell. If I can restrain Luke's right hand with the spell right before her dagger pierces my body and start chanting Mana Blast immediately from that moment, I can win comfortably. Thinking this, I was preparing to use Mana Chain while predicting the trajectory of Luke's right hand, but for some reason, my intuition started to spark an uneasy feeling in my chest. In Luke's gaze, who had approached quite close, I noticed for a moment that she seemed to be looking elsewhere, for some reason. Wait, something's not right. Come to think of it, there was one awkward point in Luke's actions in the recent battle. When Luke threw her dagger in the fight with me earlier, why did she specifically throw her left dagger at me? She couldn't have thrown with her injured left hand, so if she wanted to aim for an opening as quickly as possible, she should have thrown her right dagger instead. Galaxy TL axiomatic. And if it failed, it would have been better to hold the left dagger in her right hand. After all, there's not much difference between left-handed and right-handed daggers. Then, there must have been a reason for Luke to specifically switch her left dagger to her right hand. There's a reason why she specifically threw the left dagger at me, even in that urgent situation. Could it be that what Luke threw wasn't just the dagger, but also the information that there's no dagger in the left hand? The moment that thought occurred to me, I remembered the moment when Ethan and Harold were swinging swords in the Blackwood Mansion training ground a few months ago. I could also recall how Ethan had achieved his first victory against Harold there. In the split second I was understanding Luke's intentions, her body had already approached right in front of me, ready to swing her blade. I didn't have a clear certainty that this would happen, but following my intuition, I used my mana chain on the approaching Luke. I used it not on Luke's right arm, swinging from the front, but on her left arm, coming from a blind angle. Whoosh, clank, quadruple arg. Just before Luke's left hand could stab a dagger into the back of my head, my mana chain first wrapped around her left arm, and immediately, I saw Luke being subdued and falling, bound by chains wrapping around her entire body. Even in the situation of being dragged to a corner of the arena by the chain, Luke, wearing an expression of not understanding what was happening, muttered in a bewildered voice. How what? Ignoring Luke's last question, I quickly gathered all my remaining mana into a mana blast in my palm. Seeing the huge mana sphere appearing above my head, Luke instinctively started to writhe against the binding chains in terror, but before the chains binding her body could loosen, my mana blast was already complete. As a gift for the loser, I might as well tell her why she lost. If you're going to ambush, you should maintain your gaze until the end, you idiot. With my resentful cry, the mana blast flew toward the corner of the arena where Luke was bound. Whether my last words reached her or not, her expression froze in dismay as she accepted my final strike. After a strong explosion passed, nothing remained in the place where Luke had been bound by chains. The death prevention magic seems to have activated properly. Winner. Lilith Blackwood Rosewood. Lilith. Woohoo. That's awesome. Lilith is insane. Kya. Lilith. I knew Lilith would win. Lilith's sister, please calm down. Everyone is staring at us. Receiving the cheers of the academy students chanting the winner's name, I led my tired body out of the arena towards my preparation room, where Ethan would be waiting. Phew, I really thought I was going to die this time. Clang. I lost. The winner, Ethan Richard Blackwood. Ethan. Dual-wielding Ethan. It's dual-wielding Ethan. 2 days after my evaluation duel with Luke, the day for Ethan and Natalie's duel arrived. It was a rather fierce battle, but the moment Ethan's dual swords deflected Natalie's estoc and claimed victory, the spectating students' cheers echoed throughout the arena. To me, who had already seen the two of them duel several times in Harold's lectures, it seemed like an almost inevitable result. Considering both their compatibility and skill level, Ethan has the upper hand over Natalie. Ethan and Natalie. When the two faced each other, Ethan's win rate was about 80% by my estimates. Natalie's sword, which specialized in quick thrusts and targeting openings, showed a good win rate against wielders of blunt weapons, like Karahams. In the case of Ethan, though, there were hardly any openings for Natalie to strike. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Ethan probably kept this in mind when he chose Natalie as his opponent for the final evaluation match, and he claimed victory as expected. Kya, Lord Ethan, take me, please take me, hey, next to you. Next to me, Kya, Lord Ethan's fiancé. No, I'm not Lord Ethan's fiancé or anything like that. I apologize, Lady Lilith. I didn't mean it. One noblewoman, who had been enthusiastically cheering for Ethan, noticed me and instantly fled elsewhere. Other students who belatedly witnessed this scene started whispering about me and Ethan while looking at me. Why are they doing this again? This time, I'm truly innocent. Somehow, no matter how I think about it, this doesn't seem like Lilith. Where on earth did Lilith Rosewood, who in the original story, became Ethan's sex slave and received pitying and sympathetic gazes wherever she went, disappear to? Of course, I had no intention of becoming Ethan's sex slave just to receive some pitying gazes, but it was hard to understand why I was constantly being misunderstood and treated as a strange woman for things I hadn't done. Moreover, since the last duel ended, rumors were even circulating that I had actually stolen the dagger that the princess had given to Luke. I didn't steal it. I'm going to return it later when I meet her. It's just that I can't visit the church now because she's currently prohibited from receiving outside visitors due to the treatment for her injuries. As I was thinking about this while absent-mindedly fixing my gaze on the arena, it seemed that Karaham's duel with another student had also ended. The winner, Karaham Jamil August. Judging by the fact that the opposing student had disappeared without a trace, it seemed he had failed to control his strength and triggered the death prevention magic. The arena was split in half as if an earthquake had occurred. If we were to consider pure strength alone, excluding swordsmanship or magic, that guy would probably be twice as strong as the hero. For reference, young Wajogigigwat, who had the right to choose his opponent first due to being the top student, chose to target a random 5th-ranked student instead of Ethan or Natalie, easily securing his victory. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Although the hero's win rate in practice matches against Ethan was slightly higher, it was so close that the result could easily be reversed if the former wasn't careful. The rest of the students were also opponents that the protagonist couldn't guarantee 100% victory against from his perspective. Especially against Karaham, he often found himself overwhelmed by the former's brute strength. For him, who wanted to secure points decisively to maintain his position as the top student in the swordsmanship department, facing Ethan and the other 3 non-standard individuals as evaluation match opponents seemed burdensome, so he ultimately shifted his target to the 5th-ranked student. After all, maintaining the top position in the swordsmanship department for the next semester would make it much easier to handle the events in the second half of the academic year. It's about time for Ethan to come out too. I should head down soon. With Ethan's evaluation matches now all finished, I had to prepare to leave the dormitory today. There was no reason to stay at the school anymore since the final grades would only be posted a few days before the start of the next semester, and with Ethan's match just now, our first semester at Luminar Academy had finally ended. It was time to return to the Blackwood Mansion after a long time. Aurelian Church, Luminar Academy branch. This building, which had always felt quiet and solemn, was now bustling with the voices of busy priests and prospective priests during the busiest time of the semester, the evaluation match period. Patient incoming in transfer room 11. Cause of death. Vertical bisection. *1. Quickly move them to a private room and repair every single internal organ. Finish the procedure before the death prevention magic wears off. What kind of muscle-brained idiot splits a person in half and triggers the death prevention magic? Are they insane? A few days ago, there was a crazy woman who exploded someone's entire body with some super large magic sphere. Compared to that, being cut in half is rather tame. They were busy enough treating students who had suffered minor and major injuries during the end-of-semester evaluation matches, but the condition of students being transferred by the death prevention magic was even more severe. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Students with all sorts of injuries were being transferred to the church to the point where a stab wound to the neck or heart would be considered fortunate. Luke, who had been transferred to the church by the said magic 2 days ago, was now recovering from her injuries. Although her body was starting to heal, her complicated feelings were far from being calmed. What will happen to me now? It was all well and good that she had chosen Lilith as her evaluation match opponent out of petty revenge. Until then, she had no doubt that she would win. Although she was in the non-combat technical department, she was still a knight who had been certified to be skilled enough to serve as 3rd Princess Seraphine's bodyguard. She was skilled enough to win duels against Imperial Knights 2 or 3 times her age with her dual daggers and throwing needles. With that in mind, she didn't think she would lose in an evaluation match battle against even a top student from the magic department. But the result of entering the duel carelessly was her clear defeat. It was a crushing defeat that even triggered the death prevention magic. She was in such a miserable state that she couldn't even make excuses. There were no openings. As if Lilith already knew all of her techniques, Lilith responded to each of her attacks as if it were absolutely natural. From the start, Lilith countered her dual daggers with a dagger hidden in the former's clothes as if it had been anticipated. As soon as the distance between them grew, Lilith blocked her vision with blurred light and wounded her left arm with a magic arrow. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Lilith had planned from the beginning to block ranged attacks with arcane barrier. Lilith even parried the dagger she threw in between those attacks with the dagger the former was holding. Lilith even completely saw through her surprise attack, which was supposed to be her last resort. It was a fight that could only be described as an overwhelming difference in skill throughout the duel. She even felt that Lilith was going easy on her. If she had intended to end me from the start, she could have ended it in less than a minute. If Lilith had aimed for her vital points with magic arrows when she was caught in the first blurred light, it wouldn't have been a battle that lasted so long. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Despite even being capable of triple casting, all that woman aimed for was just her left forearm. There was no way a magician of that skill level would have missed her attack. She must have deliberately grazed her just enough to show the clear difference in their abilities. As a result, she ended up suffering a miserable defeat, hit by a massive magic sphere whose name she didn't even know. Luke had paid a harsh price for arrogantly picking a fight out of hatred without properly assessing her opponent. What will Her Highness say? She suffered a disgraceful and miserable defeat, far from being able to serve as a bodyguard. It would even be embarrassing to call herself a house pet. Princess Seraphine must surely be disappointed. Not only would she no longer be able to keep her position as a bodyguard, but she might even end up longing for her former position as the princess's exclusive maid. Perhaps, due to this arrogant action of hers, she might even be abandoned by her entirely. Hick, tears that she had been holding back moistened Luke's eyes. After all the effort she had put in to stand by Princess Seraphine's side. From the day she swore loyalty to her 5 years ago, she had made bone-breaking efforts to somehow maintain and defend her position by her side. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The thought that it might all dissipate like mist due to a single loss filled her not only with sorrow but even with fear. Unaware of Luke's feelings, from outside the room, Seraphine's voice seemed to close in on her like a noose. Knock, knock. Luke, how are you feeling? Exclamation mark. May I come in? I think we need to talk about future matters. Talk about future matters, she says. It must surely be to discuss firing her from the bodyguard position. After all, a bodyguard who loses to a mere exclusive maid of a duke's family would be nothing but a worthless and unnecessary existence to her. As much as Luke wanted to send the princess away without answering and remain as her servant for even a little longer. Why yes, you may enter, Princess Seraphine. Luke answered, calling Princess Seraphine's name with a trembling voice. Not responding after hearing Seraphine's voice would be an act of disloyalty that would be unforgivable even if she offered her life. Creak. As the door opened and Seraphine entered, Luke quietly lowered her gaze. She couldn't bring herself to meet her mistress's eyes right now. Not only had she ignored her mistress's advice and entered the evaluation duel against Lilith, but she had ended up losing miserably. Luke, have your injuries improved? Why yes, thanks to you, Your Highness, I'm fine now. Did the priests give you any precautions? Like, perhaps, staying still and resting for a few days. They said I should stay at the church for about 5 days to treat my injured areas. Is that so? Then does that mean you won't be able to perform your bodyguard duties for 5 days? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. That was a mistake. The moment the princess indirectly mentioned that Luke wouldn't be able to guard her for 5 days, it was essentially the same as mentioning a reason for Luke to be fired. Luke should have said 2 days, not 5. Galaxy TL axiomatic. No, she should have said she could move right now. As Luke Cruella tried to hurriedly get up from the bed to take back the words she had accidentally blurted out. Seraphine's response was something Luke had not expected at all. No, Princess Seraphine. Actually, it's not 5 days, but I'll start the provincial village tour, which was scheduled to begin as soon as summer starts, 5 days from now. Pardon, someone of my status can't go around the imperial provinces without a bodyguard, right, Luke? By bodyguard, do you mean me, Princess Seraphine? Did you want to quit your job, Luke? And no, that's not it, I didn't mean it that way. Luke Cruella, still confused by the meaning of Princess Seraphine's words, made another mistake. Seraphine, not minding Luke's slip of the tongue, calmed her down. To prevent Luke from panicking at the thought of possibly losing her position. It's fine, just rest and recover, Luke. I never had any intention of firing you from the beginning. Is that so? Your Highness, I've always told you, Luke. I'm the type of person who can't rest easy unless I keep capable people close to me. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Why Your Highness. Get well soon, Luke. Yes, Your Highness. Leaving those final words, wishing for Luke's quick recovery, Princess Seraphine left the recovery room to attend to the rest of her schedule at the academy. In a room of the academy church, now occupied by just one person, a gray-haired girl was sobbing, unable to hold back her welling tears. The meaning behind those tears had clearly changed from just moments ago. The day after Ethan's swordsmanship department evaluation duel ended, the three of us, including Isabel, were on a long journey back to the Blackwood estate by carriage. We thought Harold would return with us since he's currently appointed as a temporary professor at the academy. Surprisingly, it seemed he had some work left to do as a temporary professor, so he sent word that he would stay at the academy for a few more days. Therefore, it was decided that the three of us would return to the Blackwood mansion first. If we delayed our schedule any further, we might have to return to the academy just a few days after arriving at the Blackwood estate, so we decided that at least those of us who had finished all our schedules at the academy should return to the mansion first. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The problem was that this was also the time when other academy students were returning to their hometowns for vacation, so finding a coachman who could drive a four-seater carriage was quite challenging. In the end, the three of us had to depart from Luminar Academy to the Blackwood estate on the day of departure without looking for a coachman. Who's driving the carriage if we can't find a coachman, you ask? Of course, it was decided that I would drive it. What other option was there? Will you be alright, Lilith? Are you worried, young Master Ethan? Of course I'm worried. Driving a carriage is dangerous. I'll drive in a way that ensures not a scratch on your precious body, young Master. Please don't worry. I'm not worried about myself, but about you, Lilith. Well, it's probably Ethan's first time riding in a carriage I'm driving, so he's bound to be anxious, but delaying our schedule any further would be inefficient. I had learned carriage driving from Didmire in preparation for moments like this. In fact, if Lilith was included as a member of the Demon King subjugation party in the game, most of the carriage driving would be alternated between Lilith and the protagonist, so there was no chance that this body I'm possessing lacks talent in carriage driving. Galaxy TL axiomatic. It's not like it would be impossible to drive a carriage if it wasn't Lilith's body, but if I've been reincarnated as Lilith, I should at least be able to drive a carriage easily. Lilith, I don't think all the luggage will fit in the trunk. Can I put some on the seats inside? Sure, I'll be in the driver's seat anyway, so it doesn't matter if you fill up my seat with luggage. As we had this conversation, I climbed onto the driver's seat after preparing to depart for the Blackwood estate early in the morning. Suddenly, Ethan also started to take a seat next to me in the driver's seat. Oof, young Master Ethan, what's wrong, Lilith? The passenger compartment is empty. Please sit in the comfortable seats instead of this uncomfortable spot. Sorry, Lilith, I just feel like getting some fresh air right now. It will take nearly a full day to reach the Blackwood estate. Sitting on the driver's seat won't be a very pleasant experience. It's fine, we can depart now. Isabel, don't wait, get in the passenger seat. Understood. As per young Master Ethan's orders, I'll board the passenger's seat alone. Isabel, Ethan insisted on squeezing into the seat next to the driver's seat despite the perfectly good seats inside, and Isabel boarded the passenger compartment alone without any particular reaction to this eccentric behavior. Feeling like I might be the one reacting strangely, given how brazenly these two were acting, I had no choice but to start driving the carriage. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The carriage, loaded with the three of us and our luggage, began to move towards the Blackwood estate in the northeast. After driving the carriage from the Island of Knowledge towards the Blackwood estate for a day and a half. Despite departing quite early in the morning, the road where the carriage was traveling had already become quite dark. Judging that it would be difficult to proceed further in this darkness, I cautiously suggested something to Ethan. Young Master Ethan. Yes, Lilith. I apologize, but I think we should camp for the night around here. Yeah, I was starting to think we should do that too. With Ethan's permission, and seeing a suitable flat ground that could be used as a campsite, I stopped the horses I had been driving. As I got down, I stretched my body, which had become stiff from sitting in the driver's seat for a long time. Tired from driving the carriage. Isabel and I will prepare the camp, so Lilith, you should rest a bit. Yes. It seemed much faster when driving a carriage in the game, but in reality, the perceived time is quite different. It was a moment when I newly appreciated the skills of the coachmen of the Blackwoods. They had apparently made this trip between the Blackwood mansion and the Island of Knowledge several times, but how could they cover this distance in just one day each time? Still, we've come about 60–70% of the way, so if we depart tomorrow morning, we should easily reach the Blackwood mansion around lunchtime. Shall we set up the tent first, young master? Yes. I'll tie this side of the tent, you take the other end and tie it to that tree over there. Yes, understood. I felt strangely apologetic towards Isabel and Ethan, who had already come down from the passenger compartment and were setting up the spare tent. I quietly approached him as he was tying the tent to a tree and apologized. I'm sorry, young Master Ethan. Lilith, I told you to rest. If I had driven the horses a bit better, we might have been able to reach the estate today. I have no words to express how sorry I am for making you prepare for a night in the open like this. What are you saying, Lilith? If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have even departed from the academy until the day after tomorrow. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Still, the other coachmen of the Blackwoods can cover this distance in just one day. Lilith, you can't compare yourself to the mansion's coachmen who have been driving carriages for over a decade. You learned how to drive a carriage in case there was no coachman available. This is more than enough. Young master, please help me set up this tent too. Alright, I'm coming. You must be tired, Lilith. For now, rest in the carriage. Yes, young Master Ethan. After watching Ethan set up the second tent with Isabel for a bit longer, I followed his words and went into the carriage to rest for a while. It was 2 hours later when I woke up, drawn by the smell of stew. Slurp. Eat slowly, Lilith. The stew isn't going to run away. Yes, young Master Ethan. Lilith, did you rest enough? You're not a coachman, so you shouldn't overdo it. Yeah, I slept well, so you don't need to worry. It really felt like I had slept deeply. My last clear memory was of sitting briefly on the passenger's seat of the carriage, but when I came to my senses, I was lying on the seat, even drooling while sleeping. It seems the fatigue from nearly 9 hours of carriage driving had accumulated quite a bit. Moreover, unlike simply being carried in a carriage, directly driving the horses and sitting in the driver's seat naturally multiplied the fatigue several times over. The headwind coming from the front, eye strain, the slightly bumpier driver's seat compared to the passenger compartment, the mental energy expended on paying attention to the speed and fatigue of the two horses, etc., were probably the causes of my body's exhaustion. Still, I was able to shake off the fatigue somehow with a bowl of chicken vegetable stew and baked bread that Isabel had prepared. At times like this, I was truly grateful for Isabel's handiwork in making such a meal from the ingredients gathered among our unremarkable luggage. It's fortunate to have you here at times like this, Isabel. I have no talent for cooking at all. That's because you, young master, are the young master of the Blackwood family. It's not that you lack talent, it's natural. We can't ask Lilith to cook when she's tired from driving the carriage. In the first place, Lilith's cooking is more like What about my cooking, young Master Ethan? No, it's nothing, Lilith. Why stop mid-sentence? If you're going to say something, say it all the way through. Ethan, who had ended his words in a strangely concerning way, seemed to be deliberately focusing more on his meal as if to avoid any further questions. I, too, focused on the food in front of me without any further pressing for the sake of recovering my strength. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Tomorrow morning, as soon as we wake up, we'll have to drive the carriage for another 3 or 4 hours towards the Blackwood estate, so replenishing our energy was essential. If you gather the dishes in one place, I'll clean them all at once with clean later. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Lilith. After we finish eating, we should set up some security measures around the area and take turns sleeping. Do you both know how to do night watch? No, I don't have any experience. I know how to, young Master Ethan. I have actual experience, too. *1. You have experience. Oops, slip of the tongue. I'm referring to the experience of standing watch against monsters in my hometown village when I was young. In my hometown, it was common for slimes to come down to the village during the rainy season. I see. That's what you meant. When Lilith said she was the only one with experience, I thought I had lacked something in my duties as a maid. It's fortunate that they're both innocent enough not to probe deeper and let it slide. I've been trying not to make mistakes lately, but I got a bit tired today, and I let my guard down a bit. Since I just took a nap, I'll take the first shift. I'll take the middle shift, and Isabel can take the last shift and prepare breakfast when dawn breaks. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Yes, young master. Today, we'll just need to keep watch in case of emergencies, but I don't expect anything to happen. It's unlikely for bandits or such to suddenly appear in such an open area. Ah, why do I feel like he just jinxed us? To be honest, security measures for camping on the roadside aren't much to speak of. You just drive short stakes about ankle height around the campsite and hang thin, barely visible strings on them. In the middle of the strings, you attach security bells or objects that resonate well at intervals, and that's it. Just doing this much is usually enough to catch careless groups of thieves, not to mention low-intelligence monsters. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Of course, if we were dealing with assassins who were determined to take our lives, these security measures wouldn't mean much, but surely there's no one bold enough to send assassins after Ethan. There are no forests or mountains around here, and there are no villages or territories nearby. Probably, no thieves or such will show up. I think so too, but I still believe we should set up proper security measures. Yeah, we should, of course. Just in case something happens. As Ethan said, there probably won't be any thieves, and at most, some low-level monsters might pop up, but it's always better to set these things up properly to avoid trouble later. According to the security measures statistics, someone posted on Luagal, there's a statistically significant difference in the probability of encountering danger when camping with and without security measures. Needless to say, statistically, it's safer to have measures in place. In other words, although it's bothersome, setting up these security measures reduces the chance of unnecessary risks, so there's no harm in doing it. In the game, I often skip this out of laziness. The act of driving stakes and tying strings and bells feels quite labor-intensive, and by the mid-game, you become strong enough that security measures become meaningless anyway. Whether monsters or thieves appeared, it was usually quicker in terms of playtime to just fight a battle or two than to set up security stakes. Also, defeating thieves was pretty good for farming, so I often intentionally camped without such measures. Above all, catching the named thief, Elf Hunter, who appeared every time I camped with Selena, was efficient farming. Of course, I had no intention of doing such life-threatening, crazy things now that this world had become a reality. Besides, Isabel, a non-combat personnel, was with us at today's campsite. If I didn't set up proper security measures and Isabel was to lose her life to thieves or monsters, I probably wouldn't be able to forgive myself. The same goes for Ethan, of course. Well, he's so strong that I'm not really worried about him being attacked. As I was driving stakes into the ground one by one, encircling the campsite like a long oval, and about to take out my dagger from my chest to cut the thin rope for tying the security devices. Instead of the thin handle of the silver dagger I usually held, I felt a slightly thicker handle wrapped around my hand. Wait, is this? What's wrong, Lilith? No, it's nothing. Isn't that the dagger you picked up when facing Luke in the last duel? Regrettably, it is. It was the dagger that Luke received as a gift from Seraphine that I had kept to provoke the former during our evaluation duel. It was the moment when a sigh inadvertently escaped my mouth as I belatedly realized I had forgotten to return that dagger. No, I really meant to return it. I even visited the academy branch of the church twice. But what could I do when they said patients in the emergency room couldn't be visited until they fully recovered, except for guardians? Galaxy TL axiomatic. I couldn't just carelessly entrust Luke's possession and Seraphine's gift to someone else to pass on, so in the end, I ended up keeping it and bringing it all the way here on our journey home. This makes it look like I really stole Luke's dagger. I surely won't be called a thief by Seraphine as soon as we return to the academy, right? No, given Seraphine's personality, she probably wouldn't say such things, but there was still a good chance she might be disappointed. The only option is to keep it safe and return it as soon as school returns to avoid misunderstandings. You're going to return it, right, Lilith? Yes, of course. Swish, I will, but it cuts well. Is it because it's made by the princess? Compared to the one I received from the young lady of the August family, there's definitely a significant difference in quality. You will return it, right, Lilith? Of course, young Master Ethan. If you need a new dagger, I'll buy you one. There's no blacksmith in the Blackwood estate, but there are many skilled craftsmen in the nearby territories. Yes, young Master Ethan. I wonder if those craftsmen are skilled enough to make a dagger like the one that Seraphine personally commissioned for Luke. I didn't tell Ethan that such a thought had inadvertently entered my mind. Late at night, when everyone was asleep. As the time on the hourglass passed number 1, the only sources of light remaining were the campfire in the center of the campsite and the moonlight in the night sky. Even though it was still late summer, it got a bit chilly at night, and I was warming myself by the quietly burning campfire. I'm bored. Well, I had expected this to some extent, but standing night watch alone was quite a tedious task. I was reading a book I bought from the Island of Knowledge by the campfire light, but reading a book in a dimly lit place with irregular light tends to break concentration. After trying to focus on reading, I eventually gave up and quietly closed the book in my hand. Now that I've learned Mana Chain and advanced from the first tier to the second for the auxiliary magic ability tree, it might not be bad to boldly learn a spell like Unquenchable Light. But I couldn't afford to waste skill points just for reading when I still hadn't even surpassed level 10. Although I gained about 1000 XP from defeating Luke in the evaluation match, I still needed a bit more experience to reach level 11. It would be frustrating to waste points carelessly and then not be able to use them when I really need them. As I was thinking about this and poking at the burning campfire with a stick a few times, suddenly, I felt an unexpected presence behind me. Young Master Ethan, how did you know? It's not that I knew, it was just wishful thinking. I thought it would be better if it were you, young master, rather than a thief or monster. Sorry, did I startle you? Galaxy TL axiomatic. I wasn't startled, but please be careful next time. If I had mistaken you for a thief, young master, I might have attacked without thinking. I'll be careful from now on. No, strictly speaking, my mistake was worse since I wasn't paying attention. I had clearly checked that he was in the tent about 10 minutes ago, so when did he sneak up behind me? It seems he came out of the tent while I was momentarily focused on trying to read somehow. Seeing that I couldn't even notice the tent right in front of me opening, reading during my shift was something I clearly shouldn't be doing. Why are you up already? You still have an hour left before your shift, young master. Just, couldn't sleep much, you know. Come to think of it, young Master Ethan, you couldn't fall into a deep sleep for the first few days at the academy dormitory either. I guess you're the type who can't handle unfamiliar sleeping arrangements. No, Lilith, that was because you know, it's nothing. What did I do? What does his insomnia have to do with me? These days, there have been many cases where things I didn't do turn into misunderstandings and strange rumors spread, and I didn't want to hear unfounded accusations from Ethan, too. Moreover, as someone who was literally giving my body to assist Ethan, I felt wronged in many ways. Are you accusing me knowing that I'm accepting your raging sexual desire about once every 2 weeks? No that's really pleasurable no, I mean, I'm grateful for it, but I even let you touch me without any conditions just 4 days ago. I went along with your excuse that you were worried about your duel with Miss Natalie in the evaluation match. That was actually because you seemed a bit upset after your duel with Luke. Pardon. It's nothing. Thank you for letting me touch you, Lilith. As long as you understand, that's fine. Well, I reluctantly allowed it because I didn't want to see Ethan lose to Natalie either. No matter how much Natalie was my favorite character in my past life, she and I were only Academy Freshman 1 and Academy Freshman 2, who had nothing to do with each other. On the other hand, Ethan and I had grown up together since he was young, so we had a relationship with both good and bad feelings mixed in. Galaxy TL axiomatic. It wasn't particularly strange for me to support Ethan instead of Natalie now. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. Can I ask you one question? Yes, it might be a bit sensitive for you to answer right away, but why is Ethan suddenly creating a strange atmosphere again? In an atmosphere that seemed like it would be a heroine's confession event if this were a game, Ethan carefully asked me a question. While I was momentarily flustered, not knowing how to respond to his reaction, only the crackling sound of the campfire tickled my ears. What is it you wanted to ask, young Master Ethan? Lilith, do you perhaps still have negative feelings towards me? Pardon. Well, Lilith, I don't remember leaving a good impression on you when I was young. I kept calling you when you were busy working, playing weird pranks, and doing things you hated most, like sexual harassment. I was wondering if you might still be angry at me because of what I did back then. And here I thought he was going to say something after setting up the mood. I didn't expect him to ask if I was still angry about something that happened years ago. Needless to say, I had long forgotten about the things that happened back then. If anything, it was only when Ethan just mentioned it that I remembered, oh, that happened. In fact, what made me angry back then wasn't particularly the sexual harassment. I just hated how he kept interfering with everything I did and being a nuisance. I was already in an irritated state, and he did things like Kancho 1, and then provoked me when I couldn't even get up due to the pain, so everything I had been holding back just exploded. It's been several years since then, and even I could see that Ethan had reflected and grown since then, so if I still held a grudge from that time, it would be similar to me having a mental illness. I just replied to his query by saying there was no need to worry about something from ages ago. No, I'm not particularly holding on to those past events in my heart anymore. Really? It's been several years already, hasn't it? At the time, I certainly got angry at you often, young Master Ethan, but not anymore. I see, that's a relief. Why is he so concerned about my feelings when he's my master and I'm his exclusive maid? What would he do if I was still bothered by what happened back then? Pouring out my personal grudges in front of the son of a ducal family was enough with that one time back then. Galaxy TL axiomatic. With those thoughts, I turned my gaze back to the burning campfire and threw another piece of firewood in it when Ethan, sitting next to the campfire, called my name once again and carefully spoke. Lilith, I have something to say. If you have something to say, please go ahead. Well, I'd like you to listen a bit seriously, Lilith. Yes. Wait, what? Is this really a confession? No, that can't be, right? Why would Ethan suddenly confess to me? For some reason, the atmosphere seemed like it might be just that, so my heart started to race with a bit of confusion. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Not knowing whether he understood my feelings or not, Ethan took both my hands as if he was really going to confess and began to speak seriously. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll say it directly. Young Master Ethan, please calm down for a moment and organize your thoughts again. Lilith, after we graduate from the academy, will you be my jingle jingle jingle? Just as a serious conversation that seemed like it would be a turning point was about to take place, the sound of bells suddenly rang in our ears. At this time of night, there could only be one or two reasons for the sound of bells. In the silence filled with a strange tension, one emotion naturally arose in my mind. Shit, there goes all my sleep for tonight. I knew something was off from the moment we'd been jinxed. Jingle jingle jingle, an ominous sound forcibly interrupted our peaceful conversation in front of the campfire. Like me, Ethan's expression instantly hardened as he heard the security device activate. In that state, he briefly made eye contact with me, and we exchanged opinions in quiet voices. Lilith, that sound just now. One moment, young Master Ethan. There's one more thing I need to confirm. Nod. Ethan quietly nodded as I covered my mouth with my finger and whispered instructions to him. Thinking that the bell might ring once more, I listened for a few seconds, but after the first ring, the sound of the bell tied to the security device didn't come again. The good news is that the opponent isn't a group of monsters. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The bad news is that the possibility of the trespasser not being a monster has increased. If it were monsters, they should have rushed in by now after sensing our presence, but I couldn't hear anything in the darkness that sounded like monster cries or footsteps. It seemed we were destined to give up on sleeping peacefully. Squish squish. It was the sound of slow footsteps that clearly showed an intention to lower their sound. As my suspicion increased, I quietly whispered to Ethan. It's people, and there seem to be about 5 or 6 of them. Thieves? Maybe not, but I think it's better not to let them approach. We have Isabel with us, after all. Right, we have Isabel with us. Although it was dark, the flickering light of the campfire and the faint moonlight were enough to guess their positions. When they approached about 10 meters from the campsite, Ethan drew the sword at his waist, thrust it into the darkness, and warned. That's far enough. Don't come any closer. If you've lost your way, I'll let you go, so return the way you came. This is our campsite, and we can't let you come any closer. A slight murmur could be heard from the darkness. It seemed the unidentified individuals were discussing among themselves. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but I could sense that they were trying to match their stories. Oh my, sir, that's so frightening, couldn't you put that sword away? I'm not your, sir, and we intend to use this place until tomorrow morning, so disappear and go elsewhere. You see, we accidentally took a wrong turn while hiking during the day. We somehow managed to come down the mountain only by this late hour, but it's so dark we can't tell where we are. That's a sad story, but it has nothing to do with us. Oh, sir, can't you be a bit more understanding and help us out? We'll leave as soon as the sun rises tomorrow morning. From the group of 5 or 6, a man with a somewhat friendly appearance came forward to persuade Ethan. The rest of them remained in the darkness without revealing themselves, and by this point, we had a pretty good idea of who these guys were. Ethan carefully glanced in my direction as if seeking my opinion. Shake, nod. After our eyes met briefly, we confirmed each other's intentions through some quick gestures and body language. Ethan, still pointing his sword at them, repeated what he had just said. It's none of my business. If you take one more step forward, I won't hesitate to use force. Oh my, why are you being so harsh, sir? How do you expect us to navigate through this pitch-dark night? You can go back the same way you came. If necessary, I'll give you a torch. The expression of the man in the lead hardened, and my and Ethan's wariness intensified. As soon as it seemed like the negotiation, or rather the scheme, was stalling, the rest of the group began to reveal themselves from the darkness one by one. What's taking so long? How long are you going to make us wait? Didn't you say you could borrow their campfire? Why are you still talking? Including the man in the lead, there were 6 sturdy men visible. Except for the friendly-looking man who had first shown his face, the rest all had swords that looked like arming swords, one or broadswords hanging at their waists. Judging from the scars and signs of sword wounds on their bodies, their appearances couldn't be described as pleasant. That was the moment when even the 1% possibility of them being lost travelers completely disappeared. Shit, I had a feeling this would be the case. Setting aside the fact that we wouldn't be getting any sleep, we first had to assess whether Ethan and I could handle them with our current strength. First off, I can't use my magic arrows. With their already terrible accuracy, it would be impossible to hit anything in this darkness. Mana Blast takes too long to cast, and above all, since I used it recently, using it again would put too much strain on my body. Since it's a large-scale AoE spell, there was also a chance I could hurt Ethan if I messed up. Galaxy TL axiomatic. It's impossible to use blurred light when it's dark, which meant I'd have to engage in close combat using a dagger. Naturally, I wasn't keen on the idea. As I was assessing what I could do, setting aside Ethan's actual combat ability for now, one of the thieves who had belatedly shown his face shouted at Ethan. Brother, don't be like that, let's share the campfire. Are you going to take responsibility if we freeze to death in this darkness? I don't see why I should be responsible for that. If you feel wronged, go complain to the sun after you freeze to death. Oh, come on, the tent looks quite spacious, surely it can fit the 6 of us. Besides, you have 2 of them. With 2 tents, there'd be room even if 10 people slept in them. Right. The group of thieves approached us 1 or 2 steps at a time while having this brazen conversation. Facing them, Ethan drew his second sword, completing his preparation for a real fight. Shing, I told you not to come any closer. Oh my, how scary. The young master has drawn not 1, but 2 swords. But what can you do? There are only 2 of you, and we have quite a few more. 2. Oh, is that girl going to fight too? What can such a skinny girl do? What are you talking about, idiot? Of course, he means that woman and the maid inside the tent. I saw her earlier, so I'm sure. What the hell are these bastards babbling about? Ah, well, it would be a bit difficult for 2 girls to handle all of us. I found this place, so that black-haired girl is mine. If you want to use her, it'll be after I'm done. The words of the thief, who had been fixing his gaze on me with a brazen expression, didn't quite make it to the end. The sword energy wielded by Ethan's right hand had already accurately dropped the bastard's head from above his neck. What? When the confused group of thieves regained their senses, not knowing what had happened, Ethan was already in the center of them, swinging his dual swords with a fierce look in his eyes. Including the one whose head had fallen off first, the heads of 3 of them fell to the ground in quick succession. Hey, kill that bastard. Fuck, who's the bastard who said we should rob this place? He just died, you idiot. Of the remaining 3 who belatedly came to their senses, 2 began to resist by swinging their arming swords at Ethan. The last one, who looked the weakest, immediately started running towards me. You son of a bitch, put down that sword. I don't want to see this bitch die. You're talking shit, you fucking bastard. Clang. The guy looked confused for a moment as his arming sword, swung with all his might, was deflected by my dagger. It wasn't too difficult to stab my dagger into the neck of such a guy full of openings. Slash. U. My dagger, which had penetrated the center of his windpipe, cut through his cervical spine, turning the bastard's head into something like those nearly decapitated ghosts or zombies you might see in fictional movies. Shit, now that I look at it, this is Luke's dagger. I had just grabbed whatever was at hand in the urgency, but no wonder it cut so well. As that useless thought flashed through my mind, miserable groans from 2 more people could be heard from Ethan's direction. Naturally, Ethan's voice wasn't among those painful cries. Why you crazy, there were 6 of us. The last one collapsed, uttering some moronic last words. What does it matter if there were 6 of them? When trash who attack camping carriages gather, whether it's 6 or 10 or 20, they all end up dead. In fact, even without me, Ethan could have easily sliced through about 10 of them on his own. In a situation like just now, I might have even been a hindrance. I could probably handle 1 or 2 thieves easily enough, but if 3 or 4 rushed at me, it would be difficult to deal with them easily with this body. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Ethan's judgment to quickly assess the situation and swing his sword first was correct in many ways. Although it looked a bit reckless for a moment. Lilith, are you okay? Yes, as you can see, I'm fine, young Master Ethan. Are you hurt anywhere? Did that piece of shit injure you? I appreciate your concern, but could you lower your voice a bit? Yes. Ethan nodded quietly and lowered his voice as I pointed toward the tent where Isabel was sleeping. Just in case, I put my ear to the side of the tent to listen for any signs that she was awake, but all I could hear was Isabel's characteristic shallow breathing when she slept. Fortunately, it seems she didn't wake up despite all this commotion. I see. It wouldn't be a pleasant sight for Isabel to see when she wakes up in the morning, so I think it would be best to bury them a bit far away for now. I'll take care of that. So Lilith, could you set up the security devices again, for now? Understood, young Master Ethan. Well, I had a feeling that if I had offered to help carry and move the bodies here, Ethan would have refused with a serious face. I set up the security devices again that the thieves had damaged while breaking in and roughly covered the bloodstains on the ground with dirt. I had to use clean to remove bloodstains on objects or rocks. Of course, it took quite a bit of time to create a burial site for 6 buff men. When we finally finished everything and entered the tent at almost 3 in the morning, what we saw was the sight of Isabel sleeping soundly, oblivious to everything. It's fortunate she slept through it all, unaware of what had happened. It was enough that Isabel was safe and sound. I had a momentary feeling that I had forgotten something, but with my head full of fatigue after finishing the night watch and dealing with the attack, it was quite difficult to recall. In the midst of the sudden exhaustion, my body collapsed right into the sleeping bag. Well, if it was really important, I'll probably remember it by tomorrow morning. Open hollow corner bracket Lilith has reached level 11. It's the morning after Ethan and I encountered thieves while standing night watch during our camping, and cooperated to dispose of them. Fortunately, the sudden attack at midnight ended with just that one incident, and I didn't have to wake up again to kill more thieves and bury some bodies. Even for someone like me, it's not possible to be completely unaffected by killing people, so my sleep was a bit restless. But fatigue outweighed that, so I did manage to get some sleep in the end. Galaxy TL axiomatic. If I'd just killed monsters, I wouldn't have minded much. However, this was the first time I had directly killed living humans. Even though these guys were no different from monsters wearing human skin, they were still people, after all. Fortunately, there wasn't only bad news, but good news as well. The fight with these thieves filled up the tiny bit of XP I was missing, resulting in my leveling up. I was too tired to check last night, but when I woke up in the morning and checked my status window, I saw that I had reached level 11, and I could easily confirm that various other stats had grown a bit as well. Open hollow corner bracket name, Lilith Rosewood. Title, Ethan Richard Blackwood's exclusive maid. Current level, 10 right pointing arrow 11. Attack, 28 right pointing arrow 31. Defense, 41 right pointing arrow 45. Intelligence, 31 right pointing arrow 34. Charm, 89 right pointing arrow 98. Luck, 9 right pointing arrow 10. Current HP, 113 113ths right pointing arrow 124 124ths. Current mana, 2033 2033 right pointing arrow 2236 2236. I had already gained about 1000 XP from the evaluation match with Luke, so I was already very close to the next level up. The fight with the group of thieves last night was enough to push me to the next level. Thanks to those thieves, I could finally say goodbye to single-digit luck forever. Of course, it still couldn't be called a high number. Also, for some reason I'm not sure of, my title had changed from Brave Exclusive Maid to Ethan Richard Blackwood's Exclusive Maid. Well, this is probably just a temporary thing. It didn't particularly bother me since it's true that I'm currently Ethan's exclusive maid. Once I graduate from the academy and become independent, that title with Exclusive Maid attached will probably change to something else. Meanwhile, as for the current state of Ethan, who had fought the thieves with me last night and took charge of disposing of the bodies. Young master, aren't you tired? It seems you haven't slept at all since you took over from me. I'm fine. I slept well before the shift change, so I'm not that tired. I see if you say so. He was sitting around the campfire with slightly darker circles under his eyes and a tired look. It's understandable that he'd be tired. Even for Ethan, this wasn't an incident he could just brush off easily. This was probably Ethan's first time killing too, and judging by his appearance, it seemed he had continued to keep watch even during Isabel's shift without sleeping. Given what had happened, he probably felt a bit uneasy about leaving Isabel alone on watch, even though it was morning. It was a rational decision when you think about it. I probably would have had similar thoughts if I had been on watch during Ethan's shift. We needed to return to the mansion as soon as possible to let Ethan rest. Let's just satisfy our hunger quickly and depart, young Master Ethan. I think it would be better to have a proper meal and rest at the Blackwood mansion. Yes, let's do that. After finishing a simple but warm meal of a sandwich made with toasted bread and a slice of salt-cured ham, along with a cup of warm milk, we felt somewhat energized. The final leg of our journey home, which felt much longer than usual, was completed with me driving the carriage. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Camping on the roadside really isn't easy. Welcome back, young Master Ethan. And Lilith and Isabel as well. Thanks to Didmeyer, who came out to greet Ethan as soon as we returned to the mansion, we were able to start unpacking without much trouble. The amount of luggage was a bit too much for just Isabel and me to move, but the head butler had prepared manpower in advance to move it, so Isabel and I were able to reduce our workload by more than half just by handing over the luggage from the carriage to the servants one by one. Most of the mansion's servants were similar to before we left, so it felt like coming home after a long time, but seeing a few new faces among them made me realize that 4 months had indeed passed. While Isabel and I continued unpacking with the other servants, Didmeyer greeted Ethan. How have you been, young Master Ethan? Fine, I've been well. Has anything happened at the mansion? Nothing particularly problematic. There are quite a few documents that need to be signed when the master returns, though. Set aside any documents that I can sign on his behalf. I'll take a look at it briefly before father returns. Understood, young master. It seemed that even in small details, like his way of speaking, he was gradually coming to resemble Harold. Didmeyer then asked Ethan another question about the journey. Did you encounter any trouble on your way back? Trouble not particularly. There was trouble, actually. The thieves attacking while we were camping overnight during our break certainly qualified as trouble in Didmeyer's book. Even though we had dealt with them smoothly without any harm and cleaned up without a trace, the fact remained that we had experienced some threat to our safety. However, Ethan seemed to want to keep quiet about that part and didn't mention it, and I also only explained to Didmeyer about our overnight camping, excluding the part about the group of thieves. Due to my inexperienced carriage driving, I'm afraid I caused young Master Ethan to spend an uncomfortable night. That's fine, Lilith. As the young master says, that much is fine, Miss Lilith. It must have been your first proper carriage drive, and just driving the carriage from the island of knowledge to here is already an impressive feat. It's all thanks to what I learned from you, head butler. Miss Lilith, you must be tired from driving too, so it would be good to rest soon today. Your arrival is also a call for celebration, so you can use the large bath with Miss Isabel later. Of course, that would be after the young master has relieved his fatigue first. Thank you, head butler. Is this really Didmeyer? Was he always this kind? Until just before I entered the academy, he seemed like an annoying person who would subtly irritate me whenever we met, but meeting him after a long time and suddenly receiving warm greetings and words of understanding about my hardships made me feel strangely at ease. Maybe because of all the annoying people I met at the academy, my brain has adjusted to think that someone like Didmeyer is quite decent in comparison. Galaxy TL axiomatic. A lot has happened, indeed. There were tiring things, but also a lot gained in return. When Master Harold was active on the battlefield, he once camped out for weeks in the cold Silverwood, so you, young master, should be old enough to endure a day or two of camping. That's right. And unless you encountered a group of thieves or something, it can't really be called trouble. Ha ha ha. Why yes, that's right. That's right. He seemed to be making what he thought was a joke, but for Ethan and me, who had actually encountered a group of thieves, it was awkwardly difficult to respond. Meanwhile, Isabel, who didn't even know that thieves had attacked us, was laughing along, and what broke this awkward atmosphere was the sudden appearance of a skinny maid with pink hair. Miss Lilith, Isabel, Senior Catherine. Isabel and Catherine, who hugged each other tightly as soon as they met, presented a pleasant sight of two pretty and cute girls embracing, which would still be nice to see even if their genders were reversed. Though I felt a bit shy about joining in, so I moved my steps a little slower. It's been a while, Senior Catherine. Did you enjoy the academy, Miss Lilith? Yes, it was enjoyable. Many things happened, too. Your expression seems to have improved quite a bit as well, Senior Catherine. Yes, I can't keep relying only on Miss Lilith and Isabel forever. Compared to when we had that tearful farewell just a few months ago, Catherine's appearance had noticeably changed. It was hard to believe she was the same person who used to tremble in fear when I raised my voice a little in the preparation room in the kitchen at dawn. In fact, I was quite worried about her before leaving, but I felt relieved to see that she seemed to have grown unexpectedly well. Shall we gather in your room later and chat together, Catherine? I have some snacks and tea I bought as gifts anyway. I'm all for it, Miss Lilith. I told you, you can just casually call me Lilith. It seems the Miss title is still valid even though her personality has changed. But, well, she definitely seemed better than her past self, who was only timid. I'm not sure yet what exactly changed her mindset. Galaxy L axiomatic. Although many things had changed in the Blackwood mansion, there was one thing I could feel for certain as soon as we arrived. At least, for me now, there was no place more comfortable than home sweet home. About a week had passed since I returned to the Blackwood estate with Ethan. The days during this week were so relaxed that they could almost be considered a vacation. First of all, my duties as Ethan's exclusive maid at the mansion weren't any more than what I did at the academy, and in fact, I was more accustomed to these duties as I had been doing them longer than those at the academy. Of course, following Ethan around all day and assisting him meant I had almost no personal time. Lilith, yes, if you need my help with anything, please let me know anytime. No, I didn't call you for that reason. I was just wondering if you aren't bored just standing there. Pardon, you've been by my side for days since we returned to the mansion. I've been staying in my father's office all day lately. It would obviously be a lie if I said I wasn't bored at all. Ethan has been spending 8 hours a day handling Harold's work, and although we're in the same space, we only talk once or twice an hour. In that sense, Ethan's question about whether I was bored wasn't incomprehensible, but it wasn't like I was so bored that I couldn't stand it. Galaxy TL axiomatic. I could pass the time by reading books on magic from the Blackwood Mansion's storage or doing some knitting as a pastime. You don't need to worry, young Master Ethan. Where else would I, your exclusive maid, go if not by your side? You could take a break alone or go out on a holiday with Isabel or Catherine. You're not a debt maid anymore, so you're free to come and go from the mansion. I can rest sufficiently here, and I spend enough time socializing with Isabel and Catherine outside of work hours, so it's fine. Well, if that's the case, I'm glad. As he said this, Ethan looked at me with a somewhat concerned expression. Seeing that strange gaze, I suddenly wondered if I had been misunderstanding something all this time. Maybe he's been uncomfortable with me being in the same space as him all this time. Indeed, given that Ethan has been becoming more like Harold lately, it was quite possible. Harold was famously known for not having an exclusive maid because he found it annoying to have someone around, so it's possible that his son Ethan inherited that trait. I've been needlessly irritating him for days without realizing it. I apologize, young Master Ethan. I've been failing to grasp the true meaning behind your words until now. True meaning? You're the type who finds it distracting to have someone else around while working, young Master Ethan. I'll withdraw so as not to bother you anymore. Please call me back anytime if you need me. That's not it. It's not like I find your presence particularly bothersome. You don't need to be considerate, young Master Ethan. I'll withdraw for a while so as not to disturb you. Please call me back when you need me. Ethan, who had just indirectly expressed that he was uncomfortable with me in the same space, now looked flustered as I offered to withdraw. Thinking he might have something more to say, I waited for a moment, and he suddenly drained his teacup in one go and held it out to me. Lilith, I've finished my tea, could you go to the dining room and bring me some more? Pardon. Oh, and on your way, could you deliver these letters to Dithmire? There's no one else I can ask but you. Ah, yes, it's really reassuring to have you always by my side, Lilith. If I were alone, I'd have been tired going back and forth outside the office. You're stating the obvious. Come to think of it, I think it's better if you just stay by my side. I'd like you to wait in the office even after you come back from the errand. Like you've been doing until now. I understand, young Master Ethan. If you absolutely need my help, I suppose I have no choice. Yes, I absolutely need your help, so please keep waiting in the office. I'm asking you. Of course, I'll do so, young Master Ethan. Honestly, if he was going to say he needed me in the end, why did he pretend I was bothering him? Thinking that he was quite dishonest in many ways, I left Ethan's office with a teacup in one hand and letters in the other. As expected, he can't do without me. Harold returned to the Blackwood mansion that very evening. It seemed he had returned as soon as he finished his backlog of work at the academy, riding in on horseback proudly to the Blackwood mansion. Unlike Ethan, being a character capable of personal horse riding, he didn't bother to use a carriage. Well, while it would take nearly a full day by carriage from the Island of Knowledge, riding one's own horse could reduce the travel time by 60 to 70%. Harold, who arrived at the Blackwood mansion after half a day's ride from Luminar Academy, returned just last night. Naturally, the workaholic Harold immediately occupied his office desk upon return, bringing Ethan's temporary role as acting head of the household to an end after a week. As a result, I, who had been spending time in the office with Ethan, was left with nothing to do and was now waiting in my personal room. I really have nothing to do now. In fact, if I wanted to, I could ask Ethan for permission to go out and hunt monsters in the back mountains, which would help me grow a little. At least that would be more visibly beneficial growth than reading books in my personal room like this. But I didn't want to obsess over growth to the point of neglecting my main job. First of all, now that my level is somewhat on track, the monsters in the back mountains of the Blackwood mansion would only give me a tiny amount of XP. Having just leveled up recently, I was destined to accumulate over 1000 XP again for the next level. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. I had concluded that to level up from the monsters that spawn in the back mountains, I would have to hunt almost every day for 2 weeks straight. Rather than abandoning my exclusive maid duties to do such a thing, it was better to just stay by Ethan's side. After all, passing time like this and reading magic books from the Blackwood mansion's storage was helpful in its own way. It wasn't just the numerically visible growth that was meaningful information for living in this world. It's nice to have some leisure time after a long while. I had a sense of mental relaxation I hadn't felt in a long time, having escaped from the Luminar Academy life where I was pressed by competition and assignments every day. After all, the Blackwood estate itself was a peaceful setting with almost no connection to the main story, except for the Ethan subjugation battle. By now, that Gyungwajogigigwat guy is probably participating in the main story along with Sarist and Selena. Luminar Academy had many events during the summer and winter vacations where you could progress the story while getting involved with various heroines. As I was enjoying this peace of mind, completely unrelated to the troublesome events of the main story, I heard a knock at the door with a rhythm I could now recognize just by the sound. Knock, knock, young Master Ethan, I have something to talk about. Is now a good time, Lilith? Yes, young Master, I'm always on standby. Then come to my room for a moment to talk. I'll be waiting inside. Yes, young Master Ethan. It's not mealtime yet, I wonder if he's planning to go out for something. Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming in, young Master Ethan. Yes, come in. Creak. With the sound of the door opening, I stepped into Ethan's personal room. As I visited every morning and evening to prepare his bed, it was a familiar sight in a way, almost as much as my own personal room. Naturally, my eyes fell on Ethan, who was sitting at the table waiting for me as if he had been expecting my arrival. What did you kae me for? First, could you come over here and sit down for a moment? Yes, what's this about? I remember that most of the conversations where Ethan sat me down at the table were about fairly important matters. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. For a moment, I wondered if he was going to take me to some noble socialization event again, like last time. Lilith, do you have any plans for tomorrow or the day after? No, as your exclusive maid, I basically keep my schedule clear. Is that so? Do you have plans to go out of the estate? Ah, yes. Now that father has returned, I no longer have to handle the official duties, and I think this is the best time since you're free, too, Lilith. I could go alone, but it would be much better if you came along. I had just thought about it in my head, but it seemed he really was planning to disguise me as his fiancé and take me to another nobles gathering. By the way, I've already given up on correcting the rumors circulating here and there about me being Ethan's fiancé. That issue had completely left my hands already. Due to Luminar Academy's unique closed amplification network, it was already a rumor that wouldn't die down even if I denied it. If Ethan, who is both a party to the same rumor and the son of a duke's family, directly intervened, he could certainly prevent it from spreading openly, but Ethan didn't seem to have any intention of denying the gossip between us. He's probably not denying it because it's a politically useful situation. If rumors spread that the son of a duke's family in his coming-of-age period doesn't have a fiancé, it would always cause troublesome issues in future negotiations between nobles. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Not only would he have to deal with nobles who use the position of his fiancé as a negotiation card in almost every exchange, but it would also be easy for relationships to sour if he refused engagement proposals from nobles he was friendly with. Also, he would always have to accept relationships with heirs requesting new exchanges with double and triple suspicion. In that sense, the current situation where I act as a fake fiancé and serve as a breakwater was the time when Ethan could move most freely. Therefore, it was quite understandable for him to take me to another noble socialization event. His purpose would be to confirm that it's not just a baseless rumor circulating within the academy by taking me to the noble exchange venue once again. Well, if Ethan wants it, I guess I have no choice. I didn't particularly want to go somewhere and act as his fiancé, but it was politically important for Ethan. Above all, as someone who had no intention of marrying a man in the future, I didn't care whether I was labeled as Ethan's ex-fiancé or not. So, I had no choice but to willingly agree to Ethan's request as his exclusive maid. Where are you planning to go, young Master Ethan? We're not going too far. We're going to Grainstone Village. Grainstone Village? Yes, it's a nearby village, so we're leaving tomorrow. Do you know where it is? Yes, I know where it is, but, what's wrong, Lilith? Can they hold noble socialization events in such a small village? Noble socialization events? Pardon, there's a blacksmith shop in Grainstone Village run by a half-dwarf, so I'm going there to have a new dagger made for you. Oh no. Right after I made a brazen misunderstanding and mentioned noble socialization events when Ethan had simply made a kind offer to have a new dagger made for me. As I covered my face in shame and buried my head on the table, Ethan carefully spoke to me as if to comfort me. I'm sorry, Lilith, I should have explained properly from the beginning. No, I made a foolish assumption, young Master Ethan. And no, it's not foolish or anything like that. I'm always grateful that you don't deny being mistaken for my fiancé. I'm sorry, young Master. I'll ask you this, could you please forget the conversation we just had? I'm too embarrassed to face you like this. What conversation? Weren't we in the middle of talking about going to Grainstone? As expected of the young master of the Blackwoods, he's really good at reading the atmosphere. Thanks to Ethan pretending to have forgotten my words with a nonchalant attitude, I was somehow able to calm my flushed face. Although there was still some heat left on my face, I had to continue the conversation somehow, so I answered with a brazen attitude. Grainstone Village is the small village where the half-dwarf blacksmith runs a forge, isn't it? Ah, yes, that's right. What's the reason for visiting such a small village? Are you thinking of getting a new sword made, young Master Ethan? No, not that. I want to have a new dagger made for you, Lilith. You mean a dagger for me? I really didn't expect that, young Master Ethan. Ethan was biting his lower lip hard as if trying to hold something back, somehow restraining his emotions. Well, with this, the brazen timeline where I was going to participate in a noble socialization event with Ethan has somehow disappeared. Galaxy TL axiomatic. This time, I asked the first question that came to mind about Ethan's offer to have a new dagger made for me. By the way, is it necessary to go all the way to Grainstone to have a new dagger made? Of course, I don't mind if I can get a good dagger, but I'm wondering if it's not too troublesome for you to take me along, young Master Ethan. What are you saying? It's not troublesome to go get a dagger made for you, Lilith. Pardon, he says it's not troublesome to have a dagger made for his exclusive maid, and he's not even concerned about his own sword. I was momentarily confused about what he meant, but I soon understood the hidden intention behind Ethan's words. He must be thinking about the Harvest Festival in the second semester. Just as the evaluation battles for combat department students mark the end of the first semester at Luminar Academy, the event marking the end of the second semester was the Harvest Festival, in which all students participated. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. One of the things combat department students do at the Harvest Festival is to hunt in the forest hunting grounds near the academy, and this is the only time of the year when it's possible to form parties, regardless of year level or department, to participate in the test. If Ethan is thinking of including me in his party there, it's not particularly troublesome to strengthen my combat ability. Thinking this was a perfectly understandable reason, I nodded to show that I understood. I understand, young Master Ethan. I think I can see why you say it's not troublesome to have a dagger made for me. Can you tell me why you think so? I'm not doubting you, but I'm worried you might be making another strange misunderstanding. Isn't it because, as your exclusive maid, an increase in my combat ability is equivalent to an increase in your own combat ability, young Master Ethan? Huh, did I get it wrong? No, I was just surprised that, for once, you understood correctly without any strange misunderstandings, Lilith. It seems like Ethan just momentarily gave me a somewhat harsh evaluation. I just brushed it off as my imagination. Anyway, if we're going, let's leave tomorrow morning. I'd like to leave right now, but that seems a bit difficult. Pardon, isn't Grainstone Village not too far from the Blackwood territory? If we leave now, I think it wouldn't even take half a day. That's true, but we can't just ask the coachman to leave right away. We should have the carriage checked before departing. Is there any need to take a carriage for a trip to just Grainstone? Ethan, who was saying something strange, tilted his head and asked me. I immediately made a gesture of holding reins with both hands and waved my fists in front of Ethan. If it's just a journey for the two of us, young Master Ethan, we don't need to rely on a carriage. One horse should be enough. Really, if we leave now, we can arrive before evening, young Master Ethan. That was the moment when the members of the expedition to Grainstone were decided. In front of the stable, which I came to with Ethan after the Grainstone expedition was decided. Stroking the mane of a majestic white horse that I hadn't seen in quite a while, I called out the name of the horse I had almost forgotten. It's been a while, Zeron. Nay, you haven't forgotten me while I was away at the academy, have you? I'm glad to see you're healthy. Nay, Zeron, the white horse of the Blackwood family, helped me in many ways during Didmeier's horseback riding lessons. Fortunately, it seemed that Zeron hadn't forgotten the memories of the 3 months we spent together, as he happily responded upon seeing my face. Lilith, this here says its name is Lucina. And Zeron is a bit odd for a female. Let's just go outside for now, Zeron. Nay. Ignoring Ethan's unnecessary nitpicking, I grabbed Zeron's reins and headed outside the stable. My heart started to flutter strangely at the thought of riding on this old friend's back after such a long time. Galaxy TL Axiomatic. I guess I had developed quite an attachment since I started my first horseback riding lesson with this friend, and above all, there were many differences between driving a carriage and riding a horse directly. Personally, I found riding on horseback much more enjoyable than driving a carriage. Although it's a bit bumpier than a carriage, you tend to feel that less when you're riding on the horse directly, and you can enjoy the main aspect of horseback riding, the feeling of speed, without any interference. Will you be alright, Lilith? I mastered horseback riding even before carriage driving, young Master Ethan. I don't understand why you're worried when you've experienced riding in a carriage that I drove myself. No, I know about your horseback riding skills, so that's not an issue, but what I'm worried about is something else. Pardon, Ethan hesitated, seeming to have difficulty answering directly. Then, out of the blue, he confessed something I already knew and seemed to hesitate about the journey to Grainstone Village. I can't ride horses, Lilith. Yes, I know, young Master Ethan. You spent more time on sword training instead of learning horseback riding. So, if we go to Grainstone on horseback as you suggested, the only way is for you to sit in front holding the reins and for me to sit behind you. Yes, I know that too. You knew. We're just traveling together on horseback, aren't we? There's nothing particularly problematic about it. Ethan suddenly went quiet after my last reply. Then, with a slightly stiff expression, he nodded as if he understood. All right, if you don't mind, Lilith. Pardon, if that's what you think, Lilith. Let's just go like this, the two of us riding together. Is there something bothering you, young Master Ethan? No, there's nothing like that, so don't worry about it. Let's just hurry and depart, Lilith. Yes, something about his demeanor seemed clearly displeased. Given the considerable time we've spent together, I thought I had been careful not to do things he might dislike in our daily lives. Galaxy TL axiomatic. But now, Ethan was clearly expressing his emotions as if he wasn't very happy with me. I don't know what it is, but knowing Ethan's personality, he'll probably get over it soon. Thinking this, I mounted Zeron's back, as Ethan said, despite feeling a bit uncomfortable about his attitude. As soon as I got on the horse, I felt Ethan climbing up behind me. Thud, we'll be departing for Grainstone Village now, young Master Ethan. Okay. Please hold on to me tightly so you don't fall off during the ride. Right, squish. I inadvertently let out a slightly embarrassing sound as I felt hands from behind momentarily touch my chest. Wondering what Ethan's intention was in suddenly grabbing my chest from behind, I turned my head back, and Ethan immediately apologized. Young Master Ev, sorry, Lilith, it was a mistake. Pardon, I was trying to hold on to you from behind, and it seems I accidentally touched you. I'm sorry, Lilith. If it wasn't intentional but a mistake, I guess there's no need to get angry and interrogate him about it. Well, I was the one who suggested we travel together on one horse in the first place, so it would be strange to complain about this now. It's not like I didn't expect this level of physical contact. And this might sound a bit odd, but to be honest, my chest has already been touched several times before. It was something I could easily ignore if I chose to. I understand, young Master Ethan. Please be more careful next time. Yes, squish. Sorry, I was trying to adjust my posture a bit. It's alright, young Master Ethan. The first time, he unconsciously grabbed my chest, and now this could he be doing this on purpose? No, that can't be. What kind of person is Ethan? It can't be intentional. Pushing away the unpleasant thoughts that had momentarily crossed my mind, I slapped Zeron's reins that I was holding with both hands. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The white horse carrying the two of us, myself and Ethan, began galloping towards Grainstone Village. Grainstone Village. We arrived at our destination after 2 hours of riding north from the Blackwood estate. I turned my head to Ethan, who was sitting behind me, and said, "We've arrived, young Master Ethan." Yeah, Ethan met my gaze for a moment, then blushed strangely and turned his head away. Considering what had happened on horseback on the way here, his reaction was quite understandable. Throughout the journey from the Blackwood estate to here, Ethan's hands had repeatedly brushed against or squeezed my chest, making the atmosphere awkward more than once or twice, even while we were galloping. Well, it was unavoidable since I was controlling the horse, and Ethan was clinging to me from behind. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Firstly, riding a horse requires moving your waist in sync with the horse's movements, and Ethan didn't seem to be as accustomed to this sensation as I was. In that process, it was inevitable that his whole body would bounce, and his hands would slide above my waist. To begin with, Lilith's chest tended to shake a bit excessively during intense movements, so in the process, my chest would often come into contact with Ethan's hands holding my waist. Moreover, I felt a strange aching sensation around my chest area, probably because it had been shaking quite a bit throughout the ride. Maybe I should wrap these with a binder or something. I didn't feel this way when I learned horseback riding from Didmire last year because I changed into proper riding attire before mounting the horse. It seemed like a mistake to have rushed to leave while still in my maid outfit. I didn't know it would hurt this much. Maybe I should ask Ethan to hold my chest with his hands when we return to Blackwood Estate. He's already touched me several times unintentionally during the journey here. If he's going to touch and make the atmosphere awkward anyway, wouldn't it be better to tell Ethan to hold onto my chest from the start? My chest wouldn't bounce up and down because of the riding, so it would hurt relatively less than now, and Ethan would be able to stabilize his body much better than holding onto my waist. No. What kind of crazy thoughts am I having right now? I shook my head, quickly shaking off the insane thoughts that had momentarily crossed my mind. No matter how much it hurts from the shaking, how could I possibly suggest to Ethan that he hold on to me the entire time we're on horseback? For some reason, lately, I felt like my senses were becoming loose when it came to Ethan. I need to pull myself together. Even if Ethan had touched my chest more than a dozen times, asking him to touch me first was a whole different matter. I wouldn't be crazy enough to make such a suggestion first. If I did that, Ethan would really think I was some kind of man-crazed, sexually frustrated person. As I was hugging my aching chest and pondering unnecessarily after dismounting, Ethan carefully approached me, looking at my expression strangely. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. Are you mad, by any chance? Pardon, I thought you might be angry because I kept touching your chest during the ride. He's still being considerate about this. As I said when we departed, I had no reason to be angry at Ethan for this level of contact. From the moment I suggested that we ride the horse together, I should have been prepared for my chest to be touched during the ride. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Of course, I hadn't anticipated being touched this frequently. I didn't think I had ridden the horse that roughly, though. No, as I said when we left the Blackwood mansion, it's not a problem at all, young Master Ethan. Really? Yes. And it's not like you touched me on purpose, right? It was an unavoidable accident that occurred while riding. That's true. Of course, young Master Ethan, if by any chance you'd had taken advantage of my defenseless state to satisfy your lustful desires, I would naturally have despised you. What? I don't like cowardly people who sexually harass and satisfy their desires as if they've found a weakness when a woman can't move or resist. Of course, young Master Ethan, I know you aren't that kind of person, so I naturally believe your words that your hands touched me unavoidably and that it was an accident. So, young Master, where is the blacksmith that you've mentioned in Grainstone Village? I remember you visited with Master Harold last year, but this is my first time here. Ah, yes, follow me this way. ? Looking strangely dejected, Ethan walked ahead of me and led the way to the blacksmith in Grainstone Village. I'm trash that takes advantage of Lilith's weakness and only satisfies my own desires. Following Ethan, who was muttering incomprehensible words to himself timidly, Zeron and I entered the village. I don't know why Ethan's emotions are fluctuating a lot today. The atmosphere of Grainstone Village, which I entered with Ethan, was subtle. I don't know why, but the village lacked vitality, giving off a somewhat gloomy feeling. First of all, despite it being midday, there didn't seem to be many people walking around outside, and the few people visible had an unmistakable look of fatigue on their faces. They even had dark circles under their eyes, like Ethan when his sleeping place changes. I wonder if Ethan's sudden gloominess upon arriving at the village is related to this. It wasn't just the people, even the livestock didn't seem lively. Even the village dogs looked somehow exhausted. Nay, Zeron. For some reason, Zeron, who I was leading, suddenly slowed down shortly after entering this village. Seeing that it affects outsiders like Ethan and Zeron, there might be some problems with the village. In this depressing atmosphere that felt like entering a town of graduate students, Ethan's steps continued forward, entering the village. Sensing something suspicious, I quietly called Ethan's name from behind. Young Master Ethan, I just wanted Lilith to see me as a man to do such a trashy thing. Young Master Ethan, why yes, Lilith, I have something to say. Could you lend me your ear for a moment? Something to say? Right now? ? Yes. Was my having something to say such a surprising reaction? For a moment, I was puzzled by Ethan's sudden fear of my words, for some reason. Thinking that I couldn't just ignore this strange atmosphere in the village, I quietly conveyed my observations to him. I'm sorry, Lilith. Earlier, when we were on the horse. This village, doesn't something seem strange, young Master Ethan? Pardon, what was that? I think Ethan just said something that caught my attention. Galaxy TL axiomatic. The village. You're saying the village is strange? Young Master Ethan, could you please explain what you meant by that apology? Yes, it is indeed strange. For some reason, all the villagers seem to lack vitality. It's not just the people, but the animals, too. Yes, that's right. As Ethan's exclusive maid, I couldn't interrupt his words twice when he was deliberately changing the subject. Forgetting the question that had popped into my mind, I continued the quiet conversation with Ethan. Was it like this when you visited with Master Harold last year? No, it wasn't like this then. It was more lively, and the people were more energetic. Then, this atmosphere, now that you mention it, Lilith, it does seem a bit strange. I don't know the cause, but, well, usually, people in small villages that don't belong to any territory tend to have brighter personalities and are more affectionate. Unlike in cities, where you can get everything you need without knowing who lives next door, in small villages like this, you need to know everyone to get the resources you need. In that sense, the current atmosphere of this grainstone village was too alien, no matter how you looked at it. With lingering questions, we moved towards the blacksmith, supposedly run by a half-dwarf. Let's go to the blacksmith first, Lilith. The reason we came here today is to have your dagger made. Understood. Even if there's some problem in the village, we'll investigate after we've had your dagger made at the blacksmith first. Yes, young Master Ethan. Well, to be honest, I didn't really care about the atmosphere of the village as long as I could get my dagger made. Why couldn't the residents and animals of this village shake off the strange fatigue from their faces? Also, why were Ethan and Zeron, who weren't from the village, affected by it? Above all, why was I fine and didn't lose energy like Ethan and Zeron? The village was very questionable as these anomalies existed. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Honestly, I prioritize my personal growth and equipment upgrades, and solving such mysterious problems was the hero's job, to begin with. It wasn't something for a mere maid like me to be concerned about or involved in. That was my mindset until just a moment ago. I thought so until right before I heard at the half-dwarf's blacksmith shop, which I visited with Ethan, that they couldn't forge my dagger. Go away, we're not open for business now. This was the first thing we heard from the half-dwarf when Ethan and I entered the blacksmith at the innermost part of Grainstone Village, which we had crossed. Pardon, I said we're not open. Come back another day, or just leave. The half-dwarf craftsman looked us over once and responded with a cold answer. At first glance, it seemed like he didn't like something about me or Ethan. However, a dwarf living among humans rather than in the Obsidian Mountains wouldn't particularly dislike humans, and last year, he had already forged the dual swords Ethan was currently using. So, it wasn't because he disliked me or Ethan that he wouldn't work. It won't be as complicated a request as last time. This time, you just need to forge one dagger. If money is the issue, I can pay as much as. Money isn't the issue. We're not open for business now. If it's not money but something else you want, Galaxy TL axiomatic. You can't make weapons even if you want to right now, can you, Mr. Lilith? How can we help you so that you can make the dagger, Mr. Dwarf? Ethan looked at me, slightly surprised as I spoke, while the half-dwarf silently fixed his gaze on me. I had somewhat expected this when we entered this strange village, but it seemed this story corresponded to a side quest. Of course, I couldn't be certain that this story was a side quest, as I didn't know all of the side quests in Luminar Academy. If it really was just that, solving it as quickly as possible was the way to complete my and Ethan's business. In the game, I mainly progressed through the main story, and even for side quests, I didn't progress through them much unless they centered around a heroine. It's probably reasonable to think I've just encountered one of the hidden quests I don't know about. The furnace. Pardon, the furnace won't light. It's been like this for 2 weeks. The furnace. It's in the workshop up the mountain, follow me. With those words, the half-dwarf craftsman opened the door and headed towards the workshop in the mountain with a waddling gait. Instinctively realizing that the quest had officially begun, I quickly followed behind him. Ethan just followed behind me, still wearing a puzzled expression. This is the furnace I just mentioned. In the workshop, there was a furnace that looked like it hadn't been used for several days. There was no hot air or dry air typically associated with a dwarf's workshop, it just felt like a cold space. As if to confirm that he wasn't refusing the request because he didn't want to work, the half-dwarf briefly pointed outside the workshop and spoke to Ethan and me again. You understand now, I can't do it even if I want to until the furnace returns to normal. So come back when it's back to normal. How long will it take to return to normal? How would I know? Probably when the fire spirit dwelling in the furnace is in a good mood. What? Galaxy TL axiomatic. Anyway, just know I can't accept your request until it returns to normal. With those words, the half-dwarf watched as Ethan and I exited the workshop. Leaving aside Ethan, who had been confused and unable to follow the conversation since earlier. Wondering if I could find something out by examining it up close, I approached the iron and brick furnace. You think something will change by looking at it up close? I've already tried everything I could for 2 weeks. But, if there's a spirit in the furnace, shouldn't we ask how to improve its mood? If that were possible, I would have. Creak. As the half-dwarf grumbled at me disapprovingly, the lid of what looked like the furnace's fuel input suddenly creaked open. Immediately after, something of mixed red and orange suddenly jumped out towards me from inside. Whoosh. Eek. Lilith. I turned my body to dodge the unidentified something that suddenly lunged at me, but the bright red something that had sprung from the furnace's fuel input had already disappeared. Eventually, as I shifted my gaze to the faint heat I felt on my right arm, I could see something about the size of a fist clinging to my arm. Mana, it's Mana, Mana, wait, could this be? As I was surprised by the small flame-like form that suddenly clung to my right arm, Ethan had already drawn the sword at his waist. Galaxy TL axiomatic. This time, the dwarf who owned the workshop reacted, surprised at Ethan's action. Lilith, stay still, I'll get that thing off you right now. Mana, eek, why young Master Ethan, wait a moment. Stop right there, what are you trying to do to the fire spirit? Spirit, while holding the salamander one clinging to my right arm and panicking, I first calmed Ethan down. Hearing the half-dwarf mention a spirit, Ethan quietly lowered his sword, seeming to have calmed down for now. Did you say spirit? Don't you know that fire spirits dwell in dwarven furnaces to light the fires? Salamanders are basically harmless spirits to humans. There's no need to be so alarmed, young Master Ethan. I apologize. I was out of line. Why is he in such a hurry to swing his sword at this small spirit? Of course, since a salamander is just a simple spirit, a normal sword wouldn't have harmed it, but just now, Ethan had unconsciously channeled magic into his sword to try to cut it. Depending on the circumstances, he could have significantly damaged this furnace's spirit. Of course, being a spirit, it couldn't be completely destroyed. Scary. That human is scary. It's okay. He just got hasty because he didn't recognize you as a spirit, but he's not a bad person. You seem like someone I can talk to easily. You have a lot of mana, and it's delicious. Mana, yes. I've been starving for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, huh, come to think of it, the half-dwarf craftsman also mentioned earlier that the furnace hasn't been working for about 2 weeks. It seems the furnace hasn't been working until now because this salamander had no mana left in its body. The salamander was a small girl who looked like she was wearing clothes made of blazing flames. In a way, it's only natural, but most spirits in this world took this form. As I always say, Luminar Academy was a dating sim eroge disguised as an academy game. It was designed to cater to men's preferences, even in the small details. Then, when you suddenly clung to my body just now, it's because I felt mana from you. A lot of it, it's leaking out even when you're standing still. Well, my maximum mana had long since exceeded 2000. As my mana cap increases, the mana regeneration rate also tends to increase, and this generated mana usually leaks out of the body unless consciously contained. While talking to the salamander clinging to my right arm and absorbing the mana leaking from my body, Ethan carefully asked me something as if he didn't understand the situation. Lilith. Yes, young Master Ethan. I'm just asking, but are you talking to the spirit right now? Can't you tell by looking? Well, I can't really tell just by looking. Come to think of it, in this world, only high-level mages could talk to spirits. To be precise, it wasn't necessarily high-level mages, but mages with a lot of mana. However, since a lot of mana was essential to becoming a high-level mage, it wasn't that different. After all, these spirit beings have a close relationship with mana, so only those with a lot of mana could see their form and understand their language. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Those with less mana couldn't see the spirits, form properly or understand their language. Of course, thanks to the protagonist buff, the main character could understand spirit language even at low levels with low magic. If I may ask, how do I look to you right now, young Master Ethan? It looks like you're talking to a fireball stuck to your right arm. I'm just saying what I see. It's not that I don't believe you're talking to a spirit. This would be perfect for being treated like a crazy person if I talked to spirits in crowded places. Anyway, this furnace couldn't be used because this salamander hadn't been able to eat mana and was starving, so if I fed it a lot of mana, this should be resolved. Thinking I could solve the problem faster than expected, I asked the salamander attached to my right arm. Spirit, do you need more mana? The furnace isn't working properly because you were hungry, right? How much mana do I need to feed you so you can operate it again? If it's just a matter of feeding some magic and being done with it, that would be the easiest way to end this. It meant I didn't necessarily need to solve the unidentified lethargy that had occurred in the village. Galaxy TL axiomatic. Also, unlike the other people in the village, that half-dwarf didn't look particularly tired or sluggish, and he would surely start his work once the furnace was working properly. With that thought, I was preparing to channel magic to her, the salamander, but unfortunately, her response wasn't very positive. I can't operate it. Pardon, even if I'm full, there's no mana in the air. I light fires by gathering mana from the air into one. What's wrong, Lilith? Is your mana alone not enough? If you need my mana too. No, that's not the problem. She can't operate the furnace because there's no mana in the air. To quote the salamander, it ultimately meant that, to operate the furnace, we'd have to solve the abnormal phenomenon in Grainstone Village first. It would be a bit difficult to do nothing and move on from here. After meeting the salamander, a fire spirit, in the half-dwarf's workshop, I quickly grasped what had been happening. About a month ago, the mana in the air began to gradually decrease, and about 2 weeks ago, it was completely depleted. Along with that, the wind and light elementals that roamed the air also disappeared. The salamander explained that when it was on the verge of disappearing, surviving on the faint mana left in the furnace, it leapt out after smelling the mana flowing from my body. That information alone was enough to infer the situation unfolding in this village. Could it be a wide AoE spell that drains mana? Based on what this elemental was saying, that possibility seemed most likely. Additionally, through the salamander's explanation, I could understand why the villagers looked so unwell. Of course, it's natural since there's no natural mana in the air. One might mistakenly think that commoners and animals don't have mana flowing through their bodies in a world where only nobles can use magic, but that wasn't the case in this world. Basically, mana flows through the bodies of all humans. Of course, the maximum mana capacity of commoners is meager compared to that of most nobles, but the important thing is that it flows nonetheless. Humans in this world were constitutionally designed to gain vitality by constantly circulating the mana internally generated in their bodies with the natural mana present in nature. With no mana in the air now, everyone in the village looked exhausted. Without mana from nature, constantly producing and releasing it would quickly drain the energy of ordinary people. In my case, it didn't matter since I generated more mana internally than what leaked out. Read this novel on Galaxy translations only. Axiomatic. Also, dwarves are a race inherently less affected by mana in terms of their condition, so they would be relatively fine. Even as a half-dwarf, half of their nature would still be dwarf-like. But why did Ethan suddenly become depressed as soon as we entered the village? He's basically a noble, so his maximum mana capacity is higher than that of ordinary humans. He shouldn't be the type to wilt in this kind of environment. I'll need to look into that separately later. Anyway, gathering mana from the air was a type of skill that ordinary humans couldn't use. Usually, it's magic that only demons closely related to mana or elementals can use. However, elementals generally aren't the type to come down to human society and cause harm, and to begin with, an elemental capable of absorbing mana on the scale of an entire village would have to be at least some kind of elemental king. Since it's unlikely that such a being would descend upon this small village, it's rational to assume it's a demon. And a fairly high-ranking demon at that. As soon as the idea of a high-ranking demon being involved occurred to me, I felt my internal crisis detection sensor activate. Feeling that further involvement here wouldn't be good, I bid farewell to the salamander. I've heard your story well, Miss Salamander. Do you know what's going on? Yes, I've grasped more or less what the cause might be. Hooray, so you're going to help. If you follow the faint flow of mana, the place where mana is gathering is probably on the opposite side of this mountain. Young Master Ethan, I think it would be best to return to the Blackwood estate as soon as possible. It seems that something ominous is happening around here. As I said before, I didn't want to get involved in troublesome matters unnecessarily. Defeat a dangerous demon powerful enough to suck up the mana of an entire village and resolve the unknown fatigue that has befallen the people. Anyone can see this as a job for a hero. It's not an issue that a mere maid should eagerly volunteer for. Why, weren't you going to help? What's wrong, Lilith? Did the elemental say it's dangerous? Yes, the salamander said it could be dangerous for it to stay in this area, so it told us to leave the village right away. I didn't say that. Why are you lying? Why are you just trying to leave? Why? The disappearance of all mana from an entire village is undoubtedly a sign of an anomaly. We can't rashly intervene at our level. We don't even know the source of this phenomenon. Mountain, I told you it's on the opposite side of the mountain. I said the mana is flowing that way. I'm asking for help. Seriously, it's so noisy with all that chattering. No matter how much it clings to me and begs, it's useless. I wasn't kind enough to risk my life in battle for a person, no, an elemental I just met for the first time today. In fact, even saving Lizzie, who was supposed to die in the original story, was a kind of impulsive action, and it was also closely related to preserving my own life. I intervened because I felt uneasy about the possible death of someone I knew from the game, but if it had been some unknown noble young lady in danger of being attacked, I obviously wouldn't have gotten involved. And now you want me to risk my life for an elemental, not even a person. For an immortal being that will revive after a few decades even if it disappears once. No matter how I thought about it, there was no justification or reason for me to get involved. On the contrary, there were plenty of excuses to run away. You're a bad human. I told you everything, thinking you'd help. Traitor. Liar. If I fed you mana and saved you when you were about to disappear, you should be grateful. Why are you being so clingy and… Lilith, what are you whispering about with the elemental? It's nothing, young Master Ethan. It seems this fire spirit likes my mana and doesn't want to part with me. I didn't say that. It's true that your mana is delicious, though. I vaguely answered Ethan's question about my conversation with the salamander. Just as I was trying to forcibly detach the salamander, which was stubbornly clinging to my arm, and push it back into the furnace, I heard the half-dwarf craftsman's voice beside me. Didn't you just say you figured out the cause? Pardon. It's been 2 weeks since the furnace stopped working properly. The harvest season is just a month away, and it's when farming tools are most needed. Although our village is small and I'm the only half-dwarf, it's like a second home to me. Ah, yes, if you can fix it, I'll make you a dagger to use first thing. Judging by the calluses on your fingers, it seems you mainly use daggers. If you've figured out the cause, don't you know how to solve it, too? Or is it something beyond your power to resolve? Ha, really? Why is this old man suddenly starting to recite his sob story? When he looks at me like that while saying such things, it makes me feel like I'm the bad guy. Of course, a dagger made by a dwarf craftsman isn't something easy to come by, and if this were in the game, I wouldn't have hesitated to accept the quest, but it was quite foolish to thoughtlessly accept a mission that might require risking my life. Read this novel on Galaxy translations only. Axiomatic. Especially unlike quests in games that can be accepted and completed later at leisure, quests that have become reality were time-constrained in many ways, so I couldn't carelessly accept this suspicious offer that might become a binding contract the moment I accepted it. Me too. I'll help make the sword too. Pardon. Who humans like it when we bless their weapons, right? I'll add my blessing to the weapon that dwarf makes. So, please. A fire spirit's blessing, and on a dagger forged by a dwarf. Crazy. That's almost epic-grade equipment. Even I couldn't help but hesitate at the offer from the half-dwarf and the salamander, which was hard to refuse. Struggling to suppress the desire in my heart, I cautiously asked Ethan for his opinion. What do you think, young Master Ethan? Do you intend to help the dwarf craftsman here and contribute to normalizing the village? Or are you concerned about facing unknown dangers and wish to leave this village? What do you think, Lilith? I will simply follow your decision, young Mazer. Ethan pondered with his hand on his chin after hearing my response as his exclusive maid. Not only my gaze but also those of the half-dwarf and the salamander were focused on him at that moment. Ethan's response came back carefully. It was a bit defensive, but it was also the answer everyone wanted to hear. For now, if it's just investigation. Pardon, let's start by investigating what the cause is, and if it's something we can resolve, we'll do it then. If it turns out to be something beyond our ability to solve, we'll have to retreat at that point. I understand. If that is your opinion, young Master Ethan, I will follow it. You're going to help, really, so you'll cooperate. For now, we'll start with investigating the cause. Whether we can resolve it or not will be decided after we understand the problem. Alright, I understand. Yes, it did seem a bit dangerous for just Ethan and me to investigate this event alone. But the offer of epic-grade equipment was too tempting to simply refuse without a second thought. To solve the incident of mana disappearing from the entire village, Ethan and I headed to the opposite side of the mountain. Including a somewhat noisy companion who wasn't originally part of the investigation plan. I don't think you needed to come along, Miss Salamander. No way. I feel like if I don't follow, you'll just run away. It seemed I had lost my credibility due to our conversation at the blacksmith's shop earlier. Fortunately, Ethan couldn't understand what the salamander was saying, so it didn't matter much. You seem to get along well with the elemental, Lilith. Pardon, not at all. Seeing how it's been sticking with you since we met at the workshop, that fire spirit must like you, right? No, not particularly. That's not it. Judging by how casually he spoke, it was clear that Ethan couldn't understand the salamander's words. Moreover, he couldn't even see its form as a girl surrounded by flames like I could. To him, it probably just looked like a ball of fire. Most likely, he couldn't read its emotions from expressions or actions either. If anything, it was fortunate that I didn't need to explain the salamander's anger to Ethan bit by bit. There was no need to be overly cautious since we probably wouldn't see each other again after today anyway. And in the end, it was fortunate that we brought her along up the mountain. The salamander, who had lived in this area for a long time, was more capable than I was at finding the mountain path we were visiting for the first time. Are we still far, Miss Salamander? Just follow quietly. I'm following the path where mana is flowing. I don't feel much mana around here yet. HMPH, of course, you don't. You dull humans can't detect such faint mana flow as sensitively as we can. Her way of speaking was rather irritating, but her small girl-like appearance made it somewhat tolerable. It's fortunate that the elementals in this world are cute. If they weren't cute, they probably would have gone extinct long ago. Read this novel only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. With such thoughts, after about 30 minutes of hiking the mountain path with the salamander, even I started to feel a strong mana presence. The salamander, seemingly excited about finding the strengthening source of the problem, began to fly rapidly toward the direction where the mana was getting stronger. It's this way. This way. Wait, don't go ahead. The salamander flew away, easily overcoming the complex terrain of the mountainous area, leaving Ethan and me stranded on the mountain path. If we continued like this, we would inevitably lose sight of her, so we hurriedly moved our feet to follow the flying fire spirit. Young Master Ethan, this way. Ah, okay, now that we were this close, even I could feel the strong sense of mana, so Ethan and I were able to follow the salamander without getting lost. Expecting to encounter a high-ranking demon using mana-draining spells, Ethan and I cautiously approached, reducing our pace. Contrary to my expectations, what we found at the scene wasn't a high-ranking demon but a group of low-ranking demons. Boss, shouldn't we move locations soon? It's been 3 days, and we haven't caught anything. Shut up, I told you, I can still smell elementals around here. If there were any, they would have come out by now. We've probably caught almost everything we can in this area, right? Before the ones we've caught start deteriorating, we should. You bad guys, grab. See, I told you there were some left. Oh, as expected of you, boss. This one seems much bigger than the ones we've caught so far. We're going to make some good money. Let me go, you stupid low-ranking demons. While we were hiding in the bushes, observing the situation that seemed ominous, the salamander, who had rushed out impatiently, was caught by the hand of one of the demons. The low-ranking demon who grabbed the fire spirit put it into a glass cage and sealed it right away. Ah, no, open this up. Hey, how much do you think this one will fetch? Well, it's a fire spirit, so it should sell for much more than the others. Fire spirits are in demand not only among mages but also among ordinary people as ornamental pets. Open it. Where are you planning to take me? Elemental hunters. Just from listening to their conversation, it was clear that they were this type of demon. They were the kind of demons who roam around uninhabited forests or mountains where many elementals live, collecting them and selling them at high prices to demon mages and the like. The reason they came all the way to this remote human village was probably because elementals don't live in demon habitats. Of course, it was only possible for those guys to physically grab the approaching salamander without hesitation and put it in a glass cage because they were demons. Looking at the unidentified magical device that was spinning on one side, it was as if it was sucking in mana from the surroundings. It seems they set a trap to remove all the surrounding mana and lure elementals with faint mana. Anyway, those guys were the cause of the disappearing mana in this area. Regardless of whether they were elemental hunters or not, the fact that they were demons themselves was reason enough for extermination. If left alone, they would eventually become a major threat to the Empire, anyway. Luminar Academy didn't have some half-baked ending where humans and demons made a treaty and lived happily ever after. And above all, I didn't like the situation of that salamander being captured. Without that creature, it would be impossible to operate the half-dwarf's furnace in Grainstone Village or receive a blessing from that fire spirit. It was important that the salamander was safe, especially because the spirit's blessing was a characteristic I desperately needed right now, as it could affect my luck stat depending on the situation. I needed to somehow deal with all of them and retrieve the salamander. It seems we can't avoid a violent confrontation if we want to restore the village to normal and rescue the salamander, young Master Ethan. They all look like low-ranking demons to me. What do you think, Lilith? I think the same, young Master Ethan. I thought they would surely be high-ranking demons, but it's fortunate in many ways that they're a group of low-ranking demons. Are you planning to start with a surprise attack? Yes, that's the most efficient way. As expected of Harold's son, he doesn't particularly discriminate in his means of winning. I nodded at Ethan's proposal, as it was a truly admirable mindset. Before Ethan stepped in front of them with his swords, I created 3 magic arrows by triple casting. I'll start. Will you be alright? Your magic arrows don't usually hit, right? Today, I think quite a few will hit. Alright, if you say so, I'll believe you. If you say you believe me, I might miss them because of the habit of getting nervous. Still, I couldn't cancel the Magic arrows I had already loaded, so I aimed the 3 arrows at the neck of the one who seemed to be their leader. Read this novel only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. The 3 arrows flew at once towards the demon, who seemed to have let his guard down, excited about catching the salamander as their last catch. We did it. Let's withdraw now. We need to get away from this human-smelling place quickly. Stab, stab, UCK, boss, WH what bastard. 2 out of 3, huh. I can definitely feel that my accuracy has improved. In the past, I would have been lucky if even 1 out of 3 hit. While I was thinking that, Ethan jumped in among the demons with his dual swords, timed with my surprise attack. He swept away the necks of 2 subordinates who were bewildered by their leader's death with just 2 horizontal slashes. Slash, slice, goo, ack. About 3 demons remained. If I took care of one and Ethan took care of the other 2, this situation could be more or less resolved. With that thought, just as I was about to rush at one demon with my dagger, I heard a sharp sound cutting through the wind from somewhere. Protect. As soon as I instinctively sensed danger, I created an arcane barrier with double casting. Fortunately, the arcane barrier, which activated in time, was enough to cover our faces and necks. Immediately, 2 arrows flew towards each of us from the other side of the arcane barrier. Twang, twang, exclamation mark. Young Master Ethan, there's an archer. I see it, too. Thanks to my reflexively creating the arcane barrier, neither Ethan nor I suffered the misfortune of having our necks pierced by arrows. It was very fortunate that I had sparred with Luke before. If it hadn't been for that duel with her, I wouldn't have been able to reflexively create an arcane barrier in this situation. After secretly sending a mental thank you to her, I rushed at the demon in front of me again. I quickly exchanged swords with the demon using the heavy dagger in my right hand. Clang, clang, clang. WH who the hell are you, man? Not a man, but a woman, you idiot. Who the hell are you, woman? Why do you need to know? Slash. As the dagger slashed across the demon's neck, the somewhat noisy demon's voice fell silent. I could also confirm that the remaining demons who were facing Ethan 2-on-1 had their breath cut off at the same time. Lilith, let's hide for now. There's a possibility that there are more of them in the forest. No, there's no need for that. Huh. I picked up the short dagger of the demon who had just fallen with its neck slashed in front of me and used dagger throw to throw it in the direction the arrows had come from. Stab. UCK. Soon after, the sound of a blade piercing flesh and a demon's voice fading came from between the trees in the forest. Since there was more than 1 arrow that flew from the forest, I naturally took another dagger from the hand of another demon and threw it into the opposite side of the forest. This time, too, I heard what sounded like flesh being pierced and a scream, and the presence I had felt faded away. As for remaining presences, there don't seem to be any that I can feel. With that, it seems to be over for now. Why yes. Demon corpses were scattered all around, and bluish bloodstains were everywhere. Considering the cleanup of this chaotic scene, it seemed we wouldn't be able to return to the estate today after all. Cleaning up the traces of demons in Grainstone Village was quite a cumbersome process. We tidied up the chaotic demon camp, leaving just enough evidence to prove that demons had invaded the Empire, released the mana-draining device to restore the depleted mana concentration in the village to its original state, and freed the bound spirits, including the salamander, from the furnace. About a month had passed since we restored Grainstone Village to its original state. Now, having spent most of the summer vacation at the Blackwood estate, Ethan and I were in a carriage returning to Luminar Academy for the start of the second semester. Although there was still about a week left until classes resumed, we didn't have anything particular to do at the Blackwood estate, anyway. Due to Harold's position as a temporary professor, we had to return to the academy a bit earlier than regular students, so we naturally had to match our return schedule with that of the highest-ranking person in Blackwood. Besides, we'd have to use a 4-seater carriage to accommodate Isabel anyway, so there was no need for Harold to ride a horse separately. There's no need to be so conscious of me even in this space. You all should talk comfortably like usual. Yes, thank you for your consideration. It's not particularly uncomfortable with you here, Master. However, with Harold joining the space that originally had 3 people, including Isabel, an awkward atmosphere so thick you could cut it with a knife settled in. It couldn't be helped. I could speak comfortably with Ethan only because I had been his exclusive maid for several years, not because I had become a noble and had become arrogant. Moreover, I didn't think Harold would particularly like it if I spoke casually with Ethan as I usually do. But then again, there have been too many years of us knowing each other to suddenly act out a strict master-servant relationship unlike usual. It was natural for my mouth to close shut, thinking it would be better for my well-being to keep quiet rather than risk making a mistake by opening my mouth. Even Isabel, usually the mood maker, seemed to find it difficult to start a conversation in this atmosphere with 2 high-ranking nobles present. The carriage moved quietly towards the Island of Knowledge, where Luminar Academy was located, accompanied by silence. What's this? Why is everyone so quiet? It's boring. Apart from that, this tiny salamander kept chattering non-stop inside the carriage. Just to explain, this is indeed the same fire spirit that was in the dwarf's furnace in Grainstone Village. It followed me purely of its own will, and we reached an agreement with the blacksmith that another fire spirit that had been captured would remain for the dwarf's furnace. In other words, I didn't forcibly bring it along or extort it from the half-dwarf at all. I don't particularly like you, but your mana is delicious. That's fortunate. I was thinking something similar. By the way, I did give it a name after it started accompanying me. It felt oddly awkward to keep calling it Miss Salamander every time. However, the limit of my naming sense was just shortening Salamander to Sally. Anyway, after just a month of this creature sticking by my side, my mind was already starting to feel tired. This creature had a talent for annoying me in many ways, reminding me of Ethan from the time when he didn't know what manners were. It felt like Ethan from back then, minus the sexual harassment, but with the added penalty of clinging to me 24 hours a day. Why do these kinds of creatures keep increasing around me? Of course, a fire spirit in itself was a very precious being, and having it around was undoubtedly helpful. Moreover, having Sally as a companion increased various auxiliary stats due to the fire spirit's protection effect. Read this novel only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Among those, the buff increased the luck stat by 2, making it an absolutely necessary item for me. Combined with the buff on my dagger, it increased my luck stat by as much as 4. In that sense, this creature's companionship was a really good connection from Lilith's perspective. Still, I couldn't help feeling irritated and annoyed by this small spirit. Ah, I'm bored. Do something. Sing a song or something. You don't need to be too mindful of me, everyone. Just think of me as not being here and talk comfortably. Ah, why yes. With the pressure to make conversation coming from both sides, it became a bit difficult to maintain complete silence. In the end, I ended up uttering forbidden words that should never have left my mouth. I didn't know at the time what tragedy these words from my mouth would lead to in the future. Since the journey to Luminar Academy seems long and boring, shall I pose a simple quiz? It's fitting as we're all heading to the Island of Knowledge together. A quiz, Lilith, a quiz. Although I say quiz, I won't ask a question that particularly requires knowledge. I'll give a problem that the master, young master, and Isabel can all solve equally. Me, I want to solve the quiz too. Yes, of course, Sally, you can solve it too. If not only Miss Isabel but even the spirit can solve it, won't the problem be too easy, Miss Lilith? Well, why don't you try solving it yourself first, master? You seem quite confident. Harold fixed his gaze on me, seemingly intrigued by the claim that everyone here could solve the problem. Not just him, but Ethan, Isabel, and even Sally were all focusing their attention on me. I didn't expect to receive so much attention for just making a little joke. Surely they won't dock my pay or something if it's not funny. In this unnecessarily tense atmosphere, I finally blurted out the joke that had popped into my head to everyone. I hadn't anticipated what would happen to me in the future because of this joke. What happens when a spear master gets bitten by a mosquito? Ha, ha, a spear master gets bitten by a mosquito. What do you mean? Think about it. What happens when a spear master gets bitten by a mosquito? The three people in one elemental made strange expressions as they pondered over the nonsense quiz I had posed. Thanks to everyone being lost in their own thoughts, I could leisurely enjoy the scenery outside the window for a moment. The first to attempt an answer was Isabel, sitting next to me. It itches. Wrong. Oh, it's not. Strictly speaking, that would be correct, but I'm talking about what happens when a spear master gets bitten by a mosquito. Anyone would itch if they got bitten, right? I don't know, I've never seen a spear master. Strictly speaking, I hadn't seen one either, except in the game, but this wasn't the kind of problem you could solve based on whether you had met a spear master or not. Judging from this response, it seemed Isabel had given up on solving the problem, and now I just had to wait for the others' answers and enjoy their reactions. It's quite fun watching Ethan and Harold struggle and ponder. Can't you just tell me secretly, Lilith? No, someone might overhear, and Sally hasn't solved it yet either. I won't listen. You can tell him. I won't listen. Even if you slyly come closer to my face, I still won't tell you. You're so mean. It's mean to ask for the answer right away for a problem that was given to be solved. Faced with my firm attitude, both Isabel and Sally seemed to have given up for now and quietly waited for the others' answers. The next to speak was Ethan. The mosquito dies. Pardon, a skilled person like a spear master would never let a mosquito that bit them get away alive. In other words, from the moment it bites the spear master, that mosquito is as good as dead. If everyone could catch the mosquitoes that suck their blood, mosquitoes as a species probably wouldn't exist in this world anymore. So, this answer only applies to spear masters. Then does a sword master become a spear master from the day they catch a mosquito? And I can catch mosquitoes that suck my blood and fly away, too, you know. I see. That was a blind spot. Blind spot or not, such a boring answer couldn't possibly be correct. It seems Ethan was also wrong in guessing the answer, which meant Harold was essentially the only one left. Read this novel only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Compared to the other two, he had quite a bit more experience, and above all, he was at an age where he might enjoy this kind of joke. Thinking that Harold might come up with a relatively close answer, I waited quietly as Harold began to speak. I see. Now that I think about it, it was a simple problem. Oh, did you figure it out? Yes. You posed quite a witty question, Miss Lilith. Seeing him look so confident, it seems he got it right. I started to feel a strange expectation, thinking that Harold might be someone who understands my sense of humor. Ethan and Isabel also focused on Harold's words, waiting for the correct answer to come out of his mouth. It was quite an easy question for me who has an acquaintance who is a spear master, Miss Lilith. Pardon, the spear master friend I know has wielded blades with me on battlefields for quite a long time. Of course, back then, neither he nor I were skilled enough to earn the title of master. When I was young and reckless, I first met him while working as a mercenary in the army instead of serving my sentence for cutting the Empire's castle wall in half, trying to test the limits of my sword. However, he wasn't a noble like me. Cordy Jameson, I could see a special energy in his spear that other mercenaries couldn't handle, even though he was a commoner. Wait, what? Why is he suddenly diving into reminiscing about his past and getting lost in memories? I tried several times to interrupt him somehow and get him to state the answer to the nonsense quiz, but once Harold's mouth started, it wouldn't stop, and he began to endlessly unfold stories of his past. In the end, for the rest of our half-day journey, we had to listen to Harold's stories about his spearmaster comrade from his war hero days. That's how it was when we were struggling with insects at our jungle campsite. While my comrades and I couldn't sleep night after night because of the flying insects, for some reason, Cordy didn't even have a single small bite mark. Even then, he was already at the threshold of becoming a master, so he could be considered a skilled person no different from a spear master. We've arrived, master. I got carried away, and the story became a bit long. I'll tell you the rest of the story another time. Why yes, it was an interesting story, master. It was truly an enlightening and invaluable story, father. I see. You must all be tired from the journey, so get some rest." With those words, Harold walked towards the faculty building with a strangely light expression. Watching Harold disappear between the buildings, I quietly made a vow in my heart. I would be an absolute fool to ever tell another joke in front of Harold, that non-stop talker, ever again. What's the most important thing for a fulfilling semester at the academy? Well, opinions may differ, but I think the most important thing is course registration. The academy is a place you attend to learn something. If you're not going to gain knowledge, there's no point in paying the expensive tuition fee. The same goes for unnecessarily taking classes that aren't relevant to you. If it's not knowledge necessary for living, no, for surviving, it would be a waste of time to take it. From course registration, which could be seen as the start of a semester, it was necessary to choose classes as carefully as possible. What I needed was the knowledge I could learn at Luminar Academy, not just earn a diploma. Well, of course, having a diploma from the academy wouldn't hurt for living in this world either. Lilith, have you decided on your classes for the second semester? Yes, I've mostly decided. Can you tell me a little about what classes you're taking? First, I've registered for 2 lecture classes on controlling mana flow to improve accuracy. Although my way of handling magic has improved compared to when I first enrolled, I still think I need more practice. Right, your magic arrows are still a bit unstable. Oh, of course, since you can use triple casting, it's okay even if they're a bit unstable, but I think it would be best if you could reliably hit all 3 shots instead of just 1 or 2. Yes, you're right, I was just quietly agreeing with Ethan's words, but why was he suddenly watch NG my reaction with all these words? Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Anyway, Ethan and I agreed that the accuracy of my magic arrows needed to improve. Other than that, I plan to take 2 required major courses from the magic department. Oh, and I'm also planning to take practical monster hunting training. Practical monster hunting training? Yes. The end of semester evaluation for the second semester isn't a duel between students but monster hunting in the Black Forest. I thought it would be good to learn how to deal with monsters in advance. In truth, I was just using the class as an excuse to enter the Black Forest to gain XP. I don't understand why they made a rule that first-year students can't enter the Black Forest for personal reasons. Because of this, I couldn't even level up properly despite coming all the way to the academy. From now on, securing XP was more important than anything else, as leveling up was the fastest way to grow. Why don't you take it too, young Master Ethan? I think it will provide considerable practical experience for the hunting festival you'll participate in at the end of the semester. Should I? Yes, of course, the choice is yours, so I won't insist. No, I think I should sign up for it too, as you said. Thanks for the advice, Lilith. Not bad. As I mentioned before, if there were lectures I could attend together with Ethan, I plan to match our schedules as much as possible. It wasn't for any creepy reason like wanting to be with Ethan, it was just much more convenient for my duties as his exclusive maid. It was better than drawing other students' attention by coming to the magic department building like last time. Also, we could also practice coordinating for the hunting festival at the end of the semester. Lilith, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Yes. Are you not taking the magic swordsmanship class anymore? By magic swordsmanship class, do you mean the applied magic swordsmanship lecture class that the master teaches? Yes, of course, since you use a dagger, strictly speaking, it might not be a necessary class for you, but I was just wondering. That was naturally included in my schedule, so I didn't mention it specifically. After all, the master took my course registration form before we left for the academy. Oh, he took yours too. I thought father only took mine. Well, unlike Ethan, I had expected this. Seeing as he advised me to sign up for the applied magic swordsmanship lecture, he must have naturally told Ethan, who understands swords dozens of times better than me, to sign up as well. Given Harold's personality, he wouldn't bother mentioning that Ethan and I would be taking the same class. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. For me, it was actually a good situation as I could comfortably secure a spot due to the harsh competition of course registration. After all, magic swordsmanship was the most necessary foundational knowledge for Lilith to survive. Then, we'll be taking 2 classes together this year. Yes, it seems so. I'm looking forward to it, Lilith. Yes, me too, young Master Ethan. I almost got flustered for a moment when Ethan said he was looking forward to it. He probably meant he was looking forward to the new semester. Surely, He wouldn't be excited about having 2 overlapping classes with me instead of 1. And for the last class. There's more. Yes. Since we're paying expensive tuition to attend the academy, isn't it better to take as many classes as possible? Right. It's your choice, after all. Ethan gave me a look as if he couldn't believe it, but his gaze wasn't going to change my decision. Still, I was considering my well-being and planned to take only 21 credits out of the maximum 22. Communication with spirits. Well, it should be fine to invest in this subject for 1 semester. It wasn't a class one was signing up for because I particularly liked Sally. The reason I chose communication with spirits as my last course was simple. Considering the time I'd be spending with Sally from now on, I felt it would be difficult to cooperate with our current level of trust. Perhaps because I tried to back out after hearing its story in Grainstone Village, Sally often showed a subtly arrogant attitude while traveling with me. I needed to make it a somewhat communicable partner if not completely educate its personality as a human to a spirit. Especially, I had to somehow stop it from waking me up when it was bored while I was sleeping. Communication with spirits. Instead of taking such a class, why don't you sincerely express your admiration for me every morning? Then I might respect you too, you know. You think I'd fall for such nonsense after suffering you for a month? Suffering. I just talked to you a bit because I was bored when you wouldn't pay attention to me. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Don't compare a spirit that's awake 24 hours a day with a human who needs to sleep 8 hours a day. If you had just guaranteed my right to sleep, I wouldn't have bothered allocating time for this class. HMPH. I'll prove to you that taking this class will be of no use. Blabber all you want. Whether you chatter or not, I'll just diligently attend the class. What I believe in is not the nonsense of this noisy fire spirit but the clear rewards I can get from finishing the class. As long as I complete the class, I can get +10 spirit affinity, which means that regardless of its attitude, I'll probably be able to turn it into a somewhat obedient creature later. I'm a bit curious about how the spirit affinity points from the game will apply here. Well, I'll find out after completing the class. With such thoughts, I entered the classroom for the first meeting of the communication with spirits subject and already saw a few diligent students preparing for the first day of class. Among them, I could immediately spot one fairly familiar face. Oh, Agnes is taking this class too. Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. Not only did she enter the magic department of Luminar Academy at the top spot, but she also showed an overwhelming gap with second place, making her the cream of the crop of the magic department. Considering her future of becoming the Archmage of the Red Tower, she was by far the character with the most potential for growth among the current magic department students. It wouldn't hurt to get close to her. We were both in the upper ranks of the Academy's magic department, and from this semester, we were side by side in first and second place. My rank had risen to second place due to the results of the evaluation battle at the end of last semester. To avoid catching the eye of this crazy woman who hunts the second place during each end of semester evaluation event, it was important in many ways to build a rapport from now on. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I really didn't want to face her in next year's first semester final evaluation battle for various reasons. Well, Lilith's appearance itself tends to be quite likable to people, so it shouldn't be too difficult to befriend her. I also roughly knew her tastes and personality, having conquered her character once in the game. Hello, Miss Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. ? Agnes tilted her head silently, slightly surprised by my sudden approach and greeting to the empty seat next to her. Given her personality of not showing much interest unless it's someone she finds intriguing, I thought she might not recognize me and was about to introduce myself first. Unexpectedly, contrary to my expectation, Agnes seemed to know of Lilith's existence. Judging by the content of her first words to me, it didn't seem like she knew me in a good way. This is our first time talking close and personally, right? My name is Lilith Blackwood Rose. The crazy bitch who used Mana Blast in the final evaluation battle. Wait, who's calling who a crazy bitch? As soon as I heard Agnes, words attempting to slander me as a crazy bitch from our first meeting, about a dozen insults that I almost hurled back at her flashed through my mind. Arrogant bitch, self-absorbed, pathological liar, attention seeker, obsessive-compulsive, socially inept, loner, 145 centimeters TN, 4 feet 9 A cup. Along with various other negative descriptors that could describe her, they almost spilled out of my mouth. Fortunately, I didn't pour those insults that popped into my head out towards Agnes in front of me. After all, I approached her to build a friendly relationship, not to engage in childish verbal arguments or exchange blows. For the sake of naturally improving our relationship, it was best to pretend I hadn't heard her clearly in this situation. Pardon, I'm sorry, Miss Blaze. I didn't quite catch that. The crazy bitch who used Mana Blast in the evaluation battle. She's still going on about it even though I pretended not to hear. Well, I suppose it couldn't be helped if she misunderstood. Only Ethan and I knew that the method I used in the final evaluation battle was the only way I could defeat Luke. It wasn't so strange for other regular students to misunderstand why I used a wide AoE spell like Mana Blast instead of quickly settling the match with magic arrows. Still, I thought Agnes, who calls herself the future Archmage of the Crimson Tower, would have figured out why I won that way, but it seems she's not at that level yet. I thought someone like you, Miss Blaze, who calls herself the future Archmage of the Crimson Tower, would have figured out why I won that way, but it seems you're not at that level yet. What? Oops, I meant to keep that to myself. But, well, it didn't really matter if she overheard. What's she going to do if it rubs her the wrong way? Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. After all, between us, Agnes was clearly the one who provoked me first, and I have a personality where if someone does something shitty to me for no reason, I feel compelled to give them a reason. What did you just say? Did you really expect a kind response after spitting out an insult like, crazy bitch, to someone's face in your first meeting with them? I may be young Master Ethan's maid, but I'm not your maid. Naturally, I don't need to show you any particular courtesy, Miss Blaze. You noticed I used Mana Blast, but the fact that you don't understand the reason behind it shows that you're not really all that great despite being the top student of the magic department. Agnes glared at me angrily in response to my words, but she closed her mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. Then, she immediately started pondering, chewing over the meaning of what I had said. Given her strong pride, it was characteristic of Agnes to spend all night searching through books to find out about things she didn't know, so my seemingly meaningless words would probably keep bothering her for a while. Of course, I wasn't going to tell her the reason that I had no other finishing move besides Mana Blast. After all, explaining that reason would be tantamount to revealing my weakness. HMPH. You probably used such a large-scale spell because you were annoyed that a woman from the technical department picked a fight with you. What other reason could there be? Well, think what you will. You probably wanted to set an example of how miserably crushed someone would be if they challenged me. It's obvious. For the top student of the magic department, your range of thinking doesn't seem to go beyond that of an average student. That response was quite satisfying as I gently prodded Agnes, who was trying to act like she knew everything while testing out possible answers one by one. Yeah, it's no use glaring at me like that. I'm absolutely not going to tell you. It might seem foolish to pick a fight with Agnes, who fights the second-ranked student in the same department every final evaluation battle and crushes them with overwhelming power, but I had my own reasons to be confident. As her middle name suggests, Agnes was from a branch family of the Elizabeth family, a noble lineage. The Elizabeth family was truly obsessed with magic, selecting the most outstanding seeds from numerous branch families to continue their line. Agnes was one of the most talented individuals among her peers, coming from a branch family of a lineage so obsessed with magic that they would eliminate even members of the main family from successor candidacy if their magical abilities were lacking. This meant that even if I provoked her like this, she couldn't openly cause me direct harm. At least, not until next year's first semester final evaluation battle. Whatever happens in next year's final evaluation battle, that's for my future self to deal with. That woman seems to have a personality quite similar to yours. I feel like you two would get along well. That's a bit harsh. Meanwhile, Sally, who had been watching the exchange between Agnes and me, muttered these suspiciously dubious words while oddly directing her gaze towards Agnes. Somehow annoyed by those words, I spoke to Sally with a slightly irritated tone. You think our personalities are similar? Then, are you going to forget the month you spent with me and go cling to that woman now? No, your mana still tastes much better. Her mana feels like it would be really unpleasant for some reason. Well, if you say so. She basically implied that she'd continue to use me as a mana source in the future, but it was still a somewhat pleasing answer, so I wasn't too upset. She's annoying and troublesome to deal with every day, but she seems to have some loyalty, at least. Spirit. Meanwhile, Agnes, who had been observing my conversation with Sally, quietly muttered a word in a somewhat dazed voice. As soon as Sally noticed Agnes's reaction, she approached her to start a conversation. What, is this your first time seeing a spirit? It talks. Could it be a high-ranking spirit? So you're the type of human who can hear my words, too. I thought I sensed something like that from your mana. How? Getting into a contract with a high-ranking spirit is absolutely impossible with a first year's mana capacity. Even I could theoretically only manage up to intermediate spirits at best. I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation, but Sally and I aren't exactly in a contract. I'm not in any kind of contractual relationship with this one, okay? I'd appreciate it if you didn't make strange misunderstandings. What? As Agnes said, it would be difficult to be in a contract with a high-ranking spirit at our current level. We'd need to reach at least level 20 or so to be able to contract stably. If I were going to make a formal contract, I wouldn't have contracted with such a noisy spirit in the first place. I would have chosen a quieter one. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Sally just followed me from Grainstone to here because she said my mana was delicious. There wasn't any special bond between us. Agnes seemed even more surprised and flustered by the fact that we hadn't been in a contract. Both of you aren't in a contract, but a high-ranking spirit is following a human around. Impossible, this has to be a joke. I spent a whole month training in the spirit forest trying to get in a contract with a low-ranking spirit, so why is it only this crazy woman that? From what I gathered, it seems Agnes had visited the spirit forest during the summer vacation. Well, it wasn't that unusual, as most high-ranking mages visit that place at least once in their lifetime. Mages and spirits have good synergy, making them great for cooperative attacks, and above all, they have a mutualistic relationship. With the help of spirits, mages can use spells that would be difficult to cast alone. On the other hand, spirits can constantly receive delicious mana from high-ranking mages. It truly was a mutualistic relationship, making it possible to form contracts and work together. Of course, in my case, I wasn't particularly trying to use the spirit to cast high-level magic. My primary goal was the luck plus 2 feet attribute attached to the fire spirit's blessing. Impossible, why am I the only one without a spirit? I want one the most, so why does everyone else have one except me? Not to mention, it's a high-ranking fire spirit. It's following a human without even making a contract. Why her? Meanwhile, Agnes had been muttering to herself as if in a daze ever since she saw Sally accompanying me. As someone who had already played through Luminar Academy, I fully understood why she was reacting this way. Agnes was a character with extremely low spirit affinity, so despite her overflowing mana capacity, she couldn't contract with spirits for a long time. She only managed to start contracting with low-ranking spirits around the time she graduated from the academy. Regardless of her desire to get into a contract with spirits, the spirits weren't very welcoming of a contract with Agnes. After all, spirit affinity was a stat heavily influenced by the charm stat. In Agnes's case, she was one of the heroines with an extremely low charm stat. Of course, charm wasn't simply a measure of a character's appearance, so it didn't necessarily mean that Agnes was ugly. But it would be a bit strange if Agnes, who was short, flat-chested, and didn't even have a particularly good personality, had a high charm stat. Anyway, in practice, charm only affected the success rate of support magic, so it was a somewhat useless ability for Agnes, who mainly dealt with offensive magic. At least in terms of spirit contracts, this moment proved that I was far more capable than her right before her eyes. Are you envious? What? Actually, I originally had no intention of taking any spirit-related courses this semester. I didn't particularly visit places like the spirit forest wanting to contract with spirits, and I haven't separately learned the spirit language of low-ranking spirits either. However, I thought I needed to learn a little if only to get closer to Sally. Although this relationship wasn't something I sought out, it seemed Sally and I were destined to be together for a while. You. Agnes was seething with frustration and resentment at my blatant statements right in front of her. If she hadn't slandered me by calling me a crazy bitch from our first meeting, I might have been willing to teach her how to get along with spirits, but now that the strategy to befriend her had failed, there was no need to teach her. You ask how I'm going to deal with that crazy woman who'll be all fired up at next year's first semester final evaluation battle. That's for my future self to handle, not something for my current self to worry about. The first meeting of the Communication with Spirits lecture class ended in less than an hour. As with most classes in the academy, the first day usually was dedicated to an orientation of the course syllabus. Of course, there were occasionally people like Harold, who started practical training from the very first day, but that was really because Harold was an exceptional case. All the professor of the class did on the first day was assign seats and give a brief explanation of the upcoming topics. Also, the professor paired up students who would work together for the semester. Don't worry if you don't know anyone. I've already decided on partners who I think will be a good match for the semester. Wait, don't tell me this means. As is often the case with clichés in these kinds of events, my uneasy premonition turned out to be correct. Axiomatic on Galaxy TL. When I came to my senses, my partner had naturally become Agnes. The half-halfling professor said something like this. Agnes and Lilith have similar mana capacities. Also, you two have similar grades, so you'll make good partners. Ahahaha. When he suddenly matched me with Agnes with an innocent expression, I almost objected to the professor. But if I had argued against the partner the professor had already decided on by his own criteria and asked for a change, the atmosphere would obviously have become awkward. To be honest, I didn't know anyone else taking the class, so I didn't have another partner to switch to anyway. In terms of psychological distance 1, Agnes, whom I was familiar with from the game, was actually one of the better options. If only we hadn't irritated each other before class started, it might not have been so bad. Looking back, I wondered if I had needlessly provoked her. But Agnes was the one who started the provocation first, wasn't she? I just responded in kind. To be honest, my fault was at most 10%. About 90% was all Agnes's fault. Although I found out later through speculation, it seems my pairing with Agnes had been decided from the moment of course registration. There were a total of 30 students taking the Communication with Spirits class. Excluding me, who had a somewhat special connection with Sally, there were 14 students who had already contracted with low-ranking spirits and 15 who hadn't, making up the 30 students in the lecture. I only realized near the end of the first day that it was a class where students who had already been in a contract would guide those who hadn't. I didn't know about this class in my previous life because I never had to take it. The protagonist had a decent enough charm stat, so there was no need to raise spirit affinity separately. In fact, I only found out today that Agnes was taking this class. Agnes and her fans probably all experienced this class that seemed to be useful for raising affection with her, but I had never liked Agnes romantically, even once. Her being 145 centimeters and being an A-cup were far from my taste, no matter how I thought about it. In my previous life, my preference was firmly for healthy beauties like Natalie. Well, whether she was my type or not wasn't important now. Now that we've become class partners, I was destined to face Agnes once a week, whether I liked it or not. Axiomatic on Galaxy TL. Of course, properly progressing through the class would be impossible in this situation, where we had just irritated each other with our most recent conversation, so I needed to repair our relationship first. It's clear that I need to become friends with her somehow when thinking about the future. This is going to be troublesome. Well, I guess I'll have to try approaching Agnes based on her hobbies and interests as I did in my previous life. I never thought I'd be in a position similar to the protagonist, trying to conquer a heroine, but it wasn't in my nature to despair and do nothing. Since it's come to this, let's try to get along for the semester, Miss Blaze. We can't be at odds with each other all semester, can we? HMPH, do as you like. At this point, I had no idea how to become friends with that sourpuss over the course of a semester. A week passed right after the start of the second semester. Normally, the beginning of the semester would be the most relaxing period for regular students, but I had quite a packed schedule. I had to be busy from now on to make various preparations for the end of semester hunting festival, which was the main event of the second semester. It was time to start actively interacting with students from other departments to gather members for the hunting festival and to secure items needed for it. For reference, there are generally preferred departments for party members in the Academy's hunting festival. Among them, the students of the magic department had the worst popularity. This was because out of the 5 combat departments, only the magic department was unable to solo hunt in the final evaluation. The swordsmanship department, the spearmanship department, the martial arts department, and the archery department. Axiomatic on Galaxy TL. Unlike the magic department, these 4 departments could solo hunt in the final evaluation. As such, many students with a certain level of skill often participated in the hunting festival solo instead of forming parties. Of course, students who were ambitious about their grades formed parties to hunt stronger prey, but usually, these parties were often just groups of acquaintances rather than gatherings of strong individuals. This meant that even though I had achieved good grades in the first semester, there was still a possibility that I wouldn't be invited to a party. Of course, even if I wasn't invited by anyone, I had Ethan to rely on, so I was somewhat at ease. If I can pair up with Ethan, our duo would be enough, but it's better to form a more impressive party if possible. I had to consider the possibility that Ethan might not think to gather additional members beyond our duo party. I couldn't afford to carelessly pass through the hunting festival, which had the most significant impact on the final grades for the semester. The more insurance, the better. Of course, as Ethan's exclusive maid, it was difficult for me to be brazen enough to socialize with students from other departments in front of Ethan, so there wasn't much room for me to intervene in securing members. Sometimes, when I talked with male students from other departments, I felt a strangely sharp gaze from Ethan's direction. He probably didn't like that I wasn't focusing on my duties as his exclusive maid. Being perceptive, I had no intention of preparing for the hunting festival by doing things that the young master I served disliked. But it wasn't in my nature to make no preparations at all either. Having given up on securing party members, I instead focused my time on two areas: self-improvement and potion procurement. The second part, potion procurement, was particularly important. Potions are literally a matter of life and death. Unlike the first semester's evaluation battle, where we could fight with death prevention magic, living wasn't guaranteed in the second semester's hunting festival. It was impossible to secure the enormous amount of mana needed to cast and maintain death prevention magic over the entire Black Forest, and besides, the said magic wasn't limited to just humans. If they didn't want to see live monsters being delivered to the Academy's Theology Department building, they wouldn't do something crazy like casting death prevention magic in a forest where monsters appeared. Potions were what could preserve life in case of emergency in such a dangerous forest. I needed to start talking with potion suppliers now, if only to treat potentially fatal injuries and preserve my life. At this point, there was only one acquaintance in the pharmacy department I had who could act as a potion supplier for me. Lizzie Lynn August, the young lady of the August Margrave family, second ranked in the pharmacy department. I honestly don't know how she rose to second rank in the pharmacy department. I'm not sure whether she was naturally talented in that area or if she used somewhat underhanded methods befitting the young lady managing the August Trading Company. Given that she maintained her second-rank position even after a semester, it was more likely that she herself was talented in pharmacy, but even if the young lady of the August family had secured her rank through underhanded means, it didn't really matter to me. After all, what I needed were recovery potions for the end-of-semester hunting festival, not a friend overflowing with loyalty and morality. Axiomatic on Galaxy TL. The problem was how to befriend Lizzie again, whom I had parted with somewhat awkwardly during the first semester. After I rejected her offer to be her secretary, RT times, which used to happen once or twice a week, naturally disappeared. Also, since the August and Blackwood estates were far apart, it was difficult to even accidentally run into each other during the summer vacation. Because of this, I thought that even if I went to the pharmacy department building to look for Lizzie, she might have lost interest in me and could turn me away at the door. If I went to the top student, which Lara, instead, I would undoubtedly receive a quest that would be difficult to complete as Lilith, so restoring my relationship with Lizzie had become one of my essential tasks now. I know how to approach Agnes, but how should I approach Lizzie? She's not even a heroine in Luminar Academy, nor does she appear in the main story since she died before it happened. Moreover, judging by her personality that I confirmed at the masquerade ball, she was a woman with quite a strong personality and wasn't the kind of woman that I, who was a virgin in my previous life, could easily become friends with. Especially considering that I had already rejected her goodwill once. However, if I went to the end of semester hunting festival without potions, I might be in danger due to the first hunting festival event. Recruiting a student from the theology department was even more difficult. While I was pondering this difficult situation, a thought suddenly seemed to flicker in my mind. Come to think of it, I feel like I'm forgetting something important. As I was walking towards the pharmacy department building to meet Lizzie, I felt troubled by a question that had arisen in my mind. I realized that the question in my mind wasn't just a feeling right after that. Oh my, it's been a while, Miss Lilith. Princess Seraphine. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, Miss Lilith, if it's alright, could you spare some time? As soon as I saw Princess Seraphine's face and the face of her exclusive maid, Luke, behind her, I was finally able to remember what I had forgotten. Ah, right, Luke's dagger. As soon as I faced Princess Seraphine, my mind immediately recalled something I had forgotten. I forgot about the dagger I had confiscated, temporarily held onto, to provoke Luke during the last evaluation battle. I barely realized that I hadn't returned it yet when I saw their faces. Actually, I had completely forgotten about it. It wasn't intentional, I had truly forgotten. That's because the item I've been using lately was so good that I couldn't even recall Seraphine's dagger. It's the Blackwood dagger that was made by the half-dwarf blacksmith and blessed by the fire spirit. When you're wielding a dagger that would make Lizzie's silver dagger gasp and Seraphine's dagger tremble, it's easy to forget about someone else's belongings you were temporarily holding. While Seraphine's dagger was slightly superior in sharpness, Ethan's gift dagger, with the Blackwood crest, also had considerable cutting power. Above all, Ethan's gift dagger was imbued with the fire spirit's blessing. For me, who desperately needed more luck, this dagger was far more crucial. No, this isn't the time for this. For a moment, it felt like I was making excuses in my head, but there was only one thing I needed to do right now. I had to apologize for daring to steal the cherished dagger that the princess had given to her guard. If I didn't want my head to fly off, I had to bow my head without hesitation. Since we've met by chance, shall we have a light cup of tea nearby? I have committed a mortal sin. Pardon, I have no words, even if I had 10 mouths. I will gladly accept punishment for not only daring to possess the item Princess Seraphine gifted to her guard but also for using it carelessly. So please, just spare my life. Wait a moment, Miss Lilith. Won't you raise your head first? No, as a sinner, I don't even have the right to speak at the same level as the princess. With those words, I quietly bowed and prostrated myself right in front of Seraphine's feet. I could hear the murmurs of students passing by as they saw Seraphine and me. What's going on? Looks like someone did something wrong to the princess. Isn't that the crazy girl from the magic department prostrating there? Maybe she incurred personal resentment for beating Luke in last semester's evaluation battle. I couldn't clearly hear what they were saying, but they were probably commenting on my appearance. Probably about how a noble was prostrated on the dirt ground without regard for appearances. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. However, I couldn't raise my body once I had bowed. In my current situation, I had to do at least this much, or my life would be in danger. It would be fortunate if it only ended with losing some face. If I incurred the resentment of royalty, my life in the academy would be over. I will return the dagger right away, Princess Seraphine. Although I used it once for an unsavory purpose, I have cleaned it thoroughly using my magic. If it doesn't please you, I can offer monetary compensation. Will you please stand up first, Miss Lilith? Thanks to you, we're drawing too much attention. I cannot rise until I receive forgiveness from the princess. Oh okay, I'll forgive you, so please stand up first. Honestly, I'm not sure what I'm forgiving you for. Yes, Princess Seraphine. After clearly hearing her words of forgiveness, I raised my prostrated body and stood up. Seraphine was looking at me with an uncharacteristically flustered expression. Let's move somewhere else to talk. There are too many eyes here. Are we just going to talk? Of course, Miss Lilith. If it's just to talk, it should be fine. The place Seraphine brought me to talk was the VIP room inside the academy. Of course, it's only called a VIP room in name. Royal mansion would be much more fitting. It was a space no different from a royal mansion both in appearance and purpose. The interior decorations were a bit excessive for student accommodations, and it was hard to find any lighting in the entire building that wasn't a chandelier. Just counting those luxurious lights, there might be almost as many as in the Blackwood mansion. Of course, considering the status of the people using this place, the interior decorations were understandable. Only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. This was the dormitory where the royal students stayed at Luminar Academy. While the academy promotes equality among all students, and even if most nobles use the dormitories provided by the school, royalty was naturally an exception. If royalty lived among ordinary students, it wouldn't be strange if an assassination attempt occurred the moment someone had ill intentions, so this was a minimum safety measure. Although I had frequently visited this place when playing Luminar Academy, the scenery I saw with my own eyes now felt distinctly different from what I saw in the game. Indeed, it makes your heart swell when you face it in reality. My fourth brother is expected to return late today, so we should be able to talk comfortably, Miss Lilith. Ah, yes, the fourth brother Seraphine mentions is, of course, referring to the fourth prince, Macart. He's the only person among the current students with a higher status than Seraphine. Of course, whether the fourth prince was present or not, the idea of having a comfortable conversation in such a space was impossible from the start. Either way, what could I do? If the princess says for us to talk comfortably, I have to at least pretend to be comfortable on the outside. It was impossible for someone with the status of a viscount's daughter to refuse a conversation with the princess in the first place. Clink. Please make yourself comfortable, Miss Lilith. Ah, yes. For some reason, Luke, who was still Seraphine's exclusive maid even after a semester, placed a teacup in front of me. After confirming her strangely calmer appearance compared to when we met at the dueling grounds last time, I took a sip from the teacup. As the feeling of calming herbs passed down my throat and my palpitations began to subside, Seraphine made eye contact with me and spoke. First of all, I didn't call you here to reprimand you for any wrongdoing, Miss Lilith. Pardon. In fact, you're thinking that you've done something wrong to me is a misunderstanding to begin with. It's about Luke's dagger, right? Ah, yes. I nodded, recalling one of the 3 daggers currently in the inner pocket of my uniform. First of all, you don't need to worry about not returning that dagger. It became yours from your last duel with Luke. Pardon, please accept it as an apology for the rudeness that my my maid, committed against you. It seems you also use daggers for self-defense, Miss Lilith, and it's quite a good item, so I think you'll be sufficiently satisfied with it. Then, you aren't mad that I took the dagger you gifted to Luke, Princess Seraphine? Of course not. I've been considering that dagger is yours since the end of your last duel with her. Should I consider this fortunate in some way? I felt a bit resentful for having worried needlessly in the past, but it was more important to know that Seraphine hadn't harbored any ill feelings toward me from the beginning. Anyway, this was much better than incurring unnecessary resentment. The problem was what would happen to Luke if I took this dagger. I appreciate your words, but what about Luke? I've already had a skilled blacksmith give her a new dagger. I'm not the kind of person who keeps my associates close without arming them properly. Now, do you feel inclined to accept my gift, Miss Lilith? Ah, yes, if you insist so much, I'll gratefully accept it. Well, if she was going to give it to me while saying all this, I had no particular reason to refuse. Rather, out of personal greed, I felt a bit regretful about returning this useful dagger to Luke. Of course, I could roughly guess that Seraphine expressing such overt goodwill meant she wanted something from me, but that was a conversation I'd have to hear regardless of whether I accepted the dagger or not. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. After putting the dagger I was about to take out of my inner pocket back in, I quietly waited for Seraphine to continue speaking. Miss Lilith. Ah, yes. There's no need to be nervous. The favor I want to ask of you today isn't as troublesome as the one I tried to ask last time. Ah, no, what you offered last time was too great an honor for me. It's just that I couldn't betray my loyalty to young Master Ethan and the Blackwood family. Yes, I understand. That's why, this time, I've prepared a request that doesn't require you to be separated from young Master Ethan ahem, a request that won't interfere with your relationship with young Master Ethan. Pardon, a request that won't interfere with my relationship with Ethan. Something feels oddly strange about the meaning, but it's probably nothing significant, right? I nodded after roughly interpreting it to mean she would ask for something I could do while maintaining my duties as Ethan's exclusive maid. Seraphine was in the process of making a request to me that was somewhat improved compared to what she had said before. Do you know that exactly 10 days from today, the Academy's Student Council presidential election period begins? Ah, yes, I'm aware of that. The main events of the Academy's second semester were always dominated by the Student Council presidential election and the hunting festival event. In fact, this was an important event in the main story of Luminar Academy that it hardly changed even when the school year changed. Well, the Student Council presidential election episode was a major episode because it was closely related to Seraphine, one of the main heroines. I plan to participate in this Student Council president election, Miss Lilith. Ah, yes, I've already made some progress on forming the cabinet. I can't tell you about it until you respond to my request, though. My response? Yes, Miss Lilith. Wait, why does this situation feel like I've experienced it somewhere before? Meeting by chance within the academy, being invited to the VIP room, mentioning the student council president election, and seeming to want to ask me for something. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. If my memories from my past life are correct, this is probably the event related to Seraphine's student council presidential election in Luminar Academy. I'll be direct, Miss Lilith. Yes, I want to recruit you and young Master Ethan for my future cabinet in the student council. With this level of a request, Miss Lilith, you can surely maintain your loyalty to young Master Ethan, right? Somehow, I have an ominous feeling about this. Although I was invited to join Princess Seraphine's student council cabinet, I didn't feel particularly flustered by it. I could somewhat understand from our recent conversation that she wasn't genuinely interested in recruiting me for the student council. She's targeting Ethan. The current Ethan Richard Blackwood would be quite a useful candidate for her potential student council cabinet. Good looks, a good family background, and his personality, well, at least, it seems quite good on the surface. Although he currently doesn't have many noticeable followers as he hasn't formed or joined any factions yet, it would only be a matter of time before he enters someone's student council cabinet. Especially if he joins under someone like Seraphine, who has already built her own faction to some extent. This proposal is probably just one of her strategies to entice Ethan rather than trying to persuade me. It would be less noticeable to others to first recruit me, his exclusive maid, rather than directly proposing to Ethan. Wait a minute, something seems off here. Princess Seraphine. Yes, Miss Lilith, may I ask a question that might be disrespectful to you? Yes, of course. Have you perhaps mistaken the subject of your recruitment offer? If you intend to recruit both young Master Ethan and me, wouldn't it be better to persuade young Master Ethan directly instead of me? Seraphine remained quiet for a moment, only showing a smile in response to my question. To be honest, this didn't make any logical sense. Who would try to recruit a servant first when trying to bring a noble into their faction? It really doesn't make sense. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Moreover, Ethan, whom Seraphine needs to persuade, is a young man in his prime. So much so that I had to suppress his boiling sexual desire about once a week at the mansion. With Seraphine's looks, she should be able to easily captivate a young man like him, so I couldn't understand why she was bothering to make this recruitment offer to me. I haven't mistaken the subject of the offer, Miss Lilith. Pardon, I'm making the recruitment offer to you, Miss Lilith. Of course, it would be nice if I could recruit young Master Ethan as well, but even if that's not possible, I intend to recruit you. Pardon, and if I can recruit just you, it will be much easier to bring in young Master Ethan. Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. So, Miss Lilith, you just need to give me your opinion. Somehow, the more we talk, the more strange questions arise. At this point, it didn't seem like I'd get a different answer, even if I pressed further. It was more rational to assume that Seraphine was hiding her true intentions and planning to use me to entice Ethan. Nobles often hide their true feelings and say things differently from their actual intentions, and this is even more true for royalty. Now, about the student council cabinet. Looking at her proposal at face value, it's not a bad offer. The members of the student council selected by Seraphine's eye would likely be quite capable individuals. There was a good chance she had already recruited some of the heroines from Luminar Academy. Their being heroine-level characters in Luminar Academy meant they were talented enough to pull their own weight at the very least. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, the final evaluation at the end of the second semester was the hunting festival in the Black Forest, so it was entirely possible to build relationships with other cabinet members and party with them in the said festival. But I haven't even made proper contact with Lizzie yet, and if I take on student council duties too, I really won't have any free time this semester. Since you seem to be in deep thought, Miss Lilith, shall I reveal one person you might know who's involved? Yes, Lizzie Lynn August. She has also agreed to participate in the student council lineup I'm putting together. Miss Auguste, it's still conditional, though. If Lizzie has already decided to join Seraphine's faction, I guess I don't need to worry about that reason anymore. Thanks to this, I somewhat gathered my thoughts and responded to Seraphine, implying that I would leave some room for consideration. Of course, Ethan's will would be more important than mine when it comes to actually joining the cabinet. For now, I'll discuss it with young Master Ethan. I can't decide on such matters without his permission. Yes, of course. There was a meaningful, strange smile at the corners of her lips. After finishing the classes for today with Ethan and returning to the dormitory, I sat at my desk and mentally organized the tasks I needed to do. Given the various events that suddenly started as soon as this semester began, I had to build a friendship with Agnes to resolve our snarling emotions and enter into a contract with a low-ranking spirit before the end of this semester. Give an answer regarding Princess Seraphine's recruitment to her future student council cabinet. Need to discuss with Ethan. Restore my relationship with Lizzie and ask her to make potions for use in the end of semester hunting festival. Possible to make contact through Seraphine's student council. These were the things I needed to deal with immediately. Among them, specifically with what I needed from Lizzie, I could only get a chance to get in touch with her if things went well with Seraphine. Having to build relationships with 3 women in one semester, what is this, some kind of beautiful girl dating game? Oh, come to think of it, it is a beautiful girl dating game. It's just unusual that I keep getting entangled with women in a position similar to the protagonist, even though I'm not the protagonist. It couldn't be helped. Luminar Academy was a game with such diverse choices that it was absolutely impossible to experience all of the heroines' romance events in a single playthrough. Just because there's no protagonist doesn't mean the events that would have happened to the original heroines will disappear, so the original stories continue to flow. For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that I kept getting involved and entangled in that position. The protagonist must be busy with Sarista and Selena this semester. The events of helping restore the trust of the fake saint, Sarista, and sorting out the troublesome chores that the Academy's only elf, Selena, gets tangled up in were the focus of the second semester. Judging by his actions in the first semester, he seemed to have a sense of responsibility, so he'd probably move towards conquering those 2 this semester. He would start working on gaining favor to form the Demon King subjugation team in earnest from the 3rd year, so until then, the orthodox play was to solidify the cards in his hand. At first, I thought he was an unreliable guy just by looking at his name, Youngwajogyagigwa, but after seeing his actions over the semester, I changed my mind to some extent. I even felt that I should meet him at least once and have a proper conversation with a fellow transmigrator. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Anyway, it's only the events that he originally decided not to get involved in that I'm getting caught up in, so there shouldn't be any problems. Seraphine probably made an offer to the hero before making a recruitment offer to me. It shouldn't cause any trouble to pick up the events that the Gyungwajogyagigwat guy has already given up on once. After all, this much wasn't really interfering with that guy's motives. Lilith, the bathroom's free. Young Master Ethan, I have something to discuss with you for a moment. What is it about? I discussed the offer Seraphine made today with Ethan, who had just finished bathing. After hearing everything, Etha first asked me this question in return. What do you want to do, Lilith? Pardon, I'm just asking for reference. It's not like I'm going to follow your opinion. Ah, so it was just for reference. Well, Ethan would have his own thoughts, so he probably wouldn't just follow what I say without any consideration. Since he said my words wouldn't particularly influence his decision-making, I also delivered the thoughts in my head to him without much burden and without holding back. For now, I don't think it's a bad proposal. Really. Princess Seraphine has already formed her own independent group within the Academy using her status and personal virtue. If there are no major problems, the princess's faction will likely be maintained until she graduates from the Academy. Yes, I agree with that. So, I think it's best to join Princess Seraphine's faction now when there are fewer people who could be called close associates. As the curriculum from the 3rd year onwards becomes closer to practical training with virtually no departmental boundaries for most classes, there's much more potential for development there than other factions that form connections within the same department. Ethan looked somewhat displeased. Well, he's the young master of the Blackwood family, so he probably isn't too keen on joining someone else's faction this early. Having somewhat read Ethan's feelings, I tried to pique his interest with another suggestion. Or, young Master Ethan, it's possible for you to start forming your own independent force now, but to be honest, I think it would be difficult to grow it as much as Princess Seraphine, who has already gained momentum. That's right, I think it's a bit too late to do that now. If your goal was just to graduate from the Academy, it wouldn't matter if you didn't form or join a faction. Most commoner students couldn't even mingle with these noble factions to begin with. But Ethan was the young master of the Blackwood family, so it would be difficult for him to erase his presence and focus solely on graduation in that way. Unless you had the overwhelming power to shut everyone's mouth like Harold, you needed some level of faction as a noble. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Unlike ordinary commoner students who could live comfortably after graduation with just an academy diploma, noble society required maintaining relationships with the factions from that time even after graduating from the academy. In that sense, the most efficient way for Ethan, the son of Duke Blackwood, to build connections now was to join a large faction that was favorable to him, and Seraphine's faction was one of them. Other than that, if there was a faction that had the potential to grow into a large one in the future and had shown a friendly attitude towards Ethan so far. If you don't like Princess Seraphine's faction, there's also the option of building a relationship with the hero, Youngwajogyagigwat. Currently, the hero is showing a favorable attitude towards the master, so if you make a good impression on him early on, perhaps the hero would also. The princess would be better. Pardon, tell the princess that I've responded positively, Lilith. I don't really want to get close to that lecher, I mean, the hero. Understood, young Master Ethan. What's this? Did they have some kind of fight that I don't know about? I felt a bit uneasy seeing Ethan's expression harden as soon as the hero's name was mentioned, but anyway, Ethan had chosen to join Seraphine's cabinet. It wasn't a problem for me, who had remaining issues to resolve with the princess. Although Ethan and I had decided to join Seraphine's future student council cabinet, it didn't immediately cause any major changes in our daily lives. First of all, the student council election period is a 2-week period that starts with candidate registration, continues through the campaign period, and ends on the voting day. This means that even if we start student council activities as soon as possible, things won't get really busy until about 2 weeks later. Unless something unexpected happened, it was almost certain that Seraphine would be elected as student council president this semester, and as someone who knew about those potential unexpected events, I had no reason to worry about the election. When the protagonist doesn't interfere with the election, following the normal storyline would mean Seraphine's confirmed victory. In line with Seraphine's student council presidential election, the protagonist can choose one of 3 options: cooperation, non-intervention, and competition. Cooperation naturally means joining the incoming cabinet that Seraphine will form. Non-intervention means they neither participated in nor interfered with the student council cabinet selection. Only on Galaxy TL. Axiomatic. Lastly, competition means choosing to join another candidate's student council cabinet or directly running as an independent candidate. Among these, only the competition route interferes with Seraphine's election. In other words, unless some meddling with protagonist-level abilities and connections occurs, the structure of the student council presidential election storyline inevitably leads to Seraphine's victory. Also, even though it's called a student council presidential election, it's essentially just an election to see how many followers one has within the academy. Since 4th Prince Makart isn't participating in the election, most of the votes for the presidential election would inevitably go to Seraphine, the only royal candidate. It was right to assume that Seraphine would be elected as student council president, at least for this year and next year. There might be a more election-like event in the 2nd semester of the 3rd year, though. With this, there was no need yet for Ethan and me to be called out for campaign activities to spread Seraphine's name or to manage internal affairs on her behalf while she was busy with the campaign. Thinking about 2 weeks later when the student council would start, and things would get busy in earnest, for now, I was just focusing on classes as usual. For example, like in today's class. In a silence so thick you could cut it with a knife, a sword master faced me, keeping a short distance. It was Harold, with his hand on the sword at his waist, waiting for me to approach him. Come whenever you're ready, Lilith. Yes. With the start of the 2nd semester, Harold's magic swordsmanship class curriculum had also become more systematic. Only on Galaxy TL. Axiomatic. One of the changes was the practical opportunity to directly cross swords with a sword master. The regular duels that were previously only given to the top 4 students, the protagonist, Ethan, Caraham, and Natalie, now became an opportunity that came around once a month, even for ordinary students. Of course, it's not the kind of duel where the sword master's full strength and my full strength actually clash, since there are some handicaps in place. If we were to fight full on, my wrist would be cut off just by his aura. The professor, Harold, could respond only with pure swordsmanship without using mana or magic, and students would try to land an effective hit using either energy, magic, or any other miscellaneous techniques. This was the evaluation method for the 2nd semester's magic swordsmanship class. By general student standards, if you could somehow land an effective hit on Harold, it was an automatic A+. Since it was an opportunity that came around only once a month, each chance had to be valued carefully. It's okay, I've seen Harold's sword swings many times before. Although not by choice, Harold's swordsmanship was what I had seen most often after Ethan's sword swings. Although most of what I had observed was when Harold was facing Ethan, I could take the test from a much more advantageous position compared to other students who didn't even know that much. With the Blackwood dagger engraved with the Blackwood crest, a double-headed eagle, in my left hand, I shook off my steps as if springing towards Harold. Whoosh! The shockwave I activated from my toes at the moment of my first step helped accelerate my body. I couldn't use it recklessly as it would strain my ankles if used too many times, but it was enough to quickly close the gap for my first few steps. Only on Galaxy TL. Axiomatic. After closing the distance of about 5 meters at once, I immediately swung the Blackwood dagger in my left hand in front of Harold's eyes. That's a feint. Swish. Blur. After deliberately approaching Harold to a distance where his blade would barely reach, I first blocked his vision with blurred light. Am I crazy enough to face Harold sword to sword? That's nonsense. In close combat, I, at my current skill level, would honestly struggle even against Luke. So, do you think I, who had cleared Luminar Academy 24 times in my previous life, wouldn't know Harold's capabilities? Mana, pierce the enemy. After blocking his vision with blurred light, I first created magic arrows with triple casting, which could be considered my full power. With my current improved accuracy, I should be able to hit at least 2 out of 3 shots easily. For a moment, I had a hopeful feeling that if all 3 arrows luckily flew toward Harold, I might be able to inflict a slight wound. Clang, clang, clang. Well, I expected as much. I knew that Harold wouldn't fall for such trivial tricks. Even if I blocked his vision, Harold, who could read mana flow, wouldn't fall for low-level spells like magic arrows. I heard the sound of him deflecting all 3 magic arrows with just one swing of his sword, but I didn't feel particularly desperate. After all, even those arrows were just a feint for me. Swish. The real deal was this dagger I had hidden among the magic arrows I fired. I used dagger throw, which I had learned when dealing with the demons in Grainstone Village. It's also the same technique Luke uses. Even Harold, who is sensitive to mana, might possibly let his guard down if an attack completely unrelated to mana is mixed in. The Blackwood dagger, extended from my left hand, flew in a straight line towards Harold's silhouette in the blurred light. Clang. This time, too, it was deflected by his sword just like the other magic arrows, as if it was nothing. This is fine. If that attack had properly landed on Harold, it would have been the cleanest and best finish, but it would be unconscionable to expect such trivial tricks to be effective against a sword master. In the end, thinking that I had no choice but to end it with a physical clash, this time, I took out Seraphine's dagger from my bosom and rushed at Harold. Only on Galaxy TL. Axiomatic. Confirming the path of Harold's sword that had just been swung within my blurred light, I gripped the dagger in my right hand strongly in reverse grip and stabbed at his thigh. Clang. Ah, yes, up to now I had predicted he would respond sufficiently up to now, too. However, I ended up taking damage because I took too long to change grips, leaving a window of opportunity for him to attack. Receiving the impact of Harold's longsword with a dagger not even 20 centimeters long, the impact on my hand was no joke. Although I eventually let go of Seraphine's dagger, it seemed my paralyzed arm would need some time to recover. Fortunately, Lizzie's silver dagger was still left in my bosom, so I still had a last resort, and my real purpose wasn't to land a hit with this attack anyway. The reason I deliberately closed the distance and rushed in without magical support wasn't because I was foolish. It's because I had been reciting the chant for Mana Chain in my other hand, ready to activate it at any time. Rattle clink! Exclamation mark! I did it. This was a moment when I could confidently say that my surprise attack would definitely work. I didn't miss Harold's expression, stiffening slightly in surprise as my mana chains wrapped around his longsword. Even for a sword master, fighting without magic or mana was essentially an act of constraining oneself. Especially for someone of Harold's skill level, he would have to consciously suppress the mana leaking from his body. While he focused on that, he naturally couldn't go all out, either. Having suppressed the sword master's sword, it was now my turn. That is, if I could stab with the last silver dagger even once into his body. At that moment, when I thought I had completely suppressed Harold's sword. Rattle rattle, huh, Contrary to my expectation that I had surely removed Harold's longsword by binding it with mana chains, it was my mana chains that were being pulled by force. Harold swung my chains along with his sword, as if making a whirlpool in the air, then used the chains to wrap around my right wrist, which was holding the silver dagger. Arg, Lilith. With my left wrist, which was holding the silver dagger, completely suppressed, it was a defeat right there. There was nothing more I could do. My right hand still had a tingling sensation remaining, so I couldn't even choose the option of switching hands to hold the sword. I collapsed to the ground, bound by the chains I had cast myself. Thud. I've lost. Well done, Lilith. Thank you, Moss Pro Professor. Belatedly reciting the spell again to release the mana chains binding my arm, I got up from my position. If possible, I wanted to pass on the first attempt by using all the cards I had, whether they existed or not, but life doesn't always go as planned. He wasn't the final boss of Part 2 for nothing. It was actually a dream beyond reach to try to defeat Harold with my skills that can't even beat Ethan, who's just a mini-boss. It was an excellent battle, Lilith. Thank you, Professor. However, you should learn to fight while saving the cards in your hand. The reason you lost despite fighting with 3 daggers is that you consumed them as if they were cards to be discarded from the start. Of course, depending on the situation, it can be useful to follow a new strategy without lingering attachments, but in your case, you were following the strategy you had set up in your head beforehand and didn't think about cases where you didn't need to discard them. You've always got to have an ace in the hole. That's right, only on Galaxy TL. Axiomatic. I hope you'll show an even better performance in the next duel. That way, I can also feel at ease about allowing your relationship with Ethan. Pardon. Next, Martin Zemberner Clinton, step forward. While questioning Harold's incomprehensible additional remark, I picked up the daggers I had dropped one by one and returned to my seat next to Ethan. As soon as I returned to his side, Ethan looked at my left wrist with concern and asked, Lilith, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, young Master Ethan. It wasn't a battle that would leave some wounds, I just feel some slight pressure on my wrists. When you fell earlier, did you get scraped anywhere? Just a little dirt that can be cleaned with clean, young Master Ethan. If that's the case, then I'm glad. I wonder what Harold meant by allowing my relationship with Ethan. Right now, me and Ethan are nothing more or less than an exclusive maid and her master. Maybe if I can't win even once in the duel, he'll make me quit being Ethan's exclusive maid. Surely not, right? Hoping that Harold wasn't that narrow-minded, I felt that I needed to take this semester's magic swordsmanship lecture class more seriously. 2 weeks had passed since Agnes and I became partners in the lecture class based on spirit affinity. This was already our 3rd meeting for the Communicating with Spirits lecture class. Alright, everyone, today, we're going to have a chance to meet spirits in person. Okay, Professor Aaron Isilda, the Spirit Studies professor, led the students of Luminar Academy with a childlike expression, as if guiding kindergarteners. Perhaps due to her tone, some of the students even matched her vibe. Although she looks young, she's probably older than most professors at this academy. After all, she's half fairy. According to the curriculum, which Professor Aaron explained on the first day, the grading system for this class was simple. For students who hadn't contracted with a spirit yet, the goal was to somehow contract with a low-level spirit by the end of the semester. For those who already had contracts, the goal was to increase intimacy with their existing spirit. Professor Aaron's subjective judgment would determine whether intimacy had increased or not. Since she's half fairy and can freely converse even with low-level spirits, there's no way to dispute the grades. In my case, it doesn't matter since I can communicate with Sally anyway. But wait, I haven't actually contracted with Sally, so how will my grade be measured? Well, I'm sure Professor Aaron will figure it out. It's not my place to decide the grading criteria. By the way, any student who fails to contract with a spirit by the end of this semester will receive the lowest grade in this subject. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. I suppose that's only natural, given that the course is about communicating with spirits. If you can't find a spirit to communicate with, you're out. Since some students are still unfamiliar with spirits themselves, we'll start our session by getting used to their presence. Okay, spirits are always around us, even though they don't often show themselves. There aren't many visible in the academy because of all the people, but there are many spirits in my secret garden. We'll spend some time meeting them directly and learning how to talk to spirits. Professor, can those who haven't contracted with a spirit yet make a contract with one we meet? If the spirit wants to, it's possible. But most of the spirits in my garden are mid-level or higher, so it won't be easy. Out of the 30 students in this class, only about 3 or 4 had a high enough mana capacity to contract with a mid-level spirit. Most of the students had already contracted with low-level spirits, so realistically, only Agnes and I could potentially contract with a mid-level spirit. As I mentioned before, Sally and I weren't in a contract relationship, so there was nothing stopping me from contracting with a new spirit. Well, my goal wasn't to contract with a new spirit but to build a bit more intimacy with Sally, so I wasn't even thinking about making a contract. A mid-level spirit, theoretically, it's enough. Rather than a low-level spirit that can't even communicate, it might be better to try one that can speak a little. The problem wasn't me, but Agnes, with her obsession with spirits. Seeing her spout nonsense about being able to theoretically contract with a mid-level spirit when even low-level spirits ignored her, it seemed Agnes would face significant challenges just contracting with a spirit this semester. If it were just her struggling alone, I wouldn't care what Agnes did, but if that were the case, I wouldn't have complained about this damned professor pairing us up as partners. Of course, the partners' class achievement is included in the evaluation criteria. Since it accounts for a significant 30% of the final grade, I couldn't just let Agnes's grade plummet. Fortunately, it wasn't entirely impossible to secure a spirit for Agnes before the end of our first year. It's just that I had never done it in the game before. I didn't even follow the standard route when I pursued Agnes in the first place. If I were to deliberately pursue Agnes's pure love ending, the most orthodox method I know would be to enroll in the magic department, defeat Agnes in the first year, first semester final evaluation, and then enter into a competitive relationship with her, bickering along the way. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. With that, this communication with spirits course, where we help Agnes get a spirit, would probably be easy for Agnes fans to clear. Sadly, this was essentially my first time taking this course in both my previous life and this one. As I mentioned before, I didn't like Agnes romantically in my previous life. I only pursued her on a whim after accidentally clearing a major affection event, thinking I might as well try conquering all the heroines. Now, though, it's a matter of fate that I have to pursue her even if I don't want to. Since it had become something I had to do, I naturally had no intention of doing it half-heartedly. At this point, I had no choice but to secure a spirit for her before the end of the first year. Even if I didn't know how to pursue Agnes, I knew how to pursue spirits well. No matter how charmless Agnes was, if she just followed my instructions well, it shouldn't be impossible. Of course, I'm not sure if she'll listen to me well, given our rather poor impressions of each other after our first meeting. Contracting with a spirit isn't that difficult, Miss Blaze. Just by waiting calmly for a spirit without being impatient, spirits tend to come on their own. Also, it's better not to have useless fantasies about aiming for a mid-level spirit from the start. For someone with low spirit affinity, it's just a waste of time anyway. You're noisy with your chatter and meddling. Pardon. I'll handle the spirit contract on my own, so don't worry about it. It's my business anyway, so there's no reason for you to interfere. How can there be no reason? Your grades affect my grades, you know. As expected of someone so selfish, she was full of self-centered thinking to the bone. Not to mention, she doesn't even know her own limits. She thinks she's some all-rounder who can handle spirits well just because she's good at magic. It was fortunate that I had good patience. No matter how unpleasantly she treated me, I had no intention of backing down easily. What I'm trying to say is that approaching spirits with such impatience won't work, they can all tell. When contracting with a spirit, it's important to approach calmly with an open mind. If you go around openly displaying your desire to contract out of necessity, Miss Blaze, the spirits will naturally distance themselves. It's fine that I can contract with mid-level spirits at most if not high-level ones. Even low-level spirits can sense how humans approach them. I don't even know what basis you have for saying, it's fine that I can contract with mid-level spirits at most. Do you think spirits will eagerly contract with you without a thought just because they have eyes, Miss Blaze? What do you mean? I mean, spirits have their own standards of beauty from their perspective. You can't easily contract with a spirit just because you have a lot of mana. Of course, having a higher maximum mana capacity makes communication relatively easier, so contracting becomes easier, but you need to solve the problem before that in the first place. Only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. Right now, from the spirit's perspective, Miss Blaze, your mana probably smells like some terribly stinky food. Some spirits might find it tasty if they force themselves to take a bite, but it's not easy to get them to take that first bite. At the very least, you need to change that unsellable product-like attitude to make spirits feel curious. Tap, 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 tap. Wait a moment, Miss Blaze. Where are you suddenly going? Just when I thought she was quietly listening and focusing on my words for a moment, Agnes suddenly turned away and started moving away from me. As I was about to chase after her, feeling exasperated by her unpredictable behavior, this time, Sally suddenly started calling me urgently. Lilith, Lilith, look over there. What is it, Sally? I need to go knock some sense into Agnes right now. That's not important right now. Just look over there. What's over there that's so important? True to her nature as a fire spirit, Sally was making a fuss like a blazing flame as she called out to me. Giving in to her insistence, I quietly shifted my gaze to find a type of spirit I had often seen in the game in my previous life. A small girl wearing thin, translucent clothes was slowly floating in the air as if surrendering herself to the flowing wind. I could immediately recognize it as a wind spirit from its familiar appearance. A sylph? No, it should still be a mid-level spirit, so is that a sylphid? Usually, high-level wind spirits are called sylphs, so I probably wasn't wrong. It didn't seem to have a specific name either, as it appeared to be without an owner. Well, this was Professor Aaron's personal garden where several spirits were already roaming around, so a sylphid didn't feel particularly special. Isn't it just a sylphid? Why are you suddenly making such a fuss about? Contract with that one, Lilith. What? I just had a hunch. I feel like my meeting with that spirit is fate. Contract with her, Lilith, quickly, hurry. This crazy lolicon spirit, hurry, go and make a contract with her quickly. Lilith, you have plenty of mana, so you can easily contract with a mid-level spirit. Me following you to the academy was fate, it was meant for me to meet that child. So, hurry up and go charm her, Lilith. As soon as we encountered a sylphid in Professor Aaron's secret garden, Sally began shouting excitedly. Seeing her attitude change so suddenly, I felt an incredible sense of exasperation towards her. If you contract with her, Lilith, I'll be able to see her whenever she's with you. Hurry up and make the contract. Hurry. Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly injecting your selfish desires into my spirit contracting? There's a limit to how absurd you can be. What's wrong with that? It's only natural that wind and fire have good compatibility. That child will definitely boost my power, too. It's not a bad deal for you either, Lilith. Even after I bluntly called her absurd to her face, Sally acted as if she didn't understand what she'd done wrong. Until now, I thought she was just a bit noisy but still somewhat useful. Thanks to that statement just now, my good impression of her completely reversed. You pedophile. What are you saying? Spirits live much longer than humans. I've lived dozens of times longer than you, Lilith, and that child over there is at least 200 years old. So you're a pedophile by spirit age standards. Did you think I wouldn't know that spirits under 400 years old are practically children among your kind? How did you know that, Lilith? No. That's not it. Don't say such rude things. You're not even a spirit. Read only on Galaxy translations. Axiomatic. Then why don't you go ask the professor right now? She's a half-fairy and has been tending this garden, so she probably knows much better than I do. No, okay, I admit it. I was wrong. It seems she has some sense of shame, at least, enough shame not to want the professor to know she's a lolicon. Why make such an easily exposed lie in the first place? Her face burned with embarrassment as she realized how unsightly she must have looked just moments ago. I meant that in two ways since she's a fire spirit. I'll admit that child is young. But calling me a pedophile is wrong. I do feel love for that child, but it's definitely nothing sexual. Well, that's natural since your species doesn't reproduce. And it's not like I particularly like young spirits. It just happens that the one who caught my eye is young. Don't spirits have law enforcement? Who deals with mentally unstable ones like you, Even so, your words are too harsh. If she could only see her reflection in water, she'd know who the harsh one is. Well, from a spirit studies perspective, it's not out of the ordinary for fire spirits to be attracted to wind spirits. It's a natural phenomenon that fire spirits are drawn to wind spirits, wind spirits feel affection for water spirits, and water spirits want to associate with earth spirits. My disgust with Sally was a completely different issue from this natural phenomenon. I was exasperated by her shameless attitude of being attracted to a mid-level spirit that was practically a child from a high-level spirit's perspective, and her obsessive fixation on a spirit she'd just met less than 15 minutes ago. Of course, I had no reason to go along with Sally's nonsense. If you like that child so much, go try to charm her yourself. Don't order me to do it. Don't say such ridiculous things. It's obvious she'll run away if I approach her. What fearless sylphid would just stand there watching a salamander approach? So you do understand. You understand the reason why you should give up. Please, don't be like that. You can definitely charm her, Lilith. If you set your mind to it, you could attract any mid-level spirit with how delicious your mana is. Well, considering Lilith's charm stat, it wasn't impossible. With my charm approaching triple digits soon and the proportionally increasing spirit affinity, it would certainly be possible to contract with one innocent sylphid. Read only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. However, I didn't feel like simply going along with this salamander's words when her intentions didn't seem very pure to begin with. Your intentions are too impure for me to go along with this. Wouldn't that innocent child be much happier living without knowing a being like you exists? Why don't you just give up for both of your sakes? I'm really not trying to do anything weird. I'd be happy just watching from the side. If you're worried about not having enough mana for the contract, I can eat less. My mana overflows normally anyway, so whether you eat less or more doesn't really matter. Then, let's make a contract now. If you just contract with that child, I'll make a contract with you, too. Okay. No, you're a high-level spirit, so it's impossible for you to contract with me in the first place. Contracting with a spirit is similar to a monthly rent contract. The principle of spirit contracts works similarly to creating a nest made of mana around oneself. Creating a nest for these spirits to live in requires quite a high initial cost, and the reason why a high mana capacity is needed to contract with spirits also stems from this. A lot of mana, the initial deposit, must be consumed at once to create the mana nest, and once it's made, only maintenance costs, the monthly rent, of mana need to be consumed afterwards, so it's essentially like a monthly rent contract. Naturally, the higher the level of the spirit, the more mana is consumed to create this nest, so the beings that can contract with them are limited. Read only on Galaxy Translations. Axiomatic. You'd need titles like Sage, Archmage, or Master of a Magic Tower. Even for me, who insanely increased my maximum mana from a very low level, it would only be possible after reaching levels 30 to 40. Trying to contract with one before that would just waste my mana and leave me exhausted. Well, contracting with a high-level spirit was an attractive proposal, but at the same time, it was a meaningless proposal for me right now. If I had enough mana to contract with you, I might consider it, but don't you think it's a meaningless proposal for me right now? A temporary contract is possible. It doesn't use as much mana as a formal contract, and it's much easier to change to a formal contract later. Please, it's my lifelong wish. If you just contract with her, Lilith, I'll listen to you well from now on. I won't wake you up at night when you're sleeping. Not waking me up at night when I'm sleeping is quite an attractive offer. Honestly, the temporary contract proposal itself was a really good condition. Although she's a noisy lolicon, she's still a high-level spirit. If I contract with her, there would be ways to use her in some sense. It would be beneficial since one way for Lilith, whose accuracy is still lacking, to land confirmed hits is by using spirits. If I feed mana to a spirit and have it attack directly, I could overcome one of my chronic problems. Alright, then, I'll give it a try. Really, but don't complain if it doesn't work out. Just because my mana is delicious doesn't mean I can charm every spirit. Why yes, I understand. I'll be back in a moment, so Sally, please keep some distance from me for a while. After distancing Sally from myself so as not to frighten the sylphid, I slowly walked towards the mid-level spirit floating in the wind, without any particular expectations. I approached her with a light heart, thinking it would be good if the contract worked out luckily, and if not, it couldn't be helped. Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. The only daughter of the Blaze Viscount family and the top student of Luminar Academy's magic department. Also Lilith's partner in the Spirit Studies lecture, she was momentarily composing her sorrowful emotions in a corner of the garden. Sniff. In truth, she knew it herself. She knew that her mana capacity was high, but her affinity with spirits wasn't very good. She knew that even if theoretically she could contract with mid-level spirits, in reality, even low-level spirits were reluctant to contract with her. She also knew that she was being impatient about contracting with spirits. These were all facts she knew well. Less than do you think spirits will eagerly contract with you without a thought just because they have eyes, Miss Blaze? Greater than. Less than from the spirit's perspective, Miss Blaze, your mana probably smells like some terribly stinky food. At the very least, you need to change that unsellable product-like attitude to make spirits feel curious, greater than. You didn't have to go that far. Terribly stinky food, an unsellable product. For her, who had grown up receiving all sorts of expectations as a promising talent of the Elizabeth family, it was a scathing evaluation she had never heard before. To think someone who looks pretty and gentle on the outside would unhesitatingly say such things to her. Moreover, the fact that she couldn't refute what Lilith had said kept pricking at her heart, making it impossible not to feel even more dejected. I know that too, you know. After secretly wiping her tears away in a corner, Agnes was finally able to calm her complicated emotions to some extent. She realized how childishly she had been competing with Lilith. In any case, she probably didn't say those things just to torment her. After all, if Agnes couldn't contract with a spirit, Lilith herself would be disadvantaged as well. She must have been sincere in worrying about her and giving advice. It's just that the advice she gave was so intense that she momentarily lost her composure. Anyway, she was a woman with such a high understanding of spirits that she could bring around a high-level spirit without even contracting it. If she just obediently followed her words, she should be able to contract with at least a low-level spirit. For Agnes, who needed to somehow contract with her first spirit in order not to fall behind in the fight for a successor among the numerous branch families of the Elizabeths, she could put aside petty and childish emotions for that purpose. That woman hasn't made a formal contract with the salamander yet, either. She probably couldn't easily contract with other low-level spirits, which made her contract with a high-level spirit instead. If she could contract with even a low-level spirit before her in the meantime, she could say she had one for now. Such thoughts became the driving force that made Agnes, who had become depressed, rise from her seat once again. It was shortly after this that she would encounter Lilith, who had finished contracting with a mid-level spirit while she was briefly away. Part 3 ended. Here subscribe us and we will publish next parts soon. Till then, bye bye.